Chapter 181. North. A blanketing blizzard obscured his vision. Gerda Gaiman wiped the snow from his goggles, watching the hot breath quickly condense into frost before him. The god of winter is angry again. He pulled his fur hood tighter around his head, shook the firewood on his back, adjusted his balance, and continued trudging through the knee-high snow, step by step. It wasn't far from his stone house, but it felt like a century. When he pushed open the door and quickly entered, shutting the roaring snow and ice behind him, he felt a sense of relief in his heart. He unbuckled the belts on both sides of his shoulders, lowered the firewood rack behind him, selected a few drier pieces, and tossed them directly into the blazing fireplace. Then, fumbling with the belt behind him, he untied his deer-bone goggles, revealing a pair of radiant, star-blue eyes. He was strikingly handsome, with the ruggedness and valor of a northern barbarian, yet this handsome face was covered in scars. They were called snow goggles, but they were simply a thin piece of deer antler, ground into a slightly curved shape based on the size of the nose bridge and eye sockets. It rested on the bridge of the nose, and two narrow, light-transmitting slits were cut out at the eye level. This blocked the glare reflected from the snow, reducing the risk of blindness. On such a snowy day, if the family's stockpile of firewood was not nearly exhausted, Gerda would never have set foot outside. However, the fire in the hearth must not be extinguished. This was a conclusion reached by our ancestors and tribesmen over thousands of years, at the cost of their lives. Keep the hearth fire burning, was the motto firmly upheld by the Gerda Gaiman tribe. Gerda shed his snow-soaked coat, damp from the warmth of the house, revealing his scarred body. He was a northern giant. Well, to be more precise, a half-blooded northern giant. Among northern giants, whose average height was 5 meters, Gerda, with his alien blood, stood only 2.5 meters. This stature, already exceptionally large in the eyes of humans, seemed as small as a child to the giants. He didn't know his father's race, and his giant mother never told him. She simply raised him silently until he reached adulthood, then left him to fend for himself. Of course, this was what he had hoped for. Giants were not a friendly race. They seemed to have endless energy and anger to vent against half-bloods. Most of Gerda's scars were inflicted by his own people. Mercifully, Gerda was intelligent and skillful. These traits were likely inherited from his father, whose race he didn't know, as giants are notoriously clumsy. He guessed his father was a nimble human or a handsome elf. No, it couldn't be a dwarf. Dwarves were too ugly and too small. He built a stone hut in the lee of the foothills, far from his tribe, and survived by hunting animals in the snow and ice. Though he disliked his own people, he always heeded their advice for survival. Grinning self-deprecatingly, he changed into clean, warm clothes, spread the firewood he gathered on this trip on the floor next to the stove, and pulled up the flame screen in front of the fireplace. He measured the distance, making sure sparks wouldn't ricochet onto the wood outside, and that the wood was positioned so that it would be dried by the heat but not catch fire. Then, he took a cup of hot water, added a few pieces of dried bark, and sat down in the rocking chair on the other side of the fireplace. He exhaled slowly, then stretched his cold feet to the hearth to warm them. Life in the north was getting worse. The god who ruled the north, the god of raging waves and ice, known to the giants as the winter god, was like a kind old father, bestowing upon the north a benevolent summer each year between the harsh winters. Even though summer here still brought sleet and rain, it was a hard-earned comfort compared to the harsh winter. The countless animals, hibernating in the bitter cold, should have been foraging and breeding during this brief summer, storing up food and nutrients for the long winter ahead. But inexplicably, this year's summer was a fleeting moment, abruptly ending, and the storms returned. It wasn't even September yet, but the ground was already frozen. Many animals that hadn't had time to prepare for the winter had already frozen to death in the snowstorm. Gerda had picked up 3 hares along the way and arranged them one by the fire, waiting for the naturally frozen meat to thaw before skinning them. Everyone says the god of winter is angry, but no one knows what he's angry about. Ever since reports of strange yellow figures floating in the air near the sacred mountain where he resides, these days of unprovoked, angry snowstorms have become more frequent. Some say the god of winter has fallen, tainted by evil. Others say he's still the same irritable deity, simply dissatisfied with his worshippers' offerings and seeking more devotion. Still others say the harsh winter has only just begun. He heard that many in the nearby tribes were considering heading south, and he'd briefly considered joining them, but after careful consideration, he decided against it. The entire northern border was blanketed in snow. To enjoy the scorching summer heat, they had to head further south, across the Sea of Iris, to the continent of Azyria. But that sea was by no means easy to cross, especially for giants whose massive bodies made them inept swimmers and sailors. Even though Gerda was only a half-giant, crossing the sea was still an impossible feat. Though he often closed his eyes and imagined himself savoring fine wine in a windless, snowless land, enjoying the scorching sun, or even setting sail on the boundless ocean, he knew deep down that dreams would remain just that. He took a swig of bark tea, letting the ginger-like flavor dispel the last of the chill, then pushed open the door, walked into the inner room, and opened the cabinet. Inside the cabinet stood a small shrine. Strangely, it didn't contain a complete statue, only a pile of shapeless stone fragments. Gerda sighed, but still, imitating his mother's example, swept away the white incense ash in front of the shrine, and lit a tower-shaped incense stick he had made. Long, white smoke slowly rose. Gerda gazed at it, and whispered a prayer. Elves of the ancient world, Mother's Mother, Father's Father, the beginning of all things, please protect your believers and your people, and help us survive this harsh winter. And this time, for the first time, he heard a neutral voice reply, I am here. The people of AMT County, and the elves of the Elven Territory all experienced a very unusual day. Even though Lord Moiwu, the Lord of AMT County, had informed them in advance that the adventurers would be resting for the day, and that nothing would happen today, the locals, accustomed to the noisy presence of adventurers, still felt a little uncomfortable. Don't worry, didn't Moiwu say? Starting tomorrow, there will be several times as many adventurers. Elven King Lancel kindly comforted the uneasy Kylo Allen. That's why I'm so conflicted. Kylo Allen said distressedly, these adventurers, when they're not around, you miss them terribly, but when they're chattering and surrounding you in the hundreds, you just want to beat them up. Ugh. Elven King, how about I find a few more people to help you? He asked kindly. No, I can bear this kind of pain, Kylo Allen said firmly. Elven King, alright then. Why did he feel that after spending so much time with these adventurers, his subordinates had become strange? Compared to the restless elves and NPCs, Moiwu was remarkably calm, enjoying this hard-earned, short, one-day vacation. Although, as a truly existing alternate world, even with the public beta launch, a service shutdown wouldn't be necessary for the official launch, Moiwu, adhering to the principle of acting convincingly, decided to suspend the service for half a day. To minimize the impact on players, the suspension period was chosen during the hours with the lowest player count, from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. The lottery for the first round of public beta participants was completed 3 days ago, in real time, and the third round of players has already been drawn. The first 2 batches of VR goggles have also been shipped, and most players from the first round have now received theirs. Tonight at 8 p.m., Moiwu will welcome the first batch of public beta players to officially log in, and their free bodies are already ready. To this end, Moiwu specially built a Roman bathhouse-style building reminiscent of a Middle Eastern world outside the city. The pool inside was filled with a mixture of alchemical nutrients and preservatives, specifically to hold the free shells salvaged for players logging in for the first time. It's a real shell pool, and whether you get an SSR handsome man or beautiful woman or a common R-ranked casual skin depends entirely on your luck. Tonight at 8 p.m. the mall, which had also been suspended for maintenance, will reopen. High-rolling players who want to spend money on skins can freely purchase alchemy dolls. The game will open login access to players with alchemy doll shells at 9 p.m. Rama has also prepared enough alchemy doll shells, so once players have their faces shaped, they can print them on the spot. This also gives Moiwu time to perform the initial CG for both sides. Of course, this will only be a bonus for the first few players, and it also gives Leah a chance to record a video. Later, as more people come in, Moiwu will have Leah play the CG recording directly in the anchor point. Speaking of CG, over the past 3 days, Leah has released a compilation of official clips of all the important plot points from the closed beta phase on the official website. These videos, captured from both the player's perspective and those recorded from the NPC's perspective, offer a comprehensive overview of the entire closed beta phase from version 0.01 to the eve of version 1.0. Thanks to Leah's masterful editing, these 3 months of plot have been transformed into a multi-minute feature film. They cover the entire process of the druids, from entering the game to farming, planting and rescuing the life trees, as well as chronicling the gradual transformation of AMT County from a desolate village into a new city. There are also short life stories of important NPCs, such as Magic Chef James D. Morera, Fellows Loren, and Grandma Alyssa, whose friendships players have unlocked. Finally, there's the Fujoshi favorite, a compilation of interactions between the Lord and the former Son of Light, now a World Knight, Aelian. Even during the service outage, the official website and forum were operating normally, and were bustling with activity. The number of readers and click-through rates of the official website and the booming forum almost caused MOUS's upgraded server to crash. Chapter 182. MOU's 3 newly hired employees initially thought they joined some unreliable gaming company. Not only was the so-called outsourced creative team reportedly nowhere to be found abroad, but even the domestic server producers were elusive, communicating with them only via video conferencing, which was constantly lagging. But the frantic top-up by players in the first 3 days of the server launch left them stunned. The warehouse, emptied of packages the day before and then filled with VR goggles the next, also made them acutely aware that they weren't the only team employed by their boss. After a brief discussion, the 3 suddenly realized that the so-called outsourced gaming team was the company's official employees, and that they, the so-called customer service and operations staff, were outsourced personnel hired by their boss to do odd jobs. He simply didn't tell them directly to save their face. The boss definitely had his own team and a real gaming company. Not to mention the meticulously crafted, lifelike CG movies on the official website. Just moving the VR goggles boxes every night probably required several skilled workers. After 3 days of relentless work packing and shipping packages, the 3 workers collapsed in the office, their bodies vacant, their lives in doubt. Is this game really that popular? Sang-Zi murmured. Although player deposits were directly deposited into the company's account, and the financial management was firmly in the hands of Sister Chu, the legal representative and finance manager, they, as customer service representatives, could see the duration and spending history of players' deposits on the official website. Because VR headsets needed to be shipped in advance, the official website began drawing lots 3 days in advance for players who would enter the game 3 days later. Once a player was selected, the official website automatically sent a payment notification to their previously linked email address. Players then had to log into the official website's deposit page and complete at least 1 monthly or point card deposit before they received the delivery list. Currently, due to the public beta period, both monthly and point cards are half price. However, a maximum of 3 monthly or point cards can be purchased at a time, and the next top-up cannot be made until the last monthly or point card has been activated. Monthly and point cards are not yet compatible. After purchasing 3 monthly cards, you cannot purchase point cards again. Sang-Zi speculated that this purchase limit was imposed because the official was unsure whether the public beta would end within 3 months, and was intended to prevent players from taking advantage of the half-price offer. However, almost all players, without exception, topped up their monthly cards for 3 months, almost to the maximum. As of today, the 300 new players who had secured spots in the public beta, plus the existing beta players, had combined their combined top-up turnover to over 80,000 yuan. This amount may not seem like much, but the terrifying thing is that each of these players had already spent the official top-up limit. It can be said that this amount isn't because the game can generate so much revenue, but rather because it currently only charges so much. Once the custom skin for the alchemy doll goes available in the store tonight, I expect the store's revenue to surge even further. Yinlan clicked on the beta story compilation on the official website. With this level of production, I bet players are already waiting with their wallets. This game company is a potential dark horse, and we caught a great opportunity. Tonight's server launch is peak top-up period. So far, both the official website and the store are operating normally. We're not responsible for any internal bugs. The boss said, we just have one customer service representative work overtime to handle peak top-up issues between 8 and 9 p.m. Ruanen said, why don't you guys go home and rest first? I'll be on duty tonight. Is that a good idea, Brother Juan? Sang-Zi said happily, we should be the 2 of us in customer service. Well, haven't you been helping me with the deliveries these past 3 days? Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to finish it. Ruanen smiled. Besides, the boss said we get overtime pay for overtime. I'm short on cash, so don't try to steal this opportunity from me. Girl should go home and rest early. Okay. Thank you, Brother Juan. Will the team deliver the VR glasses tonight? Yinlan asked. I haven't received the delivery note in the system, so they probably won't be delivering tonight. We still have 200 pairs of glasses in the warehouse that haven't been shipped yet, enough for 2 days. Hey, why doesn't the company give us gaming glasses and it counts as internal employee benefits? Sang-Zi asked. You're overthinking it. We're just low-level guys working in customer service and delivering packages. If you want to play games, you have to go through the official lottery on the website. Those glasses are for customers, and once you use them, they're linked to your identity. It's clearly stated in the employee handbook. If you're caught stealing, you'll be fired immediately. A company that pays regular wages, provides 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, and even overtime pay is truly worth cherishing. If you want to play games, you should go to the official website and enter. There are only 100 spots available each day, which is quite a lot. That's right. Then we're off. Sang Zi and Yin Lan grabbed their things and clocked out. Ruan Nen picked up his takeout, closed the shop, and opened the official website, watching game clips while working his shift. This game is really well made. The more he looked at it, the more itched he became. He couldn't help but log on and fill out the application. At 7 p.m., Niechio, freshly finished dinner, was already hunched over his computer. Veteran players on the forum had been wailing all day, "Why hasn't the server launched yet? I'm dying without games to play." New players, who had never played the game before, were both excited and nervous, frantically discussing the game in forum threads and QQ groups. This scene reminded Niechio of the game's initial closed beta launch a few months prior. Suddenly, a pop-up window popped up on the official website. Niechio took a closer look and saw it was a preview video for the official 1.0 release. The opening scene was still the familiar official Mayu Studio logo animation, but this time, behind the curtain behind the logo, a bird's-eye view of the new city of AMT was revealed. This time, the background music was a Celtic-inspired elven ballad, accompanied by the elves' ancient elven chants. Soaring birds flew over the new city of AMT, past its majestic walls, through the players' new residential areas, taking in the newly built City Council Hall and the Mercenary Relief Institute. Finally, they landed on the statue in World Square and transformed into the World Consciousness Elf. Leah. A tiny butterfly fairy danced gracefully on her statue, while the camera zoomed in on her dance, zooming in and out until the rapidly spinning lens caught her eye, reflecting the planet within her luminous eyes. That was the planet called Ozelia. The camera zoomed in again, as if from outer space, carefully capturing this planet, half hidden in light, half shrouded in darkness. In the shadows behind the planet, a gigantic shadowy tentacle slowly moved. The camera spun again, this time capturing a man-sized life sapling. Specks of silver light converged on the sapling, transforming into a green stream of life that flowed into the earth. The camera followed the stream through the polluted land, and when it reappeared, it was the mother tree of life in the elven territory. Shoo! This entire sequence, taking less than 15 seconds but packed with so much information, made Niechio gasp. This smooth camera movement is absolutely stunning. The scene shifted to the elven territory. A cappella singing in the ancient elven language was accompanied by the rhythmic beats of drums, and the melodious sound of recorders joined in. In this melodious and joyful forest tune, the players felt like joyful elves dancing in the forest, singing among the trees, and swaying among the vines. The joyful scene flashed by, and as the background drum beats intensified, the elves' song resumed, but this time it was no longer a ballad, but a war song. Although Niechio couldn't understand the elvish language, she fully understood the rich emotion and fighting spirit conveyed by the song. The image on the screen shifted again. This time, it was a shot of smoke billowing across the horizon. Fog? No, clouds. Niechio leaned closer to the screen and finally saw that it was dark clouds rolling across the sky. As the wind blew, a blizzard swept across the land. Giants swung their massive clubs across the snow, wolves raced across the icy plains. Barbarian orcs in icy armor clashed with human warriors, their giant axes sparking off their maces. The screen gradually gave way to darkness, and within that darkness, an old man, seated high on a throne, emerged. He was covered in shimmering frost, his long white beard streaked with icicles. His eyes shone like lightning, his face filled with majesty and wrath. Darkness enveloped the screen once again. A 20-sided die rolled out of nowhere, spinning in the center of the screen. But before the final result was announced, the screen switched again. This time, the game title appeared. On the black screen, large, blood-red characters flashed, Exorcism of Evil Gods. Then, a Chinese title, Evil God Expulsion Plan, flew into the center of the screen. The long vertical stroke in the middle of the character God was dripping with black stain. The final online was placed diagonally over the title like a seal, followed by the title of this expansion pack, The Legend of 2 Yggdrasil. It feels like the official game has upped its game a notch. Niechio, who had just realized he'd been holding his breath while watching the trailer, let out a long sigh and muttered. The previous beta test compilation videos were indeed impressive, filling in the gaps and storylines players hadn't yet explored from various perspectives. But for veteran player Niechio, the leftover fried rice was delicious and filling, but she was craving something new. She just kept asking, "Mom, I'm hungry, food?" Players are a constant, ever-growing group of fickle creatures, constantly craving new gadgets and new storylines. Once a new version comes out, the quests from the previous version, even if they haven't completed them yet, no longer have much appeal. Chapter 183. Ningguang is a casual gamer. As a gaming enthusiast, he's been hanging out on this forum for almost 2 or 3 months, meticulously studying every strategy post. He feels his familiarity with Ozelia surpasses most beta testers. As a veteran player of Zelda and Baldur's Gate 3, Ningguang has mentally replayed countless tricks, using amnesia powder to steal from every NPC shop, stacking 100 wooden boxes outside the wizard's tower to reach the rooftop, and attempting to detonate an antimatter bomb in the main city. But unfortunately, he never won a beta test account during the previous draws. Thankfully, he finally won a beta test account this time. At 8 o'clock sharp, Ningguang eagerly lay down on his bed, donned his VR glasses, and logged into the game. Because customizing your skins would delay the launch by an hour. Probably a delaying tactic to ease the pressure on the servers caused by the sheer number of simultaneous logins. However, Ningguang wasn't fooled. While you could buy skins anytime, you had to log in and play the game right away. Random skins, so be it. This game is all first person, so a slightly uglier skin won't affect the experience. He entered Sea of Tranquility into the ID field, completed the binding process, and successfully logged into the game. After a CG animation of his soul soaring through the world, he sat up in a pool. No, sitting up isn't the right word at all. He glanced at his octopus paws, unable to find the right adjective. Around him, clusters of octopuses gradually awakened, transforming from limp, mushy corpses into bouncy little balls, one after another crawling up the pool's edge. This scene was a bit disheartening, yet also strangely endearing. Ningguang. No, the Sea of Tranquility also waved its 8 claws and joined the main group. Many small octopuses gathered on the open platform in front of the pool, their heads raised in hope. There, an NPC was waiting for them. The Sea of Tranquility recognized this NPC. It was their faction leader, their High Lord Moiwu, who frequently appeared in game trailers and cut scenes. After all the octopuses had crawled out of the pool, the Lord slammed the magic book shut and addressed the crowd. No, the octopuses, saying, adventurers from another world, thank you very much for answering my call and coming to help me save this world. I am the great mage Moiwu, the lord of this AMT county, and the chosen executor of the world consciousness fragment. Sea of Tranquility heard a beep from its player system. Faction function activated. Your current faction is the World Consciousness faction, led by NPC Moiwu. Please note that the faction leader NPC is a unique and irreplaceable NPC. Please ensure their safety during quests. If the faction leader NPC Moiwu dies, the faction will disband, and all players belonging to that faction will immediately lose their game eligibility. As your summoner, I will serve as your guide and supporter. You may consult me on any questions you may have about this world, and I will provide you with the necessary assistance to survive. Mai snapped his fingers, and a novice sword, a set of novice equipment, and 10 copper coins appeared in the system backpack of the Sea of Tranquility. Though these supplies are few, they are more than enough for you to establish yourself in this world. Under the evil god's erosion, many people in this world are starving and freezing. AMT City is a newly built city, and many of its citizens desperately need the help of adventurers. When your sanity returns, please begin your adventure and help the people here to the best of your ability. Your senior adventurers are waiting for you outside. Following their footsteps and heeding their advice will help you avoid many detours. Remember, this world has its own laws and principles. Those who treat others with kindness will succeed, while those who commit evil will be unable to advance. Beep, the player system prompts. System reminder, this game is 99% realistic. In this VR game, each NPC is controlled by an autonomous AI and assigned a favorability rating based on your actions. This favorability rating will affect your own rating and that of your faction. If your actions cause an NPC's favorability to drop or your faction's buildings to be destroyed, your rating will be significantly reduced and the game difficulty will be significantly increased. Failure to promptly compensate may affect your gaming experience. This game is a real-time online game with no rollback. To avoid being stranded on the continent of Ozelia, please carefully consider the consequences of your actions and be prepared to take responsibility. Killing an NPC will prevent you from playing normally and, in serious cases, may result in a ban on your account. After the account is banned, top-up fees, duration, and customized appearances cannot be refunded or transferred to other accounts, and you will not be able to create a new account. Hiss, is this the legendary your account has lost its warning? Tranquility Sea gasped, then hopped out of the spawn point, following the octopuses. Sure enough, a crowd of veteran players gathered at the entrance. Bring in new players. Bring in new players, no class restrictions, and we start once we have 10. Are there any serious players who enjoy farming? Druids, gather here. World Night, full guidance and commentary included. Never worry about missing NPCs again. Want to learn alchemy? The mysteries of the world await you. It's a profession that burns gold early on, but becomes incredibly rich later on. It's definitely worth it to have a senior guide you through. Thinking he was already incredibly familiar with the game, Tranquility Sea had no intention of joining others. As a lone wolf player, he finally managed to wriggle out of the crowd and the octopuses, only to find another octopus beside him sighing softly. The octopuses all looked alike, their gender and appearance impossible to discern. He glanced at the ID above one of them. Hidden Old Man. Someone with that ID was probably a male player. The two lone wolf, socially phobic octopuses checked each other's eyes, then simultaneously turned and walked in opposite directions, all in one go. Tranquility Sea's goal was clear. None of the common classes interested him. He planned to play the Fortune Teller. This was a new class. Not many players had played it, and there were almost no guides on the forums. Only one experienced player, who had completed the class quest, had posted the class's skills. But Tranquility immediately took a liking to this class. Divination, persuasion, cunning hands and knife throwing, and a host of dungeon and dragon settings. This class is a perfect blend of fortune teller, rogue, assassin, and magician. It's a clear precursor to some powerful advanced class, perhaps with several future development options. So, after hopping around the main city for a good portion of the time, the octopus dumpling finally found the mercenary relief shelter mentioned in the forum guide post, when he finally transformed back into human form. Tranquility first donned its newbie gear, which included a unisex full-body set of leather armor, gloves, boots, and a hard leather head armor, universal for all classes. It looked surprisingly ordinary. He looked up and saw that the people running around the streets, wearing the same gear, were all newbies from the public beta test. The veteran players were dressed much more ostentatiously. Some wore robes, some homemade modern-style clothes, some knights' silver armor, and even druids' achievement sets, looking quite enviable. Tranquility's card draws weren't very lucky. His free avatar was a plain middle-aged man, and after donning his beginner gear, he looked incredibly ordinary. He was definitely going to be cannon fodder in the crowd the moment he appeared. He decided to wait until the crowd thinned out and buy a custom alchemist doll's skin for 188 in the mall. Of course, the priority now was playing the game. He walked to the gate of the mercenary relief house and saw the familiar ID again, the hidden old man. The other person seemed to be here to learn the diviner class, and his card draws were significantly better than Tranquil Sea's. He was a handsome blonde boy, but his only problem was that he was too good-looking, which didn't match his ID. The two lone wolf players exchanged glances again, then simultaneously turned their gazes away and headed straight for the mercenary relief house. The mercenary relief house consisted of two buildings. The shorter one in the front housed the mercenaries' base, while the main structure lay in the back, housing many elderly and children. It was said that there were daily quests available for care. However, Tranquility Sea's target was the Fortune Teller, class instructor NPC, the second-in-command and lover of the Lucky Sea Serpent Mercenary Group, leader, a black-haired mercenary named Xiangyang with a side ponytail. It didn't take much effort for him to find this distinctive and easily recognizable NPC behind the counter on the first floor of the mercenary base. "Teacher, I want to learn Fortune Teller." "Excuse me, is this where Fortune Teller quests are accepted?" The two players' voices rang out simultaneously, and they exchanged silent glances, their eyes brimming with a strange competitive spirit. Xiangyang approached with a cup of milk tea, pulled out his phone, and scanned it at each of them. A Fortune Teller is a gambler of fate. Your strength gives you leverage, but ultimate victory still depends on luck. Exploring the mysteries of fate is more likely to drive you insane. Even so, do you still want to become a fortune teller? Yes. The two answered in unison. Xiangyang pressed the confirm button on his phone, and Tranquility Sea and the hidden old man simultaneously heard a notification from their player systems. Congratulations on triggering the career quest fortune teller. Upon completing this quest, you can advance to the basic career fortune teller. You have acquired the basic skills, precognition, divination, and mastery. Chapter 184. Just come back to me after you finish your quest. The black-haired mercenary with a side ponytail said simply, took a long sip of milk tea, walked back to his seat behind the counter, and picked up the novel he had been reading. Tranquility Sea opened his quest panel. Fortune Teller Job Change Quest. Want to become a fortune teller? You must meet the following 3 conditions. 1. Perform a divination for yourself using the Arcana cards. 2. Following the instructions of the divination, use the Master Hand to create a performance of your own. 3. In this performance, follow fate, please fate, and feel its mockery, destiny, and impermanence. What kind of a mystical quest is this? I don't understand it at all. So, is this the difficulty of special classes? Tranquility C muttered, then glanced at his backpack and realized he hadn't received the so-called Arcana cards. Excuse me, how do I get Arcana cards? Tranquility C asked. Xiangyang didn't answer his question. Instead, the magic puppet behind the counter automatically replied, "Thank you for your patronage. A deck of Arcana cards for 3 silver coins. I can't afford it. What's wrong with this class? Can't newbies just take it? How can they not even afford the quest items?" The 2 novice players walked out of the mercenary relief house dejectedly, exchanged a glance, and then parted ways. It seems we should go to the city and take on some newbie quests to earn some money. Quiet C suddenly had an idea, remembering the job he'd been planning, and immediately ran to the general store. The current general store was newly built, twice as large as when the closed beta launched, no longer the cramped little shop it once was. Various goods lined the glass counters and shelves, and the cashier at the entrance was also a magic puppet. Inside, the owner, Carter's, and his family leisurely sipped tea. "Boss, buy some amnesia powder," said Tranquility C. "The amnesia powder is limited to 3 per person." "Buy it directly from the magic puppet," replied Uncle Carter's, without even looking up. Tranquility C silently conversed with the magic puppet and completed the transaction. 1 dose of amnesia powder cost 3 copper coins. After buying 3, he only had 1 copper left. His heart was bleeding. This is a powerful tool for robbery. If he seized the opportunity to use it, he would definitely make a fortune dozens of times over. He pondered. Players are not affected by the amnesia powder's amnesia effect. Only NPCs can use it. But these shops all use magic puppets to man the shops, and the magic puppets are not affected by the amnesia powder. He wandered back and forth in the commercial district several times before finally finding an NPC shop that didn't use magic puppets and was manned by the owner himself. This must be a newly opened shop. There was only 1 dwarf in the shop, and he even needed a footstool to stand at the counter. Tranquility C glanced at the sign. They sold dwarven specialties, minerals, wine, and some strange things that were either treasures or junk. Tranquility C carefully selected a bunch of items that looked valuable. He walked up to the counter and pretended to pay the dwarf, but then he pulled amnesia powder from his backpack and sprayed it in the dwarf's face. He took the opportunity to put the items into his system backpack, but received a message: "Ownership of the above items has not been transferred. You cannot add them to your backpack. Please pay for them before trying again." Damn! There's such a restriction? Sea of Tranquility cursed inwardly. The dwarf's expression faltered for a moment, but only for a moment. He glanced at his phone and, still smiling, said, "Thank you for your patronage. You need to pay 5 gold and 9 bronze coins." "I already paid." Sea of Tranquility quickly regained his composure and tried to evade the question. "Did you forget?" The dwarf smiled and said, "A packet of amnesia powder is only 3 copper coins. That doesn't count as payment. If you don't pay, I call the patrol." This dwarf didn't even have amnesia. "Then I won't buy it." Sea of Tranquility set down the pile of things and turned to leave. He heard the dwarf behind him pick up his phone and click a few times. Suddenly, a yellow light flashed around him. What's going on? Sea of Tranquility was horrified to see a group of men dressed like mercenaries, with patrol armbands pinned to their sleeves, running towards him. They quickly tackled him to the ground. Is he the one who tried to use the amnesia powder to steal things? A burly man who looked like the patrol leader asked the dwarf. Yes, that's him. The dwarf nodded with a smile. Okay, then let's put him in jail. The patrol leader nodded and scooped up Tranquil C like a chicken. The onlookers murmured, Is this the 3rd one today? They're all newbies who don't do the mentoring. This is the kind of thing veteran players always tell you when they're mentoring quests. Malmura Maduro is just trying to get players amnesia powder. His pollution level is already 38%, but he won't spend the money to have a druid clean it up. He's just resorting to sting operations to get amnesia powder from stupid newbies. New players love to treat NPCs like idiots. I didn't expect this game, with its high level of realism, to be able to backfire. TSK, don't underestimate NPCs, they're much smarter than real people. Unscrupulous businessmen are using a sting operation to catch thieves. I think the degree of malice is about equal on both sides. But why are new players so dumb these days? Do they really think they can break the law in this game? If you use amnesia powder on an NPC, they see a record on their phone saying, XXX used amnesia powder on you. I wonder how long this will last. If it fails, it'd probably only be one night. This is completely different from what I imagined. Tranquility C, tears streaming down her face, was led by the patrol team into a building with a sign reading, Guard Unit, and thrown into the cell behind it. There were already 4 players in the cell, and judging by their clothing and equipment, they also looked like rookies. The 5 of them exchanged glances, their faces filled with the same despair. What did you do to get in here? One of the players inside asked Tranquility C curiously. Using amnesia powder on a dwarf, attempting to steal something. Sea of Tranquility said gloomily. Oh, us too. 2 of them pointed at each other, equally gloomy. That dwarf was just fishing there to get amnesia powder to decontaminate the contamination. What about you two? Sea of Tranquility turned to look at the other 2. Oh, I tried to see if I could remove my underwear in front of an NPC, one man said. Was it possible? Yes, but the result was that I ended up in here. Sea of Tranquility, Is this game so realistic? I just wanted to touch my wife, the last player said sincerely. I barely stretched out my octopus claws when I was thrown over my shoulder and knocked unconscious. When I woke up, I was already locked up. Honestly, you're the bravest. Several other players gave thumbs up. Island is over level 100, and you dared to touch her? Who else should be punished? I've been thinking calmly for half the night. I think the key is that I didn't complete any quests, and had no favorability at all before I just went in. The player said, if I had any favorability at all, I wouldn't have been locked up. Being locked up will deduct 100 from your regional reputation. We should have just reached the infamous level now. Once you get out, you have to complete quests to raise your reputation. No messing around. If you're locked up 3 times in a row, you get a system deleted warning. Tranquility C, This game has so much freedom. Isn't there a way to break the law? He asked in disbelief. Yes, but only if you can't get caught, the player said. Those who can never be caught are called legendary chivalrous thieves, righteous thieves, and heroes. Those who are caught are called outlaws, criminals, and rule breakers. Tranquility C, I understand. To be honest, after the public beta, the management of AMT City is much stricter than during the closed beta, and it's taking on the air of a major city. I heard the Lord now employs mercenaries to patrol 24/7. Oh, and players can accept patrol missions, but they need to have military merit and be at the level of a personal guard to accept them. I heard the rewards are pretty good. More than half of the rewards in this game require reaching a certain reputation level before you can complete them. I'm regretting why I was so careless, giving that dwarf 3 coppers worth of amnesia powder for free and still getting arrested and thrown in jail. So why hasn't anyone mentioned such an important thing on the forum? Tranquility C, with only 1 copper coin left, couldn't help but ask. Because it's fun to watch self-righteous players shoot themselves in the foot. The player who was caught for trying to molest his wife said, if you do quests where veteran players mentor new players, veteran players will generally tell you, but things like that won't be posted on the forum. It's actually quite interesting to see players who don't listen to the veterans suffer. Several players were silent for a moment. If they weren't the players who shot themselves in the foot, it would seem quite interesting. How long will we be imprisoned then? Tranquility C asked. There should be a countdown in your field of view. That's the system's automatic determination of how long you be imprisoned. Oh, this time is the online time. If you log off, the timer automatically stops. The player checked his own time and said, I'm almost out of prison. Sure enough, a mercenary soon arrived and waved to the player, come out. Your sentence is over. The others watched him leave with envy. Why does even imprisonment in this game seem so realistic? Chapter 185. Hiring mercenaries as a security team to patrol and maintain the city's security is a great idea. MOU glanced at the backend data, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Since the public beta launched, there have indeed been more players causing trouble. This is a common problem encountered by almost every online game when launching a new server, especially during the transition from closed beta to open beta. Because MOU selected players for the closed beta from familiar gaming groups, the players were generally high quality and easy to control, with many tending to play the game in a conventional manner. But things changed with the public beta. With so many more players entering the game, the base number inevitably led to an influx of players from all walks of life. As strange play styles increased, so did some unusual players. Some players were simply curious, others enjoyed stirring up trouble, and still others enter the game with malicious intent, venting their frustrations in real life. MOU believe the first two were normal player behaviors, requiring proper guidance to unleash their creativity against their enemies. However, the last type, a ticking time bomb that could easily disrupt the normal player experience and cause distress to the people of this world, required forced removal through account suspension. But even though the fourth calamity was the fourth calamity, it wasn't beyond proper guidance. Players are quick learners. When they realize that certain actions won't bring them any benefit and will actually lead to losses, their desire for action and rioting will gradually be replaced by a desire to play the game well and reap the rewards and achievements it offers. The prison system was the fruit of MOU's recent developments. He added guard and prison buildings to AMT City and hired mercenaries and veteran players to take turns as guards to maintain law and order. NPCs also had a one-touch alarm app on their phones, allowing them to directly flag offending players for immediate arrest by the guards. Under the control of the world's consciousness anchor, offending players had nowhere to hide. With irrefutable evidence, they could gather evidence, convict, and arrest and imprison them in a matter of seconds. Of course, these players' crimes were relatively minor, simply bad habits acquired through single-player gaming, like teasing NPCs, attempting to steal using amnesia powder, or simply wanting to loot every house they saw. If this were a normal game, MOU would naturally allow players to freely explore this open world. However, this was, after all, a real, otherworldly world. While he and Leah needed to use the players as anchors, they couldn't let these mischievous children run wild. Otherwise, there will always be some evil players. Take the recently popular, ultra-free Dungeon Fighter, D&D game, for example. While others may simply play as evil, these players are so evil that their evil thoughts are tattooed on their scales. Someone kills teammates and stores them in their backpack, resurrecting them when needed. Some even kill every NPC they see and sort them into their house. These are the kinds of awful things lawless players do. MOU naturally couldn't allow these players too much freedom in the open world of Oziria. So, while new players were still exploring the game during the first day of the public beta, MOU had to establish some rules. Veteran players guiding new players is one thing, forum guides are another. But for those stubborn players, who refuse to listen or believe in evil, and who won't cry until they see the Yellow River, MOU has already prepared a wall for them to hit hard. Once they have truly felt the pain, they will naturally understand what they can and cannot do. Even when they want to bully an NPC, they will consider the NPC's strength to see if they will be killed in return. Ialian still felt apologetic for carelessly throwing an unlucky player over his shoulder today. I might have overreacted. After all, I'm not used to having octopus-shaped contaminants approaching me from behind, even if that person was a sane adventurer. MOU waved his hand dismissively. It's okay. That player had bad intentions to begin with. He was trying to take advantage of you. I already had the guards locked him up. Next time you encounter a player like that, don't be polite. He's just a naughty kid. A few beatings will make him behave. Ialian, ? Take advantage of? What's that? Ialian didn't understand and tilted his head in confusion. MOU smiled slightly, ignoring him. You're doing well. Just keep it up. There are many players who want to take advantage of NPCs, and not every NPC has Ialian's exceptional self-preservation skills. Ialian's reflexive behavior today actually serves to intimidate the players and help them develop good habits. In comparison, veteran players are much more endearing. To encourage their hard work, MOU also prepared a number of rewards for them. To celebrate the official server launch, MOU designed a unique achievement skin for each currently available class/combat class, each with elf-inspired elements. After discovering that Llama could create adorable fist-sized alchemy cat automata, he placed a massive order based on the number of players. This automated pet puppet can't eat, drink, defecate, or urinate. Once a special alchemical energy bottle is placed inside, it will perform simple yet adorable actions, just like a real pet. Not only can it be held in the palm of your hand or hung on your shoulder for cute displays, but once bound to its owner, it will automatically follow its owner around, practically a different world online game pet. What player in the world doesn't love cats and dogs as pets? Even if they truly dislike them, they definitely grab every pet reward they deserve. MOU plans to test the waters with a cat model first, and then later release dog, koala, shark, and other adorable creatures, ensuring players don't run out of rewards. However, he was also very interested in the alchemical energy bottle Rama had produced. This energy bottle contained a stable silver-blue liquid, said to be a purified, refined, condensed, and solidified form of willpower, which could be steadily converted into energy output through the alchemical device at the bottle's mouth. Originally, this type of alchemical energy bottle was extremely rare and valuable, available only to alchemists at the master level and above. Furthermore, the cost was extremely high, often exceeding the value of the bottle itself, so virtually no one was willing to make it. However, the difficulty with this technology lay in purifying the contaminated willpower. Lama had been researching how to convert pollution into energy, and one of his research avenues involved this type of alchemical energy bottle. With the help of the druid, he had already achieved the ability to extract clean willpower energy from the contamination of the sealed bottle. Of course, the current energy conversion rate was still very low. It took the entire contamination of a level 50 monster to produce a small alchemical energy bottle the size of a pinky finger, enough for a cat and pet to use for about a month. Isn't this just an alchemical battery? MOU was also quite optimistic about this technology. To this end, he even donated the pollution orbs he had previously stockpiled from purifying the villagers, allowing Rama to refine a large number of alchemical energy bottles. However, Rama himself was not entirely satisfied with the results. Although this type of alchemical energy bottle is the most technologically advanced, it is also the least efficient. Too much energy is wasted during the conversion and refining process. It's not as good as the energy generated by an antimatter explosion, nor as good as the direct use of pollution by Warcraft. He had made some progress on the Warcraft creature armor he was currently researching, but because it consumed too much player hair, MOU sent it back for a rework. Just kidding. Players are our bread and butter. A little bullying is fine, but constant bullying is excessive. Even bald players have human rights. Rama sullenly handed over the alchemical cat automaton and the corresponding alchemical energy bottles. After receiving sufficient research funding, he immediately plunged into research on a version of Warcraft creature armor that doesn't consume hair. It's one thing for the players to worry about, but why aren't the NPCs either? MOU sighed and looked up to see Aelian quietly sitting on the sofa, polishing his great sword. He inexplicably felt a sense of peace and tranquility. Although he occasionally had to help remove the flag stuck in his back, he was still the least bothersome. Lord, the Elf King is contacted. An envoy has been sent from the Southern Plantation. Leah's voice suddenly rang out. Southern Plantation. Is the Earth Mother of all spirits also getting restless? It seems this deity has already sensed the resurgence of the Mother Tree of Life. After all, their powers intersect and influence each other, so it's natural for her to be the first to react. I just don't know if she's good or evil. If they can send messengers to communicate, they probably still want to cooperate. Ever since 100,000 elves rebuilt the anchor of the world consciousness and recovered a third of the world consciousness fragments, Leah has grown considerably stronger. She can now reconnect with the consciousness of the remaining world believers on these marginal continents and listen to their prayers and requests. MOU's assessment of this is that it's like planting the world's traitors in the enemy's heartland. News from the north is that the god of raging waves and ice and snow is angry, and a blizzard is approaching. It's already September, the beginning of autumn on the continent of Oziria. With the support of the elves, MOU's AMT County no longer lacked food. However, to guard against the potential home attacks from the raging waves and the ice and snow god during the subsequent severe winter, MOU felt it necessary to prioritize the development of new clean farmland. Leah now had ample anchor points and energy, allowing her to cleanse the entire 500 acres north of AMT City in one go. The only problem was how to deal with such a large amount of expelled pollution. Chapter 186. An envoy from the South Continent Chamber of Commerce was waiting at the Elf King's place, so now wasn't the right time to consider his next move. MOU simply packed his things and, along with Aelian, entered the teleportation array, teleporting to the Elven territory. Unlike the slightly more chaotic AMT New City, which was bustling with newbies, and a bit more chaotic than before, the Elven territory was filled with veteran players. Druids were completing their daily quest to purify the Mother Tree, the magic chefs were feeding the elves, the knights were diligently attempting to use their masonry skills to repair the statues in the World Hall, and a team was gathering to join the elves on a hunting expedition. Everything seemed perfectly orderly. MOU, his signature smile playing, observed the players' activities for a moment, then walked back to the Elf King's palace with satisfaction. Kylo Allen was already pacing back and forth at the door, apparently having been waiting for a while. My lord, the king and the South Continent Chamber of Commerce's envoys are waiting for you. Please follow me. Kylo Allen said, then turned and led the way. MOU followed him, trying to gather information. What kind of people are the South Continent Chamber of Commerce's envoys? They are the two sons of the president of the Nazobudamic Chamber of Commerce, Kylo Allen said. But it seems only the president's eldest son is the actual envoy. The younger brother got bored and went off to wander the forest with Alicia. MOU continued, did they state the purpose of their visit? Kylo Allen shook his head. That's not something I know of. We're here. Please. He opened the heavy door, and MOU and Ialian walked in. This was the Elf King's reception room. The Elf King was sitting at the tea table in front of the small window, sipping a cup of scented tea. Opposite him sat a man with short brown hair, dressed in an exquisite and ornate Baroque-style tuxedo. He looked to be in his early 30s, his features radiating a sense of stability and caution, though a shadow seemed to cloud his brow, as if something was deeply troubling him. Moewu, you're here. Please take a seat, the Elf King said warmly. Kylo Allen pulled out the empty chair at the tea table for the Lord. MOU nodded and sat down obediently. Kylo Allen glanced at the knight, asking if he wanted another chair. Ialian shook his head slightly and stood to the Lord's left, acting as a guard, near the side of the strange messenger. Kylo Allen nodded and left the room, closing the door behind him. Abros Budamic, the legitimate son of the president of the Naso Budamic Chamber of Commerce, is at your service. The envoy stood up, bowed slightly to MOU, and then sat down again. As I just told the Elf King, our Chamber of Commerce wishes to cooperate with the elves and the adventurers who saved the Tree of Life. Cooperation. MOU's signature smile curled up. Could you elaborate? Abros's shrewd gaze swept over the crowd, landing on Ialian, but his words were directed to MOU. Lord Moyu, are you sure you want the former son of the Church of Light to observe our conversation? Ialian is someone I trust. MOU extended his left hand and patted Ialian's arm. He is no longer a member of the Church of Light, but a knight under my command. You can tell him anything you want to tell me. Abros lowered his eyes, his gaze casually glancing over MOU's left hand before landing on Ialian. After a moment, he nodded, as you wish. Since everyone here is knowledgeable, I won't beat around the bush. I come this time in response to the oracle bestowed upon our Chamber of Commerce by the All-Spirits Earth Mother. Abros said, the Earth Mother says, I am willing to form an alliance, but it must be tested. If you can purify the illusion of Raya, I will stand with the Tree of Life, swear allegiance to the world, and fight against the sun and the raging waves. MOU. He glanced up at Ialian imperceptibly. The knight blinked slowly at him, and nodded gently. You and your adventurers seem to possess mysterious powers. Abros said, Mother Earth saw that the Tree of Life was already dying. It was you who saved it, bringing hope back to the elves. Your adventurers can now freely enter and exit the illusion and purify it. Mother Earth believes that we share the same enemy as you. The Church of Light's influence is spread throughout South Continent. MOU recalled Ialian's explanation. South Continent is the Church of Light's treasury and granary. The Chamber of Commerce, which considers itself the master of South Continent, must be troubled by the presence of such a greedy money-eating beast on its territory. You want to deal with the Church of Light and the Lord of Raging Waves? Abros's lips curled slightly, but a lingering worry lingered in his eyes. The Church of Light is insatiable. They claim the sun purifies pollution and impose heavy taxes on every plant grown in South Continent. The Earth Mother is merciful and does not wish to see her people suffer such calamity again. The Earth Mother, the Tree of Life, and the Lord of Raging Waves share authority over nature. These three deities, each occupying a single continent, should have no conflict. But the Lord of Raging Waves has repeatedly attempted to encroach upon the Earth Mother's authority, stirring up storms at sea to block the progress of merchant ships. Countless ships in our caravan have been destroyed by his raging waves. And you, having stolen the last holy sun from the Church of Light, have repeatedly fended off the Lord of Raging Waves' attacks. Your adventurers are undoubtedly a formidable force, but winter is approaching. If those two join forces, your territory will be plunged into an endless night of ice and snow. There is no enmity between the Earth Mother and the Tree of Life. On her behalf, we are forming an alliance with the elves and the county of MT to fight against our common enemy. This will only benefit all three of us. MOU nodded slightly. While he wasn't sure of the Earth Mother's true intentions, it didn't seem like there was a direct conflict of interest between the two sides. If the other side showed goodwill, having an ally was always better than an enemy. He looked at the Elf King. Old friend, what do you think? The Elf King nodded. The elves value peace. Since the Earth Mother wishes to ally with us, we naturally agree. But, said Abros, with all due respect, Lord Moiwu, while you are a renowned master of magic, your adventures are a mystery. The Earth Mother is willing to form an alliance, but on one condition. Your adventurers must solve a problem that has been plaguing us. Purify the Raya illusion. When this illusion is purified, we can then be confident that your forces truly possess the power to confront the Sun Lord and the God of Winter. Please understand our concerns, but we are merchants and cannot gamble our lives on those who are bound to lose. I understand. MOU nodded. Mother Earth needs us to prove our strength. That's perfectly reasonable. With the assistance of the former Son of Light, I believe this illusion will be a piece of cake for you and the adventurers. Abros said. So where is this illusion? MOU asked. In the small town of Pohnpei, on the edge of the Ozirian continent. Pohnpei is a port town controlled by the South Continent Chamber of Commerce. Our merchant ships ply the ports of South Continent and Pohnpei year-round, transporting goods to the Ozirian continent for sale. But 2 days ago, an inexplicable illusion engulfed the entire port town. Abros said, the only resident who escaped screamed Relia before dying. So, we named this illusion the Relia illusion. We have reason to believe that there are still many living people within the illusion, innocent South Continent merchants, civilians, and slaves. They simply happened to be in that town at the moment the illusion erupted, traveling along the trade routes between the two sides. If they were to perish within the illusion then, he closed his eyes and sighed. It would be a tragic loss for our Chamber of Commerce. I understand. MOU stood up. Without further delay, I accept this mission. Please provide me with the location of this town, its information, the profiles of its key figures, and any information you have about this illusion. Also, I need to send someone to the edge of the illusion to establish a teleportation array for my adventurers to reach. If your Chamber of Commerce has a more convenient means of transportation, please provide it to us. MOU's decisiveness somewhat surprised Abros. We only have horses. It would take about a day's journey from the Elven territory. That's too slow. I can ride a Pegasus and set up a teleportation array. Aelian immediately said, if there are still people alive in the illusion, the first 3 days are the best time to rescue them. After 3 days, not only is the hope of rescue slim, but the difficulty of the illusion increases with the number of dead. He lowered his voice to MOU. If the number of people trapped in the illusion is as large as a town, it's very likely to turn into another clock tower town. Then I leave it to you. Abros' eyes were filled with joy. He quickly took out a map and circled the town's location. As he handed the map to Aelian, his fingers trembled slightly. To be honest, my father is also in that town. His name is Nabu Budamic. After receiving news of the incident in my father's town, we immediately consulted the Earth Mother, receiving the oracle for an alliance with you. We then hurried all the way from South Continent to here. However, the journey was long, and it still took 2 days. MOU understood, and the strange expression on the messenger's face just now became clear. For you, the alliance isn't the goal. Asking us to help purify the illusion and save people is. You feared you wouldn't be able to persuade me to send people to purify the illusion, so you described it as a test for the alliance. He paused. Then why are you telling me the truth now? Your decisiveness makes me feel that while you value the benefits of the alliance, you value life even more. I believe that letting you know everything will help save my father and the others trapped in the illusion. Abros said solemnly, please rest assured, there is nothing false in what I said about the alliance, and the Earth Mother's oracle is absolutely true. As long as you help us purify this illusion, our Chamber of Commerce will abide by its promise and form an alliance with you. Chapter 187. My father is the president of the Nazobudamic Chamber of Commerce, and the chief priest dedicated to the Earth Mother of all spirits, Abros added. He is very important to us. If you successfully rescue him, our chamber will be forever in your debt. We will do our best, MOU said. But you know the dangers of the illusion, and 2 days have passed. We are not completely confident. If we fail to rescue him, we hope to maintain friendly and peaceful relations with your Chamber of Commerce. This president and chief priest appears to be an important NPC. MOU certainly hopes to successfully rescue him, but the disclaimer must be made clear. The situation in the illusion is ever-changing. Even if the players can be resurrected, they may not be able to successfully rescue the person. Moreover, 2 days have passed. If the person has already died in there, and the other party still insists on blaming them, that would be a real problem. If all this effort ends up with no rescue and only a mess, and not only no alliance but also a grudge, then it's better not to take this job. Abros stood up, clasped his hands together, palms facing inward, and bowed deeply to MOU. We will remember your generosity. Please do your best with the adventurers. Regardless of the outcome, you have extended a helping hand to us, and the Nazobudamic Chamber of Commerce will never repay you with ingratitude. He pulled a thick stack of information from his backpack. This is everything we gathered about that town and its inhabitants. As for that fantasy world, aside from the mention of the city of Relia, we know almost nothing. Okay. MOU accepted the materials and hurriedly stood up. I need to gather some people. I take my leave now. Lord. Ambrose stopped him. The Chamber of Commerce president's entrapment in a hallucination is extremely detrimental to our Chamber of Commerce. I haven't even told my brother about this, so please keep it confidential. If it gets out, it'd likely cause unrest in South Continent. Understood. MOU understood immediately. This was like a company chairman being in a car accident and his whereabouts unknown. To avoid stock price fluctuations and panic within the company needed to keep it secret. Aelian exchanged a glance with MOU, then quickly left the palace and summoned his Pegasus. MOU had Leah insert a teleportation array into Aelian's space tool, and he returned to the room the Elf King had assigned him to establish his base. The city of R'lyeh is a ruined city created by Lovecraft in the Cthulhu mythos. It lies beneath the sea, with only a massive stone fortress emerging above water, and Cthulhu slumbers within it. MOU vaguely remembered the legend that when the stars aligned, the city of R'lyeh would surface, and Cthulhu would awaken from his long slumber. When this underwater city emerged, sensitive artists would be influenced by Cthulhu, temporarily driven mad, and create strange works of art. The name makes it sound like this illusion is going to be difficult. MOU shoved all the information at Leah, see if there's any important information and put it into the quest system. The small world elf placed its palm on the pile of documents, and dots of fluorescent light immediately emerged from the papers. The world elf gathered them together, and swallowed them whole. Ding, the system prompt. Quest information is being updated. Latest main quest 11 released. Purify the illusory city of R'lyeh and rescue the townspeople. Main quest 12. Form an alliance with the All-Spirit Earth Mother. The Nasobadamic Chamber of Commerce. MOU had just finished editing the quest text when he received a message from Aelian. The knight had already set up the teleportation array. MOU activated the teleportation array's permissions, and soon saw Aelian returning. What's the situation in that town? MOU asked. Not very optimistic. Aelian shook his head. The engulfing illusion likely began at the coastal port. The black smoke has spread to the edge of town, but its boundary with reality is still unclear. This illusion is clearly still forming, gradually expanding. But this incomplete illusion also has a weakness. Its core obsession is not tightly bound to the pollution. If the core is broken up or purified before it fully solidifies, it might be possible to save the residents of this town. In that case, let's call on the players to get to work. MOU simultaneously issued the quest to all online players and updated the event announcement on the official website and forum. Limited time. Special Illusion Quest. R'lyeh Labyrinth now open. The Nasobadamic Chamber of Commerce from South Continent has sent an envoy requesting assistance. They are in the small town of Pompeii, on the edge of the Osiria continent, and were trapped in the newly erupted illusion 2 days ago. This illusion is still forming and expanding, and has already devoured the town's residents. The teleportation point to the R'lyeh maze is now open. Adventurers, please enter the illusion before it is formed to rescue the townspeople and try to purify the illusion. Successfully completing this quest will earn you significant military merit and regional reputation, and a chance to advance to subsequent quests related to the Myriad Spirits Earth Mother and the Nanzhou map. Note, after successfully rescuing an NPC from the illusion, the system will award rewards based on the adventurer's actual contribution to rescuing the NPC during the quest. The more NPCs rescued, the higher their status, and the better their survival, the greater the quest rewards earned. The death penalty in the limited time dungeon area will be temporarily removed. Oh my god! A new fantasy quest! And a limited time rescue quest. Finally, it's not a board game. This time, it has to be a dungeon with combat, right? More puzzle dungeons, please! Look at the dungeon name. The Mysterious City of R'lyeh. Does this mean we're going to fight Kay's boss all the way to his hometown? Don't get too excited. As a veteran, I tell you that the name of a module doesn't necessarily correlate to the game content. It's all just gimmicks. Hey, is this dungeon level restricted? So new players can go too? It's probably a bonus for the public beta launch. What are you waiting for? Jump into the dungeon. Newbie, if you don't understand, ask. Does this dungeon require a group? Is anyone here to guide me? Perhaps it was because the Desert Oasis and Clock Tower Town dungeons were so good before, or maybe it was because the expert players' guides were so good, giving players, especially those who play online games, a unique cloud gaming experience. This time, players are incredibly eager to play the dungeons. Because so many people were using the teleportation array simultaneously, the network was temporarily congested. Leah urgently adjusted the array's energy supply. Fortunately, her core energy was abundant, enough to support the collective teleportation of over 400 players. MOU and Ialian also logged into 2 alternate characters, blanched octopus and grilled squid, and blended in with the main group of players as they journeyed into the illusion. This time, after all, they were on a mission to rescue someone, and time was pressing. Furthermore, this illusion seemed inextricably linked to the evil god Cthulhu. MOU even suspected that the outbreak of this illusion might be another divine war between the evil god and the Earth Mother of all spirits. And the Chamber of Commerce President and Chief Priest of the Earth Mother of all spirits might very well be one of the targets of this divine war. MOU didn't distrust the players, but if he didn't personally enter a crucial main storyline instance involving a divine war, he easily miss out on crucial information. Besides, with his Smurf character, players wouldn't recognize him, and he was completely clueless about the dungeon plot. He was just an ordinary player with a little more information at hand. What's wrong with an ordinary player wanting to experience a dungeon? He was still using the druid class for the blanched octopus. He teamed up with Ialian's grilled squid. At Ialian's suggestion, to avoid landing at different starting points upon entering the illusion, the two held hands and entered together, successfully entered the illusion, analyzing the illusion's obsession. A total of 1 main quest and 31 side quests detected for the illusion. Number of dungeon entries possible, unlimited. This quest has a friendly faction, the All-Spirit Earth Mother faction. 1 alliance quest is available. The dungeon information and prompts have been updated and can be viewed on the quest interface. This time, the sensation of passing through the jelly barrier wasn't intense, as if the jelly was still in a misty state, not yet solidified. The two of them crossed it easily. The DM's voice, a strange chant, reached his ears. Fingru. Magnifa. Cthulhu. Rulaya. Uganagar. Putin. MOU remembered a phrase like this from Lovecraft's original novel. It was probably a sacrificial offering by the old followers attempting to awaken Cthulhu. The general meaning was, in the palace of Rulaya, the dormant Cthulhu awaits resurrection. MOU noticed that the instructions for entering the dungeon were also different. This time, not only were there friendly factions, but there were also allied quests available. He opened the quest panel. Dungeon name, Rulaya Mystery City. 2 days ago, the port town of Pompeii, located on the edge of the continent, was swallowed by an illusion. This port town was controlled by the Nasobodamic Chamber of Commerce of Nanzhou. Its sole purpose was to serve as a port of call for the chamber's shipping lines to unload cargo. The townspeople were all members of the Nanzhou Chamber of Commerce, and their ancestors had lived here for centuries. 2 days ago, the phantom of the underwater maze of Rulaya suddenly appeared in the town, instantly devastating it and overrun by monsters. Nabu Budamic, head of the Nasobodamic Chamber of Commerce and chief priest of the Earth Mother, immediately gathered the members of the Chamber of Commerce and held a difficult defense at the Earth Mother Hall in the town center. Current main quest, not triggered. Current alliance quest. Please go to the Earth Mother Hall in the town center and help defend the townspeople from the monsters emanating from Rulaya. Current side quest, pending. Guaranteed side quest. Form a team with the remaining townspeople. After the team has killed 25 dungeon monsters and sealed their contamination, escort the townspeople safely to the edge of town. All surviving members of the team must enter the system-marked aperture. Exit condition. Complete at least 1 side quest, alliance quest, or main quest before exiting the dungeon. Current team survival rate, 100%. Current instance distortion, 21%. Current instance difficulty, normal. Current instance purification progress, 0%. Mission note, time is running out. Please find the ally you need to protect as quickly as possible. Time flow. This instance's time flow remains consistent with the game time, with no loops. Save points. There are no save points in this instance. Chapter 188. Narcissus Budamic paused in confusion as he watched the people hurried through the forest, one after another entering a silver-blue magic circle and disappearing. What's wrong? Alicia turned and asked, noticing he hadn't caught up. Who are those? Strange-looking people? Narcissus asked curiously, isn't this elven territory? But they don't look like elves. They're adventurers from MT County, allies of our elven people. Alicia smiled. They're a friendly and enthusiastic group of adventurers. No matter what difficulties you encounter, as long as you offer them a reward, they will complete the task at all costs. Adventurers. Well, perhaps because they experience so many strange adventures in foreign lands, they sometimes possess a wealth of strange knowledge, while others lack common sense for ordinary people. They possess an exceptionally high level of curiosity and adventurous spirit. Most are incredibly reliable, future heroes with a noble spirit of dedication. Most? Well, those adventurers who dress exceptionally brightly and wear stunning, unprecedented clothing are reliable heroes, while those wearing ordinary, unremarkable leather armor. Alicia looked around and pointed at a novice who had just passed through the teleportation circle. Adventurers like that are unreliable newbies. They just returned from a foreign land and don't know much about local customs, so they might do something rather outrageous. Normally, we pay a little extra attention to adventurers like that. If you need help from adventurers, it's best to look for those who are well-dressed and reliable, Alicia said, waving to an adventurer in a beautiful green dress. Ball? Alicia. Ball ran over. You're here. Pharaoh's asked me to bring you something. Hey, silly brother, what do you have for me? Alicia asked curiously. Clang, 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 clang. Ball pulled an alchemical cat automaton from his backpack. I heard it's a prototype he got from Rama. With the alchemical energy bottle installed, it becomes a living kitten. Hey! This is so cute. It seems silly brother can get some goodies sometimes. I think he's gotten a little smarter since coming to AMT County. I guess it's thanks to the Lord's good training. Alicia took the alchemy cat, filled it with energy, and placed it on her shoulder. The little tabby cat nuzzled against her neck, meowed sweetly, and then settled down on her shoulder. This is so adorable. I wonder if Rama's going to sell it later. Woohoo, I want it so badly. Nikukia glanced at the taskbar and said, I stopped talking to you. I have a limited time dungeon to clear. Going now. She rushed into the teleportation array. This cat? Narcissus asked, where can I buy it? I think it'd be a big seller in South Continent. Although he was a naive playboy and didn't start helping his father at the Chamber of Commerce as early as his elder brother, he came from a family of merchants. When he saw new and unusual goods, he felt his merchant gene stirring. Not yet. Alyssa scratched the kitten's head with her index finger. Maybe we start selling them later. AMT County always has some strange new things popping up, like bicycles and automatic watering pipes. Everyone loves them. Narcissus, unsure why his elder brother had brought him to the continent of Osiria, and still feeling lost about his life's purpose, suddenly felt an inexplicable thought well up within him. For the first time in his life, he had something he truly wanted to do. Can you tell me more about AMT County? This dungeon scene is truly amazing. A mage player, using the ID Thunder God Helps Me, opened his mouth in amazement at the small town before him upon entering the latest limited-time dungeon scene. He was met with a truly wondrous scene. Over the top of an ordinary seaside town, with a distinctly European and Mediterranean style, a massive, Cthulhu-inspired stone city loomed, layered and overlaid. This massive, demonic city is built from massive green stones that are impossible to construct with human power. The surface of the stones is covered with sticky green algae and mucus, emitting an unclean, pungent, and stench. The city's buildings are incredibly anomalous, with staircases that wind back and forth, upside down, impossible to reach platforms, and indescribable lines that loop and twist like a Mobius strip. The sense of symmetry, from beginning to end and from left to right, is enough to drive anyone with obsessive-compulsive disorder to their knees. Every nearly symmetrical shape has noticeably distorted lines. Every magnificent stone relief depicts a bizarre monstrosity. Every stone seems to be visually distorted. You think it's concave, but from another angle, it's convex. The roads stretch upwards, haphazardly constructed in a manner that defies geometry and architecture. Among the stacked stones, doors lie on the ground, doors open in midair, doors folded 90 degrees, half on the wall and half on the ground. This is truly a strange city that inexplicably evokes a strong sense of revulsion. In his long gaming career, Lei Gongjua had never seen such a counterstyle, such a faithful reproduction of Raya. Oh my god, this art team is absolutely amazing. What kind of top-tier special effects team is this? Only charging 44 yuan a month isn't just too cheap, they're practically losing their pants. He muttered to himself, rubbing his tattered Taoist robes. He pulled out a string of beads and calculated with his fingers. Left is 0, right is fire. Lei Gong, help me, the spawn point must be on the right. He rushed to the left with a reckless gait. The players nearby looked on in bewilderment. What crazy Taoist priest? Someone's gone mad right after entering the dungeon? Is this Raya's city so awesome? Oh him! He was crazy before entering the dungeon too. Another player said, he must have been struck too many times by lightning magic on rainy days. Has anyone entered this dungeon before? Where is the quest point? This is a new dungeon, no one's ever entered it. Look at the quest panel. It should show an alliance quest and a guaranteed quest, right? This dungeon is probably not a full puzzle dungeon, but a limited time campaign to protect NPCs. Our mission is to find the NPCs in town, either fight a stronghold defense at the Earth Mother Temple in the center of town, or walk the streets to find living people and escort them to the system's escape point. Don't forget to kill enough monsters along the way. I see. Thanks, boss. Team up, team up. Meet here to find the NPCs for the rescue mission. Anyone want to go to the Earth Mother Temple? Does anyone know what level this dungeon is? If you can enter, you can play. The death limit has been temporarily lifted, so what's there to be afraid of? Oh shit. Newbies, get out of the way. It's time for a monster spawn. Level 60. A gigantic, green, tentacle-like monster, resembling an octopus but more like a muddy jellyfish, burst out from the alley on the right. Several players instinctively cast an identify spell on it, and the monster stats immediately appeared. LV 60 star spawn, Junior, Servants of Cthulhu, an ancient race from the boundless universe, resembling a gigantic cosmic octopus. What are you standing there for? Attack! The mage's fireballs rained down like a crackling rain of fire, slamming into the star spawn Junior. In pain, it raised countless tentacles, sweeping left and right, flinging countless newbies into the air. Chop off the head and tail, leaving the center. Ejian Pachianshan slashed down with his dual blades, a flash of silver light, each critical strike sending tentacles, far larger and wider than a human, crashing to the ground, splashing countless slime. I wish to protect the world. May the world spirits grant me a heart of protection. Giant silver wings lit up, and each world knight shone like a dazzling star, igniting the fighting spirit of the players. Hyjus and DPS, get behind us. TSK, stop trying to show off. Hyjus knights are awesome. They can take a beating, heal, and the amount of healing is incredible. Besides, why shouldn't the tank be in the front? Why should you be? A squishy mage. Everyone pay attention. This is a limited time dungeon for over 400 people. It's an NPC defense dungeon. Whether you're new or experienced, unite. Experienced players, the newbies will be picking up foes and finding NPCs. This dungeon is limited time. Limited time. Don't waste time. Hurry and find the NPCs. If all the NPCs are dead, we won't get any rewards. Yuhua Dengxian shouted into his homemade megaphone. Where the hell did you get that speaker? Does it even matter? Go find the NPC. Hunters, prepare your bows and arrows. Listen to me. Fire a volley. 3, 2, 1. Release. Druids, quickly drag those tentacles for purification. Items dropped by monsters in the illusion will disappear, even if they're in your backpack. We have to seal the pollution before we can leave the dungeon. Charge. Ah! Demacia. For the Horde. Orcs will never be slaves. Chapter 189. Nab-Budamik sat silently on a bench in the Earth Mother Temple, one of the prayer benches, his hands resting on his forehead, lost in meditation. A staff with a curved, snake-like tip rested across his thigh. His once brown hair and beard were beginning to gray, and time had carved indelible wrinkles around his eyes. Facing this catastrophe had aged him even further. Around him, members of the Chamber of Commerce paced back and forth, lay unconscious, or groaned from injured chairs. These were the core members of the Chamber of Commerce from the small town he had organized, gathered, and brought to the Earth Mother Temple the moment the illusion erupted. They were their families, servants, and the people he had met along the way. A preliminary count had just concluded there were a total of 156 people. He slowly opened his eyes, his brown pupils filled with worry. His deputy, Shazakles, stepped forward. President, what's going on? Has the Earth Mother given us an oracle? If this were an ordinary illusion, even with her might, it would be difficult to penetrate the barrier. But fortunately, this is an illusion still in the making. I strained my strength and heard the faint voice of the Earth Mother. She said. He concentrated, holding his breath, and uttered those few words. Reinforcements have arrived, AMT County. Reinforcements have arrived? That should be good news, right? But, AMT County? Shazakles searched his mind for a long time, but could find no information about this place. What kind of place is that? Perhaps you heard of the prodigal son of the Philizlok family, expelled from the Magic Federation, Nab-Budamik said. The legendary one who traveled to the South Continent and forged a pact with a dragon. Is he the reinforcement? Shaza's face lit up with joy. If it's him, maybe we can actually break this illusion. The fact that he's still alive is a miracle. Nabu frowned. I heard that when he left South Continent, the pollution was already deep-rooted. Half of his face was covered in tentacles and mutations. Decades later, no Grandmaster would be alive and well. Yet, even so, he's been causing quite a stir recently. In fact, the recent unrest within the Church of Light and the resurgence of the L's Tree of Life seem to be connected to him. I heard from the tax collectors of the Church of Light that this rebellious great sorcerer had somehow seduced the fallen son of the Church of Light, not only causing the once loyal. The son betrayed the church, and even his own taint was completely erased. The people of the Church of Light suspect that the son was brainwashed by some secret method, using the Church of Light sealing technique to devour and seal the taint within Moiwu. But I remain skeptical. Even if Aalian possessed such power, he couldn't purify the L's Tree of Life, which should have withered. It's a Mother Earth level being, and it's impossible for the sun, who had just reached the peering level, to purify it. If the Church of Light had such means, Middle Earth would have been theirs long ago, and the peace it maintains with the Magic Federation wouldn't have been possible. I came to Middle Earth to investigate the situation, but unexpectedly found myself in a phantasmal crisis. So, is this man trustworthy? Shaza asked worriedly. Moiwu is a heretic, but he's by no means a villain. If one were to truly assess him, he could be considered a saint. He holds only justice, and the world in his heart, devoid of any personal feelings or self-interest. Perhaps this is his greatest sin. Nabu sighed. I never believe in those without selfish desires. In my view, any mortal being is not necessarily selfless. Those who claim justice must have ulterior motives. Look at the Church of Light. Aren't they all a bunch of hypocrites who, in the name of justice, exact exorbitant taxes? But this great magician has always seemed to uphold justice solely for himself, never imposing his ideals on others, nor demonstrating any motive other than saving the world. Now it seems that if he's truly willing to risk his life for us, strangers, and enter this perilous place, then he's someone worth collaborating with. What should we do next? Shaza asked. Wait. There's no other way but to wait. There are many injured people here, monsters lurking outside, and the evil god's minions are eyeing us covetously. The Earth Mother Temple is the only place that can protect us. Nab stood up and raised his staff, muttering a spell. A wave of yellow-green energy rippled from the staff, sweeping across the entire Earth Mother Temple before being absorbed by its walls. Then, within the nodular swelling surrounding the temple, yellow-green crystals illuminated with this energy. They peered out the window. Beyond the confines of the Earth Mother Temple, the town beyond was overlaid with the projection of a bizarre underwater city. This city, seemingly from another dimension, slowly solidified from phantom. The massive stone statue crushed the houses, and the original coastal town was gradually swallowed up by this phantom city. This is a pagan sacrifice, Nabu said solemnly. They have summoned the illusion of this otherworldly city. And it seems some strange and sinister entity still lurks within this city. When this city transforms from a phantom into a fully realized entity, that entity will descend upon the world, and we will either go mad or die. He slowly closed his eyes. Time is running out for us. Mou and Ialian were searching for the path to the Earth Mother Temple. After the phantom of Raya overlaid itself on the town and began to solidify, the paths within this illusion completely defied all principles of physics, geometry, and spatial analysis. Every path would loop back. Mou felt as if they were walking on a Mobius strip or a Penrose staircase. The road ahead stretched ever further, but they were spinning in circles. He couldn't help but open the town map again. Strange, this town isn't very big. Logically, getting to the Earth Mother Hall shouldn't be difficult. The town's sole purpose is to provide a port and storage area for the Nasopodamic Chamber of Commerce's routes between South Continent and this continent. The entire town is built around the port to the south. Surrounding the port are the unloading areas, and further out are various storage facilities. These facilities alone take up half the town. In the center of the town is the eggshell-shaped Earth Mother Hall. Halfway north of the hall are the Chamber of Commerce headquarters, the townspeople's residences, the school, and the market. The illusion must have spread from the southernmost port area, while Mou and the players entered from the north. This was still a weak point in the illusion, and with the large number of ordinary residents in the residential area, many players had already gathered several groups of people and were exploiting a bug to send them out. To be more precise, the players had exploited a bug in the illusion's rules. The first team of players to complete the guaranteed side quest discovered that after the entire team had killed 25 dungeon monsters and sealed the contamination, as long as they escorted the townspeople safely to the system-marked aperture at the edge of town, they could enter the aperture without exiting the dungeon and simply send the NPCs away. Other teams could continuously send NPCs into the aperture. The team leader simply needed to add these NPCs to the team and then send them out of the illusion. The dungeon's rewards were calculated based on the number of people rescued and the contributions made during the rescue process. This meant that not every player had to complete the monster killing and rescue steps. As long as one team completed their quota of monsters killed and secured the exit point, the remaining teams could continue to send NPCs out without having to fight monsters again, unless they encountered monsters along the way that required them to fight. Of course, this bug isn't completely limitless. First, the boundaries of this illusion constantly expand, meaning the area outside the illusion is actually moving. Players have discovered that the area outside the illusion shifts every hour, forcibly teleporting everyone inside. This means that every hour, a team must defeat 25 monsters to continue exploiting the bug. However, discovering this bug has indeed reduced the burden of monster hunting for players. Currently, only 2 types of monsters appear in this illusion: the star spawn, which resembles a cosmic flying octopus, and the thousand-eyed monster, which crawls across the ground like a slime but is covered in eyes. The level of A, star spawn, changes as it grows. The lowest level is 60 in its juvenile form, while the full-grown form reaches a full 100. Players who see it are completely afraid to engage, and can only avoid it from a distance. The thousand-eyed monster is much easier to kill, ranging from level 30 to 50. This monster's attack method is to shoot lasers from its eyes, and its weakness is also in its eyes. Its eyes are sensitive to all sharp weapons, including fire, lightning, and strong acid. Whether a mage directly attacks them, a magic chef pours scalding oil into their eyes, or a hunter shoots arrows at them, they are particularly likely to cause critical hits. Currently, teams that meet the minimum requirements are generally able to kill the thousand-eyed monster. In the northern residential area, the shadow of R'lyeh City has not yet solidified, and the roads are relatively clear. High-level players, especially World Knights, will lure monsters onto the town roads and kill them, while lower-level players will split into small groups and frantically sweep the buildings from the outside in, sending any survivors they find out in batches. The town's residents had been living in fear for 2 days. Fortunately, when they fell into the illusion, most of them were at home, well-fed and well-fed. Those who hadn't been unlucky enough to be devoured by monsters or die of madness within the past 2 days were now hiding in buildings, barely surviving. Though they couldn't understand why this rescue team of 300 or 400 people had suddenly appeared within the illusion, upon hearing that they could escape, every one of them wept with joy and cooperated obediently. In their eyes, this fearless team was a miracle soldier sent by Mother Earth to save them. Chapter 190. The problem probably lies with R'lyeh's anti-physics spatial design. MOU pondered, the further south we go, the more condensed R'lyeh becomes. Following that city's path, which defies human understanding, will only lead us further and further away from our destination. However, in this illusion, mounts are prohibited, and there's no means of flight or descent. MOU's mind raced, and he pulled a contamination seal from his space backpack and thrust it into Ialian's hand. "Sorry to trouble you," he said sincerely. "Ialian?" ? A moment later, a grilled squid, its lower body transformed into spider legs, carrying a seared octopus on its back, nimbly leaped from a stone rooftop. Then, it scrambled along the vertical stone wall, finally leaping onto a slime-covered green avenue. They scrambled along, climbing over rooftops and tiles, when they encountered impassable paths. They rushed forward, and soon they came upon the Earth Mother Temple, the striking building from Abros's description, standing like a brown egg in the center of the town. Perhaps due to the divine protection of the All-Spirits Earth Mother, this Earth Mother Temple was the only place in the town unaffected by the overlapping shadows of R'lyeh. Between the 2 overlapping cities, this one pure spot remained untouched by R'lyeh. However, it was surrounded by monsters, and a level 70 star spawn was crawling on top of the egg-shaped building. MOU took a quick look and saw at least 13 star spawn larvae nearby, along with 30 or 40,000-eyed monsters. "We need to go in and contact the NPCs first," MOU said. Ialian nodded, pulled MOU into his arms, and headed for the Earth Mother Hall. The polluted and mutated alchemical doll carried the aura of an evil god. Even with a druid by its side, it looked like a captured prey to these monsters, and attracted no attention from the followers of Cthulhu. However, upon arriving at the Earth Mother Hall, the gate remained closed. MOU first used several purification spells to remove the contamination from the grilled squid before knocking on the door. He cleared his throat and said, "We are adventurers sent by the Lord of AMT County to rescue people. Is anyone inside?" There was a noise from the door, but no one opened it. Ialian listened for a moment and said, "They're discussing in whispers whether to open the door." MOU nodded and continued, "President Nabubudamik?" Is President Nabu Budamic here? Your son, Abros Budamic, has traveled 1,000 miles to the Elven territory, bearing the oracle of the All-Spirit Earth Mother, seeking the aid of our Lord Moiwu. We have arrived as promised. The door swung open, and MOU, pulling Ialian inside, slipped inside and closed it again before the monsters outside noticed them. Inside, a group of young, strong men and women, armed with swords and clubs, surrounded them. A middle-aged man, about 50 or 60 years old, with white hair and beard, who looked about half barely like Abros, stood behind the group, holding a staff with a curved, snake-like tip. He must be the high priest of the All-Spirit Earth Mother they were looking for, President Nabu Budamic. President Nabu Budamic. MOU gave him his signature smile. We are adventurers sent by Lord Moiwu of AMT County. We have been ordered to lead you out of the illusion. Please put down your weapons. We are friends, not enemies. Everyone looked at the guild leader. He hesitated for a moment, then took a few steps forward, standing before MOU. A zombie, an alchemical puppet. How can we trust you? How can you prove that it was really Lord Moiwu who sent you here, and not some trick of this illusion to lure us out? What kind of request is that? It's like you're asking me to prove I'm me, and my mother is my mother? Of course, there was nothing on the trumpet to prove anything, but MOU arched his eyebrows. Unfortunately, we don't have the Lord's token. But even if we did, how could you, a stranger to the Lord, identify us? Nabu was speechless. He truly couldn't. MOU's gaze lingered on several wounded soldiers lying on the ground behind the crowd. However, we have a special power that can heal your wounded and remove some of their contamination. If you like, I can demonstrate it for you. I believe this power will prove we're not just illusions. Nabu thought for a moment and made way. The crowd, still armed, also made way. MOU walked over to a wounded man and checked his health bar and contamination level. Although the druid's detection mode couldn't be used in the illusion, the contamination level of the person being treated was still visible. This man had probably been struck in the shoulder by a tentacle from the illusionary monster. The bone on his left shoulder had shattered and pierced the skin. Contamination seeped into the wound along with the monster's mucus, causing a transformation to form on his right hand. A large, spinning eye had appeared on his upper arm. MOU's druid character skill panel was fully unlocked. Although he hadn't yet bound his contracted animal, his other skills were fully functional. He used Stop Bleeding, Heal, and Purification in turn. The wounded soldier, who had just been groaning in pain, slowly opened his clear eyes and said, "My shoulder doesn't hurt anymore." The crowd around him gasped as the eye on his arm vanished, lowering their weapons. It's a miracle! It's a miracle! They are indeed messengers sent by the Earth Mother. MOU's mouth twitched, but now was not the time to correct people's misunderstandings. After all, they were indeed reinforcements summoned by the Earth Mother's oracle, so rounding it off seemed reasonable. You do possess extraordinary powers. Nabu nodded in agreement, then frowned again. But with only 2 of you, how can you lead us all away? How many people are here? MOU asked. 156. Nabu replied. It's not a big deal. We got over 400 of us in. The main force is still rescuing civilians in the north. I call some people over now. MOU quickly opened the backstage, edited a task with GM privileges, and quickly sent it. While waiting for them to arrive, let me check on the injured and immobilized patients, and those most severely contaminated. Carrying away an immobilized, delirious, and critically ill patient was far more difficult than carrying a stable, conscious, and lightly injured patient. Since there was still time, MOU simply fed himself mana potions while treating the wounded. Although his all account, Ialian, lacked druid skills, he also switched to a mage panel and cast healing and restoration spells on the wounded. While the 2 were busy rescuing people, high-level players outside, who had received quest information and notifications, also arrived. This time, MOU summoned the 333 veteran players through the quest. Of course, only about half of the veteran players had arrived, the remaining half were outside in the residential area, pulling monsters and assisting the newer players in rescuing NPCs. With so many players, even a level 70, nearly adult star spawn lingering in the Earth Mother Temple wouldn't be a big deal. Luzhou Laojia's top-tier world knights had already deployed their shields. Several knights worked together to pull the star spawn from the Earth Mother Temple to a nearby open space, taking turns tanking and kiting it. The other DPS gathered around the knights, mindlessly casting their skills. The remaining knights each grabbed several thousand-eyed monsters, dragging them into their group and concentrating their firepower on clearing them. The druids, taking advantage of the moment when the monsters on the road were diverted, quickly rushed to the main gate of the Earth Mother Temple. Aileen opened the door just in time to let them in. "Hey Squid, your original body was also picked up by a new player?" Nukiukia glanced at the white-boiled octopus's ID, then at the grilled squid, and nudged Aileen with understanding. "Are you a couple? You created a couple ID? Wow, aren't you incredibly lucky with your shell draws? Did you just get your old, retired shell, or did the official service, in addition to the existing shell storage service, also allow friends and family to choose their own shells?" "The latter." Mou walked over and answered directly. "For 30 yuan, you can give your old, reserved shell to a designated friend or family account." This inspiration naturally followed Nukiukia's words, but Mou felt that this kind of service was indeed possible. First, who else could use the old shells of players who spent money on the game? Second, buying old shells for friends sounded much more reasonable than the unlikely event of two acquaintances drawing the same shell twice in a row from the same pool. At best, those who would purchase this service would likely be laughed at for being foolish and rich, or for having a deep obsession with old shells, but it wouldn't arouse any other suspicion. "Wow, the officials are really good at making money," Nukiukia sighed. "But honestly, this is a little romantic." Just as she was about to start joking about her alt-account CP again, Mou's mouth twitched, and he quickly pushed her in front of the wounded. "No time for that. Hurry and treat the wounded. We still have to get them out. Time is running out." As the mission progressed, Nukiukia's CP brain instantly switched to her work brain. She rolled up her sleeves and skillfully cast several healing and purification spells. With a flick of her wrist, several freshly baked, full seal orbs appeared. Mou then walked over to Nabu again. "The main force has arrived. Please organize your forces, divide into groups, take the treated wounded, and follow the adventurers to the north of town. There, the adventurers will guide you to the exit of the illusion. The road is full of dangers. Please stay close to the adventurers. If anyone is affected by the contamination and becomes mentally unstable, please have them seek help from the nearby green-clad druids." Chapter 191. After experiencing the Beast Tide, veteran players were already quite familiar with this kind of faction-based battle involving hundreds of people working together. Players who had previously practiced commanding skillfully opened the system marker bar and marked their heads with a series of symbols, such as large circles, diamonds, spades, and clubs, before consciously forming teams. In the dungeon channel of the illusion, players spontaneously divided up tasks. Dungeon. Luzhou Laojiu. The monsters have been pulled securely, and the path has been cleared. Dungeon. Metamorphosis. Each team leader takes their positions. Each team must select at least 2 knights. Team after team will form a human tunnel and protect the NPCs in the middle. If monsters spawn along the way, the nearest knight will take the lead and pull the monsters away. The spade team will clear the path first, with the NPCs following behind, and the circle team will provide protection. Dungeon. Metamorphosis. Prioritize clearing the path and ensuring the safety of the NPCs. If the newly spawned monsters are too high level, have the knights move away and kill them immediately. Once they die, re-enter the dungeon. Dungeon. Have you lost any hair today, knight? Players can bring another player along to pull monsters. Don't be afraid of high-level monsters. In critical situations, use a death substitute. When the system dialog box appears, the other player can choose to share the burden. This grants 30 seconds of half-health invincibility, allowing them to hold the monsters for at least another half-minute. If the player is a druid, the mage can also heal, and combined with the knight's own healing, they can easily hold the monsters for over a minute. Dungeon. Thousand Mountains Reflecting Snow. Spade Team. Let's go! A team of players, following a leader with a spade symbol on their head, set out on the path cleared by the knights. Their mission was to clear the path, followed by a long line of NPCs. The players in the circle team flanked the NPCs, forming a carefully spaced human barrier, slowly advancing as the group advanced. Following them came the square team, then the club, triangle, and chain teams. Don't be afraid, just keep going. The players reassured the frightened NPCs, stay close to us, don't fall behind. Nabu, who insisted on seeing everyone on the return path before leaving, was filled with worry. Even if we lure the monsters away first, this large number of people is a huge temptation for the evil god's minions and the demonic beasts. Before he finished his words, a new group of star minions appeared on the path, heading straight for the players and NPCs. The NPCs began to scream in fear, but the players remained unfazed. The 3 closest knights were the first to break away and activate their guardian hearts. The large silver blue wings had a soothing power. Their appearance calmed the crowd's hearts, But the remaining panic shifted as the knight shouted, "Come at me if you dare." As they pulled the star minions away, their feelings turned to deep gratitude and guilt. "They're risking their lives to lure the monster away for us," the merchant murmured, tears welling in their eyes. Everyone trapped in the illusion knew that being targeted by a monster meant death. They had already witnessed countless friends and family members perish. They had thought they would also be dying in the illusion, but they hadn't expected these suddenly appearing adventurers to be willing to sacrifice their own lives to save them. "We can't let their sacrifice go to waste. We must leave now, before the monster returns." Someone fought back the bitterness in their noses, and the tears that threatened to well up. Driven by the need to live up to the hero's sacrifices, the NPCs, once incredibly panicked and prone to screaming, suddenly seemed to gain strength. Each of them, tears welling in their eyes, yet they were incredibly cooperative with the player's commands, moving when told to, running when told to. Even when an obstacle presented itself, requiring the alchemy puppets to switch to pollution mode and carry the NPCs up, they quickly accepted it after a moment's surprise. The players employed an assembly line approach in the obstacle course. The high-paying players drank pollution to conjure up gravity-defying spider legs. Each player guarded a short section of the path, carrying the NPCs up, and then passing them on to the next high-paying player. This system not only significantly reduced player manpower, but also saved a lot of time. While the high-paying players were acting as human porters, other players took advantage of the opportunity to clear out the thousand-eyed monsters along the way. The thousand-eyed monster was quite slow, and even without a knight to pull it, 5 or 6 mages were more than enough to kite and kill it. The players' courage and fighting prowess, unafraid of the phantasmal monsters, seemed like a solid support to the NPCs. People are like that. Suddenly faced with unknown terror and danger, they become overwhelmed and at a loss. But if a group of seemingly reliable, skilled, and brave individuals proactively rush forward to ward off the danger, the remaining people will be filled with hope and move forward towards their goals. "Are there any others south of town?" MOU asked. "No. We came from the port, and all the living people are gathered here," Nabu said. MOU looked around. The NPCs had mostly already set out on the road out of the illusion, with only a few remaining around Nabu. "Everyone has evacuated. Please follow us out." Nabu took one last look at the Earth Mother Temple, bowed respectfully toward the interior, and then picked up his staff. "Let's go!" MOU, Ailian, and the last remaining ones, Yuhua Dengxian, Nukyukyu, Xianyui Tiao, and others, quickly gathered together, escorting these last remaining important NPCs as they followed the main group out. Night players along the way were still desperately pulling monsters, and many, having already died, rushed back from the illusion. The players were using their team-based rotations to their full potential. Their goal wasn't to completely kill every monster, but simply to pull them out of range where they could threaten the NPCs. Moreover, a single healer can grant a half-minute of invincibility. With good coordination and health regeneration, even a night player in their 30s can easily hold out for over a minute. Higher-level players can maintain their endurance even longer. And players running out of resources aren't limited to death. Even without another tank to take aggro, knights can deactivate their shield and poison, transforming into octopuses. Once they lose their aggro target, the captured monsters will wander aimlessly for a while. As long as the monsters are pulled far enough away, they can be prevented from returning for a short period of time. The player transformed into the octopus can then hop back to the team, allowing their teammates to heal and decontaminate them. After recharging resources, they can once again be a capable knight ready to go out and pull monsters, completely eliminating the time spent running back and forth after resurrecting from death. MOU and his team were the rear guard. Once the NPCs had completely left the Earth Mother Hall, the high-level tanks, who had been kiting the level 70 star folk, also lowered their shields, drank the contamination, and quickly retreated. The octopus dumplings were like locals in Laya, traversing the city unimpeded and quickly catching up with the rear guard. Nabu and the others almost immediately drew their weapons upon seeing the octopus dumplings appear. Then, seeing the adventurers calmly greet them, offering potions, and even using purification to transform them into humans, their pupils trembled, their minds trembling with shock. "What kind of beings are you?" Nabu said in disbelief. "You're clearly a bunch of zombies and alchemical puppets, yet you can transform into monsters and then back into humans. Removing pollution is as easy as drinking water for you. You can even die in the illusion and be resurrected? Is this the power of Moyawu?" "Yes, our lord is truly formidable," MOU said with a smile, boasting without a trace of embarrassment. However, he also remembered that the main quest required not only rescuing the townspeople, but also purifying this illusion. "By the way, Do you know how this illusion came about? How can we purify it? Nabu walked forward in silence for a moment before speaking. This illusion is the result of a pagan sacrifice. Shaza, who was following him, also said, 3 days ago, we arrested a group of pagans. They claimed to be followers of the sea god, but their faith wasn't in the god of ice and raging waves, but in a strange, alien being that looked like nothing. It had an octopus-like head and a beard of tentacles, a vaguely humanoid body, covered in slimy scales, and possessed dragon-like wings and enormous claws. We quickly recognized it as the image of an evil deity lurking in the deep sea. His name is unspeakable, and anyone who speaks it might be driven mad by his gaze. It's Mr. K's followers, who are causing trouble. The players immediately understood. And then what? These heretics are either insane or foolish. Our guild's method of dealing with them is to capture them, render them unconscious, and then send them aboard a leaky boat that will sail into the sea and sink. This way, these heretics can return to their master's embrace at sea. But this time, the execution went awry. Instead of being drugged, they loudly chanted strange incantations on the boat, each laughing as they bit down on the poison hidden in their mouths. As they died, the illusion erupted. The illusion quickly spread from the sea to the port, then to the entire town. The shadow of a massive city appeared above the town, slowly solidifying into a physical reality. Monsters also emerged from the materialized shadowy city and began attacking humans. We gathered all the people working at the port and rushed to the Earth Mother Temple to seek protection. In that short distance, we lost many companions and suffered many more injuries. But thanks to the protection of the Earth Mother, once we entered the Earth Mother Temple, the monsters were unable to enter the temple, and we finally had a respite. Chapter 192. How many people were there in that group of pagans? MOU asked. 7, Nabu replied after a moment of reflection. In other words, this illusion is entirely the result of the pagans summoning the city of Raya. MOU stroked his chin. Their obsession is clearly to bring Raya to the world, and even to revive President K. How can this obsession be dispelled? MOU currently understands 2 ways to purify the illusion. One is to solve puzzles, using DM prompts to find the person obsessed with the illusion, and then resolve their obsession by completing their unfinished obsession. The second is to violently eliminate the pollution. Once the pollution that is merged with the obsession is completely purified, the obsession will naturally dissipate without any place to cling. He looked curiously at the experts in the illusion purification, only to find Aelian also looking at him in confusion. ? Since we already know those heretics are the ones with obsessions, they must be carrying illusion cores. Kill them all, then find the core crystals from their bodies and shatter them. Aelian asked, puzzled. Hasn't that always been done with illusion purification before? MOU. ? Goodness. I thought purifying obsessions meant kindly persuading them to pass away, but what you were talking about before was a physical, forced exorcism with the power of Gatling Buddha at 3,600 revolutions per second. You carefully recall the desert dungeon that had been successfully purified by players before. The players had probably followed the traditional path of diligently fulfilling the evil spirit's wishes and persuading the evil spirit to transcend its obsession. The illusion cores were ultimately distributed to the players as quest rewards by the system. He hadn't expected that the people of this world all followed the path of fighting violence with violence, physically exorcising evil spirits. No wonder when they first met Aelian, he asked the bishop of the world-flipping world for the core. So, this core actually existed physically? MOU paused. No wonder he'd been curious about how the son of the Church of Light could brave danger and break through one illusion after another without any system prompts. It turned out he wasn't following the path of a compassionate holy monk, but rather the path of a demon-slaying warrior monk who fought back against his opponent. But now, it was simpler. Aelian saw the meaning behind MOU's silence. After a brief reflection, combined with the player's guideposts, he whispered in MOU's ear, understandingly, if this illusion is created by the obsession of an innocent person who died in vain, then that would indeed be a more suitable solution. However, the causes of illusions can be myriad, and there are also illusions deliberately created by completely evil people. In such cases, brute force is the fastest way to break the core of the obsession. He whispered in MOU's ear, in a voice inaudible to other players, you truly are a very gentle person. Well, if one day I unfortunately become an illusion, I also hope you can use that gentle method to break my obsession. MOU looked at him speechlessly, patted his back, and fumbled for the non-existent flag. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, that day won't come. Alas, isn't my knight's only hobby to plant flags on his back like crazy? That's fine. Since he said he wants to be the Lord, he has to take responsibility. I pull out as many flags as you want, believe it or not. I raise them until they're gone, with nearly 300 players working in an orderly fashion, taking turns pulling monsters, defending, and relocating NPCs, the tireless efforts of nearly 300 players, each one of whom was trapped in the illusion, were transported into the system's designated escape zone. Leveraging Leah's core energy, they were successfully transported out of the fragile edge of this immature illusion. However, the higher-level players still had to complete the dungeon purification mission. MOU's all account wasn't high level, and as a lord, he now had to log into his lord account and take Abros to greet the recently rescued Nabu Budamic. However, MOU knew nothing about Nanzhou, the Chamber of Commerce, or the Earth Mother of all spirits. After searching Moiwa's memories, he did see some images of a dense rainforest and a giant silver dragon. After careful consideration, he decided to take Ailian with him. If Nabu mentioned something he didn't know during the negotiation, Ailian's presence would be a shield, making it less likely to be discovered. As for the dungeon's purification, since it involved brute force, players who favored violence would be most familiar with it. He didn't believe that over 300 veteran players couldn't defeat 7 of Mr. K's fanatics. So, after MOU and Ailian's outs logged out of the dungeon, the veteran players still preparing to quit received a second round of quest notifications. Dungeon name, Raya Mystery. Stage 2, 2 days ago, the port town of Pohnpei, located on the edge of the continent, was swallowed by an illusion. This port town is controlled by the Nazobodamic Chamber of Commerce of Nanzhou. Its sole purpose is to serve as a port for the chamber's shipping lines to unload cargo. The townspeople are all members of the Nanzhou Chamber of Commerce, and their ancestors have lived here for centuries. 2 days ago, the phantom of the underwater city of Raya suddenly appeared in the small town, instantly devastating the city and overrun by monsters. Nabu Budamic, head of the Nazobodamic Chamber of Commerce and chief priest of the Earth Mother, immediately gathered the chamber's members and painstakingly defended the Earth Mother Hall in the town center. You and your companions have successfully completed the Alliance mission, rescuing Nabu Budamic, head of the Nazobodamic Chamber of Commerce, and the townspeople. According to the chamber's president, your fellow adventurers, their chamber apprehended 7 strange pagans 3 days ago. These pagans, chanting strange prayers at sea, then poisoned themselves to death, using themselves as sacrifices and the illusion as a gateway to summon the phantom of the city of Raya. Once the phantom solidifies, the town will transform into the true city of Raya, and the great Cthulhu will awaken within, bringing endless pollution and disaster to the world. Current main quest, triggered before the Raya maze solidifies, travel to the harbor to find the 7 heretics, defeat them, and obtain the crucial quest item, the Illusion Core Crystal. Successfully destroying the Illusion Core Crystal will completely purify the illusion and prevent the descent of Raya. You have completed the guaranteed side quest, and may exit the dungeon at any time. Current team survival rate, 100%, current dungeon distortion, 41%. Current dungeon difficulty, normal, current dungeon purification progress, 0%. Quest note, time is running out, please purify the illusion as quickly as possible. Time flow, this dungeon's time flow remains consistent with the game time, with no loops. Save point, there are no save points in this dungeon. Good job. After successfully completing the rescue mission, the second phase of the mission has been activated. Everyone, don't quit the dungeon. Don't quit. Keep doing the quests. If you quit, you have to start over with the guaranteed quests. Damn, this dungeon is so exciting. What happens if we don't kill the heretics within the time limit? I guess if we kill the heretics in time, they become the final boss. If we exceed the time limit, the dungeon will mutate, and Mr. K will become the final boss. Damn, that level jump is incredible. Can we beat Mr. K? It's obvious we can't, right? What's the highest level player right now? LV, 67? Mr. K wouldn't be LV, 300, right? So what do we do? What else can we do? Let's finish the purification quest now. Don't count on waiting for Mr. K to show up. Once he shows up, it's like... This triggers the failure condition for the illusion purification quest. The quest rewards and achievements will be gone, and maybe even the first stage rewards will be for nothing. Damn it! What are you waiting for? Go kill the heretics. I'm completing this dungeon tonight, and I can't let all my efforts go to waste. If you don't understand, just ask. How do we find the heretics? Everyone alive in this dungeon has been rescued. Let's head to the port south of town and conduct a thorough search. Any remaining mad-looking individuals are definitely heretics. Kill them on sight. Good idea, you're a real boss. Time is running out. Everyone except the druid should transform and search. We all completed our guaranteed quests, so don't waste time on the minions. Whoever finds the final boss should post the coordinates in the chat. Understood? Roger. And so, a group of octopus gnomes and a group of kryptonite spider bosses set off in a mighty procession. The town itself wasn't large, and neither the octopus gnomes nor the spider bosses were restricted by the city of Raya. They could crawl wherever they pleased, scaling walls when they reached a dead end. Soon, over 300 veteran players spread out throughout the town, beginning a blanket search. The search itself didn't require the assistance of druids. To avoid attracting the attention of Cthulhu's minions and Warcraft, the druids each equipped themselves with a kryptonite boss as a mount, allowing them to provide immediate support once someone found the coordinates of the final boss. Not long after, someone posted coordinates in the chat. Location 37.41, 22.21, come quickly. In the sea near the southern harbor of the town, there's a sea altar from the city of Raya. It's solidified. 7 pagans are atop it, performing some strange summoning ritual. All the druids immediately clung to the backs of the big spinders, and players from the entire town rushed towards the coordinates, fearing they wouldn't be able to grab the monster. This dungeon is a limited time, one-time dungeon, and the final boss will definitely have a first kill achievement reward. This game is great in every way, except that the rewards aren't plentiful. Most of them require military merit and reputation, and the rewards in the dungeon are even smaller. However, first kill rewards do come with rewards. Even if players can't identify some of the dropped items, that in some ways suggests they're high-quality items. With over 300 players fighting over 7 final bosses, how could they not be anxious? Chapter 193. When Xianyu arrived at the scene, he discovered their estimation was wrong. There were not 7 minor bosses at the end of the level, but only one major boss. The 7 Cthulhu fanatics, dressed in tattered gray robes, their eyes unfocused and madly chanting incomprehensible incantations, dancing and clamoring wildly on the sea altar, slowly transformed into a pile of bizarre limbs during this strange ritual. Thingru, Magnifa, Cthulhu, Rulaya, Yuganagar, Huden. The limbs seemed to cling to a pile of mud, slowly wriggling with it, coalescing on the square altar platform into a large pool of mud covered in limbs. A moment later, a humanoid figure slowly rose from the mud. The creature's body was covered in green scales, purple slime, and brown sludge, a strange blend of colors that made anyone feel uneasy at first sight. It had 3 heads on its neck, 3 more on its belly button, and a lone one hanging from its heart. Its mouth seemed to hold something shiny. Its body was haphazardly dotted with human eyes, limbs, and organs, arranged in a chaotic, disorganized, and haphazard manner. Sludge and mucus continuously flowed from its body, dripping onto the ground, corroding the floorboards with dents. The head in the center had lost its human form and resembled an octopus. Tentacles sprouted from its underside, resembling a beard. Below the head, where the neck should have been, was a massive mouth filled with rows of spiraling, sharp teeth. Its lower body was covered in mud and slithering tentacles, countless plump, white maggots scattering from them. Players standing on the harbor's pier cast identification spells one after another. After a flurry of beeps, the monster's name and health bar appeared above its head. A dialogue box popped up in front of the player, who cast the identification spell, Raya Behemoth, LV, 77. Transformed from 7 fanatical followers of the evil god Cthulhu, the Raya Behemoth is the gatekeeper of this illusory world, holding the core key to the city of Raya. Is the core crystal of the illusion we need to destroy inside the mouth of the head on its chest? Possibly. But how do we get to that platform? Swim across? Just as the players looked at each other, unsure how to reach the battle site, the illusion trembled slightly. The city of Raya became more solid. An island suddenly emerged beneath the harbor, pushing the altar out of the water. This sudden appearance, made of giant bluestones, created a sloped path for the players to ascend from the harbor to the altar. Wow, this dungeon design is amazing. The players cheered, grabbing their weapons and rushing towards the Raya Behemoth. The highest level World Knight had already raised his shield and slashed with several arcs of light, firmly drawing the Raya Behemoth's attraction and turning it in a different direction, revealing its more vulnerable backside. Hey, we can't hit the illusion core if we pull monsters like this. Wake up! Are you going to let you steal the base with your health bar full? It's normal for a knight to hold the monster's head on and let the DPS hit them. Do you even know how to play online games? Let's reduce the health bar first. Hitting monsters from behind gives you a damage bonus. Knights, keep an eye out. If one tank can't hold on, the next one will come. Over 300 players suddenly opened fire. Mages rained down lightning and fireballs. Magic chefs unsheathed their swords, wielding them left and right, slashing at every protruding part. Hunters raised their bows, aiming for critical hits on the eyes. Alchemists also threw various potions and alchemical items. Some even pulled out antimatter bombs, but unfortunately, they couldn't be used in the dungeon. Antimatter bomb, a powerful bomb that can annihilate pollution upon collision, possessing a powerful purifying effect. It is extremely powerful and destructive. Note: bombs cannot be used in safe areas such as the main city. Due to the extreme contamination of the fantasy realm, the antimatter bomb will cause an uncontrollable chain reaction, and cannot be used in the fantasy realm dungeon. The player had no choice but to put away the bomb in frustration. Good grief, the authorities don't allow cheating. You're overthinking it. Look at how detailed that monster is. How could they let you cheat with a bomb in this painstakingly crafted boss fight dungeon? How are they going to give out the first kill reward? With a bomb? As expected of a rigorous official, that makes sense. Beware. It's starting to spew mud? Beware. The mud is poisonous. All knights, iron wall shield up. A massive magical silver shield unfolded above everyone's heads, connecting to form a massive silver umbrella. Countless poisonous mud fell onto the umbrella, sliding along the outer curved edge of the shield to the side of the field, causing no real damage to the players. Awesome. Knights are awesome. The Raya beast roared, and a tentacle, as thick as 5 men hugging each other, slashed down at the tank carrying the monster. Seeing it was clearly unstoppable, the second knight targeted the tank and activated Substitute. Using his skill, he flew to the tank's side, gently knocking it out of range. Just as the giant tentacle descended, the tank selected Shared Burden in a pop-up dialogue box. The two knights' health bars instantly halved, but a silver-blue light appeared on their bodies, forcing them to stop the giant tentacle in midair. The two forces countered each other, resulting in a stalemate. At this moment, the magic chefs suddenly leaped forward, attacking the giant tentacle. Under the countless slashes of their blades, the Raya beast painfully withdrew its half-severed tentacle, and deep purple blood gushed out of the wound like a fountain. The health bar has dropped by 1/3. The druid's healing skills rained down on the two knights, quickly replenishing their half-health bars. Some even used purification to remove the contamination from their bodies. The pollution on the battlefield was too severe, and the opponent was a follower of such an evil god. Only the druids with contracted magical beasts summoned their contracted beasts to fight together. Those with contracted ordinary beasts, despite the system's warning, did not send their contracted partners into battle. Instead, they took out magical vine seeds and nurtured them. These magical vines, nurtured by the druids, could quickly grow from seeds into giant vines. For these magical plants, pollution was the best nourishment. Instantly, 3 or 4 clumps of magical vines erupted from the mud on the battlefield. These vines, with a sense of attack, actively entangled the Raya beast. The vines, fond of pollution, penetrated deep into the mud to absorb nutrients, and the thick vines also entangled the tentacles flying in the air. The crystal spider Artsuan, contracted by Song Lin, led countless smaller spider monsters along the vines, and climbed onto the body of the Raya behemoth. They tore at its green scales, gnawing at its exposed human limbs and organs, and pierced its eyeballs with their sharp legs, injecting venom. The Raya behemoth roared in pain, swung its long arms, and its massive fists slammed down on the altar, repeatedly hitting the crowd. The knights frantically cast guard, but a group of unlucky players were still dispatched by a single blow, dissolving into white light, and leaving the dungeon. Regroup! Someone shouted, "Don't be afraid of death. If you die, run back immediately. There's plenty of time." The druids quickly healed the wounded around them, and the mages cast healing spells continuously. One by one, the seriously injured players recovered and climbed to their feet. The tank carrying the monster was replaced, once again pulling the aggro on the Raya beast. The original tank, whose mana bar had been depleted, retreated to the side, frantically drinking mana potions to recover. Another hail of arrows descended, and the Raya beast's eyeballs were pierced and closed, purple blood streaming from its eyes like tears. It's almost down to half its health bar. Be careful, there's still a second stage. Don't say such unlucky things. However, the Raya beast began to transform before them. It opened its massive maw and began to gulp down the surrounding pollution. Its already colossal size more than doubled. A pair of bat-like wings covered in green scales spread from its back, and sharp lizard-like claws emerged from its muddy lower body. It really has a second stage transformation. Luckily, its health bar isn't full yet. Holy crap! How did this thing transform in the time it took us to die? The players, sprinting back from the respawn point along the teleporter, exclaimed in disbelief. It's already in the second stage, half health, we can still fight it. Hit its wings first, don't let it fly. The hunters all aimed their arrows at the green wings, a volley of arrows piercing countless bloody holes in them, while the mages summoned void fists to tear apart the massive wings. The magic chef's attacks were too low. Several players pondered for a moment, then looked to the druids next door. Hey, can you lend me your vines? Druid, ? One by one, the vines snagged the magic chefs and gently swung them onto the back of the Raya beast. The magic chef's eyes gleamed as they unleashed their Powding's oxen dissection techniques. Their silver-gleaming kitchen knives dug deep into the bones and joints of the green bat wings, slicing through the flesh covering the bones and severing the tendons with uncanny precision. Thanks to the magic chef's efforts, the newly formed bat wings were ripped apart before they could even unleash their power. The Raya beast roared and swung its body, sending the magic chefs flying. Some players were flung into the sea, others landed under the beast's feet, and were crushed back to their resurrection points by a single claw. Still others were caught safely in a giant net woven from vines manipulated by the druids. Chapter 194. It can't fly. Keep up the fire. The players were in high spirits, their fighting spirit at full blast. Even the sight of another wave of players being sent home by the Raya beast didn't dampen their enthusiasm. Beheading a beheaded player was only a small scar, not to mention there was no death penalty. Recovering from the respawn point was a heroic act, though it would just require a bit more travel to get back to the battlefield. The mages placed Void Mire at the Raya beast's feet. Although the level difference meant the mire couldn't engulf the beast, it slowed its movements, rendering it unable to lift its claws. It could even absorb the toxic sludge on the ground and convert it into mana bars. Blizzard froze the Raya beast's lower body, while Tornado and Waterspout attacked the beast in quick succession, causing it to stagger and struggle to maintain its balance. Finally, its frozen lizard claws could no longer bear its weight, and the Raya beast's massive body collapsed to the ground, its claws breaking. The Raya behemoth's health bar dwindled to the final third, and the previously dead players rushed back once again. Wow, only a third left. Go kill it while it's weak. The druid's vines spun a massive web around the Raya behemoth's massive body, preventing it from rising easily. The behemoth was unable to maneuver and was pinned down by the players, its health bar rapidly decreasing. The various skill effects on the field were nearly blinding, and the players fought with all their might, eager to destroy the boss in a single blow. If the Raya behemoth hadn't landed head-on, preventing the players from performing any moves, many would have been digging for the core of the illusion by now. However, it was impossible to finish the fight directly. The Raya beast extended its tentacles, using its legs as support as it secretly exerted its strength. Muscles bulged across its scaly body, and the scales expanded and contracted, unleashing a powerful force that instantly shattered the vine webs encroaching on its body, sweeping away the contracted beasts and players clinging to it. Its maw opened, unleashing a tornado of wind. Like an air cannon, the hurricane cleared a path across the field, sending countless players plummeting to the bottom of the ocean. Don't panic. Only a quarter of your health left. Knight, maintain your aggro. Turn. The beast slowly turned, its fluctuating aggro firmly fixed on the tank. The other players healed their mana and health, seizing every second to adjust their positions. Report. The shadow of Raya City in the north is solidifying. Time is running out. Beware of the behemoth's rampage. The more critical the situation, the more cautious the player. Players unleashed their signature attacks. For the added paralysis and dot damage, the mages unleashed thunderstorms in unison. One voice shouted especially loudly, "Left zero, right fire, Thunder God, help me." Countless thunderbolts converged into a massive pillar, striking the Raya monster, drenched in mud and slime, like a thunderbolt from the nine heavens. Leaf-veined lightning streaks stretched from its head to its feet. In that brief second, the Raya monster practically lit up, like a lantern from the inside out. Charcoal-like debris fell from its body, and thick black smoke billowed from its gaping maw. But the lightning wasn't enough to kill the giant. Its health bar still held the last fifth. While it was still paralyzed by the lightning, another wave of attacks rained down like raindrops. The knights used Arc Slash, Star Shatter, and Revenge. The mages used Void Fist, Tornado, and Waterspout. The hunters used Powerful Shot, Piercing Shot, and Rain of Arrows. The magic chefs used Butchering the Ox, Chop the Head and Tail, remaining the middle, Slice, Deadening, and Heat and Oil. The druids used Vines and Monsters. Amid this fierce storm of skills, the massive Raya beast's health bar steadily dwindled. Players roasted, tore, and disassembled its body parts, until it finally breathed its last as its health bar reached 0. But this wasn't the end. After the Raya behemoth fell face down, a 5-minute countdown message appeared before all players. The Raya behemoth's illusionary core remains undestroyed. Players must quickly locate and destroy it, or the Raya behemoth will resurrect in 5 minutes. Damn! This thing can resurrect? The players cursed, but their movements were relentless. The magic chefs, armed with sharp blades, and presumably at an advantage in digging out the illusionary core, were the first to be sent to the Raya behemoth's corpse by the druid's vines. They quickly located the head in the behemoth's chest and pried open its teeth. Sure enough, a shiny, round object lay within its mouth. Should we dig it out or just smash it? Someone asked. We're running out of time, so why not try smashing it first? Several nearby players raised their sharp blades and slashed at the crystal core, but the blades struggled to exert force on it, constantly slipping and shredding the skull, leaving the core intact. EP181 pondered for a moment, then pulled out a frying pan, gripped the handle with both hands, and brought the bottom of the pan down hard on the core. With a clang, the round, gleaming illusion core shattered. A wave of yellow-green light erupted from it, rippling out like water, enveloping all the players present. A CG animation unfolded before the players' eyes, showing the 7 crazed pagans in tattered gray robes. They prostrated themselves on the ground, receiving a scroll and a blue conch-shaped crystal from the tentacles of a gray-black, humanoid figure. The pagans opened the scroll and recited the words from it. It was the exact same DM from this vision, the incantation that summoned Cthulhu, Fingru, Magnaf, Cthulhu, R'lyeh, Yuganagar, Tan. As they chanted the incantation, their expressions grew increasingly frantic, and their bodies began to undergo noticeable changes. They bowed their heads respectfully to the humanoid figure, saying, "I will follow your instructions." The screen faded to black, and when it reappeared, the 7 pagans were bound and tied to a small boat. A large hole had been dug in the bottom of the boat, and the water had already reached their ankles. Unfazed by the sinking boat, they chanted over and over again, with a sinister smile on their faces. Fingru, Magnifa, Cthulhu, R'lyeh, Yuganagar, Tan. One by one, they bit down the poison in their mouths amidst the chanting. The next second, the illusion burst, and the phantom of R'lyeh emerged. As the CG animation ended, the entire illusion collapsed, dissolving into puffs of black smoke that vanished into the air. The shadow of R'lyeh vanished completely, leaving only a dilapidated port town. The players standing on the altar fell into the water, the moment the illusion shattered. They had been jolted awake from the animation and suddenly faced this disaster, not even having time to check their quest rewards. Players who knew how to swim began doggy paddling and breaststroke to reach shore, while those who couldn't simply sink to their deaths. One sword breaks 1,000 mountains swam directly to shore. He sat down on the shore, panting, his body wet. Only then did he open the quest panel to check his rewards. Because this was a one-time group dungeon, the official achievement was called successfully breaking through the Raya maze. The system indicated that he had successfully completed both stages of the dungeon, 100% completed the true storyline, reached the true ending, and completely purified the entire illusion. The system not only awarded him 3,000 military merit points and 1,000 regional reputation points based on his participation, but also a reward based on his ranking in the mission. The reward was placed directly into his backpack. EP181 opened it, and found the blue conch-shaped crystal that appeared in the animated CG. Its name was Call of the Sea. Call of the Sea, secret level sealed artifact LV-101, item ability. Possessing the power of the ocean, it can summon seawater from anywhere. The total volume of seawater summoned is determined by the user's level and ability. The summoned seawater is controlled by the user. Before the user's mental energy is exhausted, the seawater can be manipulated, shaped, and otherwise manipulated to their liking. Negative effects. Each use deducts 1 HP from the user's current health bar. The user will also experience a 15-minute weakness debuff and be affected by Cthulhu, hearing the call from the sea for 24 hours. Their SN value will decrease steadily over the next 24 hours. This sealed artifact is unbound, so please keep it carefully. It seems like a strange prop. EP181 scratched his chin, thinking it might be perfect for holiday celebrations. Maybe using seawater to make a rose when confessing your love to a girl in World Square, or setting off seawater fireworks in the desert. But it sounds interesting. Maybe I stay here? As one of the first beta testers to join the server, his level has always been at the top, and he frequently receives various rewards, so he's not short of adventure coins. This item, known as a sealed artifact, had never appeared before. As the only rare item in the entire server, he wasn't particularly eager to sell it. As a player with a sword that could break 1,000 mountains, he certainly couldn't have imagined that this secret-level sealed artifact was cursed among the natives of this world. Using it once would strip them of most of their life force, leaving them languishing on the brink of death, with the constant sounds of the ocean and the cries of Mr. K ringing in their ears. Using it once would drive them either dead or mad. Thus, the natives who wielded this sealed artifact were all risking their lives, attempting to summon a catastrophic disaster like a tsunami. But to the players, it was just a cute little trick. Chapter 195. Outside the dungeon, hundreds of townspeople wept with joy or wailed loudly. Some sang praises to the gods, some thanked the heroes for their rescue, and still others mourned the passing of loved ones. In this turbulent world, life is incredibly fragile. Even if one lives each day peacefully, hoping to create a better life through their own efforts, uncontrollable disasters of one kind or another will always strike. Perhaps it was a struggle between gods, a clash between factions, or perhaps simply an unintentional exposure to pollution, yet vibrant lives vanished silently into the dust. The fickleness of fate seemed to mock the insignificance and powerlessness of humanity in this world. As the leader of the Chamber of Commerce, Nabu Budamic was surrounded by people upon emerging from the illusion. A reputable NPC should have appeared to connect with him, but unfortunately, switching to the lordship would take time, and Abros had not yet become an ally, so he could not use the Elven Territory's teleportation array. Fortunately, the Elf King set Kylo Allen to investigate the situation. The sharp-eyed MOU immediately stepped forward and relayed Lord Moyu's instructions, instructing Kylo Allen to lead the elves to help relocate the Chamber of Commerce president and the town's refugees. He also informed him that Lord Moyu would be arriving shortly. After completing these tasks, MOU wanted to log off immediately, but he realized his body still needed to be stored and couldn't just abandon it. He pulled out a sealed bottle, drank the contamination, and transformed into a small octopus. Then, he jumped into the small pouch Aelian was carrying and took it back to the Mage Tower for storage. Only then did he close his eyes and switch accounts with peace of mind. MOU opened his eyes in his bedroom in the Elven Territory. He returned to the tea house and pushed open the door. The Elf King and Abros were still there. Your father, Guildmaster Nabu, has been successfully rescued. MOU said to Abros, I can temporarily open the teleportation array to Pohnpei for you. Abros stood up suddenly, his face filled with surprise. Really? Is my father okay? He's safe and unharmed. MOU nodded. The townspeople also rescued over 400 people. Abros was ecstatic. Saving so many people in such a short time is nothing short of a miracle. No, I owe it not only to Mother Earth, but also to you, your greatness. You can thank the world. MOU flashed his signature smile. Please follow me. My adventurers are still trying to purify the illusion, but your father and the townspeople also need our help and resettlement. Yes. Yes. Abros hurriedly followed MOU's steps. Do you need to call your brother? MOU asked as he walked toward the teleportation array. No, that's not necessary. Abros hesitated, then shook his head. My younger brother is naive and rather narcissistic. We spoiled him, you could say. But he feels we don't treat him as well as we do our youngest brother. He often gets upset, and when things get tough, he's not only unhelpful but always adds to the chaos. Let's just let him wander around the Elven Territory. We pick him up after we finish dealing with father's business. It seems this family has its share of messy affairs. MOU nodded noncommittally. As he was about to step into the teleportation array, he saw Aelian running toward him. MOU stopped and waved to the knight. He asked Leah to grant Abros a one-time teleportation permission. When the three of them stepped out of the teleportation array, they saw Nabu Budamic, who was talking to Kylo Allen with a frantic look on his face. Father! Abros immediately greeted him joyfully. Seeing his eldest son, Nabu Budamic's face lit up with a rare smile. Abros. President Budamic. MOU stepped forward, his signature smile playing on his face. I long heard of you. I'm Moiwu, Lord of AMT County. Lord Moiwu. Nabu Budamic was deeply moved. You and the adventurers you send are the eternal benefactors of the Naso Budamic Chamber of Commerce and the people of Pohnpei. The white-haired Chamber of Commerce president, holding the curved staff in his right hand, clasped his hands together, palms facing inward, and bowed deeply to MOU. On behalf of the people of Pohnpei, thank you. And your adventurer's life-saving grace. We were only doing what was required. MOU smiled. If you truly wish to thank us, Why don't we discuss the alliance? He glanced at the Magic Chef players preparing meals outside the town, and the refugees being fed hot meals. And the subsequent resettlement of the town's residents and the town's reconstruction? Nabu's brow furrowed slightly at the mention of this. To be honest, I still haven't figured it out. So many people need resettlement, and the illusion in the town is still expanding. Honestly, we're lucky to be alive, but our ship, property, and cargo have all been lost to the illusion. Don't worry. Mou opened his magic book and glanced at the backstage. The players' battle was drawing to a close. This illusion will soon be purified. The town may suffer some damage from the materialization of the Phantom of Raya, but it won't be as severe as you expect. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present heard a sound like a shattering glass ball in their minds. Then, the illusion, which enveloped the entire harbor town not far from them, billowing black smoke and steadily advancing outward, suddenly shattered like a mirror, revealing countless tiny, mirror-like reflections before them. But the images in those mirrors didn't show their faces, but rather the phantom of the harbor town and the overlapping city of Raya. Then, the Phantom of Raya vanished like smoke, leaving only the now dilapidated town in its place. Mou and his companions were currently perched on a small hill outside the town. Because the town sloped down to the sea, they could easily take in the entire town. The situation in the northern part of the town was clearly much better than in the southern part. Here, the shadow of Raya hadn't yet solidified, and most of the buildings were still intact. To the south, however, one could see half-collapsed, crooked houses, the ground bulging and collapsing, and the battered harbor. The ships in the harbor didn't appear to have suffered significant damage, though a few appeared to have suffered broken anchors and been swept out to sea, drifting with the waves. Overall, in a fantasy that had swallowed up the entire town, the preservation of so many people and property was indeed a remarkable situation. Nabu's gaze towards Mou shifted subtly. Even though Nabu himself was the true chief priest of the Earth Mother of all spirits, in his eyes, Mou looked more like a charlatan with unwavering judgment. The people, who had thought themselves homeless, cheered enthusiastically. However, despite their cheers, they still had enough common sense to control their desire to enter the town. The town's fantasy had only just been cleansed, and the air in the streets and alleys was still filled with pollution. The townspeople believed that this pollution would take some time to dissipate. But this was still better than having all their belongings trapped in an eternal fantasy. Even if it took months or years to eliminate the pollution, their property could still be recovered. Perhaps you also need help decontaminating the town? Mou smiled. Why don't we find a place to sit down and talk? With so many townspeople, it's probably too inconvenient to head to Elf territory. It's getting late, so how about spending the night in AMT County? I can temporarily activate teleportation for future allies. Nabu Budamic nodded slowly, not knowing what to say. He looked toward the town, only to see groups of adventurers pouring out, chatting and laughing. Whether they were zombies, alchemy puppets, or octopuses, their faces were filled with joy. He didn't know how he could tell happiness from the octopus balls, but he could just sense that joy. As if these adventurers hadn't just experienced a life-or-death battle, but had simply happily played a child's game. The High Priest, always one of the most intelligent people in the Chamber of Commerce, looked at Mou with bewilderment. The continuous shocks, sorrows, and joys of the past few days seemed to have exhausted the no longer young president. Okay. I trouble you again, Lord Moyawu. Then please tell the people to enter the teleportation array in an orderly manner. Mou had enabled one-way teleportation access to AMT County for everyone. The best way to initiate cooperation is naturally for both parties to get to know each other. Providing these refugees with temporary accommodation is the best opportunity. AMT New City has plenty of renovated, vacant houses. If all else fails, the city hall could be temporarily open to allow these refugees to sleep on the floor. It would be much better than sleeping on this small hillside. Many adventurers were still reluctant to leave, enthusiastically traversing the crowds in search of quests. Mou opened his magic book, briefly edited a resettlement quest to guide the refugees, and had Leah push it to the players present. The players who received the quest were overjoyed, believing their efforts had paid off and that they had finally successfully triggered the quest. Refugee resettlement. The illusion shrouding the town of Pohnpei has been successfully cleared, but the damage it has inflicted will be difficult to repair. It is already late today. Adventurers, please be kind and escort these refugees from the small town to the City Council Hall in AMT County for a period of rest and recuperation. Chapter 196. As the president of the Naso Budamic Chamber of Commerce, Nabu Budamic has traveled to many cities. He has traversed every inch of South Continent, From the flea-infested tropical jungles, to the golden-paved ancient temples of the gods, to the ancient dragon lairs at the edge of the world. He has also visited countless major cities in Middle Continent. But whether it's the holy city of the Church of Light, Girlanda, perched atop a sacred mountain, halfway removed from the mountaintop, or the magnificent capital of the Magic Federation, Corinthal, or the mysterious and dazzling alchemy capital of Oncel, or the academically charged Magic Academy, Calcadora. They each have their own beauty and unique characteristics, but none possess the unique aura of the brand new city of AMT County. Nabu racked his brains, but could find no words to describe them. This was a city unlike any he had ever seen. Its architecture was simple yet majestic, unified yet not rigid, inclusive yet perfectly harmonious. Even though much of the city was still under construction, he could foresee its beauty when fully built. This was a city brimming with life. He saw the ancient wizard's tower surrounded by lilies of light. He saw the city's citizens resting in the shade under the vine-draped corridors. He saw the conservative and xenophobic elves wandering the city, chatting amicably with humans, and even the dwarves they had a bad relationship with. He saw the shops in the market district bustling with strange foods, drinks, and alchemical items. He saw the mercenaries, usually so ruthless and focused on profit, actually building an orphanage on their own territory. He saw his second son, holding flowers, chasing after a, physically speaking, male elf, trying hard to strike up a conversation. Wait a minute, Nabu, ? Narcissus? He called out to his rebellious second son, why are you here? And chasing after a male elf? Huh? Dad? Why are you here? Narcissus, too, looked startled. Then, realizing how bizarre this scene was, he quickly hid the bouquet behind him. Dad, this isn't what you think. He simply wanted to find out the name of the maker of the alchemy cat automata from Pharaoh's. He spent a lot of time and money on this, finally begging Alicia to obtain an elf merchant license from the Elf King, thus gaining access to the teleportation array. He also prepared the bouquet Alicia had instructed, which her brother would surely love, but for some reason, Pharaoh's face darkened upon seeing him, and he even refused to speak to him. The entire town of Pohnpei has been devastated by the pagans, and yet you're here pursuing elves. Nabu frowned. Brat, come back with me. Narcissus, oblivious to his own trick by Alicia, dejectedly followed Nabu back to the city council hall. Abros was there, helping the adventurers settle the townspeople. The Lord had sent magic chefs to deliver thick, heartwarming hot soup and thick, warm sleeping bags. At least for this night, the townspeople, who had been tossing and turning in the illusion for 2 days, could rest comfortably in this cozy hall without having to worry about wind, rain, illusions, or monsters. The green-clad adventurers, known as druids, had already exorcised the taint from every resident, and the magicians had also cast mental stability on the frightened townspeople. By now, the townspeople had calmed down. They sat in chairs, their heads clear, cupping their hot soup, enjoying the rare tranquility. Father, Abros said, seeing Nab return. What have you considered? This Lord Moiwu truly possesses remarkable powers. Nab sat down beside Abros, accepted the bowl of hot soup from his eldest son, and pondered. For Nab, having just survived a disaster and successfully escaped, now was not the ideal time to discuss business. The understanding Lord Moiwu suggested they rest up first, giving them a night to recuperate. He also suggested that he stroll around the city, relax, and fully recover before discussing further matters tomorrow. Nab, after a brief stroll through the city, didn't find his mind at rest, but he did see the potential for AMT County's rapid development. This new city, like a vast ocean, embraced all kinds of people and tolerated all kinds of strange things. This band of adventurers, composed of zombies and alchemical puppets, possessing strange powers, seemed to have brought a sense of tolerance to the city. After all, after witnessing such outrageous things as absorbing pollution and transforming into octopuses, yet retaining their sanity and returning to human form, it seemed nothing was unbearable. Pollution was the most terrifying thing in this world. Once its darkness and evil enveloped the soul, people lost their true selves, becoming uncontrollable madmen and monsters. But these adventurers, unfazed, were able to expel pollution, utilize it, even purify it. Although Nabu couldn't enter the park, he could see the newly born saplings of life through the silver-blue barrier. That was a sapling of the tree of life, a plant that could only grow in a completely clean environment. He began to believe the Lord's promise of helping them cleanse the town of pollution. More importantly, he saw in the residents here a hope that had vanished elsewhere. It was a rare sentiment in this increasingly devastating world, a sentiment that showed the people here still had hope for the future, not the fear of their lives ending abruptly at any moment. They seemed to have immense trust in their lord, believing that everything would improve, that the world still had the potential to become better. I think Lord Moy is indeed a great partner. Nabu finally came to a conclusion. This has nothing to do with the oracle, it's simply my judgment as a businessman. This AMT County truly has endless possibilities. I think so too. Narcissus, who had been following Nabu, said with shining eyes, they have many unique goods here. Two-wheeled vehicles that can be ridden by human power, alchemical cat automatons that look like real cats and are powered by energy bottles, and incredibly delicious milk tea. I heard that adventurers here can transform those bitter and useless fruits of the South Continent into sweet and delicious desserts and drinks they call cocoa and coffee. He said excitedly, Dad, I obtained permission from the elves to trade in the elven territories and their allies. Please allow me to form a caravan and explore this unknown trade route. Nabu looked at his son, who had always shown little interest in anything, in surprise. This was the first time he had spontaneously proposed pursuing a career. My eldest brother is the one who will inherit the Chamber of Commerce. I never had any desire to compete with him, Narcissus said. But I'm also a Budamic, and I've been involved in business since childhood. Dad, you want to cooperate with AMT County, right? I understand your concerns. You're worried that even with the Earth Mother's support, directly cooperating under the name of the Chamber of Commerce will inevitably cause unrest in South Continent. But if it were me, I wouldn't have such concerns. He grinned. The second son of the Budamic family, a notorious playboy, fell in love with some tricks made by people in Central Continent to attract cats and dogs, and took up business on his own. What a commonplace occurrence. The landowners of South Continent might treat this as a joke, but it certainly wouldn't be. I take it seriously. You know about the Earth Mother Oracle? Abrose asked uncertainly. I didn't want to tell you these things, as they wouldn't cause you any more worry, but I was also afraid that leaving you in Southland might put you in danger if something really happened to Father. Narcissus shook his head. I didn't know before, and I was still wondering why you brought me to Middle-earth this time. But when Father just told me about the crisis in Pohnpei, I connected the dots. The midnight emergency telegram, the late-night opening of the Earth Mother Hall, the first ferry in the morning, and the inexplicable journey to the Elven territory. It was because Father was in danger in Pohnpei that you, after receiving the news, hurriedly consulted the Earth Mother, and brought me to the elves for help, right? Nabu suddenly realized he seemed to have been neglecting his unlearned second son. He patted his son's shoulder with relief and said, As expected of my son, you're truly intelligent. It turns out you weren't ignorant before, you were just hiding your incompetence. He sighed. The situation in the south is like the ocean, calm on the surface, but turbulent beneath. Among the dozen or so chambers of commerce, we are the only one that can communicate directly with Mother Earth, and we also hold the greatest influence within the Chamber of Commerce Alliance. If we openly ally with Moiwu under the name of our Chamber of Commerce, we will undoubtedly make ourselves a sitting duck for the Church of Light. Do you see the silver-haired young man beside Moiwu? That's Aelian, the former Holy Son of the Church of Light. The tax collectors of the Church of Light say that the Holy Son was deceived, seduced, and brainwashed by Moiwu into defecting from the Church. But observing this saint son, there's no trace of sorcery. He's lucid and in better shape than when he was in the Church of Light. Perhaps the Church of Light itself has some hidden agenda, prompting the saint son to make such a choice, even at the risk of infamy. He then addressed his second son, but your thinking is sound. We need an alliance, but we can't do it openly. You will serve as the subtle link between our Chamber of Commerce and AMT County. Publicly, I announce that you've fallen for an elven man, severed ties with me after a quarrel, and left home to strike out on your own in Middle-earth. Privately, I secretly divert some of the Chamber of Commerce's resources to your side. Narcissus was smug at the first half of this sentence, but was stunned by the second. Chapter 197. While the Budamic family had finalized their plan and tucked into their warm sleeping bags, finally enjoying a long-awaited night's rest, Moku was browsing the forums in the Mage Tower. The Raya Labyrinth, a team-based dungeon, had garnered widespread acclaim from players. Yuhua Dingxian, I'm absolutely blown away by the dungeon design in this game. Just when you thought there were only puzzle dungeons, it adds werewolf. Just when you thought there were only board games, it adds a large-scale group battle to rescue NPCs and a 2-stage boss siege. I just want to know how many more surprises the team has in store. Jin Ryoyu, there's even a farming dungeon. And the saints of your predecessors' even help you tend the fields. Like the colorful elves of Ranch Story. And you don't even need to give gifts. Xuan Huan, but why do I feel like the dungeon rewards in this game are so few? Am I just unlucky and didn't get any good stuff? Or does this dungeon just not drop any treasure besides military merit and reputation? Ijin Pokienshin. Yes, I got a Call of the Sea. Judging by its stats, it's a secret level sealed artifact, but it's more of a fun item. Attached photo, it even has some negative side effects when used. Mystery fantasy. So envious. It seems it's not that the dungeon didn't drop items, it's just that I'm unlucky. Did you lose any hair today? Honestly, only the lucky ones get item drops in this game. Don't worry, there's probably only 1 or 2 people in the entire server who can get them. What's important is military merit and reputation. Here's a ghost story. Have you bought your house yet? Photo. 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 Let me show you my newly renovated house. No need to thank me. By the way, the carpenter can make a wide variety of custom furniture, or you can learn to be a carpenter and make your own. Mingyu Huai. Damn, I've been shown off again. Sui Feng Airshire. Can anyone analyze today's dungeon plot? Is this a main quest line? I think it says it unlocks quest lines related to the Earth Mother of all spirits and the Nanzhou map. Does anyone know what those are? Today there is rain. The Earth Mother of all spirits is also a deity, and should be on par with the Elves Mother Tree of Life in terms of rank. There are many gods in this world. In addition to the inhuman god of light of the Church of Light, there are also the Mother Tree of Life, the Goddess of Darkness, the Goddess of Destiny, the Mother of all spirits, and so on. There is a page called Data Folder on the official website, which will refresh new setting information as the version and mainline progress. I recommend everyone to check it out when you have time. I feel like the development team really put a lot of thought into these details. Southern Continent is another continent. Our planet, aside from an unknown, dark region called Planet Darkness on the back, only has 3 continents on the front: Northern Continent, Middle Continent, which is where we are on the continent of Osiria, and Southern Continent. It's said that Southern Continent is like the tropical jungles along the equator. But honestly, I personally think that prequests are prequests, and this map won't be updated that quickly. After all, this version of the elf map has just been released, and we haven't figured out the main cities yet. Opening a new continent would be too much for us to handle. One sword breaks 1,000 mountains. Maybe it's still a merchant-related quest. Speaking of which, does this seem strange to you? It's been over a month since the beast died, and the merchant hasn't appeared yet. I'm almost out of the barbecue spices I stockpiled, so I recently asked the elves to buy some. Luzhou Laojiao, that's true. Perhaps it's because we opened teleportation arrays between the main city and the elven territory, so we don't need traveling merchants anymore. But according to the development team, even if they were to remove the traveling merchants, they have a suitable ending for these NPCs to leave, right? Watching the players' discussion, MOU narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Indeed, after the beast died, the traveling merchants disappeared with their piles of extra materials. They should have reappeared in the past month or so, right? He rubbed his chin, feeling something was amiss, but it wasn't a big deal. He happened to be discussing trade cooperation with Nabu Budamic tomorrow. As the players had mentioned, the teleportation array now connected the arcane city of Onisil, the main city of Kolinsir, and the Elven territory. The role of traveling merchants has gradually diminished. Of the cities along the caravan's route, the only ones still unreached are the roads to the Magic Academy, Calcadora, and the southern port city of Roselle. However, the Southern Chamber of Commerce's resources should be able to fill the gap in Roselle's specialty products. While a visit to that city is inevitable, MOU isn't quite ready to speak directly with the Goddess of Fate at this stage, due to her message. He's still a rookie. MOU's thoughts turned back to the Church of Light and Ialian. According to Abros, their Chamber of Commerce and the Church of Light probably haven't gotten along well either. But since they haven't fallen out despite the heavy taxes, it must mean the time for a major rebellion hasn't arrived. Perhaps it's because both sides are evenly matched and lack the ability to inflict a single blow, or perhaps they're still exploiting each other. In short, MOU doesn't believe tomorrow's alliance will go smoothly. From Nabu's hesitation, he could deduce something. Most likely, this alliance could be formed, but it couldn't be done openly. Otherwise, if the current stalemate was broken, both the Church of Light and the hot-tempered old man in the north would explode at the slightest provocation. MOU felt that Ialian must have also been sensitive to this. Perhaps Ialian had previously been a martyr who single-mindedly sought death. In MOU's view, this son of God sought more than just death, but a meaningful, peaceful death that would allow him to let go of all guilt for his fallen companions. In modern times, this would be considered survivor syndrome, a form of PTSD. After a catastrophe, survivors often feel guilty, feeling they're wrong to be alive while their companions perished, and even resentful of not dying alongside them. But after Aelian defected from the Church of Light and joined his faction, you could increasingly sense the knight's surging desire to survive. After visiting the Exile Realm, Aelian's survivor syndrome had clearly improved. At least when he heard the druids and magic chefs talk about feeding the holy sons with milk tea and delicacies, a smile would inevitably cross his face. While in the dungeon, Mou hadn't had time to dwell on it, but after emerging, he reflected on it. His Black Sesame Dumpling Knight's habit of attaching flags to himself didn't seem like a sign of suicidal intent. Instead, it felt like a subtle signal for help. This feeling was like something Mou had heard back in the orphanage. Adopted children who, after growing up and developing a certain level of memory and cognition, would often use subtle tricks to reassure their adoptive families that they wouldn't be abandoned again. This was the knight, accustomed to swallowing all pain and suffering, silently questioning him. No matter what happens, you will save me, right? To put it bluntly, it was because he hadn't given Aelian enough of a sense of security, but his own lack of strength also played a large role. Perhaps even Aelian himself hadn't realized it yet, but deep down, he feared the possibility that Mou would one day abandon him under pressure from the Church of Light. Of course, I would never break my oath. As the executor of the world consciousness, Mou was bound to face a battle with the Church of Light controlled by Nayako. Unless he was mad, he wouldn't throw away his best cards. The next morning, Nabu Budamic and his two sons arrived as promised, entering Mou's study on time. The white-haired president glanced at Aelian, who was brewing tea, and stopped at the smiling lord. We would like to discuss the Underground Covenant with you. As expected. Mou nodded, unsurprised, and said, please take a seat. It seems you all have an idea. Those of you who have traveled to South Continent know that while our Nazobudamic Chamber of Commerce is somewhat influential there, it's also constrained by various forces. Admittedly, we share common interests and enemies, and an alliance is not only the will of the Earth Mother of all spirits, but also the agreement we already made. You successfully purified the Raya illusion, proving your strength, and we will certainly fulfill our promise. But an alliance doesn't have to be made public. In other words, an open alliance would be of no benefit to any of us three. The Earth Mother of all spirits, the Mother Tree of Life, and the God of Ice and Snow share authority over nature. If news of an alliance between the Earth Mother and the Mother Tree were to spread, given the God of Raging Waves' character, he would surely erupt in anger. Mou nodded slightly. He had made the same consideration last night. The same is true of the Church of Light. Nabu continued, their influence in South Continent is deeply entrenched, making it extremely difficult to dislodge. And in Central Continent, they also control half of the territory. They are not a foe we can easily suppress with our combined efforts. He gazed into Mou's eyes and said solemnly, therefore, our proposal is to form a new caravan to open up trade routes between South Continent, AMT County, and the Elven Territory. While expanding both sides' influence, we can also build an underground alliance. We are merchants, and taking the initiative is not in our nature, but if either side is attacked by the enemy, they can combine their strengths to launch a counterattack. Mou's eyes flashed with approval. I thought so too. So who will lead this caravan? Me. Narcissus nodded to Mou. Father will publicly sever ties with me, expelling me as a prodigal son. But secretly, he will allocate resources to me and form a caravan. I have obtained a merchant permit from the Elf King, allowing me to travel between the two places under this name, transporting goods and intelligence. Chapter 198. After hearing the Nabu family's detailed plan to spread a false rumor about pharaohs, Mou's lips twitched as he asked tentatively, this plan is very thorough, but will it negatively impact your reputations? Nabu shook his head and said, our goal is to create a negative impact. Reputation is worthless compared to life. In South Continent, my second son has always been known as a playboy who doesn't pursue a serious career. This kind of gossip fits people's expectations of him. And as for the Earth Mother, who governs reproduction, everyone knows that as the High Priestess of the Earth Mother, I would not allow him to fall in love with a man, let alone an elf. Expelling him from the family is only natural. Only when it appears to outsiders that our father-son relationship is truly severed and cannot be easily repaired can we formally separate our camps and fight our own battles. But secretly, we are mutually jealous of each other. We can help each other without being suspected. In the past, when the power of the South Continent was entrenched and the law was in chaos, fraud, assassinations, fighting, and looting were commonplace. However, this disorder inevitably harmed businesses, and no one wanted to do business with dishonest merchants. Thus, the large and small chambers of commerce in the South Continent have now formed a Chamber of Commerce alliance. All disputes, big or small, will be discussed and evaluated within the alliance. As long as the explanation is justified, and they can't find any evidence, this matter will simply be a scandal within our family, unrelated to the disputes between the gods or the business alliance. The Chamber of Commerce Alliance, no matter how powerful the Church of Light is, cannot interfere in the private affairs of a Chamber of Commerce president like me. We have suppressed the news from the town of Pohnpei. The people in the town are direct descendants of our Chamber of Commerce. Under the witness of the Earth Mother, they have sworn an oath not to tell anyone about the events in Pohnpei. Ambrose added. Except for the individuals behind the instigation of those heretics, no one in South Continent will know that Pohnpei was once trapped in an illusion and then purified by adventurers. If any unusual news leaks, we can track down the source and identify the perpetrators. Until the situation in South Continent stabilizes, we will maintain this underground alliance. Unfortunately, South Continent's ports are temporarily closed to adventurers. We will continue with our previous business model, shipping goods to Pohnpei, where they will be distributed by our trusted associates. Pohnpei is our territory in Middle Continent. Other factions cannot. It's too late to say that we can make this underground alliance a clean one. Our only concern is that the Church of Light in Central Continent will notice Narcissus's caravan and the goods he sells, and spread the news back to South Continent. But as long as the relationship is severed, what does Narcissus's independent business in Central Continent have to do with our Chamber of Commerce? MOU nodded. The Budamic family had clearly thought through every aspect of this plan, and aside from a slight damage to Pharaoh's reputation, almost no one would be harmed in any substantial way. And what did the rumors matter? Aren't there rumors flying around about him in Ialian? As long as one is upright, why should one be so humble as to fear slander? In that case, let the world consciousness bear witness to our underground alliance. MOU smiled and extended his hand to Nabu. This time, they were doing a deal with a businessman. MOU drafted the contract item by item with extreme care. After repeated consideration, Nabu and he signed their names under the witness of Leah, and submitted the alliance contract to the world consciousness Leah for safekeeping. As an underground ally, MOU's side is responsible for purifying the town of Pohnpei to a habitable level. They will also allow Narcissus's caravans to trade in AMT County, and use the teleportation array. They will also provide assistance to the Nasobudamic Chamber of Commerce if attacked by the enemy, and offer druidic purification treatments to its members. Similarly, the Nasobudamic Chamber of Commerce will be required to provide high-quality products, accurate intelligence from South Continent, at competitive prices, in guaranteed quantity, and on a timely basis, and to assist AMT County and the Elves if attacked by the enemy. As long as their common enemies, the Church of Light and the Lord of Raging Waves, remain powerful, their alliance will continue. Both sides will prioritize peace and cooperation, and will adjust their cooperation accordingly based on the progress and interests of both parties. This is a loose and temporary alliance, more commercial than political. MOU had anticipated this. After all, natural authority was shared by the Mother Tree of Life, the Earth Mother of all spirits, and the God of Raging Waves and Snow. A temporary two-on-one situation was inevitable. The God of Raging Waves, a troublemaker and hot-tempered man, held greater power over the ocean than the Mother Tree of Life, separated from the Earth Mother of all spirits by a continent. A temporary alliance would benefit both parties. Once their enemies were defeated, whether they would continue to coexist harmoniously or turn friends into enemies and engage in mutual hostility was another matter. Now that the alliance was sealed, MOU provided each of the three, including the Budamic father and son, with an NPC cell phone and instructed them on how to use it. Then, he and the Budamic family teleported to the small town of Pohnpei. After the illusion faded, the pollution concentration remained somewhat elevated. This time, MOU only intended to have Leah clear the pollution here to the same level as the surrounding environment. After all, without a spatial barrier, even if a completely clean area was created, the surrounding pollution would shift from high to low concentrations, eventually stabilizing at an average level. For MOU, the cost would outweigh the income, making it uneconomical. Furthermore, the noise caused by clearing the area would be too great, and the silver-blue beams of light that pierced the sky and earth like before would attract too much attention. If this happened again, their underground alliance would become an above-ground alliance. But if they simply cleared the excessively high pollution concentration, not only would the core energy consumption be lower, the noise would be quieter, and the same effect could be achieved without attracting any attention, making it an extremely cost-effective solution. The small world spirit flew into the town. She gently raised her hands, and a gentle breeze, with an irresistible force, blew the black smoke spreading throughout the town in one direction, driving it all away, and gathering it within the spatial barrier Leah had created. As Leah's fingers closed, the spatial barrier rapidly collapsed, engulfing the town's pollution into a head-sized, dark purple ceiling sphere, which obediently flew into MOU's hands. MOU examined the sphere, seeing that its spatial barrier was intact and solid, and tucked it into his system backpack, intending to give it to Rama as research material on his return trip. With the excess pollution removed, the previously stagnant air began to flow through the town, bringing a refreshing breeze with a slightly salty smell. Without the need for any alchemical tools or spells, the Budamic father and son could see with their naked eyes that the town's pollution level had returned to its previous level. What kind of magical power is this? Abros muttered. This is the power of the world. MOU grinned. My adventurers are very skilled at building houses. If you need their help with the town's reconstruction, you can assign tasks through the NPC's mobile phone at any time. However, the electronic payment function on the phone currently only supports adventure coins. Adventurers will accept all monetary and material rewards, and you can also use other currencies and materials to settle in kind with them. After the caravan is completed, you can exchange adventure coins at the Adventurers Guild window downstairs in the City Hall of AMT City. We accept physical exchange and other types of currency. The exchange rate is based on the actual announced exchange rate on that day. Since this is a loose alliance, MOU doesn't intend to provide them with any initial adventure coins. The Chamber of Commerce has plenty of goods and money. Even brothers must settle accounts, let alone temporary alliance partners. Naturally, they must make back their costs during the cooperation period. The merchants are quite accustomed to this. The common currency in South Continent is the Naso, issued by the Chamber of Commerce Alliance. The Naso-Budamic Chamber of Commerce takes its name from this currency. The currency system is 1 Naso equals 100 Beso. These South Continent merchants also prefer to use the Magic Federation's common currency when conducting business in the continent of Osiria, also known as Middle Continent. According to the current exchange rate displayed by Leah, 1 Magic Federation common currency equals approximately 3.14 Naso. Until the town is rebuilt, you can freely use the City Council Hall as a temporary shelter. Adventurers will provide free meals and water to those still living there. However, if you purchase items within AMT City, you will need to pay. Citizens who need to purchase items can exchange them for adventure coins first, and then shop in the city for greater convenience. If you are concerned that too many adventurers visiting the town will cause unnecessary misunderstandings, I can disable adventurer access. Nabu pondered for a moment, then said, there's no need to disable adventurer access. In fact, except for. Aside from being able to identify them as zombies and alchemical puppets, most people can't discern their true nature. As I mentioned before, Pohnpei is our Chamber of Commerce's territory in Middle-earth, and we still have full control here. And I also believe that these adventurers are already present in some of the continent's major cities. As a small town in Middle-earth, adventurers wandering the streets of Pohnpei doesn't mean anything. Besides, Nabu also wants to observe these unique adventurers a little longer to see how many more surprises they can bring. Okay, MOU said with a smile, then I'd be leaving first. Feel free to contact me via phone if you need anything. Chapter 199. Today's news from the Osiria continent. Thanks to the efforts of all adventurers, the Raya City Illusionary Dungeon has been successfully purified, and subsequent quests are now available for adventurers to explore. New location, Pohnpei Harbor Town, Friendly Zone. This harbor town, affiliated with the Naso-Budamic Chamber of Commerce in the South Continent, was devastated by the disaster in the illusionary realm and is currently undergoing post-disaster reconstruction. Adventurers can try to communicate with the NPCs here to explore quests. Note, the NPCs here may prefer to use the South Continent Naso or Magic Federation currency for settlement. These currencies can be exchanged for adventure coins at the Adventurers Guild window on the first floor of the City Hall in AMT City. New feature, Adventurer Clan feature now available. Adventurers can now form clans. Clan are self-organized, organized groups of adventurers. In subsequent large-scale campaigns, adventurers will accept quests as a clan. To form a team, you must first gather signatures from 3 other players, and then submit a team application form. Teams are limited to 4 to 30 players. Players who join a team can take on more challenging and rewarding teamwork missions as a team, and enjoy more team benefits, including but not limited to exclusive team housing, a dedicated team workshop, and other special facilities. MOU had been wanting to implement this team feature for a long time. In terms of attributes, it's more similar to guilds and armies in other online games, But MOU values its organizational structure in large-scale battles more than autonomous player organizations. He had this thought before during the Beast Tide, and this time, he felt even more deeply the inconvenience of having too many players and fighting independently. Fortunately, there were many veteran players this time, and they spontaneously organized themselves into teams. But if they were to operate as a team of players, after repeated battles, they would develop a tacit understanding and achieve even better coordination, just like a mercenary squad. And when necessary, you could directly assign specific tasks to the team leaders, letting each team leader or a designated commander lead their team members. This would foster team cohesion and be more effective than individual players commanding from the field. In fact, there are many players who enjoy playing battle commanders. Considering the likelihood of large-scale battles, and even wars occurring more frequently in the future, MOU intends to gradually cultivate some of these talents. However, considering the prevalence of socially anxious lone wolf players, MOU has increased team benefits. For example, in future team battles, team players will receive 1.5 times more military merit and reputation than individual players for the same tasks. Teams also have additional quotas for purchasing houses. Once a team has earned enough team merit, they can purchase a dedicated area for team housing. Team housing is larger than regular players' personal homes, and comes with its own workshop facilities. The ground floor can also be used as a shop. MOU currently only plans to open a team housing area in AMT County, near the player market. The demolition of the old houses in AMT Village has left a large area of land vacant. This way, craftsmen who need workshops no longer have to spend their days hunkering down in various shops waiting to rent boilers, sewing machines, and other workstations. Furthermore, as the number of players increases, there will always be a shortage of available space in NPC shops or factories. Workshops can be built directly within the team's housing, allowing players to add whatever facilities they need. Each team can maintain a few craftsmen without placing too much of a burden on the team. It will also facilitate player inventions and promote resource redistribution. MOU checked the backend. It was already the second day of the official server launch. So far, it seemed the new players were adapting relatively well to life in the other world. Those who tried to cause trouble weren't as numerous as he imagined, and most were immediately imprisoned. Of course, there were still quite a few new players testing out strange features on the forum. Subject: when you turn into an octopus, don't just chop off the tentacles and eat them just because you're tempted. Original poster, teppanyaki. Content: everyone. Whatever you do, don't chop off the tentacles and grill them when you turn into an octopus just because you're tempted. Or, in other words, don't purify the tentacles after grilling them. I'm a new player, logging into the game for the first time today. Since a friend from the beta had already been playing Druid for a while, we teamed up to do a quest together. I saw a passerby with the ID grilled octopus or squid, and I suddenly felt tempted. I looked down and saw my own octopus tentacles and thought, isn't that just an octopus? It's okay to chop off some tentacles and grill them, right? Since there was a druid healing nearby, I tried chopping off a few tentacles. Since I was a new player with a short health bar, the druid easily healed them up without any pain. We grilled a few delicious octopus tentacles. Just as we were about to eat, my friend, a druid, got into his habit of purifying food whenever he saw it, and he cleansed the skewers. Result, those delicious octopus tentacles were transformed into incredibly unsightly grilled fingers and toes. Oh my god, my friend and I were instantly horrified. Is this game really that badass? The post's ferocious gameplay sparked a flurry of wow. And 666 comments from other players, with some even wondering if the OP's fingers and toes were still there when he transformed back into human form. As expected, when there are too many people, all sorts of weird things start to happen. MOU silently closed the post. But thankfully, this player used his own tentacle for the test. Aside from his own and his druid companions' minds, no one else was harmed. There are many other similar learn from your mistakes posts. MOU believes that as these players, who have made mistakes learn more, the number of players causing trouble will gradually decrease. Leah, MOU called out. We now have 1/3 of the natural authority, right? Can we do anything with it? Yes, Leah said. As long as there's enough core energy, the Lord can use the system sandbox to alter the territory's topography and natural conditions. The more changes you make, the more core energy you need. MOU heard this and opened the system panel. After searching for a long time, he finally found a new button labeled Territory Sandbox on the last page of the system interface. He clicked on it, and a 3D projection of his entire cashew-shaped territory appeared before him. He experimented with fiddling with the 3D projection, discovering that it could be zoomed in and out with his movements. Pulling the view below the ground revealed the distribution of underground water in mines. This feels like playing some kind of infrastructure game. MOU muttered, locating AMT City and zooming in on the urban projection. He had long wanted to solve AMT City's water shortage. Whether it was a moat or an artificial canal running between the industrial and residential areas, he had always wanted to find a solution. However, the most crucial issue was the water source. This perspective sand table made things much easier. MOU explored the ground beneath AMT City and found a plentiful underground water vein. Can I use the power of nature to move this underground water to the surface? MOU asked. You can try using the sandbox design mode to modify the layout of the current plot, Leah instructed. If the operation is possible, it will be displayed green. If it is not possible, it will be displayed red with the reason. MOU tried it out and found that diverting the groundwater to the surface consumed the least amount of core energy, while moving the entire underground river above ground would result in insufficient core energy. He thought for a moment and tried diverting the groundwater to the surface on the sandbox, connecting it to the pit left by the previous beast tide. After circling the city 350 degrees to form an ohm-shaped moat, it would re-enter the ground not far from the groundwater outlet. Sure enough, since this change had no real impact on the underground river, only slightly increasing its route, the system deemed it feasible and only required 10,000 core energy. After the elves returned to the world consciousness, Leah's core energy increased significantly. Now, discharging 10,000 energy points was no problem for the world consciousness. However, MOU didn't immediately press the confirm button. He saved his current sandbox design, intending to perform a CG animation of water flowing down the moat in front of the players during peak player activity. This would not only make the Lord look impressive, but also allow players to see a CG animation that enhanced the gaming experience. It also prevented players from misinterpreting the scene changes as a design bug tampered by the official game development team. Truly killing two birds with one stone. However, now that the moat was in place, the city canal, which had already been reserved, should also be possible. MOU stroked his chin and drew another canal at a designated location within the city, like a straight line slanting through the middle of an ohm. However, this would require a bridge opening in each wall and metal railings. Otherwise, the moat and walls would no longer provide the intended protection. After running the design through the system and confirming its feasibility, MOU assigned the task of renovating the walls and the canal gates to the players and dwarves. After all, forging metal fences was something the dwarves were more adept at. Like the air and the earth, the groundwater also contained a certain concentration of pollution. MOU planned to plant another batch of light lilies near the canal to absorb this free-floating pollution. It would be best if Rama could research and build a water purification plant. Chapter 200. Aelian stood in the center of the explosion test field next to the Alchemy Research Institute, curiously examining the mannequin before him, draped in a dark brown, tattered cloak. Is this your latest invention? Rama nodded, proudly saying, yes, this is bioarmor crafted from the little cutie's hair and the contaminated, mutated branches you remove from the mother tree of life. It possesses the attributes of both a magical beast and a magical plant. It can absorb pollution to grow, repair itself, and enhance its defenses. Oh, and it also retains the little cutie's ability to fly. When it's activated, all pollution within a 10-meter radius is absorbed, solidified, and transformed into its outer shell. Part of it. But this thing isn't alive, like a magical beast or a demonic plant. Without any adventurer controlling it, it has no thoughts, no endless, uncontrollable desires, and is no different from a piece of clothing. Once worn by an adventurer, the telepathic power within its fur allows it to connect with the adventurer's mind, allowing it to be controlled and defended. I only use a small amount of contaminated branches from the mother tree of life for each piece of bioarmor, but the abundant vitality and fertility contained in those branches gives this bioarmor powerful self-repair and growth capabilities. So you asked me to come here to... Aelian pondered for a moment. To provide it with contamination? No, of course not. We have an ample supply of contamination, Rama said in surprise. I asked you to come here to test its defenses. After all, you are the strongest fighter in AMT County. He paused, then added, except for our unfathomable lord, of course. Rama beckoned, and a player ran out the door. Aelian had some familiarity with him. His name seemed to be Yusin. Yusin will be in charge of fitting this bioarmor. All you have to do is attack it with all your might. After all, adventurers can be resurrected even if they die. Rama shrugged. Beat it to death, don't hold back. That's a bit too ruthless. Aelian laughed. but he still activated Guardian Heart and donned the armor in one go. He drew his great sword from his back and assumed an attacking stance. Yuzin shook himself subconsciously and quickly removed the bioarmor from the mannequin. Why does this thing look so much like a Dementor when I put it on? Yuzin grumbled quietly. The hair hidden within the cloak, belonging to the little cutie, automatically grew longer, binding Yuzin tightly within it. The hair from the hood clung to his temples. In an instant, Yuzin's field of vision expanded to 360 degrees, as if the entire cloak were covered in cameras. He could observe everything around him from any direction and angle, and control the cloak to roll up, stretch, float, and grow. Fuck, this doesn't feel like a cloak, it really feels like a mecha. Yuzin exclaimed in surprise. 360-degree viewing access, a floating flexible exoskeleton, neural access control. This is much cooler than a mecha. It just looks a lot like a Dementor, but what's the point of a bicycle with this? Dementors are just Dementors. They're pretty cool too. Llama smashed a sealed bottle filled with pollution at Yuzin's feet. Try absorbing the pollution first. Yuzin obeyed. This bioarmor was completely mind-controlled, reacting to a single thought. Its remarkable sensitivity forced Yuzin to clear his mind and focus on the command. The bioarmor began rapidly absorbing the pollution, engulfing the black smoke like fumes from a range hood. New fibers resembling hair and plant branches rapidly sprouted from the edges of the cloak. You can try controlling the bioarmor, intentionally thickening areas you feel vulnerable or vulnerable to attack, Rama said. Although it currently looks like a cloak, it can change shape based on your thoughts. Holy crap! Yuzin muttered. So it can look like a real mecha? He pondered for a moment, and the Dementor-like cloak indeed transformed, becoming a sci-fi-inspired human exoskeleton. Oh! What a strange shape. Rama rubbed his chin. So, this is the mecha you've been talking about? Yes. Yuzin's eyes shone, though Rama couldn't see them clearly through the bioarmor mask. This is a man's romance. Rama shrugged and snapped his fingers at Aelian. Leave it to you. Beat him to death. The knight's lips curled up slowly. Got it. With the mecha's protection, Yuzin seemed to have an inexplicable courage. Come on. I'm only level 50, but I won't show mercy just because you're so handsome, my lord knight. The knight's heavy sword responded by slashing down on him. Shit! Help! Yuzin instinctively flinched, only to find himself whizzing back more than 10 meters. Huh? This thing is amazing. It can even float in mecha mode, and it doesn't even need a jet engine. Interesting. The target suddenly retreated at high speed, surprising Aelian. Then he launched a second attack, this time aiming for the opponent's neck. This was a knight's signature move, a direct hit on the head, a clean and efficient one. In a split second, dozens of branches appeared at Yuzin's neck, overlapping and trapping Aelian's greatsword blade. Hey! Yuzin began to boast. I blocked it. Holy crap, I blocked it. Aelian, you haven't been doing well lately. Has the Lord drained you? Or hasn't the Lord fed you enough? Rama gloated, adding fuel to the fire. Our strongest knight can't be defeated by a piece of bioarmor, right? The person wearing this is just a level 50 adventurer. Heh. Aelian's lips curled into a sneer. The knight finally started to take it seriously. With a flick of his wrist, he smoothly and deftly swung a sword flower with the great sword, which was taller than him. Since we come to this, I show you my true strength. His silver eyes gleamed with brilliant starlight, and his figure flashed with such speed that in an instant, dozens of afterimages appeared on the field. Even with Yuzin's 360-degree vision, he couldn't quickly identify the knight's true form. And the great sword, like a bolt of silver lightning, pierced his heart. When he noticed this attack, Yuzin was startled and his body floated back dozens of meters. However, the knight's attack speed and strength did not decrease, but instead accelerated and caught up with him. Yuzin subconsciously continued to reinforce the thickness of his chest armor until the system in his field of vision sounded an alarm. Pollution level low, no further increases. How is the pollution depleting so quickly? Yuzin was horrified. He opened his backpack to retrieve a spare sealing bottle as he fled, but in that moment of distraction, the knight caught up with him, thrusting a sharp greatsword towards his heart. The greatsword, imbued with some magical power, encountered slight resistance as its sharp blade pierced the tough mech shell. But with Aelian's force, the sword pierced through the protective shell like jelly. Oh my god! Yuzin's eyes widened as he watched his health bar plummet, leaving only a thin layer of blood. And this was the result of Aelian deliberately avoiding the vital points. The silver-haired knight stepped on the mech and deftly pulled out his long, broad great sword, shaking off the blood stains. Strength needs improvement. Rama pulled out a notebook and scribbled something rapidly, nodding as he wrote. I collected some very useful data. The current defense can probably raise a level 50 player to around level 70. I feel like using only the cutie and the tainted branches of the Tree of Life as materials is a bit too flexible and flimsy. Perhaps we need to add some stronger, harder materials to improve defense. Yusun, dying on the ground, cast several healing spells on himself and drank a healing potion. I'm saying, no one cares about me. Call me a druid. I think I can still be saved. It's okay. Your mission is accomplished. The data has been collected. It doesn't matter if you die again, Rama said ruthlessly. Cold-blooded. Heartless. You alchemist. Yusun cried from the ground. If you yell again, I really send you to the resurrection point. Rama, riding furiously, glanced at him. Yusun silently shut up and climbed to his feet. He could just slowly drink the healing potion. Aelian smiled faintly, sheathed his sword, relinquished his guardian heart, and changed back into his casual attire. By the way, take one of this bioarmor with you, Rama said. Although it's still unfinished, it can significantly enhance the user's abilities. If you use it, you might be able to reach the edge of the king level. And he glanced meaningfully at Aelian's chest. It can also absorb some pollution, which should be beneficial to you. Aelian took a spare bioarmor from Rama. Looking at the tattered cloak, a subtle hint of disdain crossed his handsome face. Can this thing be worn over armor? He asked. Yes. Lama nodded. As long as it's contaminated, it can transform into any form. Furthermore, at the Lord's insistence, I removed the hair-chewing side effect. He nudged Yusun, motioning for the adventurer/experimental subject to remove his hood. Look, his hair is fine, not damaged at all. Yusun, Why do I sense regret in your tone? Is it just my imagination? Anyway, this thing looks like ordinary clothing when it's in your backpack when not in use. Lama said, take it with you. If you ever need it, don't forget to tell me what you think and provide some usage data. I try to improve the materials, and see if I can create an upgraded version with even stronger defense. Aelian nodded, and put the spare bioarmor into his space belt. Chapter 201. When Xianyuitio logged into the game that evening, she noticed that the city looked a little different. The treehouse she bought was near the edge of the player residential area. For some reason, there had been a vacant lot there before, but tonight, she noticed a hollow, empty but as wide as a road, with guardrails on both sides. It looked like a dry river during the dry season. But AMT County is a desert city. How could such a thing as a river suddenly appear? Intrigued, Xianyuitio took out her bike and rode along the river. She discovered that the river connected directly to the moat outside the city. The city wall had been broken through at some point, creating a curved bridge archway half a person's height and metal fencing. She put her bike down, climbed over the guardrail, and walked to the edge of the fence to look out. Both the moat and the river seemed to have been repaired and reinforced, with solid embankments on both sides. If filled with water, it would probably act like a moat outside the city and a canal inside. Xianyuitio imagined a bird's-eye view of AMT New City and suddenly realized, with the addition of the river, wasn't this the typical design of the alternate world, two-dimensional Hengian often seen in anime? As expected of the official website, they really know how to use memes. Xianyuitio exclaimed, hopping on her bike and heading towards the other side of the river. She followed the river and was surprised to find that although the river ran along the edge of the industrial zone, its central point was not far from World Square. She also saw the Lord, staff in hand, walking from World Square towards the south gate, followed by a large group of players. After playing for so long, veteran players have become quite familiar with the Lord's habits. The Lord's most common item is a magic book, occasionally sporting a monocle over his right eye, and only when he's about to do something big does he use his staff. What big event will happen today? Curious, Salty Fish Etiao couldn't help but follow. The Lord walked out of the south gate and gently tapped the ground at one end of the moat with the end of his staff. Salty Fish Etiao then realized that their city's moat wasn't a perfect circle. It was more like an ohm shape, with the opening exactly where the south gate would be. The north gate has a retractable drawbridge gate that can be built over the moat, but the south gate is just a dirt road and gate. Is it because the south side, closer to the elves, is safer? Salty Fish Etiao muttered, his eyes fixed on the Lord. The Lord gripped his staff tightly in his right hand, opened his arms to the sun, closed his eyes, and muttered something. Leah, play the background music. Mou mentally addressed the world spirit. This time, he chose a majestic background music piece that perfectly complemented the animated scene of the great river water flows down from the ground. He was all about creating a perfect atmosphere. O consciousness of the world, Please bless the new city of AMT. Let the endless flow of water bring new life to this city. MOU finished his words loudly, then slammed his staff down on the ground. All players heard a clang. To the left of the Ohm symbol, the ground in the riverbed suddenly collapsed. An endless stream of groundwater gushed out, pouring into the riverbed with great force. The water level in the moat rose rapidly. Unnoticed, the ground to the right of the symbol also collapsed, creating a hole for the water to flow out. In reality, MOU had merely surreptitiously pressed the OK button on the sandbox design interface of the system panel. Nature's power truly works. Under this divine influence, the groundwater, brought to the surface, made a sharp turn around the city, then seeped back into the ground after completely filling the river channel. MOU surveyed his masterpiece with satisfaction, then glanced at the player's mouths, gaping in astonishment. A smile played on his lips. Plan worked. This groundwater originates from the abundant rainfall in the central mountain range. Due to years of crustal movement and environmental changes such as surface desertification, it has been trapped and flowed underground. MOU's manipulation of nature's power merely diverted the groundwater. While this would increase evaporation and water consumption by trees, flowers, and residents, compared to the total amount of groundwater here, this amount would not significantly impact the natural ecosystem. On the contrary, once this water enters the air circulation system, it will form rainfall, allowing the new plants in AMT County to grow more lushly. Furthermore, according to MOU's map, this groundwater itself doesn't flow through other cities, so it won't significantly impact downstream cities or the ecosystem. Having successfully completed a cherished task, MOU happily led the large group of players back home, even assigning the druids some quests to plant light lilies along the riverbank. I have to discuss the water purification plant issue with Rama when I have time. MOU reminded himself again, asking Leah to include this in his upcoming work schedule. Rama had summoned Ayalian early this morning, saying he wanted the knights to help test the bioarmor he and the players had created. MOU was curious whether the finished product would actually be as powerful as a mecha. Honestly, not only do players love mechas, but MOU himself enjoys them, too. MOU even thinks the saying mechas are a man's romance could be expanded to mechas are a romance for all of humanity. However, since this is a magical alternate world, if the official creation of such a thing were to happen, it would likely be criticized by players, with numerous complaints like it's a weird mess, and it feels too out of place to mess with mechas in a magical world. However, if such a thing were created by players themselves, their eyes would widen and they would exclaim, "Is this even possible? Isn't this world too free?" And then give the official a thumbs up. Some things, when created by the official, invite criticism, but if players create something and the official acquiesce, it's a sign of the playing team's foresight, allowing players full freedom of expression. While the results are identical in both cases, the player acceptance level would significantly change. In a sense, this is a unique double standard among open-world players. MOU believes this double standard phenomenon is simply a legitimate consideration by players based on their own interests. If the official imposes some super game settings on the game, there will inevitably be players who dislike it and believe that the official actions interfere with their enjoyment of the pure magical world, thus degrading their gaming experience and harming their interests. However, if it is a spontaneous act of player creation, and the official simply grants players the freedom to express their creativity, then even if other players have different opinions, they will consider whether their own game ideas will receive official support, and therefore believe that protecting the rights of other players to freely express themselves is protecting their own rights. It's simple, people are selfish. It's perfectly normal to prioritize one's own interests and ignore other perspectives. As a senior planner, understanding the player's mindset, making appropriate adjustments to game content, and assigning the right people to the right tasks, is also a crucial part of MOU's planning work. The South Gate wasn't far from Rama's laboratory, so MOU headed in that direction, intending to see their research results and discuss the water purification plant with Rama. But before he was halfway there, he saw the knight approaching. It was obvious that Ayalian was looking for him. The silver-haired knight smiled at the sight of him, and MOU smiled back. Just as he was about to ask the knight how the experiment went today and whether Rama's research had been successful, he heard a burst of unusual exclamations from the players behind him, mixed with strange discussions like, "Holy shit, what the SN loss? And isn't that a traveling merchant?" MOU turned around, his face filled with confusion, glanced at the commotion of the players, and then ran towards the city gate with Ayalian. A stumbling, yet familiar, chubby figure appeared at the south gate of AMT City. The chubby figure, leading a horse, wore a strange, hair-raising smile, as if his face had been fixed into the human skin mask of a grinning, eerie clown. The players who hadn't yet followed the Lord out quickly noticed this figure. The new players stared at the figure in bewilderment, while the veteran players, after staring at his face for a moment, recognized his identity. Oh my god! It's Mustafa, the traveling merchant. What's wrong with him? He looks strange. The traveling merchant is way late, isn't he? And why is he all alone? Where are his bodyguards? His slaves? His goods? But the strangeness didn't stop there. With each stumbling step forward, the chubby traveling merchant's face became distorted, melting, and twisting, like a lump of dough plastered to a skeleton, too wet to support its own weight, beginning to slide off like mud. Upon closer inspection, one could see the bulging veins on his neck, the skin cracking, revealing long, worm-like or tentacle-like things. Mustafa kept emitting shrill laughter, hee hee hee, the laughter sounding like it had multiple reverberations, completely unlike the merchant's original voice. Let's play a game. Let's play a game. He seemed oblivious to the pieces of flesh falling from his face, and the melting of blood, not even noticing his eyeballs, veins, and all, sliding to his mouth. He chanted, as if in a trance, "Let's play a game," while wildly pulling 3 crystal balls from his pocket, and stuffing them into his mouth one after another, as if they were sweet candies. Amidst his eerie laughter and frantic, half-singing, half-shouting ramblings, a cloud of black smoke suddenly erupted. Chapter 202. Oh no! It's an illusion! Aelian reacted the moment he saw the puff of smoke. He rushed to Mou's side, turned around, and held the Lord in his arms. He activated his guardian heart, shielding his back against the wave-like edge of the illusion. They were too close to the center of the sudden eruption. There was no way a human could escape from it in such a short time. The illusionary contamination erupting from the traveling merchant toppled all nearby players to the ground. Almost everyone was stunned. Holy shit! What the hell is going on? Mou, who was being held firmly by the knight, looked up from his chest and asked, "What happened?" Mou, clad in his robes, couldn't run as fast as the knight, and didn't actually see the traveling merchant transform into an illusion. But when he looked up, he saw that the once blue sky of AMT City was now shrouded in a dark purple mist. The merchant Mustafa transformed into an illusion at the south gate of the city. This illusion has just unfolded, and I'm afraid it's already swallowed half of AMT. Aelian replied calmly. He looked quite strange just now, as if he had completely fallen into madness. He swallowed several more crystal cores. I suspect they are concentrated obsessions. This illusion is probably an extremely rare multi-core illusion. Aelian has been dealing with various illusions for over 300 years, and Mou still trusts his judgment. However, the Lord now has more to worry about than just this one issue. Mou whispered Leah. Show the illusion's coverage on the map. The small world elf was also swallowed by the illusion. She nodded slightly at this, and a purple-black shield pattern appeared on the system map, completely engulfing AMT south of the moat. But the first wave of the illusion had already ended. The pollution within AMT City was minimal to begin with, so the illusion seemed to be weakening in its later stages, and its expansion northward was extremely slow. How many players are affected? Mou spoke to Leah in his mind. Currently, 221 players, including 35 NPCs, have been included in the illusion. Leah replied, detection has revealed that this illusion is multi-core, with several incompatible core obsessions. We are currently analyzing the first level of the illusion. We have captured the footage of the incident. Do you want to play it to all player anchors that entered the illusion? The players who had been knocked to their feet were slowly climbing to their feet. Mou nodded and said, play it. Players are our greatest help in breaking the illusion. Sharing information is beneficial. Leon nodded, and simultaneously played the video of the merchant transforming into the illusion through Mou's GM anchor and the player anchor. This time, Mou clearly saw the familiar, chubby, somewhat treacherous, yet deeply sincere merchant at his city gate, laughing and singing like a madman, oblivious to the falling flesh, swallowing 3 crystal balls before exploding into a mirage. This isn't a normal mirage. He took a deep breath. Mustafa is over half a month late. His caravan, cargo, slaves, and bodyguards are all gone. This isn't an accident, this is an attack. A terrorist attack targeting them, using mirages as bombs. Who was behind this? Was it the god of raging waves and ice, who had been constantly active? Or was it the Church of Light, which should have reacted immediately after the sun's apostasy but had held back, preparing a major move? After the CG animation ended, a deep, smiling male voice echoed from the purple-black sky. It sounded remarkably familiar. Mou thought for a moment, and recognized it as Niachan's voice, which he had heard in player screen recordings. Okay, The murderer has been confirmed. The Church of Light and the God of Fun. Lord Moyawu, you took something from me that you shouldn't have. I should have destroyed you and your city outright, but I'm a forgiving God, and simply wiping you out would be a tedious task. Now, I offer you two choices. If you voluntarily return Aelian to the Church of Light, I will dispel the illusion that shrouds your city. If you refuse, then these few rounds of the illusion mini-games will be my death gift to you. Please make your choice. Lord Moyawu. Before MOU could even make a move, the players were already buzzing. Is this Nyachon? Damn it, the Church of Light is here to kidnap us, right? This is a terrorist attack. Lord, you can't compromise with terrorist forces. Cooperation. My wife is our wife. We won't hand her over to the Church of Light. MOU subconsciously glanced at Aelian. The knight's face was filled with sorrow, his silver eyes filled with guilt and self-reproach. I'm sorry. It's all because... Stop thinking. Don't say anything. Trust me. MOU decisively interrupted the knight's train of thought. He took a deep breath and said quickly, leave everything to me. Nyako, a skilled manipulator, was exploiting Aelian's kindness and guilt, guiding the knight into self-sacrifice. As a renowned planner, who had seen through the flag plot, he couldn't let his kind knight fall for Nyako's PA tactics, and he certainly couldn't allow such a melodramatic plot to appear in his game. But, Aelian was about to say something, but MOU covered his mouth with his hand. The Lord leaned close to his ear and whispered quickly, the illusion appearing in AMT City isn't your fault, and it's not even a bad thing. For the players, these are 3 dungeons Nyaruko volunteered to give away. The Church of Light and Nyaruko didn't even ask for an appearance fee. We're making a killing. Look at the players. They're all eager to try the next dungeon. If you dare to go out and sacrifice yourself, take the dungeon. If we lose it, the players will fight you tooth and nail, and our newly opened gaming company might even be sued and bankrupted. Aelian's pupils trembled. ? Wait, is that so? Why did he feel like something was amiss? Aelian turned to look to his left at the group of players rubbing their fists and angrily shouting, I won't hand them over. Then, looking to his right at the familiar druid girls staring at him, and the Lord with infatuated smiles, he suddenly felt that what the Lord said made sense. MOU saw that Aelian's expression had changed from the resolute, desperate martyrdom of a voluntarily sacrificed hero to a thoughtful, the Lord is right expression. He felt like he had plucked another flag from his knight's back, and let out a long sigh of relief. He took a step forward, raised his head to the sky, and declared righteously, I will not hand anyone over. Aelian has become my knight, a subject of AMT County. I will not hand over any of my people to you. MOU's voice was resounding, echoing throughout the illusion with Leah's blessing. Besides, he curled his lips, even if I handed him over, you wouldn't immediately lift the illusion. That would be too boring. You enjoy watching us, the treacherous ones, surrender our companions out of fear for our lives, and then proudly reveal your verbal trap before us. Even if you were willing to be a trustworthy god, you probably only lift the illusion someday, after we're all dead. Isn't this the scenario you wanted to see? Am I right? Nyarlathotep, who deliberately omitted the time for fulfilling his promise, occupied the body of the god of light. The voice in the sky fell silent. Holy crap! The players murmured, Lord, what a cool guy. Our Lord is so tough. He's directly confronting Nyarko? I love that. That's a rage for a man. I got it again. Official bonus. Eat it up. Holy crap, didn't anyone notice that fulfillment time meme? I just imagined the scene, and it's definitely Nyarko's style. That plot is just too melodramatic. But I really like the Lord's twist. Amid the chatter of the players, a series of slow high-fives echoed from the sky. As a human, you seem to know me very well. Interesting, truly interesting. Nyarlathotep's hearty laughter echoed from the deep purple sky. In that case, let me see your performance. A crisp snap of fingers rang out, and the scene in the illusion began to shift. This was no longer the new city of AMT. Strange-looking buildings rose from the dark purple earth. But the more MOU looked at them, the more familiar they seemed. The valley, shaped like a giant dragon, was filled with roller coasters with winding, twisting, and rotating tracks, eerie castles covered in cobwebs, and even a Ferris wheel in the distance, slowly turning like the Wheel of Fortune. Welcome to the first illusion, the God's Playground. Naya's voice was tinged with a smile. Lord Moiwu, you and your adventurers are free to choose any of the attractions in this park. For each attraction you complete, you will receive a card. Collect 13 cards and solve the puzzle, and I will consider you a successful participant. If you successfully pass the 3 levels of the illusion, as a reward for pleasing me, I will temporarily entrust Aelion to you. But if you fail, as a wager, I will take our former holy son away. Now, your performance may begin. Aelion looked at Mou, only to see the Lord's expression grave. The knight's heart skipped a beat, and just as he was about to ask, the Lord spoke in a voice only he could hear. Don't you think it would be a shame to make such a wonderful horror park a one-off? How can we keep it? It wouldn't even cost anything to build or maintain. Come to think of it, as the Origin World's Ghost Festival these days. Wouldn't that mean there would be seasonal limited time events? Aelion, ? Wait a minute, Lord, something's not quite right with you. Chapter 203. After repeatedly confirming that this illusion, due to the absorption of the real bodies of NPCs, like Mou, could not be preserved as a permanent event, Mou sighed in disappointment and asked Leah to create a limited seasonal event instance during the Ghost Festival. What a shame for this entire setting. Mou sighed silently. Although it's unfortunate that it's built in the city, there aren't any important buildings south of it. I could just move those factories out. After all, AMT County is so large. If this were a permanent game dungeon, the players would be thrilled. Aelion silently began to ponder. Perhaps he didn't understand the Lord's intentions as well as he thought. It was regrettable, but since these NPCs with only one life had been unfortunately swallowed by the illusion, the only way out was to fight hard to break out and make Naya's attack a seasonal event. After Leah finally analyzed the illusion, Mou finally heard the illusion's notification sound. This illusion is a multi-layered one. The obsession in Illusion 1 has been successfully resolved. It has been detected for 22 main quests and 56 side quests in Illusion 1. Unlimited dungeon entries. Meanwhile, all players received a system notification. A limited-time seasonal event dungeon has opened during the Ghost Festival. Naya's Challenge, Triple Illusion. Illusion 1. The Evil God's Playground is now open. Players are welcome to challenge it. Note: during gameplay, please prioritize protecting the lives of NPCs trapped in the illusion. They only have one life. If an NPC dies in the illusion, all quest lines associated with that NPC will be completely lost. Mou open the quest panel. Instance name: The Evil God's Playground. The missing merchant Mustafa suddenly appeared at the south gate of the new city of AMT. He seemed deeply tainted, as if manipulated by someone, and before his death, he swallowed 3 crystal cores condensed with obsession. This illusion has now enveloped the southern part of AMT. All of this is a conspiracy by Nyarlathotep, who controls the body of the God of Light and the Church of Light. This evil god still yearns to obtain Aelion, the former holy son who betrayed the church. Players are encouraged to actively participate in this limited-time illusion, overcome numerous obstacles, and protect our knights. Illusion 1 is the Evil God's Playground. This amusement park features 22 attractions. Completing any of them will earn you an attraction card. Please submit the obtained attraction cards to Lord Moiwu. Once you have collected the 13 cards Nyarlathotep has requested, the card puzzle will be revealed. Please assist the Lord and solve the card puzzle. Current main quest: select an attraction and obtain an attraction card, can be played in a group. Current side quest, pending. Special quest: rescue/escort NPC, pending. Exit conditions: players must complete at least one side quest or main quest, or die, to exit the dungeon normally. Note: the Lord and NPC must completely solve the illusion puzzle and purify the triple illusion before leaving. Dying in the current dungeon will not increase the dungeon's distortion level. Current dungeon difficulty: complex. Current dungeon purification progress: 0%. Quest tip: is following the instructions of the fun person the correct choice? Time flow: time in this dungeon flows the same as in game, with no loops. Save points: there are no save points in this instance. Special note: players should prioritize protecting the lives of NPCs trapped in the illusion. An NPC's death in the illusion will negate all quest lines for that NPC. Is it my imagination? Why are there so many more events after the official server launch? After all, since we've gone from a free-to-play game to a paid one, adding more dungeons isn't unreasonable. Not to mention, all dungeons in this game are disposable. Wow! Evil God Playground? Why does that sound so interesting? Players outside the illusion eagerly rushed to the illusion after receiving the quest, while NPCs outside the illusion received a message from the Overlord on their phones. Lord Moyu, this illusion is an attack launched by the Church of Light. Those not trapped in the illusion should stay away from the area as much as possible. If necessary, seek temporary refuge in the Elven territory. For assistance, please contact at Fireth Loren. Lord Moiwu, those trapped in the illusion, please do not panic. Our adventurers are already attempting to dispel the illusion. Those trapped in the illusion can choose the following methods to rescue themselves. 1. Attempt to gather at the following coordinates: 54.21, 66.35. You can ask for an adventurer to escort you to these coordinates along the way. Note: due to the uncontrollable nature of the illusion, the coordinates of this gathering point may change in real time. Please monitor the latest coordinates posted on your mobile phone. 2. If your current location is relatively safe, or you are unable to leave it, please find a safe location nearby and immediately select Locate in the dialog box to send your current location coordinates. We will dispatch adventurers to rescue them. Please travel in groups whenever possible and prioritize your own safety. MOU system dashboard displayed the number of players and NPCs currently in the illusion. Due to the release of the seasonal event dungeon, the number of players entering the dungeon was steadily increasing. Besides him and Ialian, 33 other NPCs had unfortunately entered the illusion. The illusion erupted in the south of the city, engulfing primarily several factories and Rama's alchemy laboratory. This was a silver lining. The south of the city was a newly built area with fewer people. Compared to the city council hall in the center, where 300 or 400 refugees still lived, and the bustling market area, the south was largely populated by NPC workers. MOU reviewed the list. Besides Rama, the remaining 32 people included 23 dwarves working in the factories, 3 passing mercenaries, and 6 elves. The good news was that most of these NPCs were capable of self-preservation. But regardless of their proficiency in combat or puzzle solving, MOU had no intention of letting them die in this illusion. Whether it was his citizens or his allies, he would bring them out intact. Genius alchemist, Rama Onisul, don't worry about me. I'm at the original coordinates of the Alchemy Research Institute, which has now become an amusement park called Floating Treasure Hunt. I have 17 adventurers with me, and I have 5 sets of cute creature armor and a bunch of alchemical items in my space. If you need supplies, come find me. Rama is truly a reassuring alchemist master. MOU muttered, I feel like even if we can't find a way out, we can just blast our way out with Rama's hand-kneaded antimatter. But considering this was a fantasy on their own territory, and they were also inside it, MOU felt it best not to use this ultimate nuclear weapon unless they were in imminent danger. If they accidentally miscontrolled the antimatter bomb's yield and destroyed them all, it would be a complete game over, and Naya would be practically dead from their ridiculous maneuvers. Xiangyang. 3 mercenaries and 6 elves are now heading to the rendezvous point via the southern passageway of the former factory area. The 6 elves don't have cell phones. They just arrived from the elven territory today for rotation, and will be accompanying us. Lord Moiwu, copy. Please be careful. Mamoru Maduro. I gathered the dwarves working in several nearby factories, a total of 23 people. But we're here to work today, and there are only 5 of us armed, besides me. We're currently in the open space between the haunted house and the mirror maze. If it's convenient, please have adventurers bring us some weapons, axes, hammers, and maces preferred. MOU immediately used the backstage to issue a support mission to the adventurers to deliver weapons to the dwarves. He also asked nearby players to help protect the mercenary elves and dwarves. As for the alchemists, MOU felt that a llama's ingenuity could handle it all on his own. This fantasy amusement park doesn't just have 22 dangerous rides. Monsters roam the roads and flower beds. From the beginning, Ialian, leaning on his great sword, stood vigilantly beside MOU. They were currently located in a small square in the center of the amusement park. Each vertex of this square had a path leading to 4 different attractions. A Ferris wheel shaped like the Wheel of Fortune to the north, a roller coaster to the south, a haunted castle to the east, and a building to the west, barely visible in the fog, likely some smaller structure. The players who had recently gathered had already formed their teams, chosen their destinations, and were heading off to explore the various attractions. A small number of players remained, waiting for the Lord or Ialian to issue or trigger quests. In the deep purple night fog, the night stood like a bright beacon, silently guarding and severing the heads of every monster drawn to the heart of protection, like a moth to a flame. The remaining players were also actively participating in the monster hunting. The monsters in this illusion were unique. Killing them would drop a special game coin. Ialian, noticing this, showed MOU the game coin. MOU suspected these game coins were used to purchase items or participate in projects within the amusement park, so he asked Ialian to collect some as well. After arranging the arrangements for the unfortunate NPCs trapped in the dungeon, MOU finally felt at ease and could reflect on the problem. Fortunately, in this dungeon, the network established by Leah through the anchor point was completely unrestricted, allowing both NPC phones and the player forum to function normally. Taking the background magic book from his system backpack, MOU began to check the real-time strategy posts on the player forum. Chapter 204. Xiong Yang had a habit of reading his fortune for himself and Lot Seth every morning after waking up. This morning, he frowned slightly as he looked at the death card Lot had drawn and the strength card he had drawn. He calmly switched their patrol routes and handed his own to Lot. "Be careful on the road," he warned. "I always had a bad feeling." Lot slipped his Arcana card into Xiong Yang's deck. "It's just a normal patrol mission. There have certainly been a lot of strange adventurers lately, but how dangerous are they?" He glanced at Xiong Yang's serious face, then pecked his lover's cheek. "Okay, I be careful, and you too." At that moment, Xiong Yang looked at the sacrifice card he had drawn and sighed silently. "It's a good thing I'm the one coming here. Second in command, what should we do?" One of the mercenaries, Kevin Takot, asked. "Believe in the abilities of Lord Moy and the adventurers." Xiong Yang said calmly, "We all heard rumors of adventurers purifying illusions, whether it was the traveling merchants before or the recent incident in Pohnpei. You also saw those refugees on your patrol. Rumors spread by 1 or 2 people might be lies, but when 300 or 400 people tell the same story from different perspectives, it's likely the truth. The adventurers have the ability to purify the illusion and get us all out." He clenched his hands around his phone, looking at the message that had been delivered. Lot hadn't replied. Xiong Yang took a deep breath. "We meet up with the Lord. He lead us out." He looked at his 2 subordinates. Kevin Takot and Dylan Parks both nodded solemnly, while the 6 elves tightened their grip on their bows. These elves, 3 men and 3 women, all looked very young. Xiong Yang couldn't help but ask, "Are you adults yet?" One of the blonde men shook his head. "Elves reach adulthood at 110, and we just celebrated our 100th birthday this year." The other, brown-haired elf woman said, "We're the rotation personnel here this time. The king said we were the last surviving newborns born from the mother tree 100 years ago. It would be beneficial for us to spend more time with the pure newborn mother tree before we reach adulthood. This morning, we sensed a natural vibration and followed it to the south gate of the city. We witnessed the stunning scene of the Lord summoning the river. The Lord is truly great." The other elves chirped in agreement. "But we didn't expect the illusion to swallow us all up on our way back," the blonde boy said in frustration. "My name is Orland." "My name is Lol." This boy had short dark brown hair. "Dura," said the brown-haired elf girl who had just spoken. "Nazar." This boy had emerald green hair, which was particularly striking. "My name is Xena, and hers is Sarella," said a girl with dreamy violet medium-length hair, pointing to the girl with silver ponytails beside her. Just as they finished introducing themselves, a deafening scream was heard, and all the elves couldn't help but cover their sensitive ears and double over in pain. "Enemy attack!" Xiong Yang shouted, 3 o'clock. Xiong Yang quickly stood at the front of the group, while the other 2 mercenaries, one on each side, protected the underage elves in the center. Kevin joked, "When we get out, remember to ask the Lord for your wages for guarding the elves. He pay you." Xiong Yang said, pulling out a card, flipping it open, and instantly breathing a sigh of relief. "Card summon. Demon." He raised the card high in his hand, and suddenly a massive card appeared in the air. It was a demon card. In the center of the card was a lifelike, crimson demon with huge, curly horns on its head, and a pair of shiny black bat wings spread out from its back. The demon moved within the card, and then sharp claws emerged from the surface. As if piercing some barrier, it flew out from the card. Flames burned from his body, and in the light, everyone could clearly see their enemy. A gigantic, twisted, snake-like monster twisted in the sky. It also had enormous bat wings, and its eyes were like green lanterns. The Terror Hunter. Kevin smiled wryly. "This thing is not easy to deal with." Second in command, "Did you really calculate your fortune before leaving this morning?" "I did." Xiong Yang gritted his teeth and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Prepare for battle." Hellfire. A raging fire erupted from the giant demon's mouth, instantly dyeing a corner of the purple-black sky red. Under the intense light and heat of the flames, the Terror Hunter twisted its body, flashing and howling in the air, as if somewhat afraid of the attack. But the next second, the Terror Hunter vanished from its spot, only to reappear before Xiong Yang, its massive tail sweeping down towards him. In that instant, the astrologer hurriedly unleashed his skill, Star Shield. He was instantly enveloped by a shimmering magic sphere of starlight, and the next second, the Terror Hunter's massive tail swept him away. The Star Shield shattered under the blow, and Xiong Yang flew through the air like a marble, tracing a perfect parabola. Just when he thought he was doomed, he crashed into a giant web of vines. Phew, we caught up. Nikukia patted the massive vines she had conjured, and they skillfully and gently lowered the bewildered Xiangyang to the ground. We're not too late, are we? Yuhua Dengxian said with a grin. The brave squad, under the Lord's orders, has come to escort you to the rendezvous point. Excellent. The mercenaries and elves all beamed with delight. There's only one terror hunter, a level 70 enemy. We're all level 65, and the highest level is 67. The level difference isn't too big, so we can fight. Luzhou Laoju glanced at the identified monster information and activated Guardian Heart. You guys, protect the NPC behind me. This thing can fly, so prioritize ranged attacks on its wings. Wow, your archdemon is so cool. Is that a skill? Nikukia asked Xiangyang curiously. Yes, the astrologer's card summoning skill. Xiangyang calmed his still pounding heart. Draw one of the 22 major arcana cards to summon the entity on the card, either to bless or attack. The archdemon is a rare, powerful attack card that lasts 3 minutes. Holy crap, that's awesome. Yuhua Dengxian's eyes lit up. I want to learn astrology too. We talk about learning skills later. Yijin Pokianshin said, the terror hunter is afraid of light. Where's your flashbang, Au? Oh! I got it! Yuhua Dengxian quickly dug a homemade flashbang from his backpack and threw it at the terror hunter. He then launched a fireball at the flashbang, accurately hitting it and igniting it. The purple-black sky was instantly dyed bright by the flashbang. The massive terror hunter screamed in agony, its eyes blasting, a sticky black liquid leaking out. The scales on its body fell off as if corroded by strong acid. A rustling black ash was cast. Ha! It hits a weak spot. Yuhua Dengxian cheered with a satisfied fist. It knocked off a third of the health bar in one go. Isn't that awesome? Hellfire! Xiangyang once again controlled the archdemon to launch a flaming attack. This time, the terror hunter was blinded, unable to dodge, and was caught directly by the fireball. Xiangyang himself was a level 63 astrologer. Although his level was slightly lower than that of players, who had no trouble leveling up, the archdemon's fire could still hit a weak spot, making it quite effective against a level 70 terror hunter. Elves, shoot arrows at the terror hunter's eyes. Kevin also gave the order. He and Dyrant were both melee classes, and at the terror hunter's current altitude, their abilities weren't enough to reach it. Luckily, the underage elves were already at LV 60, so firing arrows at the terror hunters already injured was a piece of cake for them. After a single volley, the terror hunter's health bar dropped another fifth. The players' coordinated tactics were far more creative than the NPCs. Flying enemies? No problem, they already mastered specialized strategies. Ball? Vine. Yijin Paqianshan roared succinctly, and the demonic vines that had been gnawed at the ball rose up again, forming a bridge in the air, 2 men wide. Yijin Paqianshan soared up along the vines, his double blade swung out, and slashed at the terror hunter's head, behead. His kitchen knife left a deep gash in the terror hunter's neck, visible to the bone. Then, the blade flipped, slashing down the terror hunter's body. When he reached the tail, he slashed with another blade, cut off the tail. He fiercely kicked the tail's blade, leave the middle. The terror hunter's wound instantly burst open, gushing black, sticky blood. The massive tail fell from midair, the airborne part still attached to a severely injured head. As expected of a sword master, so handsome. Strike him while he's weak. Under Xiangyang's control, the great demon pounced on the terror hunter, its sharp claws pressing down on its severely injured head, and slammed it hard into the ground. Smoke and dust billowed, as the great demon slowly dissipated, leaving only the terror hunter, its health bar still at 30%, struggling to survive on the ground. The flying monster landed. This was undoubtedly the perfect opportunity to attack. While the terror hunter was still frozen, the player team charged forward and unleashed a barrage of skills. Combined with the attacks of the mercenaries and elves, the terror hunter was soon reduced to a pool of black ash on the ground. Chapter 205. Wow, that's a good fight. Yuhua Dengxian said, hands on his hips, grinning. Let's get out of here before the other monsters arrive. We made quite a commotion just now. Luzhou Laoju picked up a fallen game coin from the ground. What is this? It looks like a game coin. Maybe it's for a game. Nikukia leaned over to take a look. So we have to team up and kill monsters before we can play any of the projects? Yuhua Dengxiandio, how many game coins do I need to play all 22 projects? I don't know. So, are you really planning on playing all 22? It's a rare limited time seasonal event, so I play as many as I can. It's a win-win. You Dingxiandio, but I imagine some projects will require teamwork. I don't think one person can do it alone. They chatted as they escorted the NPCs back the way they came. This place wasn't far from the Lord's location. They had arrived there in no time. But before they had gone far back, they realized a game project had suddenly appeared, blocking their path. There were already many players queuing up to play. Yuhua Dengxian hurried to the front, grabbed one, and asked, "Hey, what's this game?" "Hangman," the player said. "Have you played it before?" "The Hangman puzzle game?" "Oh, I know. It's the English word guessing game," Yuhua Dengxian said. "Almost. The rules have been changed." The player pointed to a strange puppet standing at the entrance of the game. The puppet was wearing a strange gothic suspender skirt, black and white striped stockings, black leather shoes, a face painted white, and a black bob wig. That puppet is the referee for this event. Yuhua Dengxian looked in the direction the player pointed. After taking an eerie puppet, he curled his lips in disdain. "Wow, this puppet is just like something out of a 70s horror movie." Yeah. That puppet's mouth is just like the puppet in Saw. It opens and closes like a spooky puppet when it speaks. The player agreed. The rules of this game are 7 people guess a word, but each person has to stand on the gallows. If they guess the right letter, they get to guess the next letter until they complete the word. What if they guess wrong? Yuhua Dengxian asked. Hanged. As the player explained, a player, hanging from the towering gallows in the center of the iron-barred arena, let out a cry of awe, and instantly disappeared into a streak of white light as they returned to the city. "But it's not far from the respawn point, so we can get back quickly," the player added. "Do you need to pay game coins to play this game?" "No, that's why so many people play it." According to the forums, games that don't require game coins have a higher mortality rate, while games that do require them are safer. But playing with game coins itself is quite a hassle. It's just one death anyway, the player said nonchalantly. "Has any team ever won?" Yuhua Dengxian asked. "Not yet." The player shook his head. A word, regardless of length, only has 7 chances. If you get all 7 wrong, you have to try a new word and start over. It's pretty random. Everyone tries vowels first based on frequency and probability, but if you're unlucky, vowels alone can wipe out 5 chances. Yuhua Dengxian nodded in understanding. He glanced at the puppet referee again, only to see that the bob-haired puppet was already becoming increasingly exasperated by the endless stream of players. "What's wrong with you guys? This game isn't supposed to be like this. Don't you value your lives? You only get 1 guess per life." "1. Do you really want to die? What's wrong with this puppet? She was so arrogant at first. Like a horror movie. Adventurers, want to play a guessing game with me? If you guess wrong, you be hanged. To death." "Oh." The player mimicked the puppet's tone perfectly. Then, as more and more people joined, she started to get increasingly exasperated. Another complete error. The next group of 7 players once again lined up to ascend the scaffold. A new word was created, and 7 horizontal lines of gleaming white light appeared on the ground in front of the scaffold. Ace. Missed, and a player was hanged in disappointment. E. The second square displayed a letter, and the players outside cheered. I. The player tried another vowel, and this time the 5th square lit up. The players in the audience continued to cheer. Indigenous NPCs, like Xiangyang, saw the native words and letters of this world, completely different from the English letters the players saw. This was naturally due to the perfect translation and connection between Leah's world consciousness/system and the player's anchor point. The player's good luck didn't last until the 3rd time. After trying R, he tragically died. The 3rd player stepped forward, lost in thought. "Why?" The last square lit up. "It's destiny," Xiangyang muttered, grabbing Yuhua Dengxian. "That word is destiny." Destiny? Yuhua Dengxian's vocabulary memory, nearly relegated to his English teacher, suddenly came online. He glanced at the XX9Y on the board and suddenly realized, destiny. It's destiny. The missing letters are D, S, T, N. The puppet glanced suspiciously at the shouting Yuhua Dengxian, but Leah didn't translate Yuhua Dengxian's words. The puppet could only hear the adventurer shouting something meaningless to her. She stared at Yuhua Dengxian in confusion for a few seconds, but in the end, she said nothing, returning her gaze to the adventurer on the gallows. However, the man had fully understood Yuhua Dengxian's hint. The first space D lit up. S-T-N. As the player uttered the syllables translated by the anchor, all the spaces lit up, spelling out the word fate. Of course, to all the adventurers, it was the English version of destiny. The puppet had clearly not anticipated this development. Angrily, she pulled an item card from her pocket and handed it to the lucky player who had said the correct answer. Damn it! Damn it! The puppet lady stamped her foot in anger. All of you. Get out. She drove all the players in line out of the enclosure of the game facility. The massive gallows and platform suddenly sank into the ground. Within seconds, everything vanished completely, even the puppet lady, as if she had never been there. Just like the first time Yuhua Dingxian and his companions passed through this place, the place was once again an empty intersection. The player who had won the game walked up to Yuhua Dingxian and said, Ayu, thank you for the reminder. Yuhua Dingxian looked up at the other person's ID and realized it was someone he knew, Suifeng Ershi, whom he had met during the elf expedition. Did you accept the mission to escort the NPCs? Suifeng Ershi saw the NPCs in their group and understood. I also need to go to the Lord to hand in the project card. I go with you. Speaking of which, completing this project still depends on your tips. We split the rewards equally. Yuhua Dengxian waved his hand. The NPC gave the tips. I just relayed them. The rewards don't matter. Take them. What does the project card look like? Can you show us? Oh, it looks like a tarot card. Suifeng Ershi held up the card for Yuhua Dingxian and the others to see. I think this one's the hangman, right? Yuhua Dingxian and the others leaned in to take a closer look. The card depicted a figure being thrown from a gallows with a rope around his neck. He seemed unwilling to die, reaching out toward the gallows, and the viewer on the card, a look of horror on his face. It feels like it, but the pose isn't exactly hanging upside down, Nikyuki said. But there's a serial number on the card, it says 12. The 12th card in the tarot deck is also the Hanged Man. I think it's correct, Suifeng Ershi said, stuffing the deck into his backpack. The artwork on this card is different from any other tarot deck I've seen. I guess it's an original creation by the art team? It looks quite eerie. They chatted as they walked, soon returning to the small square where the Lord stood. Under a silent, deep purple sky, a silver-haired knight, his guardian heart activated, sword in hand, stood like a stabilizing force, drawing everyone's attention and calming their restless hearts. Beside the knight, the Lord flipped through his thick magic book, muttering to himself, as if searching for a way to dispel the illusion. Nikyuki immediately took a screenshot of the scene, then cupped her face in her hands to admire the scene, a scene so beautiful even within the terrifying illusion. Thankfully, she was far away, and didn't hear the Lord and Leah whispering, yes, change the tempo here, add some cheerful drums and a chorus. Perfect. We can put this music on loop. And so, as the players entered the square, they heard a very Halloween-themed background music begin to play within this strange illusion, sung in a language completely unintelligible to this other world, a slightly eerie yet also slightly endearing background music. This song is so nice. It feels a little Disney-esque. Nikyuki tilted his head. Sure enough, a horror amusement park needs some background music like this. Yuhua Dengxian said excitedly, the music team scored big this time. It's got that completely Disney-esque horror vibe. That saves us a ticket to the amusement park during the Halloween season. Chapter 206. As the players arrived with their weapons, the dwarves were arguing over why they weren't carrying weapons. One said, the chief said we're not warriors, but craftsmen. Why should we be armed when we go to work? Another said, the chief told you to go eat X, and you went? His son was armed. Some dwarves were cursing. It was the lords and knights who were responsible, so why are the dwarves the ones suffering? Another dwarf muttered, if I had known, I wouldn't have rented a mine here. Aren't we just fine living in the wilderness? There's not a single living person in the wilderness, so it's impossible for a fantasy to suddenly appear. Mamoru Maduro listened for a moment, then heard the dwarf start to greet his father. He couldn't sit still any longer and jumped out. Are you done yet? How dare you compare the hardships you endured in the wilderness with the present? At least the mines you live in are pollution-free. Druids come to clean them 3 or 4 times a week. Morber's newborn daughter doesn't even have 3 heads and 8 fingers. What if we all die here? I don't know who started the ancestral worship first, but the scene inexplicably devolved into a brawl between elementary school kids, each side calling out hack your ancestors, never considering that they likely shared a common ancestor. Each side was backstabbing, and in the end, the unfortunate ancestor took the brunt of the consequences. If this ancestor had known, he would have such unfilial descendants, he probably would have abandoned them all to the wilderness, and adopted a bunch of idiots instead. But this is also a dwarf racial trait. When faced with indecision, they fight among themselves. Wait until after a fight or argument to resolve any issues. By that time, Most people likely won't have the energy to worry about the future. To put it nicely, it's called being soft on the outside but strong on the inside. To resist foreign aggression, one must first stabilize the country. To put it bluntly, it's called bullying the weak and fearing the strong. No one dares to make decisions, like a headless fly, unable to find their way forward, and only dares to use their fists on their own people. The fact that this race has survived for so many years is entirely due to their tough physique and tenacious vitality. They drink when they can, and when they can't, they fight until they faint. They enjoy petty gains and never take any blame for their mistakes. This is the dwarves' consistent style. In terms of personality, dwarves are truly an unpleasant race. However, their blacksmithing and winemaking skills are truly exceptional. Given a clear mission and a goal, they work diligently and efficiently. They have many skilled workers and are incredibly strong, practically doing the work of three. But at the slightest sign of trouble, these dwarves would be the first to defect. This was why Moyu had always treated them as mere tenants, their status far inferior to that of the loyal elves and the hard-working, willing players who worked as substitutes. However, given the dwarves' intelligence and fickle nature, Moyu felt that even if they defected to the enemy's side, they would soon be the first to defect back. The reason was simple. Moyu believed that no matter who the enemy was, the benefits they offered the dwarves would be inferior to those that slipped through his fingers. The giggling players watched the dwarves quarrel for a while, until both sides started pulling each other's beards and hair before stepping in to interrupt the spellcasting. Melissa Kubo couldn't help but nudge them with her elbow and mutter, "Why do I feel like watching them argue like I'm watching WB Square? Ha ha ha. Really, it feels like that." With weapons in hand and players giving them clear rally instructions, the dwarves finally broke free from their bickering and began to move in unison. After a while, the players discovered that these dwarves were truly capable. Their average level was above 70, with the clan leader's son even reaching level 80. Their class was likely a warrior, with thick skin, tough muscles, and maximum magic resistance, but low pollution defense. Each of them swung their windmills like giant tops. But their attacks were indiscriminate. The players had spent almost no time fighting monsters, their focus solely on keeping the dwarves alive from the chaotic friendly fire and the evil god's contamination. The mages and druids worked almost non-stop, healing and purifying. When they finally reached the small square, a group of players collapsed to the ground with pale faces. I knew protection missions were difficult, but I didn't realize protecting a dwarf was a million times harder than a solo boss fight. How can that compare to a solo boss fight? You're only fighting one-on-one, but protecting a dwarf is 1-on-23. Sorry, I took too much mana and feel like throwing up. Ugh. Next time, even if you offer me more military merits and rewards, I won't accept a dwarf protection mission. I'd rather starve to death or jump from here than take it again. If the reward is tenfold, would you take it? Of course. Moyu's mouth twitched as he listened to the players' conversation. Players are truly savvy. But suddenly having 23 chattering, undisciplined dwarves on the field, prone to fighting each other whenever they had nothing to do, was indeed quite a headache. Even if they were all mindless warriors, levels 7 and 80 were more than enough to handle the monsters in this illusion. You wouldn't let such a valuable resource go unused, leaving them to languish in the square, picking fights with each other. So, the teams that presented their project cards to the Lord and accepted the quest, as well as any teams that happened to be passing through the small square, all happily received a dwarf NPC as a quest reward. The Lord said to the players with a kind face, "The next quests are all somewhat dangerous. It's too risky for you to fight the monsters on your own. Bring a dwarf. Dwarves are powerful. All you need to do is heal and purify them." Completely unaware of the danger emanating from within, the players happily brought along the extra NPC members, excitedly rushing to the next attraction amidst the mixed looks of the players resting on the ground. Should we remind them? Probably not. Suffering is painful, but why don't I want to see them experience the beauty of dwarves? Is this the legendary I play games myself, and I watch newbies play games.jpg? But the Lord still had some conscience. He didn't provide dwarves to teams short of druids. It wasn't because there were too many player teams and not enough dwarves. This seasonal event was Tranquil C's first time participating in a dungeon. Because he spent his first night in jail, he completely missed the limited time dungeon in Rias Maze, which veteran players said was a launch bonus and a bonus for new players. This meant that while the new players, who had joined the game at the same time, were already frantically leveling up in the dungeon, he was still struggling with the second wave of newbies, who had just joined the server that day. To make matters worse, he had no idea how to complete his fortune teller job change quest. He had learned the skillful hand skill and had successfully used it several times. It was truly a remarkable skill. When using it, he could swiftly detect hidden locations around him and deftly manipulate objects with his fingers, making unlocking and stealing things a breeze. However, stealing was not something you could do casually. During the duration of skillful hand tranquility, C could see the karma above the heads of all targeted characters. If the value was red, it meant they had committed many evil deeds and could be punished with a minor punishment. If the value was blue, they were considered a good person who could not be touched. He also attempted to use his skill once on Grandma Alicia, who had a blue karma. Although he only received a pendant, which he immediately returned to her as if he had found something lost, for the next half hour, he experienced a series of unfortunate events, including falling flower pots, falling flat on his face, and being hit by a bicycle while walking on the side of the road. It was truly unlucky. After experiencing this terrifying karma, Tranquility C silently established the rule that good people should not steal. Although he was a very cautious player who enjoyed using personal experience to test the game's limitations, he was not a foolish person. After several attempts to challenge the system prompts failed to yield any positive results, Tranquility C restrained himself considerably. The requirements for his fortune teller job change were simply to use the arcana cards to divine for himself, and then perform a one-man show according to the instructions. However, the biggest obstacle at the moment was that the arcana cards were too expensive. He simply couldn't afford them. In desperation, he simply entered the seasonal limited-time dungeon to see if there were any quests he could complete to earn some adventure coins to buy arcana cards. As Tranquility C walked past the entrance of a dimly lit theater, a scene suddenly flashed before his eyes. He was standing on a stage, facing a smiling, portly magician in a top hat, holding a deck of arcana cards. Ding! Simultaneously, a player system notification rang in his ears. You have triggered your passive skill, Precognition. You have seen the vision of destiny. Stage, Magician Arcana. Tranquility C recalled the images in his mind, quickly summarizing the key points. Could there be another chance to access the arcana and complete my professional quest? His gaze fixed on a poster advertising a magic show on the theater's wall. The familiar, portly magician in the picture, top hat in one hand and cane in the other, smiled brightly at the audience outside the picture. Go in and give it a try. Tranquility C decisively stepped through the theater's doors, not noticing the magician's eyes shifting in their sockets as he moved. Chapter 207. The theater was completely empty, save for a small ticket booth at the entrance. Inside sat a puppet woman with a bun and a simple black dress. Buy a ticket to enter. 1 game coin. The puppet woman glanced up at Tranquility C and said coldly, Game coins? Tranquility C asked in confusion. You don't even have game coins? Just find a random monster outside and fight it. The puppet woman rolled her eyes, looking as if she didn't want to talk to him anymore. Tranquility C was sensitive to her disdain and smiled sheepishly. I'm not here to see the show. I'm applying for the position of magician's assistant. Magician's assistant? The puppet woman piqued her interest. Alright, so many people have died, so there won't be enough assistants. Let's go backstage. Go through the staff passage on the left and find the magician on the poster. He's still backstage at this hour. This clearly indicated a play. Tranquility C followed the puppet woman's directions and quickly found the staff passage, which led directly to the actors' dressing rooms. He easily located the chubby magician. The magician's chubby eyes narrowed into slits when he heard his purpose. Ah yes, our magician's assistants always change very quickly. In fact, I haven't found an assistant for tonight's show yet. I was planning to hire one directly from the audience. Tonight's performance consists of 3 parts: human body cutting, teleportation, and water tank escape. Successfully complete these acts to the audience's applause, and you receive a project card. Okay, before that, I'd like to ask, do you have any arcana cards? Asked Tranquility C. Yes, they're right here on the table. Arcana cards are the most common props in our magic shows. Feel free to use them. The magician said with a smile, your turn will be on stage in 10 minutes. Just exit through that small door. The chubby magician, with his belly protruding, walked through the small door onto the stage. Tranquility C could hear cheers and applause from outside. The magician had only 10 minutes of solitude, or rather, preparation time, and within those 10 minutes, he must use the arcana cards to obtain destiny's guidance. This was a magic show in the evil god's playground, inevitably filled with traps and dangers. This should echo the last requirement of his professional quest. In this performance, follow fate, please fate, and feel its mockery, its destiny, and its impermanence. Tranquility quickly found a complete deck of arcana cards on the dressing room table. He meticulously shuffled and cut the cards according to the system task panel. Following his intuition, he selected 3 cards and placed them on the table from left to right, forming a triangle. He flipped over the 3 cards, revealing the Joker upright, the Magician reversed, and the Death upright, representing the past, present, and future. Tranquility tilted his head. What does this mean? He wanted to open the system panel to read the card interpretations, but the Magician's time had already arrived. The Magician began calling for his assistants to appear on stage. Tranquility had no choice but to hurry on stage. Although he didn't have time to read the card interpretations, Tranquility was a skilled player and had already formed his own understanding of these arcana cards. Since it's the Magician in reverse and Death upright, then presumably the mission is to eliminate the Magician and send him to meet Death, right? He glanced at the audience and saw that none of these so-called audience included players. Instead, they were a group of bizarre-looking monsters, or followers of evil gods. Most of them had health bars on their heads, while others had question marks on their heads. Well, the Magician just said that after successfully completing these performances and receiving enthusiastic applause from the audience, they would receive project cards. But judging by the looks of these audience members, it was clear that they wouldn't be pleased by ordinary magic tricks. The only thing that would please them was the loss of life. It fits the theme of the Arcana card perfectly. After deciding on his solution, Tranquility C followed the Magician's instructions and stood in a rectangular cabinet. The cabinet was extremely narrow, and once the door closed, the walls squeezed him tightly. He could only slightly raise his hands, but couldn't squat or curl up. There was a narrow crack in the center of the cabinet. Since this project was called Human Dissection, Tranquility suspected that a saw, chainsaw, or knife would likely emerge from this crack. He had seen many real-life decryption videos of this type of magic. There were several different ways to perform it. The most common method involved having an assistant hide while the cabinet was open for demonstration. A mirror mechanism would then create the illusion of the assistant inside a box, inserting a sharp weapon into the empty box. Alternatively, the Magician would have the assistant curl up in one of the separate boxes, while a prosthetic leg was placed in the other box, creating the illusion of a severed lower body. But it seemed that no Magician's methods or props were of any use. He simply wanted to chop Tranquility into submission. While dying once wouldn't matter, Tranquility, with a performance still to perform, clearly had to survive to the bitter end. Thankfully, this trick was relatively simple and crude. The entire box was sealed. Besides the size preventing him from crouching, or dodging the incoming attack, no part of him could be seen by those outside. Tranquility swiftly retrieved a sealed bottle of contamination from his system backpack and struggled to take a sip. He whooshed into a tiny octopus ball. The Magician's sword pierced through, first slicing the box in half along the middle, then countless blades and steel shards pierced the box into a chopped-up hedgehog. The tiny octopus collapsed at the bottom of the box, carefully avoiding the sword tip, which was less than a centimeter away. The Magician outside waited for a long moment. Seeing no movement from the box, he pulled out swords and sharp steel plates one by one. However, to the Magician's surprise, the swords were all spotlessly clean, not a speck of blood on them. With a suspicious expression, he removed all the swords and opened the door. Tranquility C, now in human form, emerged from the box with a normal expression. The Magician's face twitched. "Are you okay?" "Of course I'm fine." Tranquility C gave him a strange look. "Isn't this a magic trick? Aren't you happy that it worked?" "Happy? Of course I'm happy." The Magician agreed with difficulty, then pushed the box to the corner of the stage and brought out 2 more boxes, one to the left and one to the right. "The next act is a teleportation." The Magician said to the audience, "My assistant will enter the box on the left. In 30 seconds, this box will be crushed by the giant beast. If my trick succeeds, my assistant will exit the box on stage right." Tranquility C understood. He had 30 seconds to escape from the left box and crawl into the right one. This time, the Magician carefully placed heavy shackles on him before he entered the box. Tranquility C repeated his trick, drinking a sip of pollution and transforming once again into an octopus dumpling. As a mimetic invertebrate, he slid out of the box with remarkable ease, using his mimicry to transform himself into the color of the stage floor. He slid quietly along the stage toward the box on the opposite side, then slipped back into the gap. Before re-entering the right box, he deliberately hid behind it for a moment, watching as the left box was ripped to pieces by the audience the Magician had summoned from below the stage. However, to the disappointment of both the Magician and the audience, No flesh or blood appeared in the box. The spectator only managed to take a bite of the wood chips. Seeing the magician sullenly walk towards the box to the right, Tranquility C retreated back. His control of the pollution level was so precise that almost as soon as he entered the box, his SAN value returned to 0, transforming him back into human form. This time, when the door opened, the magician's expression was even more awkward. "I'm quite lucky tonight." The magic trick worked again. The audience had already begun to boo. Rest assured, everyone. Tonight's performance will surely satisfy you. The chubby magician wiped the sweat from his forehead. Next trick is the water tank escape. This was a classic trick. It simply involved the magician entering the water tank, holding their breath, and then using a hidden key to unlock it and exit. It was a test of lock-picking ability. Of course, here, it was Tranquility C who had to enter the water tank. But as luck would have it, he was a qualified specialist. This opportunity had arrived. Tranquility C thought silently. This time, the magician chained his hands, feet, and body with iron chains, then locked them with a bowl-sized lock. He waved the key in front of the audience and carefully pocketed it. Little did he know that Tranquility C, who had activated his magic hand, had already stolen it. In Tranquility C's eyes, the magician's karma was red as purple, and he had no qualms about stealing. The next second, he was pushed into the water tank below the stage by the magician. The tank was enormous and opaque, but it was rising very slowly toward the stage. Tranquility suspected that if he hadn't escaped by the time the tank reached the stage, his performance would be considered a failure. So once he had gotten out of the water, he began using skillful hand to unlock and save himself. Fortunately, the skill lasted a full 30 seconds, and the magician hadn't pushed him underwater for long enough, so he still had a full 20 seconds. Tranquility calmly unlocked the large lock, removed the chains, and swam to the small door in the corner of the tank, gently pushing open the upward trapdoor. The magician was waiting there with his weapon, but Tranquility was prepared. Almost as soon as he emerged from the water, he threw the amnesia powder from his system backpack into the magician's face. When he emerged from the water to breathe, he saw the magician, bewildered, holding his great axe, as if he had completely forgotten where he was and what he was doing. As expected, the magician was considered an enemy, not an NPC. Moreover, he lacked a cell phone, so there would be no recorded alerts. Serene C climbed out of the water tank with satisfaction. He took the axe from the magician's hand, reattached the chain and lock to the magician, and whispered in the amnesiac's ear, "Hurry up and get into the tank. It's your turn." The magician stepped through the trapdoor confused. Tranquility locked the door from the outside. Listening to the splashing of water within the tank, he walked onto the stage and removed the black cloth covering the rising water tank. The magician's face was livid, his eyes rolled back. He floated silently within the tank, clearly having met his end. Tranquility then took his final bow to the cheering and applauding audience. The player system notification. Congratulations on your successful job transfer to Fortune Teller. Chapter 208. I finally succeeded in my job change. The performance was a resounding success. While the monstrous audience circled the water tank, Tranquility C smugly returned to the backstage dressing room. Unsurprisingly, he saw a project card on the table. The card looked very much like the Arcana's #1 card, the Magician. However, unlike the Arcana card he had previously drawn, this one depicted the same portly magician, drowning in the water tank, his eyes wide open and bulging. Considering he had merely completed his mission, Tranquility C stashed the project card back in his backpack without a single regret. He glanced at the player system, and saw an envelope in the upper right corner of his field of view. He opened the system panel, and saw an email from the system. Player Tranquility C, congratulations. Your job change mission has been completed. The Goddess of Fate rated your job transfer quest performance an A+. You received the following comment. This was a sacrifice to an evil god, yet you were able to adapt and manipulate fate, successfully using your few remaining abilities to counterattack and change your destined death. It's only a small improvement, but you certainly piqued my interest. The Goddess of Fate is optimistic about you. Please keep up the good work. He stuffed several Arcana decks and some seemingly useful magic props he found in the backstage dressing room into his backpack. Keeping them for personal use or selling them for profit seemed like a good idea. Tranquility still vaguely remembered the guy who'd taken on the fortune teller quest with him. Perhaps he hadn't even gotten the Arcana decks yet. He didn't need to charge too much for these secondhand cards. He could just give them a 10% discount based on the NPC's selling price. By the way, this project card should be available for the quest from the Overlord. Tranquility C opened the system map and headed for the NPC's location indicated. Welcome to the Floating Treasure Hunt project. I'm Piero, the host of this project. A skinny puppet boy with long, thin arms and legs bowed dramatically, his left hand placed on his chest and his right hand extended to the right, performing a perfect welcome gesture. His puppet's face was thickly powdered, and every time it moved its mouth, powder fell. Rama Onisil gave him a kind smile. Your body looks a bit worn out, and the design isn't very good. Your limbs are too long, making it difficult to balance, and the visual effect isn't very aesthetically pleasing. I have a brand new alchemical puppet shell here. Would you like one? The puppet boy named Piero's gaze lingered suspiciously on the alchemical puppet player behind Rama for a few seconds, as if a momentary temptation had crossed his mind, but he ultimately resisted Rama's demonic temptation. No, he sternly refused. I am your host, and you are my guests. In this realm, you must obey my command and complete my levels. Oh, and what are the rules of this level? Rama asked, arms folded across his chest. Piero raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. The two iron doors behind him creaked open, revealing the brightly lit arena within. It was a 3-story aerial maze, lacking second and third floors. Rama and his companions were standing at the entrance to the second floor, while the ground below was filled with countless traps and swords. The walls, rising from the ground to the ceiling, were covered in strange patterns. Some looked like grips, while others resembled square loopholes poised to fire. A single wrong step would result in a volley of arrows, or guns. This is a playground in the sky that defies the laws of physics. Piero raised his hands and said exaggeratedly, competitors must use various abilities, techniques, and equipment to levitate themselves within the maze on the second or third floor. If they fall into the traps on the first floor and die. This aerial maze is filled with opportunities and traps. Challenges and rewards coexist. Everything a challenger gains in this maze can be used directly or taken away as a prize upon exiting. That is, if the challenger manages to make it out alive. How many players are needed for one game? Houston asked impatiently. 5. Piero, baffled by his enthusiasm, answered hesitantly. Yeah, I'm signing up. He was the first to raise his hand. For other players rushed to raise their hands. Me too. Piero's face was filled with confusion. In the past, all the people he met who were forced to participate in the game cried and shouted to escape. So why did these people seem so enthusiastic? He instinctively sensed something was wrong and refused. No, I don't want you to join. He turned to look at the players on the other side, who hadn't raised their hands, their faces still etched with strange expressions of fear. He pointed casually and said, You guys. The 5 standing in the front go first. To his surprise, the players, who had just looked terrified, immediately said with a playful grin, Hey, I told you these NPCs like to pick on players who aren't particularly proactive and look a little scared. Ha ha ha. Great, really great. You figured out the NPC's psychology so well. Piero was bewildered. What's wrong with you guys? Know that? Don't waste time changing people, Rama said. It doesn't matter who you replace. No one here, including me, is afraid of your game. He grinned. Just so, I need a testing ground. Piero looked at the dark-skinned, rosy-lipped, white-toothed boy's smile and shuddered as if he had seen something terrifying. Well, all right then. He flinched and called to the players he had chosen. Challengers, please enter the arena. Then he watched as they took their tattered cloaks one by one from the frightening young man, threw them on, and floated into the maze. Piero's pupils trembled. Floating? Fuck, this design looks so Dementor-esque. It said it can transform into a mecha, if you use your imagination. What does a mecha look like? I don't have that much imagination. How do you get through the maze? Hey, isn't it easy? Just follow the walls, and eventually you reach the end. Why think so much? Just force your way through. Piero subconsciously felt something was amiss, but the rules clearly permitted the use of equipment. But then again, no one had ever seen a cloak like this that could allow flight before. This rendered the traps on the ground completely useless. At this point, extreme measures were the only option. With a thought, Piero's maze walls activated, launching countless blades at the adventurers, or walls suddenly collapsing horizontally, or bombs exploding overhead. But the adventurers responded with composure. One wrapped his cloak tightly around him, and with his mind, fibers resembling hair and vines grew into tentacles that swiftly caught the blades. He stuffed everything into his backpack. Hey, we're onto something. The other 2 adventurers, walking beneath a fallen wall, suddenly dashed forward a long distance, avoiding the impact of the falling objects. Oh, This wall isn't very strong. Two other adventurers, undeterred by the bombs, absorbed the pollution to strengthen their defenses. One of them successfully transformed into a mecha, even sporting a large mecha shield on the back of his right hand. Hey! I did it! Pierrot, What's with all those capes? Huh? Ah, he then tried multiple traps. Whether it was sulfuric acid, falling rocks, or giant eagle monsters, these adorable little bioarmor creatures effortlessly evaded each obstacle, leaving Pierrot's eyes bloodshot. The puppet boy scratched at his hair, irritated as if he wanted to pull it out by the roots. These adventurers not only looted every treasure chest they encountered in the maze, they even explored every trap, stuffing everything they could into their backpacks, practically scraping away the walls. Even in his years, as the host of the Evil God game project, Pierrot had never encountered such a group. They couldn't be killed, their traps were ineffective, and yet, they were still so greedy they wanted to take everything. He was practically being ripped bald by these five. After walking half the maze, Pierrot nearly had a heart attack. I wondered if this wooden puppet of his even had a heart muscle. Finally, he collapsed and opened a door in front of the adventurers. Enough. You win. You can leave now. I give you the project card. Now that. Several players were displeased. Huh? What are you talking about? We haven't had enough fun yet. That's right, we're only halfway through. It's probably a trap, so we're not going that way. Keep going, keep going. I want to see what this maze has to offer. I won't leave until I explored every inch of it. Pierrot's pupils trembled. What's going on? You don't even want to leave? If I keep up this scavenging, I lose money. Seeing they truly didn't want to leave, and continue to loot the maze, Pierrot took a hard look at the situation, and made a decision that went against his ancestors. He, along with the entire floating treasure hunt maze project, instantly vanished from everyone's sight. Only a single project card slowly floated down from the sky. Rama reached out and steadily caught the card. He waved to the 5 remaining players in adorable creature armor in the empty project area. You completed the project. Come back. Chapter 209. That NPC is so unplayable. That's right, he ran off with the project just halfway through the game. Amid the players' complaints, MOU took the project card Rama handed him. It featured a picture of a pile of golden treasures. He raised an eyebrow. This was the first project card he had received that wasn't related to tarot or arcana. So far, MOU has collected the Hangman, the Magician, and this treasure card from players. He hasn't collected all 13 project cards yet, and he doesn't know what the puzzles hidden within them are, but they already given him some questions. Ozelia is a parallel world similar to the original world, yet with many differences. While the arcana cards here are very similar to tarot, they also have many differences. As far as MOU knew, the Origin Worlds tarot deck, a blend of cultures and mythologies from various religions, evolved over many years to represent all things in the universe. These cards include natural creations like the sun, moon, and stars, as well as religious symbols like the Pope, Temperance, the Devil, and the Tower. There's even the Hangman card, which incorporates the legend of Odin from Norse mythology. These religious myths are unheard of on the continent of Ozeria. More importantly, there's no moon in this world. The word moon here doesn't refer to a satellite orbiting Ozeria that reflects sunlight, but rather to a type of fluorescent grass that blooms every 30 days. Even though Leah's translation still uses the customary term moon to refer to the month, in the language of Ozeria, it refers to the flowering cycle of this fluorescent grass, not the time it takes for the moon to wax and wane once around Earth. This was something MOU had asked Leah about when he heard the name of his mount Yuechi. In the language of the Ozerian continent, Yuechi actually refers to a horse-like creature that glows. Thus, in this world's arcana, the moon became a dragon, and the hangman, representing Odin hanging upside down, became the sacrifice card. But the image of treasure has no counterpart in either tarot or arcana. Sacrifice, magician, treasure. Just as MOU was pondering this, another team of players brought in new loot. This time, it was a card depicting surging ocean waves, which also didn't belong to either tarot or arcana. We got this during our underwater survival game at the aquarium. The team of players was still dripping wet. Becoming an octopus and playing underwater chase is super fun. MOU curled his lips and gave the players a gentle smile. Just have fun. After sending the players away, he called a few NPCs besides the dwarves to his side and showed them the cards in his hand. What do you think this means? Xiang Yang, the only professional with a background in divination, took the cards and shook his head. It's not the arcana. Only this card, based solely on the drowned man's attire, suggests a magician. However, judging by the imagery, it could easily mean drowning or death, if you don't have preconceived notions. Xiangyang thought for a moment and added, the Arcana card encompasses everything in the universe. Its direct imagery and extended meanings encompass almost everything in the world. Therefore, it's perfectly normal for similar elements to appear in other things. Mou understood what he meant. For example, the word world could refer to Leah, the world consciousness, or everything in this world. It was also the last card of the Arcana, but the elements and meanings overlapped. So what could possibly include a sacrifice, or the hanged man, a magician, or the drowned ghost, the ocean, and treasure? Mou muttered to himself. Everyone was lost in confusion. Rama said, perhaps the puzzle isn't hidden within the cards, but only revealed when all 13 cards are collected? This amusement park has 22 attractions, right? And just randomly collecting 13 cards unlocks the puzzle? Possibly. Mou nodded. But I have a feeling there's some connection between these cards. Perhaps. Ailian pondered for a moment, then sorted the cards into several piles. Do these cards represent authority? He pointed his slender finger at the ocean. The ocean, the authority of nature, is currently the property of the god of raging waves and ice and snow. His finger. He moved on to another card. Treasure, or rather, luck and wealth, are one of the powers of fate, wielded by the goddess of fate, Janus. What about the magician? Lama followed this line of thought. If it's a magician, or considering the game the adventurer described, a show of exploiting and defying fate, then it should also fall under the purview of fate. But if it refers to the drowned ghost, then it falls under the purview of the god of raging waves. I think the meaning of these cards may also be related to the project itself. Xiangyang said, this magician card may actually represent the variables of fate, the power of the goddess of fate. If we follow this line of thought, the hangman riddle, where one life is exchanged for one guess, could be a sacrifice or a price, an exchange. This is the domain of the demon duke. Rama said. That makes sense. Everyone nodded in agreement, then fell into confusion. But how do these cards representing secondary authority relate to this illusion? I don't think we can just follow Naya's line of thought. Rama said, playing games with the evil god is like walking on a tightrope. If a problem is already filled with falsehoods and lies, there's no way to find the correct answer. Whether it's a natural or man-made illusion, the key to cracking it lies in finding the core. Ailian, an expert in dealing with illusions, said, the person who constructed these 3 illusions is a traveling merchant. The most basic resentment comes from him, and the foundation of the previous illusions all comes from the crystal ball he swallowed. If we find the crystal ball, we can crack the foundation of these illusions. Then the only question becomes, can these cards really reveal the location of the crystal ball? Rama, balancing his chin on his hand, asked a question that struck a chord. Definitely not. Mou smiled and said decisively. This was Na's playground. Who else but Nar himself could construct such a massive amusement park illusion, centered around the power of the gods? The core of this illusion wasn't so much an obsession, as it was a collection of Na's desires, imbued with his desire for the authority of other gods, as well as his mockery and malice toward humanity. If the items in this fantasy world represent the authority of the gods, the god of raging waves and ice and snow, and the goddess of fate, gods who are clearly Naya's targets, then where does Naya's own authority lie? No, that's not right. Mou reorganized his thoughts. Naya is an alien evil god. The power of the 3 pillars of deity he possesses does not belong to this world. Within this world's authority, he has only infiltrated the powers of the virtual and the real, thus tainting the power of this world's will. And the game items representing the virtual and the real. Mou opened the system map. As the scattered players explored, every inch of this amusement park was clearly marked on the system map. Mou's gaze glided over the roller coaster, the Ferris wheel, the rapids, the pirate ship, and the haunted house, finally landing on the mirror maze. Mirror image, mirror, the portal connecting the virtual and real worlds, everything connected in Mou's mind. I think I found the location of the crystal sphere. The Lord smiled once again, his signature smile. Rama, Xiangyang, could you please collect the players' cards here on my behalf? After collecting the cards, please send me the card details via your phone. If you find any that don't match our previous deductions, please notify me immediately. Rama and Xiangyang accepted the task without hesitation. So, Lord Knight, are you willing to join me in this mirror maze, a nexus between reality and illusion? Mou smiled and invited Ailian. Ailian placed the great sword back on his back and said seriously, I have no objection. The people inside the illusion struggled to make it through, while those outside were also struggling. Directly assigned the task by the Lord, Pharaohs, with a sullen face, moved all the natives from the edge of the expanding illusion to the north of the city. He even took some effort to stop Lot from entering. The mercenary leader, pinned down by the elves, was furious. My partner is in the illusion, and the Lord will lead them safely out. Pharaoh said calmly, you won't be able to help if you go in, and you even become an additional burden to the Lord. Although Pharaohs had often been bullied by the cruel Lord, causing considerable psychological trauma, he also had a deep understanding of the unfathomable power of this necromancer, who surpassed the Grandmaster level. He had heard from his sister, Alicia, about the adventurers who had breached the illusion in Pohnpei and rescued the hundreds of refugees from the city's council hall. It was said that from the time the eldest son of the Budamic family arrived in the Elven territory, seeking aid until the illusion was completely cleared, only half a day had passed. Even the Church of Light, with the most skilled workers in the illusion-breaking and purification worlds, couldn't pull this off. Not to mention, Aelian, the Church of Light's most skilled worker, was now trapped in the illusion alongside the Lord. Even within that illusion was Rama, the young, yet eccentric, master alchemist who should not be underestimated. This was probably the strongest possible lineup capable of breaking the illusion. If even they couldn't escape, then adding Lot would be useless. Trust the Lord, mercenary. Fellows sounded incredibly reliable at this moment. There are still many people in this city who need to be evacuated. This is what you can and should do. Chapter 210. Aelian stopped. They had already left the crowd. He and the Lord were traveling quietly, so he hadn't activated his guardian heart and simply followed the Lord. But the longer they walked, the more the knight sensed something was amiss. What's wrong? Mou asked. Aren't we going to the Mirror Maze? Aelian asked doubtfully. The Mirror Maze should be east. And you're heading north now. Mou smiled. We're going to the Mirror Maze, but not this way. If the core is hidden there, it's too dangerous to go there in real form. Now their real forms were trapped in an illusion. It would be dangerous to attempt such a glaringly dangerous task with a body that had only just survived. After careful consideration, Mou came up with a better solution. Let's go to the Ferris wheel first. Mou looked toward the giant roulette wheel to the north, his lips curled. Controlling both the Overlord and the secondary body simultaneously to perform simple activities, such as walking, wasn't a difficult task for Mou, but if he also focused on solving the project's puzzles and challenges, it became a difficult task. Simply switching to the secondary body would cause the Overlord's body to lose consciousness again. Letting the players and others see the Overlord faint was clearly not a good option. At best, it would cause panic, and at worst, it would lose public support. Neither outcome was desirable for Mou. If Mou were still fighting alone, he would probably have to use his real body to break through. Thankfully, he now had a reliable accomplice who knew him inside and out. As long as this knight was by his side, he could activate his invincibility skill, ensuring his safety. If he ever encountered danger, he could simply have Leah sound the alarm, and instantly switch back to the Overlord to activate his invincible defense. So, as long as he found a relatively safe and private space within the amusement park where he and the knight could be alone, Mou could safely leave his body to Aelian and switch to his alternate character, Barbecue Squid. He chose Barbecue Squid because it was a higher level character and a more tolerant alchemy doll, which would increase the success rate of the hacking project. And this relatively safe and private space was, of course, the Ferris wheel. Each cabin on the Ferris wheel was independent, and the worst that could happen was a fall from a height. The knight was equipped with a cute little bioarmor that could levitate. He had heard from Aelian about this, which would definitely ensure the safety of both of them. According to the guides currently posted by players who had experienced the Ferris wheel, before boarding the cabin, the NPC would hand out a quest card in an envelope. These contained some awkward but not truly challenging tasks. The player who posted the question, "What are you looking at?" While he didn't specify the specific quest he received, he described it as a pleasant experience, saying the scenery from above was beautiful and atmospheric. He added, "You can't get item cards here, and the ride takes an hour. It's not suitable for those looking for rewards, but it's highly recommended for couples." Given this, Mou concluded that this ride shouldn't be dangerous. Perhaps there's no safer place to store a body than a Ferris wheel cabin in the entire amusement park. Mou had put on his monocle from the moment he started, switching his anchor point back to the Barbecue Squid, and simultaneously driving his secondary account towards the Ferris wheel. They should be able to meet him by the time they reached it. That mirror maze might contain content related to real and imaginary authority. Mou continued walking forward, saying to Aelian, "I can't take my ring off. I might need to borrow yours." Mou paused, then said, "If I take my ring off temporarily, Your previous sequelae won't relapse, right? With you, Aelian whispered, I can distinguish between reality and illusion. That's fine. Mou felt relieved and continued on his way. With Aelian by his side, they made it almost unimpeded all the way to the Ferris wheel. The several magical beasts and evil spirit minions they encountered along the way were transformed into game coins by Aelian's sharp blade, perfect for this project. Aelian spotted the familiar Xiaohao standing at the Ferris wheel's entrance. As he passed Xiaohao, he took off his ring and placed it, along with a few extra game coins, into Xiaohao's outstretched hand. Barbecue Squid flashed the Lord's signature smile, slipped the ring onto his finger, and ran southeast. Aelian and Mou walked into the Ferris wheel's entrance together. He dropped his game coins into the gate, and the gate opened with a click. The two followed the illuminated arrow on the ground. At the entrance to the elevator, a little puppet girl, wearing a clown skirt, the left side of her body black and the right side red, stood. Her face was also painted in different colors, red on the left and black on the right, the opposite of her clothes. She also wore an octagonal clown hat, each protruding corner tied with a golden bell. Hello, everyone. This is the task you need to complete tonight. If you refuse, your elevator will fall from the sky. The little puppet girl grinned at them and handed them a pink envelope. Please open the envelope after entering the elevator. Aelian took the envelope. Mou entered the elevator first. It was a narrow cabin with only 2 seats, each located opposite the other. On either side were walls, each containing a huge transparent window that was more than half the size of the wall. When the elevator reached its highest point, it should offer a clear view of the entire paradise. Aelian followed suit and sat across from Mou. Aelian opened the envelope, pulled out the pink card, and hesitated for a moment. Can you do it? Mou asked curiously. Of course you can. The knight hesitated, it might be a little offensive. Can you do it alone? Mou confirmed. Aelian nodded, and for some reason, Mou felt the knight's face flush a little. As long as you can do it, that's fine. I leave everything here to you. After Mou finished instructing Aelian, he turned to Leah. If you encounter any danger you can't handle, Leah, please notify me immediately. I switch back here and activate my invincibility skill. Leah nodded seriously. Mou smiled at Aelian and Leah, then closed his eyes, completely immersed in his trumpet. Aelian glanced down at the pink card in his hand and sighed helplessly. Do you really trust me, Lord? Leah leaned over to read the words on the pink card, her large eyes gleaming brightly. On the player forum, a post caught the attention of the female players. Subject, holy crap. The Lord and his wife went on the Ferris wheel. Original poster, salty fish. Content, this isn't a drill. This isn't a drill. This isn't a drill. I just passed by the Ferris wheel and saw the Lord and Aelian enter. I was clinging to the door from behind and watched them receive their pink envelopes and get into the elevator. First floor, Nikukyu. Wait a minute. Is that the Ferris wheel posted next door? The one with the pink romantic quests that would kill you for ordinary people, be hell for those in bad relationships, and be perfect for couples? Original poster, salty fish. Yes. That's it. Second floor, Melissa Kubo. Does anyone know how many random quests are in the pink envelopes? I'm desperate to find out which one they got. Third floor, what are you looking at? My partner and I have written it 5 times. The envelopes are randomly assigned, and different colored envelopes contain different quest types. But the quests in the same envelope can also change. The envelopes we received 5 times came in 3 different colors, and only 2 were pink. One required a kiss at the Ferris wheel's highest point, and the other required one person to dance in front of the other. Honestly, there should be quite a few pink envelope quests. Has anyone else gotten any other? Fourth floor Nikikyu. I don't care. No matter what quest they get, my couple will definitely kiss. Fifth floor Melissa Kubo. Am I the only one who thinks dancing is cool? The cars are so small, the slightest movement will bump into each other, hee. I really want to see my wife dance. Sixth floor today it rains. Didn't anyone catch up with them and get into the nearby cars? At Salted Fish One, what's the point of just cracking the door? Just follow them? Original poster Salted Fish One. I want to too, but I don't have any game coins. Seventh floor Melissa Kubo. Damn! This is clearly a bonus Easter egg from the production team, and the truth is going to be hidden in the unknown history? Eighth floor. You what Dingxian? Well, just to be honest, wouldn't it actually be better if they didn't see it? What if they just got a rather boring quest? Ninth floor Jinryoyu. Yeah, that's true. Nothing is as exciting as imagining it. 10th floor Nikikyu. Wouldn't that mean I could imagine every quest in the pink envelope? 11th floor Melissa Kubo. Oh, that's even more exciting. So how many pink quests are there? I really need the answer. I really need it. Just as the female players were flocking to the Ferris wheel to complete their quests, MOU, who knew nothing about it, stood at the gate of the mirror maze under the ID barbecue squid. Chapter 211. Mirrors, in horror literature and games, are often used as portals to another dimension. When two mirrors are placed facing each other, a Drosty effect occurs, causing the scene between them to repeat endlessly and recursively. There's even a legend that this can trap ghosts between the mirrors, forcing them to endlessly travel through the mirror's repeating world, unable to escape. With just a few mirrors carefully angled and placed, and some dark, eerie neon lighting, an ordinary mirror can be transformed into a maze. And when this venue contains thousands of mirrors, coupled with constantly changing lighting, traps, and false doors, it becomes the perfect place to hide something. In the entire Evil Gods playground, there's no better place to hide the core crystal ball. It's like mixing a marble into millions of dazzling kaleidoscopes. Not to mention, this is a dangerous fantasy world. Welcome to Lilith's Mirror Maze. The dancing puppet standing at the gate spun gracefully, its long, translucent skirt rippled like a flower. Pay a game coin, and you can enter this fantastical world, but remember, She began to dance and twirl again, singing in a sweet voice. Don't break the mirror. When your reflection in the mirror shatters, your body will shatter with it. Beware the bell. Listen. Listen. It's chasing you. Is this a real world or a fake one? As you run through the maze, have you inadvertently passed through a mirror? The world in the mirror? The world outside the mirror? Where is real? Where is illusion? Are you still the same person? Embark on your own journey. Remember this ballad. Remember, remember. She stopped spinning and collapsed to the ground like a withered flower. MOU silently recited the lyrics, then, with a clear mind, stepped into the mirrored maze. The Thor ring, truth, belonging to Ialian, which he wore on his trumpet's index finger, glowed faintly. At the same time, a message popped up on the system interface in his trumpet's field of view. Residual reaction of virtual and real authority detected. You have entered a world where both illusion and reality coexist. A ring that can see through reality really comes in handy. MOU muttered to himself, quickly selecting a door before him that shone faintly with silver light. Within the infinitely looping space reflected by the surrounding mirrors, countless versions of himself emerged, each performing completely different movements. Without any mental preparation, this scene would undoubtedly unsettle a normal person, causing them to scream in terror, flee in panic, or resort to violent attacks against these unknown figures who looked exactly like them. But as a game planner with a big heart, even one who has helmed several hit horror games, MOU admitted that these little tricks were just leftovers from his play. He ignored the confusing images and dazzling, chaotic light and shadows in the passage and headed directly for the real door marked on the ring. According to the song, the most obvious taboo in this maze is not to break the mirror that reflects one's own image, otherwise one will suffer real harm from the shift between reality and illusion. Furthermore, there should be monsters in the maze, wearing bells that they use to seek out and pursue targets, but it's hard to say whether they can actually cause direct harm. MOU felt that the lighting, the eerie figures, and the monsters that might appear and pursue the player were all designed to disrupt the player's mind, driving them through a mirrored interface where reality shifted from illusion to illusion, ultimately leading them unknowingly into a phantasmal mirror world, where they would be trapped deeper and deeper, unable to escape. The most crucial question was, where was the core crystal orb of the first level of illusion hidden? Was it hidden in that phantasmal mirror world, or in the real world outside the mirror? If it were me, I would definitely place the core of the illusion in the most inaccessible place. That way, the chances of it being stored in the phantasmal world would be higher, as that's a trap that any capable person would avoid. And Yako certainly knew I had the thorn ring, so I would do my best to avoid that phantasmal world. But then again, if this were to happen, guessing the core of the illusion in the mirror world would be a simple matter. Then, I might be able to use the thorn ring to enter the illusion world and re-emerge. So where would I be least likely to touch? As MOU walked forward, pondering, a tinkling sound of bells echoed from the space ahead. The Ferris wheel's car slowly ascended, only a few meters away from the highest point. Ialian nervously wiped the sweat from his palms, and clenched the pink card in his hand. The voice of the puppet girl suddenly rang out from the elevator. Your elevator is about to reach the highest point of this Ferris wheel, and will remain there for 1 minute. You have 1 minute to complete the assigned task. If you fail to complete the assigned task, your elevator will fall from the highest point. Ialian's Adam's apple rolled up and down. I hope you won't wake up for a while, he murmured, then leaned towards MOU. Long silver hair slid from the knight's shoulders, obscuring his movements. A minute later, the elevator swung once and slowly started to move. Congratulations, you successfully completed your mission. The puppet girl's voice echoed again. This Ferris wheel can be ridden in a loop. If you prefer not to leave, pay the staff another game coin and claim a new mission when the elevator reaches the ground. This will grant you a second ride. A giant, horse-faced bird, standing on two legs, slowly moved through the mirrored maze. Its body was too large for the maze, forcing it to carry its enormous bat-shaped wings on its back, from which white saltpeter powder would occasionally fall. A golden bell tinkled around its neck, tinkling with its movements. This creature was none other than the Shantak bird, a follower of Nyarlathotep, often used as a mount by the outer gods. They inhabit the dreamlands of the Cthulhu mythos, but their status is low, often treated as livestock and mounts. These enormous monsters are considered livestock because their eggs are among the most precious delicacies in the dreamlands. Mou used his spider legs to anchor himself to the ceiling, suddenly feeling a lingering attraction to this creature. It can be raised, lays delicious eggs, its wings are always covered in saltpeter and frost, and it can be used as a mount, and it can fly. Wouldn't it be wonderful to catch one? You know, saltpeter is a very useful chemical raw material. It can be used to make ice in the summer, and with sulfur and carbon, it can be made into black powder. It's a must-have ingredient in all kinds of time travel stories, not to mention the countless strange things a top alchemist can create with it. What's more, the bell around the Shantak's neck might very well contain the crucial illusion core. After careful consideration, you concluded that the only place where it wouldn't be easily noticed was on the body of the monster that haunted and chased people through the maze. After all, after hearing the song's instructions, most people would play according to the given rules. Who, while being chased by a terrifying creature, would notice if there were any hidden items hidden in the bells? After seeing the monster's true form, his thoughts shifted from how to steal the illusion core from the monster to how to steal the Shantak bird as well. Theoretically, this bird can be tamed, but its loyalty to Naya is extremely strong. Even if tamed as a mount, it will still follow Naya's orders as long as Naya gives them a command. However, this problem is not completely unsolvable. If they are simply treated as livestock for producing chemical raw materials and eggs, whether they rebel or not actually makes little difference. It's simply a matter of violent suppression. Moreover, Shantak birds are extremely afraid of night terrors, perhaps due to their innate racial traits. They always retreat in the face of night terrors. This Shantak bird itself is quite high in level. Mou used the identification spell to determine it was level 65. Mou suddenly had an idea. He opened the GM backstage and issued a limited time quest to the players around Rama. Urgent mission. Capture the Shantak bird. A Shantak bird is hidden in Lilith's mirror maze, east of the amusement park. This bird makes an excellent mount, producing extremely delicious eggs and saltpeter, a valuable resource. Players who receive this quest are requested to borrow Rama Anisil's newly developed cute creature armor, try transforming into a night terror, and then head to the mirror maze to participate in the capture operation. Incredibly delicious eggs? How delicious are they? I kind of want to try some. Hey, does anyone know what a nightmare actually looks like? A nightmare. I remember it being a humanoid creature with wings and a long tail, no facial features, and a pointed horn on its head. Just make it up, right? Cthulhu creatures all look pretty shabby anyway. What do you mean by shabby? The point is, they have no face. No face. The players who had previously plundered the floating maze borrowed the cute little creature armor from Rama once again, having some experience. They rushed to the outside of the mirror maze and transformed into rather shabby, faceless nightmare. As soon as they arrived, there was a loud boom. The roof of the entire mirror maze was blown off, and a giant, horse-faced bird flew out of the maze, with a paid player whose lower body had transformed into spider legs riding on its neck. Who's so awesome? Chapter 212. Mou, riding on the neck of the Shantak bird, used his spider legs to cling tightly to the horse-faced giant bird's thick neck. Like a cowboy harnessing a raging bull, he was carried directly into the sky. Suddenly, with a person whose lower body was a spider on its neck, the Shantak bird was shocked and enraged. It flapped its huge wings and opened its mouth to let out a piercing scream like scraping glass. Fuck. Mou was dizzy from the scream, and quickly covered his ears. Fortunately, the alchemy puppet's spider legs were strong enough, and its 8 long legs firmly grasped the Shantak bird's neck, preventing him from being thrown from the sky by the giant bird's ups and downs. After finally recovering from the piercing noise, he adjusted his posture and reached out to grab the bell collar around the Shantak bird's neck. He was lucky, The collar was simply fastened with a buckle and opened with a simple click. With a flick of his wrist, MOU detached the collar from the Shantak bird's neck and landed in his palm. Ding! The system notification. Congratulations on obtaining the illusion core. Sure enough, he guessed right. Most players were still engrossed in their various projects, their real selves still on the Ferris wheel. MOU didn't rush to destroy the core and ruin the entire illusion, so he simply placed it in his system backpack. He looked down gleefully and saw the players on the ground still staring blankly. He quickly called out, "Quickly surround this bird and drive it to the ground." The players, as if waking from their dreams, took flight. At first, the Shantak bird was so engrossed in its fight with MOU that it didn't notice. It wasn't until these scribbled, faceless figures approached from above that it raised its head in confusion, tilting its head for a moment to identify them before scrambling towards the ground in panic. Hey! It worked! Why did it stare at us for so long? Was our transformation really too sloppy? It works! No need to dwell on it. Chase it. Drive it into a dead end. Since this is a capture operation, it must be kept alive, but for the players, keeping it alive is always more difficult than killing it outright. Luckily, there were players on the ground who had been summoned by MOU through a separate quest. Several druids had already woven a massive web of vines, waiting to drive the Shantak bird into the trap. Chased by the players impersonating the Night Dire, the massive Shantak bird dove in panic, but it didn't anticipate the massive vine web that suddenly emerged from the street in front of it. Unable to break, it crashed headfirst into it, knocking MOU off his feet. Thankfully, the long spider legs of MOU's alchemy puppet grabbed hold of the vine web. Spiders crawl, expert at this. He scrambled toward the ground, shouting, "Use the vines to entangle the Shantak bird. Don't let it escape." Which druid still has a contract slot? The overwhelming vines bound the Shantak bird tightly. Several druids' eyes gleamed. "Boss, are you really going to let us make a contract?" "Of course, I'm not a druid. I can't bring out the illusion without a contract," MOU said. "You know, illusions are very special. Some illusions are created directly on the site of certain places, such as the Clock Tower town, the Desert Oasis, and the town of Pohnpei. In these places, illusion and reality coexist, and even influence each other. For example, the star crab that exists simultaneously in the illusion and the real Desert Oasis, and the real town of Pohnpei, which was half collapsed by the city of Raya summoned from the illusion. However, some illusions are completely unrelated to reality, created entirely based on the memories and obsessions of their creators, such as the Exiles, or this multi-layered illusion tampered with by Nyakeo. In this case, if certain items within the illusion aren't items brought in from reality, but merely condensed memories, then even if they're placed in a backpack, they will dissipate upon exiting the illusion. This first illusion was created entirely, because the merchant swallowed the illusion's core crystal orb before his death. MOU couldn't tell which items within it were real, and could be taken out, and which were pure illusions. But the Shantak bird is a follower of the evil god. Could it have been Nyakeo's introduction? Legend has it that the Shantak bird lives in the dreamland, can soar into space, and can also appear in reality. MOU felt that if he bound them with a druidic pact, he should be able to successfully bring them out of the illusion. The Shantak bird was still struggling restlessly, when it suddenly raised its head and let out another shriek, like scraping glass, that threatened to pierce everyone's skull. The sound of scraping glass echoed from within the mirror maze. The next second, 5 even larger Shantak birds flew out from the shattered hole in the roof. The druids, who had just been debating how to distribute the single bird, saw this large number of prey, and their eyes lit up like searchlights. "Hey, fake Nigons, help! Don't let those go!" A large group of players rushed forward to capture the Shantak bird, while several druids, eyeing the Shantak bird on the ground, took turns unleashing their contract skills on it. Although the Shantak bird was considered a low-level evil god's minion, it was still an evil god's minion after all. Though bound by the druids, it wouldn't yield so easily. Several druids' abilities ceased to function. The last druid, identified only as Lingjio, dug a large amount of amnesia powder from his backpack. Holding his breath, he poured it all onto a piece of cloth and covered the Shantak bird's long, horse-like face with it. The Shantak bird's resistance abruptly ceased, even its eyes blanked. Lingjio hurriedly executed a contract skill, and a burst of silver light erupted from the Shantak bird's body. Simultaneously, the player system announced, "Contract successful. Please purify the Shantak bird as soon as possible." Purifying an evil god's minion was something MOU had never heard of before. He stayed and watched for a while out of curiosity. He saw that the druid showed no jealousy or resistance because Lingjiu was the only one who successfully completed the contract. After congratulating her, they worked together to perform the purification spell, relying on the power of numbers to purify the Shantak bird. The Shantak bird's appearance didn't seem to change much after the purification, except that it looked much more docile, and its shrill screams were no longer so frequent. Seeing that Lingjiu had successfully stuffed the Shantak bird into the summoned bee's space, Mou asked curiously, "Say, why don't we try to control it to trap those Shantak birds? They should be able to communicate with each other, right?" The druids laughed knowingly at this. Lingjiu summoned the tame Shantak bird again, covered its ears, and let it call out to its companions. The 5 Shantak birds, still scurrying through the sky to avoid the false nightmare, almost immediately turned and flew down upon hearing their companions' calls. With Lingjiu's experience, the druids each had a packet of knockout potion. No amnesia powder. Watching the Shantak bird circling the tamed one, each one quickly aimed and knocked down their chosen target. One Shantak bird after another, their eyes blanked under the attack of the highly concentrated amnesia powder, knockout potion, their gazes glazed as they were forced into a contract. Honestly, if the Shantak birds weren't all followers of the evil gods, true villain mounts, you would have felt a moment of pity for them. Well, from now on, they won't have to toil under Nyako's command. They can eat well, drink well, and lay eggs diligently, fed by the druids, bathe occasionally, and collect saltpeter. It can be said that they're living a happy life of pretending for 5 minutes, enjoying wealth and prosperity for 15 years, using kidnapping instead of buying things. It's a cause for celebration. Since the missions here were successfully completed, you didn't linger for long and headed straight for the Ferris wheel. The Ferris wheel takes 1 hour to complete a full circle, and this trip took almost that long. If he didn't switch back to his main character, the knight would have to accompany him for another ride, which would be too time-consuming. Since there weren't any important missions coming up, if the alt character was simply running away, there was no pressure to duel open. When Mou opened his eyes and his body, he found Ailian staring at him intently. The knight's expression was a little confused, but also seemed a little happy. Mou wasn't sure what had just happened, but since both of them looked fine, with no injuries or pain, there shouldn't be a big problem. As he straightened up, the knight's eyes immediately brightened. "Did you succeed?" "Yes," Mou replied with a smile. "The core is in your alt's backpack. Our druids even captured and contracted a group of Shantak birds. This wave is a real win. By the way, are you okay? You seemed a little dazed just now." "It's okay," Ailian shook his head. "I just can't tell reality from dreams." Mou instantly tensed up and grasped Ailian's hand. Was this just the PTSD he experienced after taking off the Thor ring? Truth? Thankfully, the Ferris wheel's elevator had already reached the ground. Mou hurriedly pulled Ailian down and left the project site. After waiting at the entrance for a moment, he saw his alt on a bicycle approaching. He quickly took the ring from his alt and put it on Ailian's finger. Then, he took the illusion core and put it in his backpack before letting his alt log off. "Is the ring making you feel better?" Mou looked up at Ailian's expression. The silver-haired knight looked no different than usual, save for a slightly reddened ear. "Much better," Ailian replied, twisting the ring on his left ring finger. Seeing the lord's relief, he couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. Although the lord seemed to have misunderstood his meaning, it wasn't a big deal. Chapter 213. When Mou brought Ailian back to the small square where the NPCs gathered, he found that the Magic Chef players had already happily set up stalls, and were selling roasted corn, popcorn, sausages, and hot dogs to the NPCs and players. Yes, this kind of meal is very amusement park-like. "Did you succeed?" Rama, his mouth greasy, a sausage and a corn in each hand, eagerly stood up from the stall and asked when he saw the two return. "Success?" Mou flipped his wrist and held up the golden illusion core. "But I need a little time to figure out how to maximize the benefits of dispelling this illusion." First and foremost, he had to ensure that the players had a great time in this illusionary amusement park. Otherwise, if the newly opened limited-time dungeon was suddenly closed without a clear end, it would lead to complaints. Secondly, Mou still had some desire to preserve this amusement park. After all, such a large, perfectly constructed amusement park with its own staff is incredibly rare. If Mou were to build it himself, there was no way he could have done it. Now the illusion core was in their hands. Just destroying it so swiftly would be a complete waste of resources. Mou almost had a heart attack just thinking about it. AMT County had a vast expanse of land, with plenty of open space. If he could remove the illusion core from the triple illusion and reinstall the illusion elsewhere, you could also divert all the pollution from the city's land into the illusion itself for energy. This would solve the problem he'd been considering of having no place to dispose of the pollution from the 500 acres of clean land. As for how to remove the core of the illusion, we still need to consult with experts. Neither astrologers nor dwarves are helpful in this matter, so Mou pulled Aelian and Rama aside and began to discuss how to forcibly relocate the amusement park. In theory, the principle of the triple illusion is to add predetermined elements to the small world constructed by the bottom illusion, creating a unique scene and scope. So, theoretically, we can forcibly disconnect this illusion core from Mustafar's bottom illusion, Rama said, as he tore off a large piece of sausage with his teeth and chewed it with great pleasure. Mou was also hungry, so he simply went to the nearby stall and bought 2 sausage and corn combos, handing one to Aelian. He took a bite, full of fat and meaty aroma. The sausage, with its slightly cracked and slightly charred skin, burst with fragrant gravy in his mouth. Mou suddenly missed the yellow mustard of the original world. Well, ketchup is ready. A little mustard would be perfect. So how do we forcibly decouple the core of the illusion? Mou asked. Maybe we can use the thorn ring. Aelian suddenly said, the thorn ring has the ability to shift reality and illusion. Each time it shifts reality and illusion, it creates a gap in the illusion for entry and exit. We always relied on this power to enter and exit the illusion. Mou? I thought you guys also had to violently purify the illusion or complete side quests to exit. Does this ring have this special ability? He thought carefully. It seemed that Father Paul had mentioned before that Aelian had entered and exited the illusion of Clock Tower Town many times. It seemed that he had previously overlooked this point. The natives of this world each had their own secret methods for dealing with illusions and pollution. However, he was always preoccupied with the world consciousness, which made him prone to overlooking details. After filling his stomach, Mou checked the system time and realized they had been in for a day, that the players were almost offline, and that a full 17 project cards had been collected, far exceeding Naya's requirements. As they had suspected, each project card represented a secondary authority, mostly related to the authority of nature, fate, and the gods of darkness and light. But the puzzle formed by connecting the cards was quite intriguing. When the 17 cards were placed together, blood-red characters of varying sizes appeared on 13 of them, forming the words, "Choose one person, who will remain in this illusion forever, while everyone else will be free. Who will you choose?" This was clearly Naya's psychological tactic, clearly hoping that the Lord would become lost in this bizarre fantasy game, forced to abandon his own people, thus creating a heartbreaking effect. After all, the Lord had already sworn a harsh word to Nyarlathotep in front of everyone, declaring, "I will not hand over any of my people to you." If escaping the fantasy world meant sacrificing even a lowly slave, it would sow an indelible thorn in everyone's heart. But Mou, who had no intention of playing the game with Naya from the start, ignored Naya's puzzles. He guessed from the start that Naya's favorite games weren't necessarily those fancy ones. As the universe's ultimate entertainer, this evil god was more interested in instigating, deceiving, and seducing humanity. Given that, what could be more exciting than leading humanity into the ultimate dilemma? Now that he had the illusion core in hand, Mou calmly opened his magic book and composed a notice. The evil god's playground, a limited-time seasonal event during the Ghost Festival, is about to end. Players are requested to store their contracted monsters promptly and log off in a safe area. Avoid high-altitude areas to avoid accidents. He also adjusted the time limit to 7 a.m. in the Origin world, giving players ample time to complete their tasks. The NPCs gathered together, and except for the calm Aelian and Rama, they all waited anxiously for Mou's action. Mou guessed they had all seen the bloody words on the event cards before he returned. The dwarves had even stopped arguing, their expressions wary of attracting the Lord's attention. The elves miners looked bewildered. Meanwhile, the mercenaries had a certain understanding of the importance of life and death. Kevin Takot and Dylan Parks even approached Mou and quietly suggested that they volunteer to sacrifice their lives, provided the compensation was in place. However, Mou simply smiled at them. He glanced at the system panel and saw that it was already 7 a.m. in the Origin world. He tore the project cards into pieces before them and pulled out the illusion core. Following Aelian's instructions, he selected the illusion core crystal sphere as his target, grasped the upper half of the ring on his ring finger, and rotated it inward 3 times. The core crystal ball of the illusion instantly transformed from a solid sphere into a ball of light. Mou, you could see a faint, tentacle-like golden light emanating from this ball of light. This was the link to the underlying illusion. Mou, you subconsciously reached out to touch the golden light, But as soon as his finger touched it, he felt a slight tingling sensation. Then, like the contamination from Ialian touching the barrier of his world, the golden light rustled and turned into white powder. MOU equals OK, he himself is indeed the biggest bug and the most powerful weapon in this world. As the golden thread turned to powder, the playground around them also rapidly disappeared. MOU handed the ball of light to Ialian, and had the knight use the ring to restore it to a solid sphere, which he then stuffed into the system backpack. MOU was very relieved to have successfully obtained the playground. The scene around them shifted rapidly. Now they were neither in the purple evil god's playground nor in the new city of AMT. As the surrounding scenery gradually settled, everyone gasped in surprise. Below them was an island that seemed surprisingly familiar to MOU. They stood on a rocky hillside. Before them lay the azure sea. To their right lay a crescent-shaped sandy bay. Beyond them lay stretches of deep green jungle, and deep within the jungle lay a massive volcano. Ialian looked at his lord. MOU's eyes sparkled, clearly reading, Resort Beach. I want to grab it. Nyarlathotep's voice echoed through the air again. I didn't expect you to completely ignore my puzzle, and steal the core of the first illusion. That's truly a surprising way to break through, Lord Moiwu. I'm increasingly intrigued by you. Do you remember this place? This is the illusion of your old friend. I hope you make surprising choices when faced with it. Ha ha ha. Old friend? MOU looked bewildered. He certainly couldn't have any old friends. Nyarlathotep must have been referring to Moiwu. However, the memory bank Moiwu had given him was definitely missing something. MOU still hadn't figured out whether it was because Moiwu's database was too vast and his parallel world, office worker, lacked the necessary hardware to read it, resulting in frequent failures. Or perhaps Moiwu, a socially anxious person, hadn't recorded the data related to his relationships, or perhaps Moiwu himself felt that sharing these memories with Moiwu would be too socially daunting and simply didn't copy them. In short, let alone old friends, MOU wouldn't even recognize Moiwu's own sister if he saw her. What kind of old friend would Moiwu meet on this island, clearly located in the south? And why did this old friend's obsession become the core of the illusion, falling into Naya's hands? More importantly, what is the theme of this dungeon, and how will he issue limited-time quests to players? Is he just going to let players have a happy vacation on the island? Chapter 214. The second level of the illusion seemed even more difficult to decipher than the first. This time, it took Leah longer for the system prompt to appear, and by then, the NPCs had already established a base on the beach. Most of the NPCs had become accustomed to leaving the task of deciphering the illusion to the lords, knights, and adventurers, leaving them to simply protect themselves within the illusion. MOU welcomed their self-aware, no-fuss, and straightforward approach. The underage elves had helped to create a number of coconut trees, while the dwarves had cut down trees and leaves to build a pergola. Rama pulled his fishing rod from his backpack and leisurely fished on the rocks. Only the mercenaries, rather uncomfortably, wandered about the beach. They didn't dare to challenge the illusion with their lives, nor could they comfortably watch others take risks while they reaped the rewards. Ultimately, MOU appeased them with the excuse that he would ask for their help if anything were to happen, and Xiangyang dragged them under the pergola for divination. While Leah was analyzing the illusion, MOU checked the back-end and forums to see what the players were up to. Most players had already logged off, woken up, and resumed their normal work and study routines. Only a few players, whose routines were clearly unusual, remained in the game after exiting the dungeon. Druids, who had exited the dungeon, also confirmed in forum posts that the contracted Shantak birds could indeed be brought out of the illusion and raised just like ordinary Warcraft. Meanwhile, several players, who had looted all sorts of items, traps, and even walls in the dungeon had discovered that only items found in treasure chests and weapons dug out of traps had been successfully preserved. Another player, Tranquility C, who had stolen all the magician's belongings from the theater, posted a post complaining that the items he stole turned into smoke upon exiting the illusion. MOU remembered seeing Tranquility C's ID on the imprisonment list, and after reading his comments, he felt that he must be a very troublesome player, so he quietly added him to his watch list. Troublesome players always manage to pull off more crimes, whether good or bad, so keeping a close eye on them is always a good idea. After completing these tasks, Leah finally gave the system a prompt, and a vortex-shaped entrance appeared in the jungle. This illusion is a multi-layered illusion. The core of Illusion 1 has been successfully detached. Currently entered Illusion 2. The obsession of Illusion 2 has been successfully resolved. This illusion is a special private dungeon with a limited number of participants. Only the following two players are allowed to enter in their original form: Lord Ialian, All other unauthorized personnel may rest in the safe beach area outside Illusion 2. A total of 1 main quest and 0 side quests have been detected for Fantasy World 2, and the number of instances available for dungeon entry is 1. Instance information and prompts have been updated and can be viewed on the quest interface. A special private instance? And this beach is actually a safe zone? What kind of instance is this so friendly? MOU was shocked. So if players enter Fantasy World, they can only enjoy a happy beach vacation with the NPCs, right? Yes. Players are also unable to enter Fantasy World 2. They can play in the safe zone, but exiting the instance will likely result in death, Leah said. MOU pondered for a moment. That's fine. Right now, player activity is low. If I act quickly, I should be able to resolve the issue in time. If not, I can have players send some food and water to the NPCs. We can just treat it as a limited time beach vacation. As for the fact that exiting the dungeon means only dying, that's perfectly normal. A few minor bugs during the public beta aren't a big deal, just prepare some game compensation. There's nothing the game can't fix with compensation. If it can't, it's probably because the compensation isn't sufficient. The most important thing is that they make it out alive, or the game will likely shut down immediately. This is an illusion formed by the memories and obsessions of a quasi-god level dragon. Leah said, from what I understand, this isn't a pleasant memory. Lord, please be careful. If it were a pleasant memory, it wouldn't have become an obsession. MOU smiled wryly and opened the quest panel, checking the quest details. Dungeon name: Silver Dragon's Old Dreams. This dungeon is a memory replay dungeon. Upon entering, you will temporarily lose your memories. Please play the role according to your memories and instincts. Current main quest: Unravel Silver Dragon's Obsession. Exit condition: successfully complete the main quest before you can exit the dungeon normally. You have no other options. Current team survival rate: 100%. Current dungeon distortion: 99%. Current dungeon difficulty: complex. Current dungeon purification progress: 0%. Quest note: does choosing mean sacrifice? Time flow: the time flow ratio in this dungeon is 7:1 compared to the in-game time flow, with no loops. Save point: there are no save points in this dungeon. Memory replay dungeon? MOU repeated doubtfully. Will I lose my memory after entering the dungeon? Then will I still remember how to open the system panel? I hope you do. Leah cast a worried look at him. Otherwise, you'd be left fighting alone. Have you ever entered this kind of illusion before, where memories are replayed and you play a specific role? MOU looked at Ialian and asked curiously. Ialian shook his head. This kind of illusion is rare. It only triggers when the person entering it meets the criteria of the illusion's master. I seen a similar record in the Church of Light before, and that incident was nearly annihilated. Several entrants lost their memories in the illusion and became completely engulfed in infighting. Only the last survivor managed to escape, but he couldn't face the thought of having killed his companions, and after confessing everything, he also committed suicide. Would it be better if I went in alone? MOU asked. I'm sorry, this instance is limited to a certain number of people. You can't enter alone, Leah replied. Looks like we're the only ones left to try and get in there, MOU said helplessly. I feel like since Naya chose this illusion to deal with us, there's probably some kind of conflict between our characters. Well, given my personality, I wouldn't actively hurt anyone. Ialian, unless you encounter someone who wants to kill you, try not to get physical. That way, even if we get characters from the opposing faction, we have ample opportunity to resolve this dungeon as peacefully as possible. Don't worry, Ialian smiled. I'm your knight. Under no circumstances will I draw my sword against you. No, we still have to protect ourselves. MOU emphasized, even though only the two of us are entering, there can't be only two characters in this illusion. What if someone else wants to harm you? MOU wasn't sure how much they would remember after entering, but it wouldn't hurt to make an agreement beforehand. Maybe it would come in handy. Before entering, MOU had handed over all matters related to the safe zone, including the distribution of player quests, to Rama. After all, among the people present, only this young, yet exceptionally intelligent, and reliable alchemist could manage both the players and the NPCs. The time flow ratio in Illusionary Realm 2 is 7:1, which means 1 week inside is 1 day here. I don't know how long this memory will last, but I conservatively estimate I should be able to get out within a week at the latest. I understand. Rama nodded. I give you a week. If you don't make it out, I blow you out with an antimatter bomb. MOU's mouth twitched. Why do I feel like you're looking forward to getting out? Everything ready. MOU took a deep breath, and he and Ialian, one in front of the other, dived into the vortex-shaped entrance. MOU felt the world spinning before his eyes, and then he completely lost consciousness. Hey! Magician! Hey! Wake up! A bottle slammed heavily onto the table, startling MOU, who was fast asleep there. His head was buzzing, as if he'd been drinking all night and was hungover. Huh? Where am I? He looked around and found himself in a European-style tavern. Everything looked like a scene from a 16th or 17th century Pirates of the Caribbean, a noisy tavern, sailors reeking of alcohol and sweat, and a bartender constantly wiping down glasses. On the worn table before him lay a plate of half-eaten peanuts and a thick magic book, the very book he'd just been dozing on. Guilty, MOU wiped the cover of the book, relieved to see it wasn't wet with any suspicious liquid. Hey! The burly man standing in front of him slammed his bottle heavily on the table again. Magician. Sober yet? Magician? You mean me? MOU asked blankly, then slapped his forehead. Oh right, I have a magic book, so I must be a magician. Well, still drunk? The burly man laughed loudly. With this kind of dazed state, you dare to take a boat to Dragon Island? You probably fall into the sea on the way. Hey, magician, the boat you wanted has been booked for you. Here's the ticket. The burly man slammed a ticket on the table. The boat departs from the dock in 2 hours. No waiting for latecomers. If you miss the boat, it's your own problem. I won't refund the fare. Oh, thank you. MOU took the ticket. Where's the dock? Go out and turn left. Keep walking towards the sea. Ha ha, where's the dock? Ha ha. The burly man laughed and walked towards the bar, ignoring MOU completely. MOU wiped his face, trying to clear his groggy mind. He looked at the ship ticket in his hand. It was a crudely made piece of parchment with the ship's dock number and name written on it, but no destination was listed. However, according to the burly man, he was going to Dragon Island. What was he going to Dragon Island for? And Dragon Island? Were there even dragons there? By the way, who was he again? Chapter 215. MOU flipped open the magic book and carefully identified the signature on the page. MOU. Oh, my name is MOU. TSK, who came up with that name? It's so hard to pronounce. Tucked inside the magic book was a page of notes, scribbled with a plan to save the world. We must obtain the last uncontaminated fragment of world consciousness. MOU blinked. A fragment of world consciousness. Sounds familiar. Saving the world? That's familiar too. He continued reading. The last fragment of world consciousness clings to the authority of space, and the silver dragon Iris is the only known creature capable of manipulating space. He is already a quasi-god level being, with space as his authority and dragon bones as his foundation. He needs only faith to gain eternal life and become the newest god. However, dragons lack faith. Perhaps I can help him, convince him to give me that fragment of world consciousness, and I will help him become a god. MOU blinked. Oh, I see. Find the dragon, convince the dragon, complete the mission, and receive the mission reward. This fits perfectly with his understanding. It all makes sense. He stood up unsteadily, tucked his ticket and notes back into the magic book, and staggered out of the pirate-inspired tavern, holding the magic book toward the dock. In the depths of the tavern, a silver-haired man set down his glass and raised his lip with interest. A magician seeking to find a dragon? The tavern was not far from the dock, but MOU stumbled along and took considerable effort to find his booked ship. If this were a game, I definitely have a drunk debuff. MOU shook his head, subconsciously thinking, but if this were a role-playing game, I have rolled at least 5 lucky hits along the way. It was a pitifully small, single-masted sailboat, and MOU couldn't help but worry whether it could withstand the rough seas and successfully reach Dragon Island. But this seemed his only option. The fare had already been paid, and MOU hadn't found any more coins on him. Even if the ship did seem a little unreliable, he had come this far. Somehow, those 4 words seemed to have a magical power. Even just reciting them in his mind, MOU felt an inexplicable surge of strength within him. So he pulled the crudely made parchment ticket from his magic book and handed it to the sole sailor on board. You're going to Dragon Island, right? The sailor took the ticket and glanced at it. Okay, come inside. MOU obeyed and entered the cramped wooden cabin. The space was very small. A U-shaped bench was built out of wooden planks, serving as both a chair and a barely adequate bed. In the middle was a small table secured by chains, which swayed slightly with the waves. The conditions here were rudimentary, but the moment MOU sat down, he finally felt much more comfortable. His head was still dizzy, so he immediately placed the magic book under his head as a pillow and drifted off into a drowsy sleep on the narrow chair. Halfway through his sleep, he felt the boat move, swaying in the ocean. In his dream, he seemed to be a working office worker, yet also a lord of a magical world. A silver-haired beauty recurred in his dreams, calling him wife. This dream was so strange, Mou thought drowsily, but why did it feel so familiar? Suddenly, he was awakened by a tremendous jolt. The ship had clearly tilted, and the tabletop, suspended by chains, clanged against the bench where he lay. Luckily, the chain is still attached, or it would have hit me on the head. Mou was frightened and broke into a cold sweat. He wiped his face, but found that after a good night's sleep, his dizziness had subsided, and he could now think normally. He hurriedly grabbed his belongings and climbed out of the tilting cabin. Then, to his dismay, he discovered that the ship was indeed taking on water and sinking, and the sole sailor had disappeared. He was alone in the middle of the vast ocean. In the distance, he could vaguely see the shadow of a huge island, but whether he swam or drifted there, it seemed an impossible task. What the hell is going on? Mou felt like crying, but couldn't find the tears. He searched his body, unable to find his phone. Wait, what's a phone? He glanced at his left hand, which was also empty, bare of any jewelry. Why do I feel like there's something here? Mou groped his left hand. I feel like there's a prop. But he didn't find any. Instead, a gigantic silver figure appeared in his field of vision. It was an exceptionally large and beautiful western dragon. Its body was covered in silver-white scales, like silver armor, gleaming in the sunlight. Its massive wings stretched out in the air, seemingly illuminating the entire ocean in an instant. There really is a dragon. Holy crap, so handsome. Mou clutched the magic book, his mouth wide open as he gazed up at the soaring dragon, not even noticing that the hem of his wizard's robe was soaked with seawater. A massive silver dragon streaked across the sky, seemingly noticing the slowly sinking boat. It turned and swooped back, its massive body effortlessly hovering in the air. Human, do you seem to need help? Mou nodded frantically. Then, the silver dragon's massive front claws gently grasped his waist and swung him up into the air. He dared to say that riding on a dragon's back was something every human had dreamed of, but being carried across a strait by a dragon's claws was definitely not a comfortable experience. The entire time, Mou clutched the magic book tightly with one hand while desperately trying to hold the dragon's claws in place, fearing the silver dragon would forget it had a human on its claws and let go, dropping him. Falling into the water at this height would probably be no different from falling into concrete. What is cement? Why is his mind always filled with so much bizarre knowledge and complaints? However, before he could even begin to comprehend the situation, the giant silver dragon had already flown onto the island, landing successfully on its hind legs. Mou had never been so grateful that dragons were mythical creatures with 4 legs. Despite its enormous size, the silver dragon gently placed him on flat ground. Immediately, the 7 or 8-story tall silver dragon was enveloped by a vast ball of light. Within the dazzling silver light, it gradually shrank until it took on the form of a human. It was a young man with long silver hair and silver, snake-like pupils. His face was incredibly handsome, even imbued with an indescribable divinity. Even just looking at him could make one's SAN value take a hit. This card has to be a 99% in appearance. Mou's mind started complaining again, definitely not human. Wait, he's a dragon, that's all. The handsome, humanoid silver dragon tilted his head, seemingly confused as to why the seemingly still drunk wizard before him kept shaking his head. Are you feeling unwell? Maybe I drank too much. Mou shook his head again, a sudden flash of a memory from a past life flashing through his mind. Ever since I woke up in the tavern, I felt something was wrong. Oh wait, I think I saw you in the tavern, drinking in the far corner. Yes, the silver dragon said bluntly. I heard you booked a ship with those sailors. Those sailors are unreliable. They often target solo travelers like you, drugging you, stealing your money, and leaving you to die at sea. You're lucky. So you're looking for me? If you're Silver Dragon Iris. Mou ignored the silver dragon's slightly deliberate change of subject, and flashed his signature smile. So, you want to save the world? The silver dragon's long legs bent slightly. Half leaning, half sitting on the reef, holding a bottle of wine, he pulled out from nowhere. The power of space. The voice in Mou's head said. Yes. This world is under invasion by evil gods. They descend from the universe, bringing with them indelible pollution, gradually eroding the foundations of this world. The world's consciousness has begun to crumble, and the last untouched fragment of it clings to the spatial authority you possess. Spatial authority? The silver dragon asked doubtfully. This is a power I was born with. It's not really an authority, but simply a companion power of the dragon race, just like dragon magic, except I don't need words to wield it. This is a kind of authority. Mou heard himself say this, but at the same time, he felt as if his body were operating on its own, a strange sense of detachment. You are the most powerful dragon of the dragon race. Your dragon bones are the foundation. You are born with the potential to become a god. The position of spatial authority is vacant, and possessing spatial abilities naturally attracts authority. If I'm not mistaken, you are already a quasi-god. You possess the foundation and authority. The only thing you lack is faith. The power of faith. I can help you gain faith and become a true god. In exchange, I want a fragment of world consciousness. Dragons have no faith, nor do they need it. The silver dragon said, I don't want to be a god either. I'm just a dragon that comes and goes freely. He shook the empty bottle in his hand and tossed it into the spatial portal. What can I gain by becoming a god? Nearly endless life, immense power, the ability to control everything. Mou listened to his body's automatic voice and chuckled to himself. Right, you're a dragon. You already possess all of this. Then what do you want? Mou heard himself ask. What do I want? The silver dragon looked at the slowly setting sun over the sea. Probably love. Chapter 216. Mou was stunned. Don't misunderstand, the silver dragon continued. I'm merely stating a wish, not a price. He turned, the yellow afterglow of the Illuma sunset bathing his long silver hair, tinting it all golden. Once love becomes a quid pro quo, it loses its meaning. The humanoid dragon said, Don't worry, magician. I'm not interested in you. Mou felt as if his soul had been torn from his body. He seemed to float aside as Iris transformed once more into a gigantic dragon, soaring into the sky and disappearing into the central mountain peaks of the island. His own body, silently clutching the magic book, magically created a wooden house in the woods by the sea. Holy shit, I can even do that. Mou's face was filled with shock. Wait, shouldn't the more important question be why my body is moving on its own? Is this really my body? This is just a memory from the past. A voice eerily similar to his own echoed. Mou looked towards its source, only to see another soul of himself floating beside him. Long time no see, Mou, the soul said. Do you remember me? All the lost memories came flooding back in an instant. The sudden death from overtime, Moewu, the other world, Leah and Ialian. Oh, and they were now in a strange illusion. No wonder I kept feeling something was wrong. Mou held his forehead, his eyes gradually clearing. Wait, you're Moewu, but aren't you dead? Yes. The soul smiled and said, Moewu is gone. I am only a part of his emotions and personality, attached to Moewu's memories, and thus transferred to you. You can think of me as a part of Moewu's soul, or, to put it in a more understandable way, as some remnants of his underlying code, tucked away in Moewu's memory database. I thought Moewu only transferred me memories of language and spells. Mou grumbled, I don't have any other memories. Ah, that might be because of me. The soul smiled sheepishly. After Moewu transferred his memories to you, I realized that memories aren't something that can be completely stripped away. When you think of someone, you think of them. Everything you experience with him. The aroma of delicious food and fine wine will linger on your nose and lips, and the sunsets and skies you witness will flash before your eyes. The torrent of emotions woven into this is deeply personal to Moewu, but for you, it's a profound mental pollution. If you're overwhelmed by Moewu's memories and emotions, you gradually lose track of which emotions are your own and which belong to him. So, I intentionally hid these emotionally mingled memories. And, as facts have proven, you can still do just fine without them. Actually, I don't want to intrude on Moewu's privacy at all. It doesn't matter if you don't have any memories. I just need a minimalist overview of the characters and their relationships. Mou waved his hand and said, So, what exactly is the relationship between Moewu and this dragon? It's a long story. The soul said, Since this is the final obsession he wishes to reveal to you, please proceed as he wishes. But could you lend me your body temporarily? Perhaps, as an outsider, you can make a more objective decision? Yes. Mou agreed without hesitation. As a game planner, he wasn't very good at immersive single-player games like this. He was easily distracted by the various, colorful internal rants. To be honest, he preferred the troublemaker style of play to the immersive memory experience. Perhaps this was why he was so adept at dealing with troublemaker players, as he himself had once been one. Thus, in Mou's eyes, this memory played rapidly. He watched Moewu settle into his seaside cabin, and every day the silver dragon would appear on the beach on time. Mou watched them fishing, drinking, and chatting together, their journeys from nodding strangers to close friends. He watched Moyawu tell Silver Dragon about his half-formed plan to save the world, while Silver Dragon taught Moyawu the magic of dragon language. He watched the two of them journey through Silver Dragon's dimensional portal to different places, even different worlds. He watched the magician and dragon grow closer through each adventure, becoming the best of partners. Countless images flashed before Mou's eyes, and he fully understood Moyawu's reason for not letting him access these memories. There were indeed too many emotions within them that were not his own, emotions that even Moyawu himself might not understand or be able to handle. If he were to pour all this into him, Mou wondered if he might even go into schizophrenia. Moyawu and the dragon spent 70 years together, a period when the great magician was said to have fallen out with his family and traveled the continent, his whereabouts a mystery. In the 30-year period, Moyawu briefly left South Continent and returned to the Magic Federation, returning only months later. This memory, in the dragon's illusion, was a fleeting moment. In this illusion, Moyawu and the Silver Dragon's 70 years of life were condensed into a 70-minute film. Their relationship is truly difficult to describe in a single word. They were the most tacit partners, close friends, a family of different races yet a shared understanding, and lovers with a growing affection. In the beginning, Moyawu would occasionally discuss world consciousness and authority, as well as his unformed plan for salvation, but later, as if by coincidence, they both deliberately avoided the subject. In Moyawu's initial plan, he wanted to help the Silver Dragon gain faith and become a god, using the spatial authority and fragments of world consciousness in their hands as a starting point to reclaim the fragments of world consciousness. But Silver Dragon refused to become a god, and Moyawu ultimately respected this. Silver Dragon also knew that Moyawu was filled with love and hope for the world. No one forced Moyawu to take on this responsibility, but he had voluntarily chosen to save the world. When they became lovers, Silver Dragon, under a drunken stupor, asked Moyawu a terrible question. If you had to choose between the world and me, who would you choose? Moyawu was stunned for a long time, and finally replied, "You know who I would choose." They never spoke of this again. But they began to try various methods to resist the pollution and save the world, and they succeeded in restoring some awareness and energy to the fragments of world consciousness that were attached to the spatial authority. But this alone was not enough. Moyawu began to realize that the efforts of this world, this dimension alone, could not withstand the spreading evil god's contamination like a virus. They needed a more stable higher dimensional spirit as an anchor. So, he revised his plan. He planned to work with the Silver Dragon to utilize the power of space to find himself in a higher dimensional world, and use the power of space to pull the Savior into this world. However, before this plan could begin, disaster struck. It was an ordinary day. One moment, Moyawu was discussing lunch options with the Silver Dragon. The next, darkness and the evil god's followers had overrun their small bayside town. A tall, thin figure with dark skin and long, flowing black hair appeared before them. Although he had human features, he was clearly some indescribable being. Only the Silver Dragon could withstand this impact. Even for a great magician like Moyawu, a single glance was enough to send his soul reeling, his body rapidly undergoing a transformation. Even though Moyawu quickly used magic to forcibly stabilize his shaken mind and rapidly declining sanity, but the damage was done. He was practically turning into the monster lord in Mou's memory, half his body covered in tentacles. "I apologize for interrupting your sweet life, but this Silver Dragon holds something I must obtain." In the Silver Dragon's memory, Nyarlathotep smiled broadly at the dragon. "If you don't mind, please cooperate and hand over your bones, spatial authority, and fragments of world consciousness. If you refuse or resist, I will destroy this town before your eyes, slaughter all the innocent residents before this kind great wizard, and then kill your beloved great wizard before you." The Silver Dragon supporting Moyawu made a decision almost instantly. He hugged Moyawu tightly and whispered in his ear, "We all know what choice to make." The next second, the Silver Dragon, Nyarlathotep, and all the evil god's followers who had appeared in the town disappeared, and Moyawu held a fragment of the world consciousness in his hand. The illusion ended abruptly before Mou's eyes. Moyawu's soul reappeared before Mou's eyes. Wait a minute, it was Silver Dragon himself who made the choice, not Moyawu. Mou wondered, what happened to Moyawu? Silver Dragon never returned, and Moyawu took the fragment of the world consciousness with him to the Magic Federation. The soul replied, he sought the help of his eldest sister, who offered him a territory. One morning, when Silver Dragon's half of spatial authority, attached to its reverse scale, appeared next to the fragment of the world consciousness, Moyawu realized that Silver Dragon had died alone in a corner of this world. I think you know what happened next. Good fellow. Mou recalled people's comments about Mou, his eyes vacant as he muttered to himself, something about being inexperienced and unable to handle worldly affairs, something about having only endless thirst for knowledge. He was clearly the most important dragon, but now he's obsessed with seeking revenge after being killed by the evil god. With such a deep hatred before him, he wouldn't care about trivial matters like a mine being taken by monsters or his territory failing to produce crops. What about the silver dragon's obsession? How did it die? An obsession strong enough to create an illusion? Was it hatred or resentment? It's a grudge that can't be protected. A voice replied. Chapter 217. Aelian blinked. He seemed to have fallen into a strange dream, witnessing his entire life from the perspective of a silver dragon. This illusion seemed unlike any he had ever experienced or heard of. He was like a complete bystander, watching the entire process from a first-hand perspective. And now, he stood in a pitch-black place. Beneath him lay the dark, scorched earth, as if it had been burned by a raging fire for years. The sky was also pitch black, as if it were a land abandoned by light. But within this darkness, there was a single ray of light. It was the giant silver dragon that had appeared as the protagonist of the illusion. Covered in wounds, it lay weakly on the ground, a huge bloody hole in its chest. Having just witnessed the silver dragon's long life, Aelian felt an inexplicable sense of closeness. He involuntarily walked over and touched the dragon's silver scales, trying to ease its pain. Night, the dragon's dragon language echoed in Aelian's mind. Even though he didn't know this mysterious and ancient language, he strangely understood the dragon's meaning. You have just seen my life. Now answer me, did I make the right choice? Aelian pondered for a moment, then said, if it were me in the past, I might have made the same decision. The obsession that plagued the silver dragon might stem from the choice it had made, but was that the only reason? Faced with a formidable enemy that he knew he could not defeat, he chose to fight alone, minimizing sacrifices and preserving the greatest chance of survival. This was a perfectly rational choice, and there was nothing wrong with it. The silver dragon, possessing spatial authority, immediately used it to teleport all enemies who threatened his beloved's life, along with himself, to the planet's darkness. As the evil god's most direct target, he chose to fight to the bitter end. However, this choice became the dragon's obsession, even leading him to construct a core of illusion. This kind of incomplete illusion core is extremely rare. It's likely that Nyarlathotep used some special method to preserve it just as it was formed, before it combined with the contamination to form a true illusion. Even with the evil god's instigation, the silver dragon's resentment was evident. Aelian could understand the silver dragon's resentment. He had suffered this calamity while being with his beloved, and had to face death alone to save his beloved. Perhaps, beyond resentment, there was also a deep regret. Your past? What would you choose now? The dragon asked. I promised my lord that I would not do anything that would sacrifice myself or harm my body without his permission. Aelian recalled his promise. Then, my choice is to fight to the bitter end alongside him. The silver dragon suddenly laughed, an indescribable smile tinged with pain. Its massive head suddenly appeared distorted and hideous. Half-elves? Dragons are solitary and powerful creatures. In our extremely long lives, few can stand by us to the end. After choosing their preferred mate, countless dragons must face a cruel reality. Their mate is always the first to depart the world, and the dragon race must face its final withering in endless loneliness and solitude, amidst endless painful yet sweet memories. I once feared such an outcome, even living alone on the island, refusing to interact with any living creature. But when I saw that brilliant soul in the tavern, I knew I would ultimately be unable to resist the allure of this soulful resonance. I rejected his request, refused to become a god, because I had already decided that if I ever had a lover, I would choose to die with him, to sleep together in the ocean of world consciousness. But I never anticipated that I would be the one to abandon my partner and face death first. Your choice was not wrong. Aelian said seriously, in that situation, there were only two outcomes, survival alone or shared death. It was precisely because of your sacrifice that Lord Moyawu was able to initiate the salvation plan and summon Mou from another world, and thus save me. But I still left him alone. The silver dragon closed his eyes in pain, saying, I couldn't protect him to the end, and even became the source of his suffering. I regret making such a selfish choice without regard for his wishes. I also regret not having enough strength to protect him, not enough to survive. Ironically, the evil god set his sights on my dragon bone, naturally suited to become the foundation of a god, yet I prematurely rejected the possibility of godhood. It was I who caused me to lack the strength to protect my beloved. Aelian silently patted the silver dragon's massive, smooth scales. He didn't know how to comfort a giant dragon, and perhaps it didn't need his comfort. The evil god who caused all this is the one who corrupts and destroys this world. Aelian finally said, and your choice was not wrong. All suffering is simply the capriciousness of fate. Life is an endless and perilous road, and in this illusion, only death remains at the end. What if you had the chance to become a god? The silver dragon asked. Aelian smiled wryly. I was once the chosen son of God of the Church of Light, the vessel chosen by the God of Light to descend. If I had coveted the chance to become a god, I wouldn't be alive today. I simply want to maintain my sense of self and survive. If becoming a god allows me to maintain my identity while surviving and protecting my lord and the world, I gladly accept it. The silver dragon slowly rose from the ground. I never surrendered my dragon bone until my death. At the moment of my death, I used my final spatial authority to seal my body, while my obsession and resentment conceal the entrance within the core of this illusion. Now, I entrust my remains to you. His enormous dragon eyes seemed to see through Aelian's body. You are a vessel, a door. Swallow my dragon bone within. It will help you maintain the stability of the seal. When my dragon bone fully identifies with you, it will help you break through to the realm of the gods. Aelian took a deep breath. He chanted the spell, and layers of thorns unfurled from his body, piercing deep into his flesh. His chest seemed to gape open like a maw, swirling within a deep, swirling darkness. A silver dragon skeleton, shrunk to the size of a palm, darted into the maw. After devouring it, Aelian immediately reversed the spell. The seal immediately enveloped him, layer upon layer, the thorns transforming into tattoos once again, sinking quietly and subtly into his skin. Aelian clutched his chest and coughed a few times. Forcing the seal open again was a heavy burden on him, but after the silver dragon skeleton had penetrated the seal, it did indeed suppress the taint surging within. Aelian panted for a long time, finally stabilizing the taint within his body with the help of the silver dragon skeleton. He slowly stood up. The silver dragon, now devoid of its skeleton, had transformed into silver light, condensing into a humanoid form. Let's go! I have a few words to say to your lord. Silver Dragon Iris said, opening a white portal of light. As Aelian followed the silver dragon through the door, he heard Mou's voice. What was the silver dragon's obsession? How did it die? It was a grudge I couldn't protect, the silver dragon replied. It was the pain of having to make a choice that left my loved one to endure loneliness and sorrow. He walked up to Mou, his eyes fixed on the soul beside him. Ah, the savior from another world. It seems Moiwu has finally succeeded in his plan of salvation. He looked at Mou. If you don't mind, could you please return this small piece of soul that Moiwu gave you? Mou looked at Moiwu's soul, which glowed white, and nodded with a smile. Mou said, of course. I just need some of Moiwu's memories. Not including the emotions and all that crap. I just need a clear, easy-to-search character profile and relationship profile. Silver Dragon smiled and nodded. He opened his arms and embraced the soul that leaped into his arms. After absorbing the memories within, he materialized a thick book in his hands and handed it to Mou. Ah, that's much better. Mou flipped through the book, and sure enough, it contained a detailed account of everyone Mou knew, along with his knowledge of their lives and various important events. Honestly, this book seemed much more reliable than the memory bank he'd been using, which he couldn't access at all. This illusion is about to crumble, but I still have one last bit of obsession, ready to coalesce into a core. The silver dragon said, I want to be buried with Moiwu, to share eternal sleep. Moiwu transformed into a stone statue before me, sinking into the basement of the mage tower. Mou said, after Naya's triple illusion is completely broken, I will take the core of your obsession back and bury it beneath the mage tower. The silver dragon nodded with satisfaction. Let me ask you one last question. Between the world and the person most important to you, who would you choose? Mou blinked and said instinctively, only children make choices. I want them all. The silver dragon, long dead and unaware of the otherworldly memes, was stunned. Is there even such a choice? Ha ha, ha ha, ha. As he laughed heartily, the illusion gradually disintegrated and vanished. Mou found himself and Aelian back on the safe beach. The beach was now packed with people, players in all sorts of swimsuits splashing around on the sand and in the water, having a blast. Chapter 218. Mou stuffed the suddenly appearing illusion core crystal into his system backpack, pulled out his magic book, and checked the system logs. It was 11 p.m. that evening in the Origin world, the peak time for players to log in. They hadn't been in this illusion for long, only about 32 hours in the other world. During this time, Leah had already announced the second limited-time dungeon on the official website and in-game, limited-time seasonal event instance. Naya's Challenge, Triple Illusion. The second installment. Illusion 2, Summer Vacation Beach is now open, adventurers welcome. What could be more alluring than the summer sea and beach? It's definitely enjoying a seafood barbecue and a summer fireworks show on the beach. Note, this illusion may contain summer ghost stories and supernatural elements, and more content awaits players to explore. Note, the seawater contains some pollution. Players who venture into the water should consult a druid to remove it. Players are advised to bring their own safe ingredients from outside the illusion. If using ingredients from the illusion, please ensure they are purified. Players, please prioritize the safety of NPCs trapped in the illusion during gameplay. Do not feed them contaminated food. Summer ghost stories and supernatural elements? You called out to Leah in his mind. Isn't this beach a safe zone? It is a safe zone, Leah replied. This is the dreamland left by the Silver Dragon. Dreamland? The resentment and obsession that linger upon death create a contamination that forms an illusion. However, for beings above the quasi-god level, the unforgettable beauty of their memories merges with their remaining power, forming a dream world. While this place is safe, there's a chance some phantoms from the Silver Dragon's memories might appear, perfect for the dungeon's supernatural elements to scare the players. That's true. Otherwise, it would be too strange for this dungeon to just let players enjoy a beach vacation. Mou rubbed his chin. But since we already said that players are free to explore the content, if they just eat, drink, and watch the fireworks during the dungeon and don't discover anything, that's the player's fault. What does it have to do with me, the planner? Wait, what about the fireworks? Rama prepared them. Leah replied. We discovered that this beach changes color day and night. Rama said, since we're at the beach, how can we not set off fireworks at night? So he got a bunch of druids and alchemists to make them. Alright, the game's content has suddenly become richer. Mou glanced back at the backstage. Does Origin World have enough VR glasses? I just sent a batch to the warehouse. Leah said. Enough for Origin World to distribute for another 3 days. Thankfully, as the world consciousness, Leah can freely travel within the fantasy realm. However, new players logging into the game these days can only watch the opening CG that the Lord recorded earlier. After all, the Lord is still trapped in the dungeon. Aw, you made it out. Rama walked over. The young alchemist looked energetic. We found a cabin in the woods over there. It seems someone has lived there. It has all the necessary facilities, including a bed and a bathroom. We took turns sleeping there. You two must be exhausted. Eat something, then go take a shower and get some sleep. There's hot water in the bathroom. There are also fireworks to watch tonight. Let's get some rest before heading into the third fantasy realm tomorrow. Indeed, after 2 days of dungeon raids, with only a break to boot up his alt on the Ferris wheel, Mou was exhausted, not to mention Ayalian, who hadn't even had time to close his eyes. Mou packed 2 servings of fried noodles from a player's stall, and walked with Ayalian toward the hut Rama had mentioned. They hadn't walked far when Mou recognized it. Oh, this is the hut Moiwu built. A few underage elves had just woken up, and were stretching lazily, as they emerged from their cabins. Upon seeing the Lord, they shyly greeted him, leaving their cabin to the exhausted Lord and Knight, then ran out to the beach to play with the other players. The cabin was quite cozy, with the eaves on one side intentionally extended to form a canopy-like structure, beneath which sat an outdoor wooden table and 2 chairs. Mou remembered that in Silver Dragon's memories, the two of them had often dined here together. Mou and Ayalian sat down wearily on chairs, and quietly enjoyed delicious fried noodles together. The warm food dispelled some of the sadness lingering in their hearts, brought back from those memories. Speaking of which, I'm a little confused. Mou suddenly said, Silver Dragon ultimately died in a decisive battle with Naya in the Dark Planet. His obsession formed the core of his illusion, which was taken away by Naya. But why did Naya give this core to Yoshang to create a second illusion? Silver Dragon's illusion contained no hatred, only resentment and regret for not being able to protect his loved one, and the pain of the pain his choices had caused his loved one. This illusion wasn't as destructive as other illusions. At best, it was just a harmless memory. Although he took an entire amusement park from Naya in the first illusion, that was because Naya assumed they couldn't break the illusion and wanted to trap them there or force him to abandon a companion. But the second illusion was all about sending Silver Dragon home. When did Naya become so kind? It couldn't be that Naya thought he was Moiwu, and that Silver Dragon, who died protecting his lover, suddenly saw him alive and well and surrounded by scandals. Would a lover, overcome by hatred, go berserk and kill them both? Aelian paused while eating his noodles. He asked Leah to enclose the entire hut within the barrier. Then he whispered to Mou, "The silver dragon gave me something Naya was looking for. I suspect Naya allowed us into this dungeon to use us to get that thing from the silver dragon." Mou's expression suddenly grew serious. "What is it?" "Silver dragon bones," Aelian said, "a natural divine cornerstone. I remember the god of light's flaw being that his cornerstone was faulty." Mou pondered. This also restricted Naya, who had entered the body of the god of light. So Naya attacked the silver dragon in Moyawu, hoping to find another way to seize a new cornerstone. But before the silver dragon died, it sealed its body with spatial authority and hid the space within the core of the illusion. Naya only gained access to the sealed entrance, but could not enter the silver dragon's memories or obtain its remains. Mou sighed. It seems Naya is trying to kill two birds with one stone, using us to obtain the dragon bones. This way, our goal seems even greater. "The dragon bone is sealed within me," Aelian said. "As long as my seal remains intact, it's safe for now. Whether Naya obtains your body or the dragon bone within your seal, he can resolve the god of light's flaws and break the limitations placed upon him. And we absolutely cannot let that happen." Mou said. "We must be even more cautious going forward. Anyway, let's get some rest. We still don't know what the third dungeon will hold." Aelian nodded and quietly finished his fried noodles. The two took turns bathing, and as they lay down on their beds in Moyu's hut, they both sighed in relief. "Working overtime all the time is exhausting," Mou muttered, quickly falling asleep on the soft bed. Aelian tilted his head and gazed at the Lord for a long moment, finally unable to resist the urge to sleep, and closed his eyes. The small world elf sat down at the head of the bed, quietly watching over the two sleeping men, keeping watch. The barrier-enclosed cabin was silent and still, while the beach outside was bustling with activity. "It's the ocean," Nikukyu exclaimed excitedly. "I never thought that even here in inland AMT County, we could realize our dream of enjoying the seaside. The officials are so understanding. Sunshine, beach, ocean." Xianyuyi was equally excited. "Why do players have to make their own swimsuits? You can buy swimsuits from me." Jin, having a drink, shouted at her stall, "We have men's and women's clothing. Made from a blend of spider silk and silk, these swimsuits are waterproof, incredibly stretchy, and will definitely not fall off or break. We have a variety of styles to choose from. Special sale for 3 silver coins each. There are also sun protective clothing and yukatas. Wouldn't it be nice to have a yukata for the fireworks display? It's only 10 silver coins each. Tailoring seems like a really lucrative profession," Nikukyu exclaimed. "Early on, even professions with fewer players are very profitable. Shinyu Yidiandeo, after all, supply and demand are there, and veteran players still have an advantage. In the later stages, with the influx of new players, it comes down to individual skill. Professions like tailoring still rely on design, aesthetics, and craftsmanship, but that's too detailed for me anyway. I heard the Lord might turn the entire north into a planting area, and even create a large expanse of cleared land. Niekwa Wudo, I heard it might become a contracting system, based on reputation and military merit. I'm planning to accumulate some reputation and military merit soon, so I can contract some land and plant all sorts of vegetables, fruits, and greenhouses. The elves are already selling coffee beans and cocoa pods. Some players bought some and made coffee and cocoa," said Xianyuidian. "But the taste isn't very good. It feels like wild. You could get some coffee beans and cultivate them. We supply them exclusively to our milk tea shop. That's something we could try." Nikukyu fell into thought. With the plant growth skill, breeding iterations are fast. It's not as troublesome as in real life. And the cocoa could be improved. I think the fat content is clearly not enough now. The chocolate players make isn't fragrant enough, Xianyuidian said. I really want to eat tiramisu here until I'm full. I won't gain weight anyway. Slurp, that's true. Chapter 219. Some players, like gnawing ball and salted fish, were researching how to improve the food in the game, allowing them to eat better, eat more, and satisfy their appetites without gaining weight. Some players transformed into octopuses, soaking in the ocean, bobbing with the waves and blowing bubbles, enjoying the beauty of the sea. Some players, like Jin, were eager to make money during the summer events. Some players, like Tangnan Baoju, were working for Rama, diligently kneading fireworks in preparation for the evening's fireworks display. Since the third level of illusion had not yet been fully analyzed, Leah used her spatial authority to block the entrance, allowing the players to fully enjoy the beach, the sea, and the evening's fireworks display. The underage elves also began setting up stalls, imitating the players. They sold fresh coconuts. The dwarves were responsible for opening the coconuts with machetes. After knocking a small hole, the elves stuffed a straw inside and handed it to the players. Sales were quite good. After all, coconut water is the way to go on the beach. The fishermen were even more excited, each carrying a bucket, either fishing or diving into the sea to catch crabs and shrimp, bustling with activity. The successfully caught seafood was immediately brought ashore, purified by the druids, and then directly placed on the magic chef's barbecue stall. Strangely, there were no octopuses or squids at any of these barbecue stalls. There were even signs posted next to the stall saying no octopus ingredients allowed. Someone even put up a huge sign on the beach, no player bodies allowed. What's going on? Tranquility Sea bought a serving of grilled shrimp and curiously asked the stall owner. Hey, wasn't it just some idiot who cut off his own tentacles and took them to a stall owner, asking if they buy octopus meat? Then, a druid cleansed the tentacles, and they all turned into human body parts. The unfortunate stall owner vomited all day and closed up shop. The stall owner said, because the raw material is so suspicious, it's hard to tell if it's real octopus or player bodies. We simply stopped using octopus ingredients. Indeed, it makes eating it safer this way. Tranquility Sea nodded. But I'm a little disappointed that there aren't any octopus balls. It's better than finger and toe balls. Thinking of that, the stall owner shuddered at the sight and handed the grilled shrimp to Tranquility Sea. Here, your grilled shrimp is ready. Although we don't have octopus balls, the freshly grilled scallops and oysters are both excellent. And the clams and vermicelli in foil. Then give me another helping of vermicelli. Okay. Xiangyang sat on the beach, holding a coconut. He took a few sips and sighed deeply. Suddenly, a figure sat down next to him. What's wrong? You keep sighing? Xiangyang's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the newcomer. Lot Seth, wearing a Hawaiian floral shirt and beach shorts, sat down next to him. Why are you here too? Xiangyang looked shocked. Didn't I tell you to wait for me outside? To keep you company. Lot said, it's okay. Moiwu and his adventurers are here. Just think of it as a beach vacation. What if I can't get out? Xiangyang looked uneasy. If you can't get out, I'd be there with you. Lotte casually pulled a card from the deck Xiangyang had placed beside him, flipped it open, and smiled. He pressed the card into Xiangyang's hand. Xiangyang took a closer look and saw it was a lover's card. TSK, the boss and the second-in-command are showing off their affection again, blinding us singles. Kevin Takot watched the two of them flirting on the beach, shook his head, and said to Dyrant Parks, offering him a cigar, want one? Okay. MOU slept until dusk. Although still a little sleep-deprived, he was a little hungry. Getting a good night's sleep in this dreamland was a blessing. MOU contentedly got up, changed into a clean robe, opened the door to the cabin, and stretched out comfortably, looking out at the beach bathed in the golden afterglow of the sunset. On the beach in the distance, players were still happily playing. MOU gazed at the lively scene in the distance and summoned Leah. Leah, this is the Silver Dragon's dream, right? Yes. Leah nodded. Then can I use the Silver Dragon's obsession in the second illusion to summon his consciousness? MOU asked. Leah thought for a moment. Sure. MOU pulled the illusion core from his space backpack. Leah placed her small hand over the crystal ball and gently pressed it. A beam of silver light flew out from the crystal. The Silver Dragon condensed into a humanoid form in the light, with Moiwa's spirit, no bigger than a palm, sitting on its shoulder. Is this? The Silver Dragon looked around. My dream? Yes. MOU smiled and nodded. Sorry, my adventurers are a bit noisy. We're having a fireworks show tonight. It's a rare opportunity, and I like you and Moiwa to see it together. Adventurers? The Silver Dragon looked at the players on the beach, his silver eyes gleaming. Are these players from another world? The new anchor of the world consciousness? Yes, as you can see, the salvation plan left by Moiwu is already running smoothly. Moudou said, although everything has just begun, and Naya and the Church of Light, as well as the raging waves and the ice god of the north, are already targeting us, we have also gained many allies. The elves and the Tree of Life, the Southern Chamber of Commerce, and the Earth Mother of all spirits have all reached a pact with us. And the world consciousness has reclaimed 1/3 of natural authority. All of this is due to the efforts and sacrifices of you and Moiwu. Therefore, I want you to see the wonderful changes these otherworldly souls have brought to this world. The silver dragon tilted his head slightly, seemingly glancing at the tiny Moiwu on his shoulder, then nodded slowly. He did not walk towards the beach, but instead walked up to a large rock on the hill in front of the treehouse and sat down, gazing out at the bustling beach. Mou smiled and walked down to the beach with Ialian, who had changed clothes and braided his silver hair back into a long braid. The sunset at the beach was exceptionally beautiful. After the golden-orange sun sank completely into the sea, bonfires lit up on the beach. Darkness fell quickly, but the beach was bustling with laughter and the aroma of food. Players who had had enough of the water came ashore, seeking druids for cleansing, then letting mages use water flow to wash the water off their bodies. Then, they changed into various outfits of their choice. Some night players donned silver armor called the brightest boy under the night sky purchased in the mall, others donned achievement sets, some wore yukatas bought at Jin Lai Yip, some donned homemade Hanfu costumes and small round fans, and still others wore Hawaiian-style floral shirts and beach shorts. Everyone was beautifully dressed, their faces beaming with joy. It was a smile of genuine joy that neither the silver dragon nor Moiwu had seen on the people of this world in a long, long time. And this joy didn't just belong to these otherworldly adventurers. This place was clearly a fantasy, but the dwarves, elves, and even the mercenaries seemed to be infected by the adventurers' joyful atmosphere. They sang and danced, cuddled together, and toasted to celebrate, without a trace of the fear or uneasiness that should accompany a fantasy. The lord from another world, who had succeeded Moiwu, surrounded by the crowd, raised his staff, and cast a massive luminescent spell in the sky. The twinkling glow of the stars coalesced into a giant silver dragon under the pitch-black night sky, spreading its wings and soaring into the sky. The dark-skinned Grandmaster Alchemist gave a command, and as the world consciousness elves played music in unison on the phones of player anchors and NPCs, fireworks of various colors soared into the sky, exploding in a dazzling display. The fireworks in the sky cast equally brilliant reflections on the sea. Wow! The crowd gasped in delight. The silver dragon listened to the music and exclamations emanating from the beach, looking up at the starry sky and sea lit up by each and every fireworks display. He said to the little Moiwu on his shoulder, "You're right. Perhaps they truly are the sparks of hope that this world needs. I never imagined that fire and alchemy could create something so beautiful." Little Moiwu sat on the silver dragon's shoulder, taking in everything. A smile filled his eyes. "And I never imagined I'd see such a beautiful sight after death. Perhaps we can make this even more beautiful," the silver dragon said, a smile playing on his face. Moiwu watched as the final, most numerous fireworks soared into the sky, blasting the night sky into a sea of sparks. "I never thought I'd see a fireworks show in another world," Moiwu said to Ialian with a smile. "But Rama's craftsmanship is truly amazing. The effect is comparable to a Disney fireworks show. It's truly beautiful." Ialian was also amazed. "I never seen anything like it. It was as if the night sky were ablaze with color. Tonight, the flames and explosions were no longer something to be feared, but rather a form of indescribably beautiful art." And as everything gradually quieted, a dragon's roar echoed from the hillside. The players, still mumbling, "Is it over?" Their eyes suddenly lit up with anticipation. A silver dragon suddenly appeared atop the island's peak. Unlike the fluorescent spell cast by the Overlord at the start, this one was a near-perfect silver dragon. Though a translucent shadow, even its individual scales shone with silver light, clearly visible against the night sky. "Wow! It's a dragon!" the players exclaimed in unison. The silver dragon's massive wings spread, soaring through the sky. Like a brilliant silver meteor, it streaked across the night sky, passing over the players' heads like a mischievous play, eliciting gasps and exclamations of surprise. Finally, the silver dragon's shadow soared once more across the night sky, disappearing into the forested mountains. "Wow!" the players uttered a mixture of admiration and reluctance. "This is so beautiful! Give me a thumbs up to all the art designers." Chapter 220. The silver dragon's massive wings streaked across the night sky. Little Moiwu poked his head out from beneath his silver mane, reaching out as if to touch the stars. The wind, carrying the coolness of the night sea, caressed their faces. This was the silver dragon's dreamland, everything just as beautiful as they remembered. The silver dragon slowly descended on the mountaintop, carrying his little lover into his dragon cave. Everything here was just as he remembered it. Inside the nest, piled high with gold coins and gems, a soft and comfortable bed made of soft furs was formed. In another corner of the cave, the great wizard's books and a comfortable reading couch were piled high. If there were no evil gods in this world, perhaps they would still be living happily together, just the two of them. Your question before, I now have the answer. The little great wizard was carefully placed on the bed by the giant dragon. The silver dragon expertly nestled over his treasures, its massive body encircling the bed. "What's the question?" the silver dragon asked with interest. Tiny Moiwa cradled the enormous silver dragon's head in both hands and spoke earnestly. "You once asked me, if I had to choose between the world and you, who would I choose? Can we not ask that question?" The silver dragon flinched, but Moiwa tugged at his beard. "Hear me out," Moiwa insisted, relaxing his grip slightly. "I have handed over the responsibility of the world to my successor, and my choice will always be you." The silver dragon paused. The world is saved, and you and I will never be apart," the great magician said. "This is my only selfish motive. Although I'm greedy, I want both." The silver dragon's eyes gleamed with silver light, and large tears streamed from them. "I feel like my obsession has been completely resolved." Moiwa smiled and rested his head against the dragon's. "You should have a new obsession now. An obsession that will never be satisfied until you stay with me and witness the world's liberation from the evil god." When Mou and Ialian returned to the cabin, they saw the silver dragon shrink in size. As if it had finished its performance and didn't want to be seen, it sneaked out of the wood stealthily. Seeing them, Tiny Moiwa emerged from the silver dragon's mane and waved cheerfully. Mou couldn't help but smile and wave back. "How do you feel?" The silver dragon transformed back into human form and returned to the cabin with little Moiwa. Leah cast a barrier, and Mayu asked with a smile, "Did these adventurers meet your expectations?" "Exceeded expectations," Moiwa replied from the silver dragon's shoulder. "Actually, we have a favor to ask. Please tell me. Iris and I both wish to continue witnessing the future of the salvation plan." Moiwa said, "But Iris and I are both gone, only memories in a dream. But if the world consciousness is willing to grant us some core energy, allowing this dream to take root in reality, we can remain here for a long time." "Hey, bug fixes. I'm familiar with that." Mayu's eyes lit up. "So the beach, the island, everything else can be taken away?" "Yes." The silver dragon nodded. "I can allow adventurers free access to the beach, but only the beach. I don't want us disturbed while we're at the cabin in the woods or the cave on Dragon Mountain." "That's easy. Just set up an air wall around the edge of the beach. Players will automatically assume the rest of the area is tiled." Having found another seaside resort, Mou beamed, already considering where to place it. "Are there any particular requirements for where to place the dream?" "Dreams are different from illusions. Illusions require a lot of contamination, but dreams need to maintain the stability of the original memory as much as possible. The less contamination, the better," Mou said. "That's easy. After purification, place this dream in a clean area near the Garden of the Tree of Life. The pollution there can be completely expelled to the amusement park." Mou's calculations were clattering. The limited time dungeon will serve as a test and experience period. After improvements, the corresponding map will be solidified and transformed into a semi-permanent game area. This makes sense. Although Naya had his own plans, in a sense, this was indeed a massive delivery for him. If there weren't currently no chicken here, he would have wanted to celebrate with a plate of it. "Well, no problem. We can celebrate with a roast chicken feast after we finish the third dream." Now, AMT County has a backyard with direct access to the ocean. The players have a resort, and he has two experienced, retired, and rehired former founders of the Salvation Project, in ghost form, as advisors. Ialian has obtained the dragon bone. This is a huge win. Mou and Ialian spent most of the evening discussing the details of the subsequent plan with Moiwu and Yinlong. Then, they heard Leah's timely reminder. The third level of illusion has been analyzed. The third level is still a special illusion. The background of the illusion is the lost city of Arkham. Mou's face instantly darkened. "What's wrong?" Ialian asked, puzzled. "Is there something wrong with this city? Arkham Town? I never heard of it." "You haven't heard of it because this town doesn't exist in this world. Theoretically, it doesn't exist in any world," Mou said. "It's a fictional town created by H.P. Lovecraft, the creator of the Arkham mythology. It's fictionalized in Massachusetts, the United States of my world, near Dunwich, Innsmouth, and Kingsport. The Miskatonic River flows through the center of the town, and there's Miskatonic University. In fact, a series of board games, Arkham Horror, were later set in this town. The system is quite complex, with not only the basic version, but also various subsequent DLC expansions." Mou, as a game planner, only had a superficial understanding of it because he simply didn't have the time to play the entire game. Whether this town originated from the original mythology or was supplemented by later generations It should never have existed in this world, let alone become a fantasy. The only explanation for this thing appearing in this world is the third illusion, also a man-made one created by Naya. But unlike the amusement park in the first illusion, Arkham Town and its surrounding area are vast, and it's infested with unspeakable monsters and demons. How could they possibly find the core of this illusion in a city that doesn't exist in this world? This description sounds beyond the realm of illusion. Moyawu, who was listening nearby, suddenly spoke. Ailian gasped, the earthly kingdom. The little great magician stood on the table and looked up. Yes, I think this might not be an illusion, but the entrance to Naya's earthly kingdom. Silver Dragon nodded solemnly, while MOU looked left and right, feeling illiterate. The earthly kingdom? What is that? It's a domain. Moyawu began teaching. To be precise, illusions, dreams, and the earthly kingdom are all forms of domains. Intense negative thoughts, forming obsessions, will spontaneously coalesce into a core, combining with pollution to form an uncontrollable illusion. Precisely because of the illusion's uncontrollable nature, its formation does not require the provider of the obsession core to possess any extraordinary level or power. Even ordinary people, with sufficient hatred, can create an illusion. And beings above the secret level, LV, 170 to 200, can construct domains. This domain, constructed with the power of the secret level, its contents are entirely determined by the builder. Once a domain is opened, only those who meet the conditions set by the builder can enter and exit. If one does not meet the conditions, and cannot obtain the builder's permission, then to forcibly break through the domain, the builder must possess a higher level and greater power than the builder to achieve this by force. There are even more subtle divisions within the domain. For example, under normal circumstances, a domain can only be opened while the builder is alive. Different levels of domains also have varying degrees of inclusiveness. While realms created by lower-level builders can temporarily accommodate living beings, they will be transported out once the realm closes. Higher-level realms are no different from small worlds. For beings above the quasi-god level, however, their deepest memories and intent can be combined with their power to construct a dream at the moment of their death. Dreams are controllable and stable, requiring no contamination to form their structure. They exist solely through the power of the builders. When the remaining power completely dissipates, the dream will shatter like a bubble. Dreams are generally private, and their builders, masters, decide whether to allow others to enter. If the remaining consciousness of the master has completely dissipated, the ownerless dream will quickly collapse. The so-called earthly kingdom of the gods is the realm of beings above the pseudo-god level, LV, 270. Their realms typically expand to the size of a kingdom, and everything within them is indistinguishable from reality. These beings above the pseudo-god level are the rulemakers and absolute deities within their own divine kingdoms. They command everything within their realms, possessing omnipotence. As long as they allow, their followers can live within their earthly kingdoms according to the rules they set. Even if the entrance to the realm is closed, it does not affect the realm's actual existence. So, the amusement park in the first level of the illusion is actually a realm as well. MOU pulled the core from his system backpack and handed it to Moyawu. Moyawu laboriously took the crystal ball, larger than his head, closed his eyes, and perceived it for a moment. No, the core of this illusion is composed of countless tiny obsessions, which should belong to the respective managers of each attraction within the amusement park. Nia probably simply aggregated these obsessions, giving it the appearance of an amusement park and some of its rules. At its core, it remains an uncontrollable illusion, operating on obsession and contamination. Chapter 221. But if a town or city really was created out of thin air, it must be the earthly kingdom, MOU said. MOU rubbed his chin, lost in thought. But if it's the earthly kingdom, how do we get out? The simplest way is, don't go in. MOU returned the crystal ball to MOU, his eyes sparkling. Huh? Don't go in? MOU was puzzled. Aren't we already in that earthly kingdom? MOU smiled broadly, and MOU felt that smile looked very familiar. Well, like that signature smile he wore when he was about to cause trouble. In this world, even gods have rules they must abide by. Moya was said with a smile, the kingdom of God on earth can only be established within the territory of the god's own sphere of influence. Once established, it cannot be moved, and can only expand with the expansion of believers, faith, and power. This means that whether it's Na or the god of light, their kingdoms cannot actually appear on your territory. The third illusion superimposed within this illusion cannot be the kingdom itself, but only the entrance to it. The third illusion is probably a trapdoor. Ailian thought for a moment and added, it's like the illusion in Pohnpei. The maze of Raya is the kingdom of God on earth, and the cultist's illusion is an entrance to the Maze of Raya. Mo recalled the illusion of the Maze of Raya and suddenly understood. I understand. The kingdom of God cannot be moved, but the entrance can be established through illusion. Yes, Moiwu said. There's an unproven theory circulating in the Magic Federation that all realms, including illusions, divine realms, and dreams, exist within the same dimension, known in academic circles as the Void Realm. They believe that within the Void Realm, all realms are actually connected, separated only by bubble-like barriers. By simply opening a portal, one can travel from one realm to the next, from one illusion to another, and even from one illusion to the divine realm. Therefore, some cultists are constantly researching ways to create illusions to open the gates to the divine realm of their evil gods in another location. Mou tried to put himself in Naya's shoes. Linking the three illusions together, it seemed a truly sinister plot. First, a strange, artificial illusion playground was used to confuse everyone, sowing discord and leading Moiwu into the erroneous rules set by Naya. After enduring various trials and tribulations that could easily lead to death, the puzzle leading to survival involved a difficult choice involving the sacrifice of one of their own people. Then came the Silver Dragon's illusion, bringing Moiwu face to face with his former lover who had died for him. Whether the Silver Dragon and Moiwu's love-hate relationship turned to hatred, or the Silver Dragon's surrender of the remains, for Naya, it was merely a matter of recycling, a consolidation of resources, a synthesis of what he desired. And the final entrance to the Kingdom of God, the illusion leading to the town of Arkham, was Naya's ultimate move. The local great magician Moiwu, however brilliant and knowledgeable, could not obtain any information about this otherworldly fantasy town. He would simply believe it was just another unknown, strange town on the continent, another illusion similar to the Clock Tower town. If he lets down his guard and passes through this illusion into the realm of the Divine Kingdom, Naya will have effectively lured the enemy into a trap, closing the door and catching the enemy, wiping out Moiwu, Aelian, and even the world consciousness. But Naya still hasn't figured out what's going on with Moiwu's fearless, mentally stable, yet desperately desperate adventurers. He can't fathom why his effective psychological warfare against Moiwu has repeatedly failed, even becoming a delivery service, providing warmth wherever supplies are needed. He's been dragged away by Mou, one amusement park after another, and then another Silver Dragon illusion/dream. The so-called wrong dimension, Naya suffers. He's still honestly playing KP according to his character and the rules of the game, but the player he's facing is a super gamer with a cheat, and Naya hasn't even noticed. Mou almost felt a flicker of sympathy for Nayako, but then, thinking about the traps he dug for him and Aelian, he decided to be even more ruthless. At least, he had to get compensation for all the suffering Moiwu and Yinlong had endured over the years. Then the only problem we need to solve now is how to exit the illusion without entering Naya's kingdom, Moiwu concluded. We're currently in Iris's dreamland. This is Iris's domain, and Iris can still protect us from the harm of the illusion. But if we leave here, we most likely fall directly into the third level of the illusion. Mou stroked his chin and looked at Leah. If a player enters the kingdom, can they voluntarily exit? Yes, Leah said. Players only use a portion of their spirit to power their shells. Regardless of the realm they're in, they can leave the realm by disconnecting and logging off. The Realm Master cannot interfere with the spirits of these otherworldly players returning to their bodies. The shell part is more difficult to handle. If they can't successfully teleport out, they have to relocate their anchor point and find another shell. In other words, the worst-case scenario is just a new shell. Mou grinned. That makes it easier. We NPCs will remain in the Silver Dragon's dream realm for now, allowing players to venture into the third level of illusion and crack it. If players mistakenly stumble into Naya's kingdom, the worst-case scenario is death and a new shell. Furthermore, to the natives of this world, Naya's Arkham might be an incomprehensible and eerie place, but to players of the Fourth Scourge, it's just a common Cthulhu board game setting. Players might even complain about the official team's real talent, allowing a real-life Cthulhu tabletop game to be played online. However, with a previous solo raid where Nyako served as a KP as a foundation, players wouldn't be too surprised. However, before entering the third level of the illusionary dungeon, Mou still had to use an alt to check it out. The main reason was that the content of the dungeon was unclear, and without checking it out, he wouldn't know how to write the quest text or the prompts. So, Mou handed his body to the guard Aelian, put on his monocle again, and logged into the Barbecue Squid alt. Because the first level of the illusion had collapsed, Barbecue Squid found himself on the beach upon logging in. Can you get my secondary account out of the dream? Mou asked Iris. He carefully described the appearance and location of his secondary account to Silver Dragon, who nodded. The next second, the grilled squid vanished from the beach and landed in a purple town. Done. You didn't completely switch the link between his main account and the primary account, but simply maintained a dual access mode. He closed his eyes, focusing most of his attention on the grilled squid account. This is a multiple level dream. I entered Dreamland 3. The obsession with Dreamland 3 has been successfully resolved. A total of 2 main quests for Dreamland 3 have been detected, and the number of side quests is unknown. The number of times you can enter the dungeon is unlimited. You open the quest panel. Dungeon name: The Vanishing Investigator. This dungeon is a role-playing dungeon. Current team size: 1. This time, you have been assigned the role of Magic Federation Investigator Chloe Bellos. You are currently in Huntington Village. A week ago, fog suddenly appeared outside the village, and within the fog, a strange town appeared. You are ordered by the Magic Federation to investigate this strange town that suddenly appeared in the fog. The Magic Federation has already sent several investigators into the town, including your friend Edward Lost. You are concerned for your friend's safety, but the Magic Federation suspects this town belongs to an unnamed terrestrial kingdom, fraught with dangers that could very well claim your life. Current main quest, optional 1. Do not enter Arkham Town. Follow the Magic Federation's instructions and search for the illusion core outside the town and destroy it. 2. Enter Arkham Town and search for Edward Lost. Current side quest, pending. Exit conditions. Without entering Arkham Town, players must complete at least 1 side quest or main quest, or die before exiting the dungeon. Recommended: if entering Arkham Town, players can only exit the dungeon by completing the true ending or dying. Death will render your body irretrievable and require a replacement. Note: if you choose to enter Arkham Town, you can store your body in a safe area and log off. Upon re-entering the dungeon, provided your body has not been damaged by any plot developments during your time offline, and you have not chosen to replace it, you will be able to log in and continue playing. Note: death in the current dungeon will not increase the dungeon's distortion level. Current dungeon difficulty: Mainline difficulty 1, Hard, Mainline difficulty 2, Hell. Current dungeon purification progress: 0%. Mission note: the line between life and death is blurry, so please watch your step. Time flow: the time flow ratio in this dungeon is 7:1 compared to the in-game time flow, with no loops. Save point: there are no save points in this dungeon. Special note: the true ending might be too difficult for you. Why not try the normal route? It actually has character cards for a role-playing dungeon. It seems this is truly a group puzzle dungeon, and the character cards seem to be distributed based on the number of players in the party. I'm guessing there will be a variety of different roles in a multiplayer party. But this quest hint: why do I feel like a lot of players will choose to enter Arkham Town for the true ending? That's a bit of a bummer. Chapter 222. Yu Dengxian was lying on the beach, browsing the forums. As soon as the fireworks display ended, many players rushed offline, retrieved the video clips, and uploaded them to the forums. The forums were now abuzz with activity, even experiencing some lag. Many players were watching the video and reminiscing about the moment, but even more were casual players partying online, or rather, engaging in online emo. Wow, I'm crying my eyes out. Ah, the amusement park, the fireworks display, where's the promised triple Nia-like illusion? What's this summer limited edition dungeon? I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous. Why can't I get a number? I'm dying without games. The person above, you can't even get a number out of 100 a day? Oh, I didn't either, so that's fine. 3000 Worlds Crow Killer. Does anyone know what the silver dragon at the beginning and end of the fireworks display is all about? Are there actually dragons in this world? Melissa Kubo. Since this is a world of swords, magic, and evil gods, it's not surprising that there are dragons. However, aside from this fireworks display, no one seems to have mentioned any of them in the storyline. Maybe it's a new plot later on. Yuhua Ascension. So is this second level of illusion really just a resort beach and a fireworks display location? I feel like there's more to it than that. Today's rain. The quest hint says there's more to explore, including supernatural elements. Has anyone found any clues? Salted fish. So far, it seems only the last one appears. The dragon on the field is quite unusual, and it looks translucent, like a spirit. Could this be a supernatural element? 3000 Worlds Crow Slayer. What? The dragon is dead before I even see it? Feathered Immortal. I feel like this triple fantasy dungeon is fun, but it seems a bit too much like a seasonal bonus? Not like Natsuko's style at all. One sword breaks 1,000 mountains. Maybe the difficulty is still to come. Don't let your guard down. Today it rains. Here's a ghost story. I just wanted to quit the dungeon, but when I opened the system interface, I found that the beach we were on the map wasn't a fantasy dungeon, but a place called Silver Dragon Dream. Feathered Immortal? ? He opened the system panel and saw that it was indeed the case. You what dang xian. I saw it too, and it's true. But I remember when we entered, the system said it was the second illusionary dungeon? Did the system secretly change the map name or something? Today it rains. Maybe it was during the fireworks? Maybe we were secretly moved when the dragon appeared. It feels like the authorities have hidden some clues here. Has anyone found anything? Xian Yuitiao, is it too hidden? I haven't found anything. Suddenly, a system prompt popped up in front of all players. Limited time seasonal event dungeon. Naya's challenge. Triple illusionary dungeon. Part 3. Illusionary Dungeon 3. The Vanished Investigator is now open, and adventurers are welcome to play. The evil god Nyarlathotep, who loves to play with people and lure them into corruption with sweet dreams, has used the dreams left behind by the silver dragon he slaughtered many years ago to make adventurers lose themselves in it and have a beautiful dream. But the adventurers seem unaware that, behind their sweet dreams, the evil god has sharpened his blade, ready to reveal his fangs. The third level of illusion is about to begin, adventurers. It's time to awaken from your dreams. Lord Moiwu reminds you. The third level of illusion hides the entrance to Nyarlathotep's earthly kingdom, the town of Arkham. The evil god possesses supreme authority within his earthly kingdom. If unfortunate enough to enter his kingdom, adventurers will need to navigate a tangle of true and false clues, searching for the true rules hidden within it, and forging a path to survival. Note, there are multiple routes within this illusion. The standard route involves finding and destroying the core crystal orb to break the illusion. The hell route involves entering Nyarlathotep's kingdom and achieving the escape ending. Completing the first normal route does not prevent players who have already entered the kingdom and started the second route from continuing their exploration. If you choose the second route, you can only exit the dungeon normally by achieving the true ending or dying. Exiting the dungeon by dying will render the adventurer's body irretrievable and require a replacement. Players who have reached level 70 can learn the skill, Resurrection, from Lord Moyu, which quickly repairs and resurrects the corpses of fellow adventurers. Players who choose the second route can obtain the quest item, Teleportation Scroll from Rama. Completing the first route will successfully break the triple illusion, freeing the NPCs trapped within, and have a chance to unlock the following long-term facilities in AMT County. 1. Horror Amusement Park. 2. Silver Dragon Dream Resort Beach. Failure to complete the first route, even if you have completed the second route, will result in no rewards. This fantasy is a group quest. Even if only one player completes the first route, all other participating players will receive rewards based on their quest contribution. Please cooperate appropriately, assign personnel based on your abilities, and work together to break through Naya's illusion. Note, the longer the third illusion lasts, the more dangerous the NPCs become. Players, please hurry and clear the first route first. Metamorphosis. Holy crap. Naya's Kingdom. Arkham Town. This is the ultimate official move. Holy crap. Who's level 70? Come with me to the second route. Swordbreaker, me. I'm 73. Going to learn skills from the Overlord right now. Where's the Overlord? Metamorphosis, on the beach. I saw him. Slacking off to get rich. This mission requires full cooperation, right? Any experts here to guide us? Rain today. According to the current system prompts, the third illusion has two routes. The normal route involves breaking through the illusion normally, and after breaking through it, you can rescue all NPCs trapped in the triple illusion, including the Overlord. Considering the overall context of the game, if you don't clear this route, the NPCs will be trapped in the illusion and gradually die. If the faction leader, NPC Moiwu, dies, the faction will disband, and its members will immediately lose their game eligibility, effectively forcing all of us to tier up our cards. Since the main rewards are also on the first route, it's safe to assume the first route is the main quest. If you can't beat it, you're done. The second route should be a high-end game for advanced players, though I don't necessarily mean high-level players here, but rather players with a keen eye for group play. Unconventional troublemaker gameplay might also prove effective. Arkham Town is a common map in Cthulhu group-based games. While I suspect the official map will likely be modified, the name, coupled with the investigator keyword, suggests a Cthulhu group-based CRPG, computer role-playing game, gameplay. Recalling the Nye-related special solo group dungeon in Clock Tower Town, I suspect this fantasy will be similar. I'm just not sure whether character cards will be generated by the player themselves or automatically assigned by the system, and whether it's a single-player or multiplayer dungeon. The official introduction of the Resurrection skill at this time is also quite intriguing. After experiencing the Evil God's Playground, there aren't many level 70 players, but there are still about 20 or 30, right? Furthermore, this skill is level-specific, not class-specific. This is likely designed specifically for high-end players playing the second route without having to exit the dungeon and re-enter. Considering that the system refers to the third level of illusion as the entrance to the Kingdom of Na, and that cracking the third level of illusion doesn't affect players in the second route, I believe these two routes are actually two different maps and storylines. After the third level of the illusion is broken, players should no longer be able to enter it through this entrance. They can only be resurrected by players who have already entered Na's kingdom. Even after clearing the level, the teleported destination will likely not be AMT County, which is why they need to go to Rama to obtain the teleportation scroll. Nikukyu. Damn, worthy of Yoyu, you can analyze so much from just a small quest notification? My head is itching. I feel like I need a brain.jpg. Today, Yoyu. Then I suspect that Arkham Town not only has elements of a group game, but also possibly some elements similar to rule-based storytelling. If Na can truly do whatever he wants in his kingdom, it would be unreasonable for players to die as soon as they enter. Then the kingdom must have rules that both sides must abide by, and exploiting these rules that also apply to Na is the only way for players to win. Yu Hua Dengxian. Wow, Yoyu, you're awesome. Yoyu, which route are you playing? Please, go to Route 2. Li Jin Yoyu. Well, I'm level 72, and I was planning on going to Route 2. It would be best to create a dedicated progress thread on the forum to communicate with each other, especially on Route 1. You absolutely have to make sure you clear Route 1. If you fail Route 1, you won't get any rewards from Route 2. Luzhou Lajiao. I'm planning on going to Route 1. I create a dedicated thread. Li Jin Yoyu. Then I create a dedicated thread for Route 2. Information exchange is crucial for a team-based dungeon like this. Share any discoveries as soon as possible. Yu Hua Dengxian. Got it. Below was a string of got it plus N. Yu Hua Dengxian exited the forum and looked up to see a bunch of level 70 and above players already lined up in front of Lord Mayu, learning skills in a very orderly manner. A long line of people lined up in front of Rama, each one holding a scroll as they left. Yu Hua Dengxian was only level 69 and couldn't learn any skills, so he went to Rama to get a teleportation scroll. When he came out, he looked at the system panel. Teleportation scroll. Bound to the alchemy teleportation scroll of AMT County, it can safely transport your team home, no matter where in the world the adventurers are. Spell range. 10 meters around the scroll. Number of people teleported, 10. Adventurers and NPCs can use this, but they must be in a group and within the scroll's range. Chapter 223. The online players quickly collected their skills and scrolls. MOU opened the magic book backstage to check the number of players. After confirming that they were correct, he had Leah notify Silver Dragon to kick all players out of the dream and directly enter the third level of illusion. When MOU tested it himself with his alt, he discovered that the character cards automatically assigned by the third level of illusion were somewhat similar to a combination of the group card rules in Covenant and the player's own class template. These character cards were assigned based on the player's class. For example, a mage player would likely be assigned a magician investigator from the Magic Federation. The character card itself only contained a background description and a basic class. The remaining skills and attribute points were all pre-existing. Moreover, if a player had multiple classes, their secondary class skills would become their preferred class and could be used simultaneously. For example, MOU's alt, Grilled Squid, had a primary class of magician and magic chef. The character card assigned to him was a Magic Federation investigator with a keen interest in cooking, resulting in excellent culinary skills. MOU suspected this was the result of a conflict between Naya's preferred role-playing game rules and the rules of this world. This approach made it easier for players to get started. After all, not all players had experience with TRPGs or CRPGs, and being able to utilize their own skills greatly increased their chances of success. Considering that players would inevitably be keen on challenging Arkham Town, MOU simply separated the groups involved in cracking the third level of illusion from those involved in challenging Arkham Town. The majority of players would focus on cracking the third level of illusion, which was the main quest, while the remaining high-end players would form a death squad and head to Naya's kingdom to confront the God of Fun, effectively diverting Naya's attention. If these unruly players could cause trouble for the God of Fun, Na, and bring some shockwaves to the fourth calamity, it would be a truly unique two-way struggle. Given that the third level of illusion itself is the entrance to the town of Arkham, the Kingdom of Na, once it closes, the players of the Suicide Squad will be unable to enter, or return to, their bodies. MOU checked the player's levels, and simply pulled out the level 70 system skill, Resurrection, template from his spell library, copying and pasting it to every player who reached that level. Llama happened to be skilled in crafting teleportation scrolls. His spatial bracelet even contained enough materials. MOU had him craft a batch of teleportation scrolls, usable only by players with a Leah anchor or their companions, bound to AMT County, for returning players who had cleared the level. Although the chances of completing the game are slim, and most players will likely return dead, what if, as for why the extra companions were included? Well, if these unruly players manage to snatch something valuable, someone has to bring it back, right? After seeing the players off, the beach, which had just been bustling with activity, suddenly fell silent. MOU had the other NPCs take turns standing guard and sleeping, while he, Island, Rama, Silver Dragon, and Moy was set up a monitoring center in the cabin. Leah, as the world consciousness, could access all players' anchor points and project their perspectives into the cabin, making it feel like watching the players' live streams. You could also observe the players' movements, and watch the show, by watching their instant chats on the player forums. He had even just bought all the barbecue from the players' stalls on the beach, packed it up, and put it in his system backpack. Now he was pulling out plates one by one, and placing them on the table, looking like he was enjoying a late-night game live stream, and enjoying barbecue on the weekend. This scene would have shocked any player or serious NPC. Fortunately, the people currently in this cabin were either incredibly obedient, completely devoted to the Lord, or simply accustomed to lawlessness. No one noticed anything was amiss, and they were even discussing which tasted better, wolf-tooth potatoes or roasted gluten. Let's begin. MOU and Leah play two screens simultaneously, one showing Luzhou Laojiao, the standard route, and the other showing Yuhua Dingxian, the high-end, troublemaker, Arkham Town route. Both of them were reliable first-generation players, with extensive gaming experience. After entering the third level of illusion, they didn't immediately split up. Instead, they conferred on the spot, and decided to first find the entrance to the Kingdom of Na, Arkham Town. After all, players on the first route were to avoid Arkham Town, while Yuhua Dingxian and the others were determined to enter. For both teams, the first step was to determine the boundary between Arkham Town and the third level of illusion. Given the large number of players, they naturally adopted a dispersed, blanket search strategy, consisting of teams of two. If one member of the team suddenly disappeared from the other site or entered an unreachable area, the other member would immediately send their coordinates on the public channel. This was a simple, brute force approach, practically unskilled and relying solely on brute force. However, the number of players entering this dungeon had already reached over 600, including some newbies, who had just entered the game and joined in the fun, and by spreading out horizontally, the distance they could cover was quite extensive. Furthermore, the third level of illusion was intended as a trap, designed to quietly lure Moiwu, Ialian, and other indigenous people into Naya's kingdom and capture them all. Therefore, the third level of illusion isn't actually very large, just a small forest of 2 or 3 square kilometers. MOU speculated that the reason it wasn't made smaller was to provide more space to hide the core of the illusion. The difficulty of the third level of illusion lies in the blurring of boundaries between the illusion and the kingdom itself, making it difficult to distinguish. Furthermore, it's supposedly one way. Once entering Naya's kingdom, there's no way back to the third level. But for these unruly players with some experience in group-based lore, locating the boundaries is simply a matter of passing a spotting check. At most, a few unlucky players in Team 1 might accidentally overstep their bounds and be forced to join Team 2 on a more challenging level. What? You're saying there's no spot check in this dungeon? But they do have Identify. In Yu Huadingxian's experience of soloing the Clock Tower Town dungeon many times, there's no difference between the two. Identify is even more useful. So, over 600 players spread out horizontally, advancing slowly in groups of 2, feeling their way forward while frantically casting Identify checks, their level of caution comparable to meticulously searching a Vietnamese minefield with a metal detector. And this search proved quite effective. After just an hour and the accidental loss of 3 players from Team 1, who now automatically became Team 2, the players used the shimmering Barbie Death pink paint they received from Rama to paint a clear, blindingly bright line through the woods. So why choose Deadly Barbie Pink? A player asked, unable to bear the thought. Because it's the most dazzling color in any forest. Yuhua Dingxian confidently said, hands on his hips. With such a bright color, who dares not notice it? Players, indeed. With the boundaries clearly defined, the two teams separated. Yuhua Dingxian, Jin Youyu, and the others led the 150-plus players who, after much deliberation, had unanimously decided to form the Dare to Die Fun Players Team 2, Team 2. They marched with unwavering determination into the kingdom of the God of Fun. The remaining team, however, set out in the opposite direction, starting from the borders of the kingdom of Na, once again launching a sweeping search for the illusion crystal core. Is this sweeping search reliable? Rama looked curiously at the illusion expert Aelian. Aelian nodded. For this kind of small, simple illusion with a limited scope, the illusion core is usually hidden on the person who created the obsession. Simply gather all the people found in this illusion, separate the living from the dead, kill all the dead, search their bodies again, and smash any crystal cores you find. That's the quickest solution. The Church of Light's method for resolving illusions is truly simplistic and crude, Rama commented, while Aelian shrugged. This illusion should be devoid of living beings other than adventurers. Any living creature you see should be considered an enemy and eliminated immediately. There's nothing wrong with this theory. Silver Dragon nodded in approval. Since Luzhou Laojiao's side was already adopting a nearly emotionless, skill-based, brute force approach, everyone's attention was focused on the ascension to immortality side. As Youyu had previously speculated, when the divine kingdom on earth was initially established, the gods, as the builders, were required to engrave the kingdom's rules on its foundation stone. These rules could not be added to, subtracted from, or modified at will, and even the gods themselves were required to abide by them. Thus, while the gods were the masters of the kingdom, their actions must adhere to the rules. If the gods violated the rules enshrined in the foundation stone, the kingdom would suffer at best a loophole, or even collapse. The loopholes mentioned here are literal, physical loopholes. The barriers of the divine kingdom would be broken, and those within could then escape through these loopholes and return to reality. This was also the only way for the second team of players from the Daring Death Fun group to complete the game. But MOU himself did not have such high expectations for the players. After all, they were facing the three pillars of Cthulhu mythology. He was thankful that the fourth calamity could cause some trouble to Na, so that he had no time to care about MOU. To be able to find the rules without any clues, and to use one's own spear to attack the other's shield and cause Na's kingdom to collapse. This difficulty might be too high for current players. Chapter 224. Yuhua Dingxian and his group crossed the deadly Barbie pink boundary and followed the path through the woods toward the silhouette of a small town shrouded in mist. Soon, the fog gradually dissipated, revealing a town with European and American architectural styles before them. The sky here was a strange brown, casting a dark, oppressive, and eerie feeling of gloom and rain. The air was filled with a strange, unpleasant earthy odor, and a heavy, suffocating feeling lingered in everyone's hearts. They entered the town from the north along the main road. On the right side of the road ran a massive river. After flowing for a while, the river turned left, changing from vertical to horizontal, dividing the town into two districts, north and south. This river must be the famous Miskatonic River. From their vantage point on the Yuhua Dingxian Road, they could see three long bridges spanning the vast river, two highways, and a railway, connecting the northern and southern districts. To their left was a green park, and further ahead was a residential area. Most of the buildings here were built in the Georgian style, popular between 1714 and 1811. Each house had a mansard roof and a grand, weatherproof gate that extended several feet outward. The map shows we entered Arkham. It's going to rain today. Hearing this, Yuhua Dingxian opened the quest panel again. Upon entering Arkham, the original quest information had indeed changed. Dungeon name: The Vanishing Investigator. This is a role-playing dungeon. Current team: 16. Your team: 8. This time, you have been assigned the role of Magic Federation Investigator Baker Cross. You have entered a mysterious town shrouded in fog. The Magic Federation has previously sent several investigators into the town, including your friend Edward Lost. You are concerned for your friend's safety, but the Magic Federation suspects that this town belongs to an unnamed terrestrial kingdom, fraught with dangers that could very well claim your life. Current main quest: Find Edward Lost. Current side quest: Pending. Exit conditions: Players must complete the true ending or die to exit the dungeon. Exiting the dungeon by dying will render your body irretrievable and require a replacement. Note: if you choose to enter Arkham Town, you can store your body in a safe area and log off. Upon re-entering the dungeon, Provided your body has not been damaged by any plot developments while offline, and you have not chosen to replace it, you will be able to log in and continue playing. Note: death in the dungeon will not increase the dungeon's distortion level. If you die without exiting the dungeon, you can be revived on the spot after a companion player casts Resurgence on your body. Current dungeon difficulty: Hell. Current dungeon purification progress: 0%. Quest note: this town has strange rules. Finding the true rules and exploiting them is your only chance. Time flow: the time flow ratio in this dungeon is 7 to 1 compared to the in-game time flow, with no loops. Save points: there are no save points in this dungeon. My quest requires me to find my friend Edward Lost. What about you? Asked you what Dengxian? My quest is to find him too. +1. +2. +10,086. Today there's rain. It seems like everyone's gotten the same quest. Are there any with different quests? No one answered. Then the question arises, who exactly is this Edward Lost? Why are we all his friends? In the cabin, MOU and the others were also discussing the quest. When my Ankh entered the illusion, the quest prompt I received was also to find Edward Lost, MOU said. That name sounds familiar. Little MOU suddenly said, I think I know this guy. MOU? Question mark. MOU quickly pulled out the MOU memory file materialized by the silver dragon and searched through it. Sure enough, he found the name. Edward Lost, a student in the firearms department at the Magic Academy Calcadora, took Moiwa's class in his 3rd year. Ah! It's him. Moiwa suddenly realized. Yes, I remember. That was about 120 years ago, when I was a visiting professor of magic theory at the Magic Academy Calcadora. I remember him as a 3rd-year student in the firearms department, but he studied magic theory very seriously and often came to me after class to ask questions. I heard he later became the top graduate of his class and an investigator for the Magic Federation. What exactly does an investigator for the Magic Federation do? MOU asked. This time, it was Ayalian who answered his question. Due to the influence of the evil god, in addition to the illusion, all kinds of strange events are occurring all over the world. Sometimes it's cultists causing trouble, sometimes it's the work of sealed objects. If these events are allowed to unfold freely, they will not only have a significant impact on the lives of the local people, but could also lead to even greater incidents. Therefore, each faction has trained a team of professionals specifically responsible for investigating and handling such incidents. In the Church of Light, these matters are primarily handled by priests and clergy. In particularly urgent cases, they are escalated to the level of bishops and archbishops. The Magic Federation has established a dedicated bureau for the investigation of anomalous matters, which typically recruits graduates of the Magic Academy Calcadora. Oh, that really does resemble the investigator setting in the Cthulhu game. MOU muttered, what's so special about this man? What role does he play in Naya's kingdom? Edward Law suddenly woke from his dream. The young man with short black hair was handsome. Through his messy, wispy bangs, his ocean blue eyes, though tinged with lingering fatigue, still shone with a resilient glint. He clenched his teeth, his expression tense, gripping the gun tightly, suppressing his breathing. He raised his head slightly, and peeked out from the gap in the closet where he was hiding. The morning light filtering through the gap slid across his graceful, taut jawline, illuminating his slender, white neck. The evil god's followers, who had been chasing him, were nowhere to be found. Ed Hua unlocked the revolver's magazine, counted the enchanted bullets, and closed it again. There weren't many enchanted bullets left, so he had to use them sparingly. 5 days had passed since he'd been trapped in this eerie town. The investigators who had entered the town with him had perished one after another. Cielo Bellows, Beck Cross, Judy Rodriguez. 10 outstanding investigators from the Magic Federation had been backstabbed by monsters disguised as townspeople during the day, perished at the hands of the evil spirits' minions that roamed the night, or burned their last breaths to stop the monsters and pave their own way. For 5 days, they repeated the experience of danger, escape, and the loss of their companions, until he was the only one left. Edward Lost covered his mouth, tears silently streaming from the corners of his eyes. Oh my God! He instinctively began to pray, but stopped abruptly. No, he couldn't pray. It felt as if something here could eavesdrop on his prayers, and praying would reveal his location. He didn't know if his suspicions were correct, and he didn't dare to confirm them. He only knew that on several occasions, even after they had completely escaped those terrifying evil god's followers, they would once again swarm towards their hiding place, like a tide after he desperately prayed to the gods he believed in. Edward didn't know if there was a connection or just coincidence, but he didn't dare try. He feared that if everything turned out as he suspected, he wouldn't be able to face the fact that he might have unintentionally killed several of his colleagues. Suppressing his fear and grief, the young man pulled out some dry bread and water from his spatial tool. He broke the cold, hard bread into small pieces and swallowed them with difficulty, then took a sip of cold water to wash it down. He had little food or water left. If he couldn't find a way to leave this town, he would die here. Just then, he heard footsteps and voices. The sounds were a bit distant, likely coming from the street outside the house. He hadn't heard anything like this in the past few days. He hesitated for a moment, then pushed open the closet door and carefully crept out. He crouched down to the window and, very quietly, peered through the glass at the street below. His pupils suddenly constricted, and he took several steps back in fear. What a terrifying and eerie scene! On the street below, he had witnessed the 10 deceased investigators, resurrected by an unknown force and multiplied into an army of hundreds, now swarming and searching everywhere, searching for something. The scene was so shocking that Edward felt his already shaky sanity weaken even further. He could no longer distinguish whether the bizarre scene before him was a hallucination or a trick of some evil force. No, this is a trick of the evil god. It's playing a trick on me. Edward closed his eyes and muttered to himself, "Think about your training, think about the courses you've taken." A professor's voice slowly echoed in his mind amidst the swirling memory. The professor's calm smile gradually became clearer in his memory, strangely soothing Edward's restless and fearful heart. Planetary consciousness is the core of world consciousness. It is the oldest faith, the mother of the gods, and the ultimate destination of all power. If the gods can no longer be trusted, then call upon world consciousness and pray to it. This planet will eventually respond to its people. Professor Moya. Edward murmured, "I hope you're right." He knelt on the ground and whispered the prayer he had memorized, trembling. Ancient world consciousness, mother's mother, father's father, beginning of all things. He had forgotten the rest of the prayer, and after a long pause, he managed to utter, "Please protect me." As he had hoped, but completely unexpectedly, he heard a neutral voice reply, "I am here." Chapter 225. So the question is, who is this Edward Lost? Why are we all his friends? Today Yo-Yo frowned, sensing something was amiss. She pondered for a moment, then suddenly stared at her quest board and asked, "Is there anyone with a character card named Judy Rodriguez?" A dozen female players raised their hands in unison. They exchanged glances, instinctively sensing something was amiss. "Hiss, you what?" Dangxian gasped. "What about Beck Cross?" A dozen more male players raised their hands. Shit! Now everyone felt something was amiss. The members of Yu Huadingxian's team read out their character card names one by one, with a dozen hands raised each time. "So, our character cards are reusable." Today Yo-Yo frowned. "There are 10 character cards in total, which is exactly the maximum number of people a party can hold in this dungeon. Cielo Bellows, Baker Cross, Judy Rodriguez, Con Fletcher, Melo Blimming, Dean Brightman, Carl Ochette, Ruth Kaluk, Kessman Odrigues, Carpenter Folkert." Yu Huadingxian wrote down the names of all the character cards. Only these 10 character cards appear repeatedly. "What does this mean?" Nikyuki asked. "I have a bold guess," Yu Huadingxian said sadly. "In the eyes of the NPCs in this dungeon, everyone assigned to the same character card might have the same face. The face of that character card." Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. To them, everyone still looked like the original players, but when they imagined that every 10-person team here had the same 10 faces, they felt as if their SN values were slowly dropping. "What a strange setup," Nikyuki asked, puzzled. "But what does that even mean?" Jinri Yo-Yo pondered for a moment. "Let's double-check. This time, we only need to check one team's information. Does everyone's quest panel say they're all investigators from the Magic Federation and friends of Edward Lost?" The 10-member team nodded in unison. Jinri Yo-Yo took a deep breath. What if these 10 character cards are all from the same team that entered the town with Edward Lost, or even deceased investigators? Shit! That's terrifying to think about. Oh my god, if I were this NPC and saw so many of their deceased companions from the same team, I'd probably go crazy. Such a big trap right from the start? The quest says we need to find this NPC, but I'm afraid this NPC will hide from us the moment they see us. Go to. He might not flee, but might even come to kill us. Wait a minute, but we're allies. Over 100 people, disguised as your dead comrades, are telling you they're allies. Do you believe them? No. This is clearly a scam. This is ridiculous. What kind of love-hate relationship is this? You're all playing it again, aren't you? A group of players were still chattering when they suddenly heard a beep from their system. Quest information updated. Please check your quest panel. Everyone opened the panel simultaneously. Quest subject information updated. Edward Lost. Background. Investigator of the Magical Federation's Bureau of Anomalous Affairs. A distinguished graduate of the Magic Academy Calcadora, and one of Lord Mayu's former students when he was a visiting professor there. Specialties: gunfighting. He has been trapped in this Divine Kingdom town for 5 days. The 10 companions who entered Arkham Town with him have died one after another. And thanks to Naya's malicious intent, your current character card is the companion whose death Edward Lost witnessed. Please try to gain Edward Lost's trust through reasonable means and rescue him from Naya's kingdom. Edward Lost's last seen coordinates are 77.22, 55.73. Please note that if you fail to gain Edward Lost's trust, the NPC will become hostile and quickly flee, potentially attacking the player. Mission objective: Edward Lost survives, and the player team and Edward Lost successfully escape Naya's kingdom and return safely to AMT County. Mission reward: chance to unlock the main storyline of the Investigator of the Magical Federation. There's a chance to unlock a new class, Sharpshooter. Holy crap! A new main quest and a new class. Sharpshooter. A new ranged class has appeared. Gunfighting, that sounds awesome. Epic DPS buff. Don't get too excited. Quest rewards only come after successfully completing them. Right now, we don't even know how to convince the NPC we're good guys. Maybe. Persuasion isn't necessary. A rebellious player asked, knock them out and kidnap them, right? Kidnap them first, and then convince the Lord? They know each other anyway. No, this NPC looks incredibly powerful, and he might even be the future sharpshooter trainer. Are you sure we can beat him? Is this a group-based dungeon? Does anyone have the persuasion skill? Are you overthinking it? What class has persuasion? I do. Tranquility C took a deep breath. I successfully changed my class to fortune teller, and now I have persuasion. Holy crap. Really? Show me a screenshot of your skill panel, today Yoyu said. Fortune teller is a niche class. I don't know much about it. Tranquility C did, as he was told, and posted the screenshots of his skills on the forum thread. Today Yoyu studied them for a moment, pondering. Your skills seem to allow for some strange maneuvers. For example, using persuasion to lower the opponent's guard, secretly unleashing a powerful trick, creating something out of nothing, throwing amnesia powder, and even gaining a passive bonus to your hit rate. Right? Today Yoyu's eyelids twitched. Yes. Tranquility C. I tried this tactic before. It works on enemies, but it's harder to say about friendly NPCs. I was caught using amnesia powder on a dwarf in the shopping district before. And we don't know if this NPC is resistant to it. We only have 2 options right now, said today there is rain. Because of our character card, our appearance is too suspicious, which will inevitably arouse the NPC's vigilance. The only clue we have is that he's one of Lord Moya's students, when he was a visiting professor at the Magic Academy of Calcadora. Perhaps we can convince him with this. The second option is to force him to faint or restrict his movements. As long as he doesn't escape or attack us, and we can get him out of here safely, the mission will be accomplished. I personally prefer the first option. Although it's more difficult, it will obviously increase NPC favorability. I'm also concerned that if we use the second option, we might miss out on important intelligence due to the NPC's hostility and lack of cooperation. Important intelligence? Shianyuitio repeated curiously. Yes, this mission is clearly a 2-stage, or even multi-stage, one. The first stage is to find the NPC and convince them to join us. The second stage is to discover the rules of this divine kingdom and exploit them to escape. Compared to us, who just entered the town, the NPC, who's already been here for 5 days and lost 10 of their companions, surely possesses more information. Indeed. TSK, I thought the character cards were meant for us to roleplay, but they're actually a hindrance here. It's better to let us use our own characters. Ijin Pokienshin said with a headache. Playing a role. Yuhua Dengxian suddenly had an idea. I have an idea. How about we choose a team and put on a big show? The theme is Resurrection of the Dead. Too late. Melissa Kubo said expressionlessly, I just located the NPC's coordinates on the map. He's in the building up ahead. I suspect he's already seen our massive group. No matter how we act now, he probably won't believe us. Hiss. Yuhua Dengxian gasped, the authorities are so ruthless. I don't think deception is a good idea. Xianyu Yidiandeo, this NPC might join our faction in the future, and might even become a new class mentor. Even in this emergency, I still believe the first impression is crucial. Maybe I don't understand persuasion or strategy, but I know we are druids. Since our ID cards are already an obstacle, and our skills are working properly, why don't we think about it the other way around and reveal our true selves? That's right, we are druids. Today Yo-Yu nodded. Nikyukyu, do you have any light lily seeds? I do. Nikyukyu pulled out several large bags of seeds from his backpack. The Lord's desire to plant light lilies has been growing in ever larger areas lately, and I already produced a lot of seeds. I think it's time to perform a miracle here. Today Yo-Yu looked up at the building displayed on the map, a smile slowly curling up at the corners of his mouth. All the druid players present gathered together, each receiving a handful of light lily seeds from Nikyukyu's pocket. So what should we do? Plant kindness and hope. Chapter 226. He doesn't believe me, thinking we're all hallucinations, or illusions created by the evil god. Leah shook her head. However, thanks to the link established by his prayer, I was able to access his coordinates and some of his short-term memory. That's not surprising. After all, being in Naya's kingdom, witnessing the deaths of my companions one after another, suddenly encountering over 100 resurrected companions, and hearing a response from the unknown. Mou put himself in his shoes. I find it incredibly suspicious too. Anyway, I share the information and coordinates I obtained about him with the players. I hope they make good use of it. Would it be helpful if Leah could show him some information about Lord Moiwu? Ailian asked. Little Moi thought for a moment, and shook his head. Edward Lost is just a former student of mine. We haven't been in touch for over 100 years, so I'm afraid it won't have any effect. If we show him things he remembers, he think the evil god has read his memories. If we show him things he doesn't know, he think they're illusions fabricated by the evil god. Furthermore, his taint level has exceeded 50%, and his shaky sanity will only exacerbate his distrust. Trust, not the content, is the most crucial factor. Mou stroked his chin. And that trust was shattered from the start by the companion character cards Naya gave me. Now it depends on whether the players can reverse this. Edward Lost wiped the sweat from his palms. That response just now. Was it the world consciousness? Or some unspeakable evil? Ah. What have I done? Have I gone mad? He buried his face in his palms, suppressing the urge to scream. Oh God. Oh God. He panted, trying to steady his heartbeat and his unstable mind, then drew aside the curtains again and peered outside. The people were still there. Furthermore, at their feet bloomed clusters of bright lilies, and in their hands were bunches of flowers, the white blossoms forming the name he had just muttered. Professor Moya. Edward's pupils suddenly constricted. He stared at the flowers for a moment, then lowered his head, and let out a strange sneer. Huh. Evil god, haha. As expected, you invaded my memory, but this has become your greatest failure. He raised his head, his cold, handsome face radiating an odd calm, but his bloodshot eyes betrayed his madness. Hey, will this really work? Yuhua Dengxian looked at Jinri Yo-Yu. I think we're having a confession event downstairs in the girls' dormitory. Don't say that. It's clearly a gesture of goodwill, but you're giving me PTSD. Jinri Yo-Yu took a deep breath. Anyway, remember our plan. Prioritize defense and restoring NPC sanity. Don't attack. Got it. Yuhua Dengxian couldn't help but ask again, will he really show up? This time, the answer was a gunshot. A player fell. Everyone looked in unison toward the source of the gunshot. They saw a tall, towering man in a black, slim-fitting leather trench coat and a wide-brimmed hat standing tall on the rooftop. He had broad shoulders, a slender waist, and long legs clad in black boots. His face was handsome, his determination tinged with a hint of madness. Coupled with his ocean blue eyes, many players were momentarily mesmerized. Fuck. New and old. Before he could even utter the word puh, a bullet pierced the player's brain. Bang, 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 bang. With each gunshot, a player fell. Fuck. Such accurate shooting. Is this our new mentor? I love it. A player collapsed with a happy smile on his face. Mom, I want to become a sharpshooter. Another player fell. Knights, activate Guardian Hard. Protect players above level 70. Players above level 70, cast revive and pull in others. Today's Rain quickly commanded. Then, she shouted to Edward Lost on the rooftop. Edward Lost, we are adventurers from Lord Moiwu. This is Arkham Town, the earthly kingdom of the evil god. We are here to rescue you under Lord Moiwu's orders. Ha! The man's sneer echoed from the rooftop. You can make up stories. The identification results are in. Yuhua Dengxiandio, level 95, 58% contamination. His sanity is running low. If we don't purify him, he might transform into a monster. It's going to rain today. Plan 2 activated. Tranquil Sea, nibbling ball, salted fish. We hold his attention. Seize the opportunity. Tranquil Sea, nibbling ball, salted fish. Got it. Don't shoot, we're truly allies. What you see of us isn't real. It's just an illusion created by the evil god. You're already severely contaminated. Jinryu shouted, and we can help you. You're running low on bullets, aren't you? Attacking us is a waste. We can revive. As Jinryu spoke, the adventurers who had just been hit by bullets all recovered with a resurrection, skill and regained consciousness. Edward's pupils trembled upon seeing this. Jinryu, now! Tranquility Sea had previously used his cunning hand to sneak up on Edward, hiding under the eaves and shadows of the chimneys. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled a shower of amnesia powder at Edward. Hit! Cough, cough, cough. Edward was suddenly showered with powder, choking and coughing, a trace of confusion on his face. Having previously activated her hunter secondary classes, Stealth Step, Gnawing Ball, who had silently scaled the other side of the rooftop, now charged over, scattering vine seeds as she leaped towards Edward. Her weight knocked him to the ground, and as she straddled him, her right hand grasped his face. Purification. Instantly, Edward felt a warm yet solid power surge through his mind, dispelling the fear, anxiety, madness, and helplessness lurking within his thoughts and soul. Magicians, Mental Stabilization. Mental Stabilization, LV 50, forcibly stabilizes the target's unstable mind, preventing further depletion of their SN. Removes the panic/fear/madness debuff. Instantly, more than a dozen mental stability spells accurately struck Edward, who was pinned down on the roof by Gnawing Ball. Gnawing Ball's vines bound him tightly, and the revolvers in his hands were also seized by the vines. Nukiukia tilted her head back and down the blue potion, the purification, in her hand glowing continuously. When she could no longer take any more, she and you came over to take over. Together, the two of them forcibly reduced Edward's contamination to 38%. Edward felt the clamoring voices in his ears instantly quiet down. He felt as if he were floating in a silver-blue sea of consciousness, his brain comfortable as if it had been taken out for a private soak in a hot spring. The warmth and comfort almost made him want to fall asleep right there. No, I can't sleep. He suddenly broke free from this comfort and struggled to get up, but the vines gripped his hands, feet, and waist, preventing him from moving. A pair of hands covered his eyes, and a soft female voice whispered in his ear, "Have you regained some of your sanity? Please listen to me. We are not investigators from the Magic Federation, nor are we your companions. The reason we look like your deceased companions is because of the conspiracy of the evil god Naya. He has altered our appearance to make it difficult for you to trust us. My name is Niakikyu. I am a member of Lord Moiwu's personal guard and an adventurer for the Lord. Don't lie. I haven't contacted Professor Moiwu in over 100 years. This mission is a confidential one for the Magic Federation. He has no way of knowing I'm here." Edward continued to struggle. Niakikyu and Shianyuitio exchanged a glance. Shianyuitio said, "The Arkham town you entered is actually Naya's earthly kingdom. He attacked our AMT county and brutally murdered the traveling merchants we knew. He then unleashed a triple illusion over AMT County, the final one leading here. We discovered your presence while attempting to decipher the illusion, and our overlord recognized you and instructed us to take you out." Shianyuitio quickly summarized the main quest line for the past few days, embellishing it slightly to make it easier for the NPC to understand. After all, Moiwu was the leader of their faction, and all quest prompts could be considered instructions from the overlord. Edward's struggles and resistance gradually weakened. As his pollution level decreased and his sanity level recovered, he had clearly shaken off his previous frantic I won't listen state. His mind began to work. What about those light lilies? Teacher Moiwu isn't from the Church of Light. Oh, this story begins with the former Holy Son of Light, Aelian, who betrayed the Church of Light for love and joined our AMT County as a knight of Lord Moiwu. Xianyu's eyes lit up, and he rubbed his hands excitedly. Edward's mind was once again shaken. If it weren't for the dozen or so familiar, mental stabilization, spells still working steadily, Edward would have believed he had fallen into another illusion created by the evil god. What? What did you say? Who betrayed the faith? Aelian, you should have heard of him, right? Nikukia said, it's mainly because the God of Light and the Church of Light are so shameless. They want to use Aelian as a vessel for divine descent, and they still haven't given up. This time, Naya attacked our territory in order to reclaim Aelian. Perhaps he covets Aelian's body, and wants to complete another divine descent so that he can completely devour the God of Light and take everything for himself? Edward felt his mind, faith, and reason once again shaken. Chapter 227. Edward Lost was an orphan adopted by the Church of Light. The Church of Light had a tradition of adopting orphans, but not all orphans remained within the church. Children with golden or silver hair, striking features, or heterochromia were selected first and trained as candidates for the Holy Son. Those with more average talents would remain within the church, becoming holy children, steadily climbing the established ladder of advancement within the church. Another group of children with strong minds, susceptible to external temptations, and exceptional talents would be led by the bishops to a secret chamber to be baptized in the light bestowed by the God of Light. It was a beautiful memory that Edward Lost would never forget. The warm light, like a mother's amniotic fluid, completely enveloped and cleansed his soul. Supreme joy washed over him, and he felt as if he were in heaven, hearing the joyful chirping of birds and the melodious music of heaven. After being baptized by the God of Light, they became beings who could be heard directly by God. Each child followed a pair of adoptive parents assigned by the Church of Light, traveling to various locations around the world, settling down and living there, joining the most powerful faction in that region, and becoming a spy for the Church of Light. Edward Lost's mission was to take root in the Magical Federation, becoming a staunch defender of the Church of Light within it. He entered the Magic Academy Calcadora with honors, graduated with even greater distinction, and was accepted into the Magical Federation's Bureau of Anomalous Affairs as an investigator. Over the years, he gradually rose from a lowly E-rank investigator to an A-rank investigator. He never forgot his duty, praying daily and relaying every bit of intelligence he gathered to the God he served. In this magical world, becoming a spy is incredibly easy. Believers are the God's anchor, and anchors represent the God's eyes and ears. With a simple prayer, all secrets can be transmitted seamlessly. Of course, the magical world also has its own magical means of safeguarding secrets and investigating them, and correspondingly, as spies, they also have their own methods of countering them. Every spy of the Church of Light is a fervent and devoted believer in the God of Light. From childhood, they have been bathed in the baptism of supreme joy bestowed upon them by the God of Light. Every successful mission is rewarded with this indescribable, ultimate joy. Each of them has long been inseparable from this bliss, like an addiction, willing to complete the most dangerous missions for the God of Light, even at the risk of death. This time, as always, he followed the Magic Federation's team of investigators to the suddenly appeared town of Arkham, following their mission instructions. However, this town was strange. Simple folk during the day, yet demons roamed the night. No matter how many times they fled danger, as long as he prayed to the God of Light as usual, their hiding place would be immediately discovered. After repeated exposure and the loss of his companions, his fear and panic grew. He didn't know why his prayers attracted the evil god's followers. Was it just a coincidence? Was there something wrong with this town? No, it couldn't be that something was wrong with the God of Light. That was his God. This is why he was convinced that those strangely resurrected investigators were a deception by the evil god who had stolen his memories. Moyawu was the false identity of Edward, a spy hidden deep within the Magic Federation, a professor he had once been friends with, while the Church of Light was his true faith and destiny. There was no possibility of the two intersecting. Right, however, the words of the girl calling herself Nikukyu and her companions at this moment shocked Edward even more. Why? Isn't Aelian the son of God? Why would he betray the God of Light? Hateful, corrupted man. Edward Lost's heart surged with hatred, his teeth clenched. But as a trained spy, he still resorted to rhetoric. Naya, who is Naya? You say he wants to devour the God of Light? Oh yes, you probably don't know this yet. Naya is the evil god. Because this is his kingdom, we can't reveal his full name. Salted Fish replied, during the god's descent incident in Clock Tower Town approximately 170 years ago, Naya used Drake, then the son of God, to allow the God of Light to descend into Drake, who had already been corrupted by Naya, and thus devour the God of Light. Edward's shock. No. Impossible. Edward's mind was shattered. If his God had been corrupted by the evil God 170 years ago, then who was the God he faced, believed in, and followed? This was all a lie of the evil God, from beginning to end. He thought firmly, they want to shake my faith, destroy my belief, and break me in one fell swoop when my mind is distracted. No, I won't be fooled. He reaffirmed his conviction and took a deep breath. So this is Na's kingdom? Yes. And you can rescue me? You know, the evil god's earthly kingdom is not easily conquered. In fact, I never heard of anyone who can do it. Let's take it one step at a time. Salted Fish said, then it seems you regained your sanity. Will you join us, help each other, and escape from here? Yes, yes. Escaping this kingdom is difficult enough, and if we turn against our own people, our chances will be even slimmer. Nikukyu agreed. If you have any questions, the Lord will answer them after we successfully escape. Okay. Edward agreed readily. I calmed down. Please let me go. Nikukyu released the vines that bound him. And my weapon. Edward rubbed his wrist and held out his hand to Nikukyu. Nikukyu hesitated, then manipulated the vines to pass 2 revolvers to Edward. Edward took the guns, twirled them around like a cowboy, and then, with lightning speed, fired a shot at Nikukyu's head. Salted Fish, fuck. She dove and ducked behind the vines, which, under her influence, rapidly grew into a wall. Tranquility Sea, who had been watching from the side, flicked his wrist, launching several flying knives. Unfortunately, his brilliant hand skill was currently on cooldown, so if he missed, there was a 40% chance of accidentally injuring an ally or himself. So, lying dead on the ground, Nikukyu was stabbed twice more in his dying state. Nikukyu, what the hell? You're throwing knives at me even though I'm already dead? Tranquility Sea, sorry, it wasn't intentional, it was a side effect of my skill. Edward deftly dodged his flying knives, with a few dodges, and sent Tranquility Sea crashing to the ground with a single, clean kick. The dark muzzle of the gun pointed directly at Tranquility Sea's forehead. Good night. May you never see the light of day again. Bang. Tranquility Sea's vision dimmed, and he could only watch, in his death-eye perspective, as Edward spared the salted fish that had wrapped itself in a vine cocoon, making it impossible to attack. With a nimble leap, he landed on the rooftop next door and vanished into thin air. Sea of Tranquility, help! Is there a savior here who can revive us? The NPC killed us and ran off. Rainy today, what happened? I thought we caught him. Nikukyu, QAQ, I thought I convinced him, but as soon as we let him go, we were killed. This new wife is so cruel. But I touched him, hee, I'm not washing my hands. Sword breaking 1,000 mountains. Wait a minute, the ambulance will be here soon. Salted Fish, this is weird. I feel like we used the wrong item. The light lily doesn't seem to be working, or maybe it's having the opposite effect. Just now, Edward gave me the same feeling as an ace attorney, where he confidently presented evidence and then lost his lawyer's badge. Today's rain, I'm getting a sense of the scene. Could it be that the Lily of Light is an exclusive item for conquering Ialian, and doesn't work on others? Nikukyu, I just bumped into it. Zion Yeezy, does the Magic Federation have special items for boosting favorability? But we don't seem to be familiar with the Magic Federation. Did we miss some key item or clue? Uwadinxian, We're not familiar with the Magic Federation. Just a joke, it seems our lord is from the Magic Federation. But I also feel like I might have missed a key stage. This should be a hell-level puzzle dungeon. Considering that Clock Tower Town's difficulty is only hard, I don't think it's that easy to find an NPC. Today's rain, it seems we were a bit too simplistic. Forget it, let's investigate while we chase him. This is Arkham, the land of simple folk. Everyone, be careful and act in teams. Make sure every team has an ambulance crew. Teams without ambulances should partner with those that do. Nikukyu and Tranquility were finally pulled up by Ijin Pokienshin. Salted Fish also struggled to crawl out of the thick vine cocoon. They went downstairs together and, using the coordinates provided by the system, checked the room with the door still open. This should be where Edward was hiding. They searched the room, using countless identification spells. Nikukyu found some fresh, dry bread crumbs in the closet, while Salted Fish found a number of discarded bullet casings. Hey, there's also an investigator's manual. Nikukyu rummaged through the closet and pulled out a blood-stained manual. Opening it, he saw a picture of a blonde woman, and next to it, the name Melibleming. This looks like Melibleming's investigation manual. Maybe there's some clue. Chapter 228. While veteran players in the fantasy realm and the Kingdom of Naya were racking their brains and diligently completing dungeons, AMT County, outside the dungeon, was surprisingly orderly. As the caravan led by Narcissus approached from the south, they spotted from afar the ominous black smoke rising from the new city of AMT. It was clearly an illusion. Beyond the illusion, tall elven guards, carrying gleaming silver spears and bows, cordoned off the entire illusion along its perimeter. Their faces were stern, yet polite, as they directed passing merchants and adventurers to bypass the city and enter through the north gate. Nervously, Narcissus led the caravan around to the north gate, gazing out along the way and assessing the size of this suddenly appearing illusion. It might have taken up half the city. He quickly circled the approximate area on his mental map. However, if it was that lord, he should be able to resolve this illusion easily, right? But why had the illusion suddenly appeared in this city? Could it be those cultists again? Was Lord Moya being retaliated for saving the town of Pohnpei? Or was there something else going on? Narcissus's mind was racing, pondering the possible conspiracy behind the illusion, while worrying about the impact it would have on their underground pact. After entering the north gate, he happened to see the elf with the sullen expression from before, and quickly stepped forward to grab him. "I want to see the lord." "No." Veloth, who had been extremely busy these past few days, glanced back at the person who had come. Seeing it was Narcissus, he replied swiftly, "Lord Moya is currently in an illusion. It will probably take some time to resolve. You can contact him on your phone." "What? Lord Moya is also in that illusion? What's going on?" Narcissus asked nervously. "It's nothing, just a little revenge from the Church of Light." Velos glanced behind Narcissus. "Oh, a caravan. Just in time, we need supplies. Come with me to the square to unload the goods. Old Papa Polly." He called to an elderly man, "The caravan is here, and I need your help connecting them." "Okay." The elderly man agreed. "Your caravan should go to Father Polly to unload the goods first. He'd buy whatever we need in town." Theroth said, "The adventurers have been busy dealing with the illusion these days, and the city is short on manpower. If you're ready to help, come find me when you're done. If not, I'm not forced. Feel free to go to the inn and rest. Just stay out of the way." Okay. Narcissus replied, "What about the people in Pohnpei? Most of the wounded have recovered and have been transported back via the teleportation array to help rebuild the town. Some have decided to stay here to help us. They all moved to the orphanage now." Theroth replied wearily, "This illusion broke out in the southern part of the city. The northern part is safe. Don't go to the southern part unless necessary." "Okay, I have things to attend to." "Okay." Narcissus didn't bother the elf again. He returned to the caravan to direct the unloading of the goods. He and Father Polly counted the supplies one by one, and quickly sold most of the goods they had brought. During the communication and negotiation with Father Polly, Narcissus also figured out the identity of the old man. Father Polly was the former acting village chief of AMT Village. After the city lord rebuilt the new city of AMT, the old man was also appointed as the temporary deputy city lord, specifically responsible for managing some miscellaneous matters in the city. Father Polly purchased a large amount of food, cloth, and spices on behalf of AMT County. However, regarding some of the alchemical materials shipped by Narcissus, he claimed he was unfamiliar with them, and sent a message on his phone. "Wait a moment, I have Rama send an adventurer over. If he's busy, we can also deliver to his door," Narcissus said. "Oh, the entire Alchemy Institute and Rama are trapped in an illusion. However, adventurers can enter and exit the illusion freely, so it shouldn't cause much trouble." Father Polly spoke as if this illusion was just a wall that suddenly appeared within the city. It might have caused some minor inconvenience in their lives, and it might have imprisoned their lord as well, but it wasn't a matter of life or death. Rama replied. "His disciple, Tang Minbo, will be here soon." Narcissus felt his entire worldview flipped. "This illusion has swallowed up half the city, and even your lord and alchemist. Aren't you worried?" Hearing this, Father Polly scratched his head. "Well, we were a little worried at first. But these past few days, adventurers have been coming and going in and out of the illusion, saying the lord and his men are running an amusement park and having a seafood barbecue on the beach. They even sent us photos. Well, it seems pretty warm and happy, and we're instantly reassured. Oh, by the way, they also put on a beautiful fireworks show. The adventurer sent me a video. Do you want to see it?" Father Polly cheerfully pulled out his phone, found the video, and clicked play. Looking at the beach, sea, starry sky, barbecue, fireworks and music in the video, Narcissus' pupils trembled. Is this still an illusion? In Narcissus' limited life, illusions weren't supposed to be filled with monsters, madmen, and pollution, where anyone entering would inexplicably go insane or die, no matter how careful they were. Why did AMT County feel like? He struggled to find a suitable adjective. Oh yes, a resort. The Lord also told us not to worry. He said, we just need to send adventurers in with food and drink from time to time. In a few days, we should be able to resolve this illusion. The Lord also specifically instructed us not to venture too far into the southern city. For the next few days, we just need to do what we need to do in the city, step by step. Well, although everything happening here completely overturned Narcissus' perspective, It also had that unique AMT County quirk of strangeness. At first glance, it seemed strange, but upon closer inspection, it seemed incredibly logical, with no clear solution. His initial uneasiness gradually eased. Papa Polly. Rama asked me to come inspect the alchemical materials. An adventurer with long golden hair ran over. Oh, Tangman Bozu, we've been waiting for you. Hey, has your hair grown? Papa Polly greeted the adventurer with a smile. Yes. The hair growth potion Rama gave me really works. If the ingredients weren't so bizarre and impossible to find in real life, I go back and get one myself. Tangman Bozu's eyes welled up at the mention of hair. Oh, this is the list of alchemical materials Rama gave me. Narcissus pulled out their cargo manifest and began to check it. These past few days, thanks to Pharaoh's. I didn't expect that even though he usually looks so gloomy, he's actually quite reliable in critical moments. Papa Polly said with a chuckle, if it weren't for him meticulously following the Lord's instructions, the city might have been in chaos for a while. When this crisis struck, Pharaoh's, beyond everyone's expectations, remarkably fulfilled his contract with the Lord. He did his utmost to immediately calm the people of the city. He borrowed enough elven guards from the Elf King to seal off the borders of the illusion, relocated all ordinary people, increased the frequency and shifts of the mercenary guards' patrols, and, under the Lord's instructions, calmed the restless dwarves. Compensation was given to each dwarf caught in the illusion, offsetting part of the mine rent. The dwarves, partially exempted from rent, happily returned to their mines. After a brief moment of panic, the townspeople were quickly influenced by the calmness of Pharaoh's, James, and the adventurers, and began to resume their normal lives. The refugees on Pohnpei also healed their wounds, with the help of Pharaoh's, and the elves led by Kylo Allen. Those eager to return to town and rebuild their homes were transported back via the teleportation array. Those seriously injured and in need of recuperation, or those who wished to stay and help, were transferred to vacant rooms in the Mercenary Relief Center. It must be said that only after dealing with this large group of refugees did Pharaoh's finally feel completely at ease. Meanwhile, familiar adventurers flooded into the fantasy world. The temporary decrease in the number of adventurers on the streets caused some unease among the people, but they soon discovered that more new, unsophisticated, and even somewhat clumsy adventurers were arriving. Like the first wave of adventurers who had just arrived in AMT County, these budding adventurers were curious about everything, their eyes sparkling with a desire to explore and learn. The people of AMT City recalled the horror of being harassed by adventurers in the past, as well as the wonderful changes they had brought about. Spurred by these fond memories, they involuntarily treated these new adventurers with more favors, even becoming more tolerant of their annoying questions and harmless attempts. Of course, they still ruthlessly notified the security forces of those who dared to challenge the laws of AMT City. Besides the new players who weren't high enough to challenge the third level of the fantasy dungeon, there were also many veteran players who stayed in the city. After all, the game's gameplay was so free-flowing that these players weren't interested in exploring dungeons or solving Cthulhu puzzles, but rather in daily farming, making clothes, and taking care of the newcomers. Under the guidance of the veteran players and the threat of the guards, the new players quickly adapted to the game's life and rules, even in the Lord's absence. Chapter 229. Through Yu Huatingxian's perspective, MOU and the others witnessed the players' unsuccessful attempts to use the Lily of Light to show goodwill to Edward Lost. However, because Xia Kiwu and the others were on the rooftop, too far away from Yu Huatingxian, MOU and the others didn't hear their conversation with Edward. Sure enough, gaining Edward's trust isn't that easy. MOU wasn't very familiar with the Magic Federation's investigators, but based on his understanding of the Cthulhu board game, he knew that no investigator player would easily trust the characters or companions in the game. After all, the reason the Old Seal, Crowbar, and friends became the most famous investigator trio in Cthulhu is because betraying a friend is a classic Cthulhu move. Good kids, don't learn that. It's like the joke about encountering a bear. You don't need to outrun the bear, you just need to outrun the other person. Not to mention the complex, multi-faction scenarios where players from third factions might have tasks and objectives that conflict with others. In short, in a world related to Cthulhu, MOU believes that while it's perfectly acceptable to harbor malicious intent, it's crucial to remain vigilant. Although players, influenced by the previous main storyline, have developed a certain inexplicable emotional connection to plants like the Light Lily, it's easy for them to become enmeshed in the self-created plot. But for a Magic Federation investigator completely unaware of these memes, and the true nature of what transpired in AMT County, the actual viewing experience can be quite jarring. To use a real-world analogy, it's like, I'm so excited. How come I saw ostriches and leopards in Antarctica? If a seasoned investigator from the Magic Federation could easily believe the profoundly unrealistic illusions created by players cloaked in the guise of their dead comrades, then he would seriously question whether his sanity and logic had completely failed. Of course, this common-sense error wasn't the players' fault. After all, they didn't know that the Light Lily was a rare plant strictly controlled by the Church of Light, nor did they know that their lord, motivated by a certain frugality, had planted it everywhere and accidentally saved his own knight. They only knew that Aelian had given the Lord this flower upon their departure, that it was believed to absorb pollution, and that the Lord had planted it throughout the city. Thus, they inexplicably came to believe that the Light Lily was a symbol of hope for cleansing the pollution. But the Lily of Light is called the Lily of Light because it belongs to the Church of Light. And it's a very iconic item. The kind that everyone in this world will instantly understand. You suddenly felt a sense of embarrassment. Forget it. I'm just taking things from the God of Light and Nairuko anyway. As long as I get enough, it won't be me who's embarrassed, but them. The sun, the exile, the amusement park, the silver dragon's obsession, and remains have all been taken back. What's the big deal about adding a few more lilies of light? If all else fails, maybe Nairuko's kingdom of God should be taken too. After all, Arkham, with its simple folk customs, is the official location for the Cthulhu game. If it weren't for the rather high difficulty of taking it all back, he would have been quite tempted. Ultimately though, while he was quite interested in the developments in the Kingdom of God, what truly determined their ability to escape this triple illusion was whether the players could find the core of the third illusion. Mou returned his attention to Luzhou Laojiao's perspective. In fact, not long after the players began their sweep back from the dividing line, they were attacked by a large group of monsters and evil spirit minions. The vampire bats and wild wolves hiding in the forest were just appetizers, followed by more Shantak birds. But after the previous demonstration of hunting Shantak birds at the amusement park, all the druid players' eyes lit up when they saw the birds, like people starving for days, at the sight of a barbecue feast. The few Shantak birds they had caught at the amusement park alone wouldn't satisfy the druids' desire to have one each. So, while Nukyukyu and the others tried to contain Edward Lost, the players in the first team were having a blast catching Shantak birds. By the time Mou returned his attention, the players' hunt had largely concluded. After many players suffered several casualties, the druids had almost completely annihilated all the Shantak birds that appeared. As the players' blanket search reached its final stage, a massive monster appeared before them. It was a black, shiny mass of protoplasmic mass, resembling slime, tar, and mucus, a constantly shifting, amorphous mass. Its surface was covered in countless green glowing eyes. Almost every player with some familiarity with the Cthulhu mythos quickly recognized it. Wow, a slime. What slime? That's a Shoggoth. Hey, look, there seems to be something glowing under that Shoggoth's skin, a crystal core. So this third level of the illusion is just a battle dungeon? We're done after defeating the Shoggoths? What about the puzzle elements? Why aren't there any puzzle elements? The puzzle elements belong to Team 2. Haven't you read the forums? It's so complicated over there, the experts are scratching their heads, confused. Huh? So difficult? Forget it, killing monsters is easier. Identify. Countless balls of identification light flew out, and a health bar appeared above the Shoggoth's head. Shoggoth, incomplete form LV, 75. This is a Shoggoth once captured by the Church of Light, repurposed by Nyarlathotep, and chosen to guard the core of the illusion. You're lucky. It was severely injured in the previous battle with the Church of Light, its diameter reduced to only 3 meters. It's not a complete Shoggoth right now, but it might be enough to deal with you. This thing isn't even fully formed yet, so how terrifying would a fully formed one be? After all, Shoggoths are the most terrifying of all the mythic monsters in the Chronos series, right? If we were given a fully formed one, we'd definitely be defeated. This must be an official adjustment to suit our current level, right? The players analyzed confidently. But Mou was full of doubts. Strange, why did Naya choose a severely injured, incomplete Shoggoth to guard the core of the illusion? If he lets a fully formed one in, wouldn't we have even less hope of escape? Moya shook his head. It's not that he doesn't want to release it, but this illusion can't accommodate a fully formed one. What do you mean? Mou asked, puzzled. This illusion is merely a trap, a gateway to the kingdom of Na. The obsession at the heart of this particular illusion couldn't have formed naturally. It was most likely generated by brainwashing and hypnotizing fanatics, then killing them. The obsession at the heart of this artificial illusion is very weak, and can't contain much contamination. If a fully formed Shoggoth were placed within the illusion itself would likely collapse from the inside out, unable to support it. The guardians of the illusion's core would become the very beings that destroy the illusion. I see. It's like putting a sharp blade in a plastic bag. If you're not careful, the sharp tip will pierce the bag. MOU understood. Players can still fight a level 75 Shoggoth. Although most of the highest level players entered the Kingdom of Na, many veteran players around level 70 remained in the team. Moreover, there were over 400 players here. Even with the huge level difference, scraping alone could easily remove the asphalt-like substance from the Shoggoth's body. Players didn't even have to kill the Shoggoth. As long as they could obtain or shatter the illusion core beneath its skin, they could still dispel the third illusion and complete the quest. Leah played the video, and the players had already begun their attack. The first wave of attacks came from ranged classes, like mages and hunters. The hunters unleashed a barrage of arrows, aiming at the green, pus-like eyes that kept appearing and disintegrating on the Shoggoth's body. The mages summoned Despair Mire to restrict the Shoggoth's range, then used Void Fist to target the core in a frantic attempt to steal its base. It was clearly a strategy to skip class. The Shoggoth let out a terrifying Tekali-Li. Tekali-Li. Cry, long tentacles coalescing from its body and sweeping down at the players like whips. Knights, prepare. The World Knights simultaneously activated Iron Wall and Guardian to block the giant tentacle's sweeping attack. As Guardian broke through the shield, they unleashed a revenge slash at the tentacles. The silver light of the great swords flashed repeatedly, and one giant tentacle after another snapped, smashing to the ground and turning into patches of asphalt-like slime. Tekali-Li. Tekali-Li. Shoggoth's howl grew louder. Suddenly, its massive body leaped from the swamp, crashing into the crowd like a giant asphalt ball, instantly engulfing dozens of players. Devour. Holy crap! Players nearby watched helplessly as their companions were swallowed by Shoggoth's viscous body. Through Shoggoth's translucent gray-black skin, they could see that these players weren't immediately dead, but were struggling inside its body. Shoggoth's body crushed them, as if trying to grind them down and digest them, their health bars slowly decreasing. Chapter 230. The Shoggoth is quite formidable. As an amorphous mass of protoplasm, its entire body is covered in asphalt-like slime. Even if cut open with a knife, it will reassemble itself after a while and return to its original shape. It has no nerves or specific body parts. Each piece of its slimy body can mimic other parts, even taking on the form of other creatures. Therefore, it has no weaknesses that can inflict critical damage. If its health bar wasn't actually decreasing, players would almost think their attacks were ineffective. However, this thing can also devour players, trapping them within its body and grinding them up for digestion. The energy gained from this digestion replenishes the Shoggoth's health bar. Worse still, if a player is directly digested by a Shoggoth, their corpse is completely destroyed and cannot be revived on the spot. They can only exit the level and enter again with a new body. Upon realizing this, the players swallowed by the Shoggoth began desperately struggling to free themselves. This included using various sharp weapons to pierce the Shoggoth's body from the inside to free themselves. Other players closer to the crystal core struggled to move towards the crystal sphere, attempting to escape directly from the inside. Players outside also tried to help. Mages and druids tried to heal the swallowed players, but their spells were blocked by the slurry-like skin that resisted magic, preventing them from reaching the swallowed players. Even more pressing than the health bar was the lack of air within the Shoggoth's body. The faces of the swallowed players were visibly turning purple. At this moment, an arrow luckily pierced the Shoggoth's body, landing right in front of one of the swallowed players. The victim, whose ID was Luohua Yuqing, immediately felt his eyes light up. Holding his last breath, he grabbed the arrowhead and slashed it, drawing a small amount of blood from the Shoggoth's body. A black hole. The air, mingled with the stench of the Shoggoth, filled the air. While it was unpleasant, having fallen into this state, what else could he expect? Luohua Yuqing wasn't picky at all, leaning over to the arrow and breathing in deep gulps of air. As a hunter, after absorbing enough oxygen to temporarily relieve his suffocation debuff, he drew the hunter's dagger from his waist and, using the wound created by the arrow, opened a larger area wide enough for a person to pass through. With a sudden struggle, he leaped halfway out of the hole. Druid! Heal up first! Mages! Quick! Void Fist, pull them out! A massive hand materialized out of thin air, its thumb and index finger grasping Luohua Yuqing's upper body. Pulling him out like a carrot, it finally freed him. Drag him aside, several druids immediately surrounded him, healing and purifying him. Luohua Yuqing coughed up a bellyful of Shoggoth mucus, and after a moment's recovery, he gave the druids a thumbs up. Of the 20 or 30 players swallowed, only 7 or 8 were lucky enough to be rescued. The majority were either crushed to pieces or suffocated. However, everyone also keenly noticed that the alchemy dolls of the high-paying players were significantly more resistant to the suffocation and corrosion debuffs than the flesh of ordinary players, buying them several minutes of extra time. It could even transform into spider legs, slicing through a Shoggoth's body and crawling out. This led the players, who had died, to log off immediately and rush to the store to spend more money. After quickly reshaping their faces, they logged back in to find themselves in the lab of Rama's Alchemy Institute, where a magic puppet was diligently attaching custom faces to each puppet. These new spenders quickly adjusted to their new bodies, broke through the silver-blue barrier outside the Alchemy Institute, and immediately found themselves in the third level of the illusion. So, even though the Alchemy Institute was swallowed by the illusion, it still exists independently in a certain dimension? That's the way it's set up. One player sighed, then immediately became absorbed by the raging battle, charging into battle once again with their companions. The players' battle wasn't without progress. After sacrificing dozens of lives, they had fully grasped several of the Shoggoth's attack methods. Pseudolimbs can freely shape any part of its body into tentacles, claws, and other pseudolimbs for attack, allowing it to perform physical attacks. Devour can devour a target using its pseudolimbs or itself, crushing and corroding it with its digestive fluids, transforming it into its own energy. Devoured targets will randomly receive the debuffs of suffocation, corrosion, and poison. Not only that, they discovered that if a large enough portion of a Shoggoth is severed, there's a chance that the severed part will recondense and transform into a smaller Shoggoth of a slightly lower level. At this point, as long as the MT, main tank, and ST, support tank, each control the aggro of both monsters and keep them at a distance, they can effectively prevent the small Shoggoth from returning to the greater Shoggoth. After being sliced, a noticeably lighter section of the original greater Shoggoth's health bar will appear. When the resulting small Shoggoth dies, that lighter section of the health bar will be completely cleared. The greater Shoggoth is higher level than the players, but the small Shoggoth is only LV 65. Repeating this operation on the small Shoggoth will result in a half health LV 65 small Shoggoth and a LV 55 small Shoggoth. By slicing back and forth a few times, lower level players no longer have to deal with the greater Shoggoth. Instead, they can form teams based on their own level and specifically deal with each small Shoggoth. After being defeated, these cut monsters completely vanish and won't return to their original form, causing the original form's health bar to visibly drop significantly. Thinking they had finally figured out the right way to defeat monsters, the players, already growing tired and irritated by the repetitive scraping and death, suddenly felt a surge of fighting spirit. Is the Shoggoth too high? That must be because it wasn't chopped up enough. Cut half of it off and drag it out to fight. The scene suddenly went from 400 or 500 players fighting a massive boss together to each team fighting with a miniature Shoggoth suited to their level, while the highest level players were still responsible for slicing up the initial boss monster. The chaotic battle transformed into a streamlined, orderly assembly line. Lower level players, previously unable to contribute, were now able to form teams and confidently fight monsters, no longer needing to worry about their dwindling health bars, and the prospect of being annihilated by a single tentacle from the Overlord. Some teams of powerful players even deliberately cut their Shoggoths into smaller pieces, lowering their levels. This level difference allowed them to fight more efficiently and kill monsters faster. Furthermore, after being cut and choked multiple times, the Shoggoths became less vulnerable to devouring and suffocating the players, making it easy for them to break free. Once a clear and effective strategy was established, the rest was simply a matter of time. As each small Shoggoth was completely destroyed by the players, its health bar drained, and it was reduced to a completely lifeless puddle of mud. The original Shoggoth's health bar gradually vanished, its body shrinking as it continued to disintegrate, until the portion encasing the illusionary crystal core was completely destroyed. A transparent crystal ball with a golden core was unearthed from the pile of muddy corpses by Luzhou Laojiu. He raised his great sword and struck the crystal ball fiercely, shattering it. The illusion they were in vanished, and the silver dragon also ended its dream. Everyone was lost in a memory. CG animation? A player asked in the chat, is this the memory of a traveling merchant? Someone else speculated. MOU, and the others were also lost in this memory. The memory began from the perspective of the traveling merchant. After the beast died, they happily exchanged the extra magical materials MOU had given them for a large sum of money. After returning to the main city of Gorenzel, the merchant paid a large sum to the Church of Light to arrange a mass, supposedly capable of completely cleansing the body of impurities, for him and everyone in his caravan, except the slaves. After waiting in the main city for a full week, the bishop stationed there appeared, accepted the money with a broad smile, and led his caravan to rip open a teleportation scroll, transporting them all to the holy city of Girlanda. All along the way, the merchant was told that only high-ranking members of the church could successfully perform such a mass, capable of deeply and thoroughly cleansing all impurities. Believing the Church of Light was impressed by his generous payment, the merchant repeatedly paid bribes, finally meeting the so-called high-ranking members in the holy city of Girlanda. They were taken to a church, where, instead of the purification mass he had so eagerly awaited and paid so much for, he was met with a direct encounter with the evil god Nyako. For an ordinary person, he would have been swept into madness almost immediately. Nia left instructions in his mind, placed 3 illusion core crystals in his hands, and teleported him to the gates of AMT City. And so, the scene at the beginning of this triple illusion took place. The merchant's final memory shattered, and everyone only heard his final sigh, "My life, my money." Ah! Everything came to an abrupt end. The illusion shrouding the southern part of AMT New City suddenly vanished, leaving the NPCs and players standing safely within the city. Aside from a few unlucky players who landed in flower beds, on rooftops, or into the river due to poor positioning, everyone who had been trapped in the illusion returned safely. Oh, except for the group of players who had entered Nia's kingdom. Chapter 231. Edward Lost escaped the strange group of adventurers who claimed to be Lord Moya. He fled along the shadows of the riverbank buildings, crossed the nearest bridge across the Miskatonic River, and entered the Miskatonic University campus. Edward Lost and his fellow investigators had already explored the town a few days ago, of course, before their danger. Arkham is divided into 2 parts by the Miskatonic River, north and south, with 4 main districts within: the North Town Center, the South's new commercial district, Miskatonic University, and the Fashu district. This suddenly appeared town was full of strangeness. The town's roads were filled with metal vehicles that Edward Lost had never seen before, and the river was crossed by a massive iron chain bridge, one of which even had a railway and a train, unheard-of facilities and transportation. The more questions they asked passers-by, the stranger they looked at them, and they realized that this town shouldn't exist on this planet. It belonged to another country, another world, another planet, even another universe. Though the town was rife with mysterious and bizarre events and unexplained mysteries, its inhabitants seemed oblivious, dismissing them as escaped patients from Arkham Asylum or eccentric students from Miskatonic University. Miskatonic University, in particular, was the epicenter of the mysteries. Town residents described it as a world leader in fields like archaeology, the occult, psychology, and history. Of course, it was the frontier of another unknown world. The library of Miskatonic University was equally renowned, rumored to house numerous magical tomes, including its most valuable treasure, the Necronomicon. Now, having regained some sanity through the druid's cleansing, Edward, whose faith and cognition had suffered a profound shock, sped towards the Miskatonic University library. Although the continent of Osiria had long been ravaged by the evil god, the people had long been unable to accurately grasp what they were fighting against or who their enemies were. Unlike other religions, the Cthulhu mythos and related occult knowledge possessed a strange trait: the more one knew, the faster one went insane. As the saying goes, when you gaze into the abyss also gazes back into you. Knowing the evil god's name was like entering his sight. In other materialistic worlds, the moment you learn about the evil gods, you go from being a Cthulhu insulator, impervious to any occult influence, to someone sensitive to inspiration and occult knowledge, and even see things you shouldn't see when you succeed on an inspiration check. In the idealistic world of Osiria, where words are followed by laws, possessing knowledge is even more dangerous. An ordinary person without transcendental training could be driven to madness and death the moment they learn about this occult knowledge, even before they understand it. Only transcendents, who have undergone rigorous training and have developed a sufficient resistance to occult knowledge, can withstand the contamination carried by this knowledge. The contamination of occult knowledge is like a novel virus. If it infects ordinary, defenseless individuals, even the slightest contamination can cause physical distortion. Transcendents, who reach the secret prying level and above, have far fewer concerns than ordinary people. Unless they address the evil god by name, confront him directly, acquire esoteric knowledge of a similar level, or employ certain forbidden spells, they generally don't have to worry about developing parts not belonging to them. This means that occult knowledge can only be spread among the top transcendents, and even this spread is extremely limited. For example, in the Magic Federation, this knowledge is passed down only through master-disciple relationships or through ancient texts. In the Church of Light, on the other hand, it depends on one's rank and authority to unlock the Church's secret tomes. For this reason, Edward Lost knew nothing about the evil god Naya mentioned by these self-proclaimed adventurers. But he felt that the library must contain relevant knowledge, such as its most valuable tome, the Necronomicon. Edward slowed his pace. On closer inspection, there was something very wrong with these adventurers. If they were the evil god's minions or illusions, then it wouldn't explain how they could purify their own bodies of corruption and regain their sanity. Edward had only ever heard of evil gods driving people insane, never of them actually bringing them back to their senses. And if they were illusions, then everything they said must have been Edward's own knowledge and experience, allowing the evil god to read from his memories, exploit it, and persuade him with his own understanding. But he had never heard of Aelian's apostasy. Could it be that, during his time away from the Magic University, Professor Moiwu had recruited a group of adventurers with the uncanny ability to resurrect from the dead and call upon the names, even if not the full names, of evil gods at will? Edward paused in front of the Miskatonic University library. He glanced around, and seeing no one was paying attention, he pulled his windbreaker closer, lowered his hat, and pushed the door open. The library was quiet and deserted. The area at the information desk, where the librarian should have been, was also empty. Edward paused for a moment at the desk, memorizing the library map, and then headed towards the library. He ascended the stairs to the third floor, still encountering no one. Suspicion welled up in his heart. He reached into his windbreaker with his right hand and placed it on the handle of his revolver, ready to draw in the event of danger. The library was a separate room. Edward pushed open the door, but still no one was inside. On the central display stand sat a thick, aged tome, its cover inscribed in large characters, the Necronomicon. Edward slipped inside and carefully locked the door. He walked over to the book and was about to open it when he felt a familiar light suddenly descend upon him. The familiar, warm light enveloped him, and his soul seemed to be cleansed and purified. Ecstasy and joy surged through him like a tide. He raised his head, gasping for breath, his legs almost giving way, and he knelt on the ground. "Is it you? My God?" Edward gazed at the light descending from the sky with the eyes of a fanatic. His mind sang, his soul rejoiced, and his body completely surrendered to his God. "Edward, my child." A golden light condensed before Edward's eyes, and from it emerged a translucent figure. He had long golden hair, one eye emerald green, the other golden, like twin suns in the sky. His slender, white fingers gently reached down to Edward's throat, tracing upward along his Adam's apple. His index finger lifted Edward's chin. Edward followed his movements, tilting his head back, obediently baring his neck. He gazed at him with a gaze filled with fascination. "Lord," Edward lifted his robe and nuzzled against it like a puppy, kissing the corner devoutly. "Lord, please have mercy on me. Save me. Take me away from here. It's not time for you to leave yet." The God of Light leaned down slightly, caressing Edward's cheek with his right hand, his thumb rubbing against Edward's lips. "I need you to do something. For you, I can give everything." Edward's eyes were filled with anticipation and enthusiasm. "Did you meet those adventurers?" The God of Light's lips curled slightly. "What did they tell you?" They said." A flicker of hesitation crossed Edward's eyes, and then a surge of electricity from the God of Light's hand pierced through him. He wailed in agony, curling up, his words quickening between breaths of divine punishment. "They say Aelian betrayed the church. They say you were devoured by the evil god named Naya. They say this is that evil god's kingdom on earth. Good boy, just tell me the truth, won't you?" The God of Light's hand once again cupped Edward's cheek, and a gentle power once again soothed his body and soul, causing him to moan with pleasure. "They are both right and wrong," the God of Light said gently. "Something went wrong during my last descent, allowing the evil god Nyarlathotep to take advantage and engage me in a centuries-long confrontation. And I need Aelian's body to perform another descent. Only then can I obtain the complete foundation and possess the power to defeat the evil god Nyarlathotep. My God, what should I do?" Edward trembled beneath the God of Light's hand. "As long as it is your command, I will fulfill it at all costs, even if it costs me my life. You were once a student of Moya." The God of Light pressed his thumb firmly into Edward's lower lip, holding his chin tightly. "I want you to reunite with the adventurers of Moya, and have them rescue. You leave here and return to Moya's territory. I want you to infiltrate AMT County, gain their trust, become my eyes and spies, and gather intelligence about them. I want Aelian." His hands clasped Edward's head, golden light pouring from his palms into Edward's brain, spilling from his eyes and mouth. Edward wailed in ecstasy, pain and pleasure tearing at his brain, finally collapsing in the hands of the God of Light. I have isolated all information and memories of me and the Church of Light from your brain. The God of Light released his grip, watching indifferently as Edward slid to the ground and collapsed at his feet. Even if the world consciousness were to inhabit your brain, it would be unable to detect this. Go, infiltrate them, become my eyes and spies, and tell me everything you discover through prayer. As you command, Edward murmured, panting as he collapsed on the ground. Chapter 232. Nakukia held the blood-stained investigation manual and flipped open the first page amidst the crowd. Who's serious enough to write a diary or an investigation manual these days? Xianyuitio couldn't help but grumble. Despite saying so, she couldn't help but crane her neck to peer in. Jinri Yoyu and Yuhua Dangxian also lay on either side of Nakukiu, carefully studying the investigation manual, unwilling to miss a single clue. On the inside cover, a photo of a blonde woman was taped to the title page, with Mela Blemming's handwritten signature next to it. And beneath it, there was a sentence. Terror comes from the unknown, while knowledge brings pollution. There are no gods on the path to knowledge, only our lives, passing on the torch. Nakukia flipped another page. Arkham Town Investigation Report, reported by Melu Blemming. Mission rating: A. Tentative. On X month X year, the Magical Federation's Bureau of Anomalous Matters received an investigation request. In the Holden Woods area of the Central Mountains, the shadowy silhouette of a small town frequently appeared during foggy weather. According to eyewitness reports, it was clearly not of this world. Team A was ordered to investigate. Due to maternity leave for one of Team A's 12 members, the actual personnel carrying out this mission were Chloe Bellows, Beck Cross, Judy Rodriguez, Karen Fletcher, Melu Blemming, Dean Brightman, Carl O'Shed, Ruth Kaluk, Kesman Odrigues, Carpenter Folkert, and Edward Lost. On X month a day, after 3 days of waiting in the Holden Woods, the fog finally appeared. The shadowy silhouette of a small town was indeed visible in the woods, but this was peculiar, as the woods were supposed to be a slope extending upwards. On clear days, there would be only lush trees, not a town or any buildings. We entered the woods. Strangely, a new path appeared in the fog. We followed it and arrived at a small town. The townspeople called it Arkham. Everything about this town was strange. The townspeople were primarily human. We observed no other races. However, their technology was inconsistent with the magic, alchemy, and magical machinery we were familiar with. They didn't seem to use magic and were reluctant to mention it. However, judging by their expressions, they clearly knew about magic and occult knowledge, but were reluctant to discuss or touch upon it. They repeatedly confirmed whether we were students at the University of Michigan. It seemed that students at that school were very similar to us, passionate about investigating the occult and possessing knowledge of magic or related subjects. The townspeople also carried guns. While they differed slightly from ours, the similarities were still apparent. They seemed completely unaware of enchanted bullets. Our excessive questioning clearly alerted the townspeople, who threatened us with rifles and forced us to leave. We planned to cross the river bridge to the South City on the other side. It was said that the University of Michigan was located south of the city. Some smudged writing, we arrived south of the city and found the university. Miskatonic University, whose full name is Miskatonic University, has a mysterious passion for the mystical. They accepted almost all of our questions and provided detailed answers. We were certain that this town of Arkham did not belong to our world of Osiria, but to an unknown planet. We were not even sure if it existed in the same universe as our own. So why did it land on our planet? The students and professors at the University of Michigan knew nothing about the town's appearance in another world. They seemed unable to grasp the question, constantly evading the issue. Oh, they said, there are rules in this town, and to survive, you must abide by them. If you break them, you die. But when we asked about the rules, they replied, rules are based on identity. They are students and professors at the University of Michigan, so they must abide by them. As outsiders, they don't understand our rules either, so we can only find our own. Some handwriting obscured by blood, we explored the entire town. But when we tried to return, we couldn't find the woods or path we come from. We seemed trapped. Night was approaching. The bells of a distant church chimed. It must be 6 p.m. The sky suddenly darkened, and the streets suddenly became empty. This is strange. More blood. Addendum. Rule 1. Stay indoors from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., or you will encounter monsters and the evil spirits' minions. We lost 3 men, Rukaluk, Kesman Odrigus, and Carpenter Folkert. They were brave warriors, immediately protecting the others when monsters and the evil spirits' minions appeared. I'm recording this here. If we unfortunately perish here, please ask the last comrade to preserve as much of the record as possible and bring it back. The Magic Federation needs to know about the investigator's sacrifices. The first rule has been established. Stay indoors between 6 p.m. and 6 a.m., or you encounter monsters and evil spirit minions. Today Yo-Yu also shared a copy of this rule in the chat. We're using investigator ID cards, so the same rules that apply to them apply to us. She glanced at the system time. It was already 5 p.m. in the game. We need to find a place to spend the night quickly. The room Edward hid in seems unoccupied. Our team should be able to stay there, Nikukia suggested. We can quietly read the entire investigation manual there. There should be more clear rules later. Today Yo-Yu nodded, and the team returned upstairs and entered the open room. It was small, divided into 2 rooms. The outer room contained a very small kitchen and bathroom, while the rest of the room served as both a dining room and a living room. The inner room was simply a bedroom, with a bed and a large closet large enough to hide a person. They closed the door, locked the windows, and drew the curtains. They then thoroughly searched the house with their eyes and identification skills, confirming that no unknown monsters were hiding or any evil spells or props were hidden. Only then did they settle down with peace of mind. As the magic chef, Ijin Pokienshin pulled ingredients from his backpack, prepared dinner for everyone, and served it to the table. Meanwhile, Zayakiwyu and Jinryuyu were still flipping through the investigation manual. It was morning on X month B day. We've been running all night, and we're exhausted. Judy found the inn, and we checked in successfully. We were given 2 more rules. Rule 2. Do not slander the gods, or you will be retaliated by them. Rule 3. There are no gods here. Rules 2 and 3 seem contradictory, but I'm too tired to tell which is right. I need some sleep. X month C day, yesterday we all stayed in the inn to rest. We didn't go out all day. At sunset, I looked out the window of my own room. The townspeople on the street outside transformed into monsters at the stroke of the bell. They were all monsters. X month D day, we remembered something very bad. We don't have the currency of this world, and the inn's bills are settled every 3 days. Today is the 3rd day. Some words obscured by blood. Rule 4. Do not go into debt. Chloe Bellows and Judy Rodriguez paid with their lives for this rule. But I feel like this rule isn't complete. We don't have the money to pay for the hotel room, as the money we carry isn't from this world. This angered the hotel staff and the owner, who instantly became followers of the evil god. Perhaps Rule 4 could be expanded to not offending/angering the townspeople. To make matters worse, dusk is approaching. The streets are about to be overrun by monsters, and where will we find shelter? X month X day, smears, blood, and stains. Other handwriting appears. I'm Edward lost, and I be adding to the record. They all died in the line of duty. Last night was a horrific night. The 2 evil spirit minions at the hotel disappeared after killing 2 of our companions. We thought they had given up on us, but they reappeared after dusk, accompanied by more companions, pursuing us. No matter where we fled, indoors or outdoors, they seemed to find us. The entire night was spent in a cycle of running, losing companions, running, losing companions, burning our lives trying to stop more monsters and save more companions. In the end, I was the only one left. I hid in the deserted apartment and took refuge in the closet. My bullets were running low, and even the enchanted bullets could hardly penetrate the highly protected skin of the evil spirit minions. Rule 4 is incomplete. We have offended the townspeople and are being hunted fiercely. Perhaps there are other undiscovered rules, but it all seems meaningless. We can't leave here. I am the only one left, and perhaps I won't make it through the night. I hidden this manual in the closet. If anyone finds it, please return it to the Magical Federation Bureau of Anomalous Matters. There are 4 rules in total. Today Yo-Yu rested his chin on his hand. The first is to restrict travel at night, as the townspeople transform into monsters. The second and third involve the gods and contradict each other. The 4th rule can be summarized as, don't offend the townspeople, or you be hunted down. There are many ways to offend them, including not owing money. Our mission is to find the rules and then exploit them? Nikukia opened the system panel in confusion, and saw a new prompt. Chapter 233. A new reminder? Hearing this, Jinryu also opened the quest panel. Quest reminder, on the planet Osiria, gods must meet the following conditions to build their kingdoms. 1. The builder of the kingdom. The god must inscribe the kingdom's rules on the kingdom's foundation stone. These rules cannot be added or subtracted at will, and all beings in the kingdom, including the god himself, must abide by them. 2. If a god violates the rules written on the foundation stone, the kingdom will suffer loopholes, entrances and exits at best, or even collapse at worst. 3. A god's kingdom is tied to the authority he has already acquired. A god cannot use authority he has not yet acquired to build a kingdom, no matter how much he desires someone else's authority. 4. The authority of the God of Light is both virtual and real, spiritual authority. Virtual and real authority can reverse reality and falsehood, the inner and outer worlds. Spiritual authority can affect and values. Having corrupted the God of Light, how much of his power will he gain? I see. Today's Rain pondered. I think I understand a little bit. Master, please guide me. The other confused players all looked at each other expectantly. We may have been misled by the NPCs, confusing the survival rules they were talking about with the rules of the Kingdom of God. There may be overlap or similarities between the two, but they are probably not the same thing. Today's Rain said, the rules we're looking for are the foundational rules of the Kingdom of God, not the survival rules that every NPC must follow. But there should be a connection between the two. She rested her chin on her hand and thought for a moment. The founding rules of the Kingdom of God should be something like the laws of nature, unique to this town. The rules of the NPCs should contain some shadows of these larger rules. We currently have incomplete rules for the investigator role. It would be ideal if we could acquire other roles, such as the rules for ordinary townspeople and the University of Michigan campus. Perhaps we could even try investigating the rules for monsters and the followers of evil gods. Good idea. Then we just compare the similarities and discard the differences, right? Yu Huadingxian's spirits lifted. Yes. There's no time to lose. It's already dark, so it should be time for monsters to appear. Yijian Paqianshan said, we can transform into octopuses and go out to find out the monsters' rules. The druids will be in the house summarizing the information, right? By the way, could this be a rule? Today Yoyu pondered. From 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. is when monsters roam, and the townspeople will also transform into monsters and evil spirits minions. So, can nighttime be considered the monsters' underworld? And from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. is everything normal in the surface world? The surface and inner worlds correspond precisely to reality and illusion, encompassing the realm of virtual and real power. However, the investigators were hunted by the evil gods' followers and monsters during the day because they lacked the money to pay for their hotel room. Well, this means that during the day, parts of the inner world can appear in the surface world when certain conditions are met. Today Yoyu dipped his finger in water and drew a familiar Tai Chi yin-yang fish on the table. I feel like the virtual and real power is very similar to the Tai Chi yin-yang fish, with black and white flipped, reality within illusion, illusion within reality. TSK, you're worthy of being called a master. You're definitely great. Yu Huadingxian gave a thumbs up. So what should we focus on investigating? I think we could investigate the special conditions that cause monsters to appear during the day. Jinri Yoyu said, if we could overcome these conditions, and at the moment of the transition between the inner and outer worlds, subvert the rules and connect them, and this subversion of the rules must be carried out by the master of this divine kingdom or someone representing their will. The townspeople, wouldn't that satisfy the quest prompt's requirement of causing the gods themselves to violate the kingdom's rules, creating a loophole large enough for us to enter and exit? That's an idea we can definitely try. Everyone glanced at each other and immediately shared the idea in the team chat. Also, we have to find Edward Lost as soon as possible. He's the new professional mentor. Even if we have to knock him unconscious and take him away, we have to get him out. Edward Lost lay in the deserted library, gradually regaining consciousness. His god had departed, but he had already been given a taste of his reward. He must complete the mission as instructed. Only faithful believers who completed their mission would be blessed, while the punishment for failure was so severe he dared not even imagine it. In the deserted room, he changed his soiled clothes, carefully cleaned up any traces of his presence, and stuffed any potential clues into the spatial prop. After doing all this, he began to think about how to regain the trust of those adventurers. He had shot and killed many of their companions right in front of him. Even if those people possessed the power of resurrection, he believed that no creature with intelligence or empathy could, after having themselves, or having witnessed the murder of their companions, smile and accept the murderer. But joining up with the adventurers of Moiwu, asking them to rescue him, and thus lurking in Moiwu's territory, becoming an undercover agent for the gods. This was absolutely unquestionable, a direct order from the gods. As the excitement of facing the gods faded like a tide, Edward regained his composure, a faint sense of unease and guilt welling up within him. In his life as a spy for the Church of Light, he had delivered much-needed intelligence and met many people from other factions who treated him well. Professor Moiwu was one of them, someone who had lent him a hand in his time of uncertainty, guiding him through the maze and helping him find his own path. This was why, after all these years, he still occasionally thought of this visiting professor. Island, this is all your fault. You are the one who betrayed the gods first and caused trouble for us, teacher. Edward murmured, sacrificing you to the gods will not only satisfy them, but will also alleviate Mr. Moya's guilt. Well, it's also a way of repaying our teacher. He convinced himself, a confident smile returning to his face. Then, he opened the locked door and headed out of the library. This library shouldn't be stayed in for long after dark. It's said that it's patrolled by invisible guardians, who roam the night and attack anyone who harbors ill intentions towards Mithril. Although his unexpected summons to the God of Light delayed his departure, Edward wouldn't blame his god in any way. After all, it was his own excessive obsession with the god's gifts, and even if he missed his departure, the worst that could happen would be a few more battles, which Edward believed he could handle with his strength. But once again, to his surprise, the mysterious guardian of the University of Michigan didn't attack him. As he left the library, he clearly felt a powerful presence glance at him from the void, but it quickly averted its gaze, focusing its attention on a group of octopuses not far from him. It was a rather strange group of octopuses, small in size, looking a bit like bouncy pink and purple slime. They hopped and clattered about the ground. Although Edward couldn't understand the monster's language, he could sense their boisterousness. The whole scene was subtly disconcerting, yet also indescribably endearing. Is this another bizarre creation of the evil god? Edward carefully chose a path away from the octopuses, but soon he noticed that the hopping octopuses seemed to have noticed his presence and were inexplicably following him. Damn it! Don't follow me. He gradually quickened his pace, but even though the octopus balls were bouncing around on the ground, their speed wasn't slowing down at all. Edward tried several times, but couldn't shake them off, so he had no choice but to run through the night streets. Unbeknownst to him, in the player channel, players' comments were rapidly flooding the screen. Forest not on fire. We found Edward. He just left the University of Michigan, and we're following him. Bright moon in my arms. He seems to have noticed we're following him. He's running west. Location. Thunder God help me. Here we go, we're scrambling ahead. No, we're outflanking him. Knock, knock, whatever. Question mark, there's something a little off about your post above. Feathered Immortal, here we go. I be there soon. Since I'm here, fighting NPCs in octopus form doesn't seem very convenient. Is there a druid in your group? Turn left out. Octopus form is actually more effective. Look at my sincere eyes, and 8 knife-wielding tentacles. Melissa Kubo, take it easy, don't scare the NPC. He's the future sharpshooter instructor. Nikukyu, it's my new wife. Convinced, Sea of Tranquility, I think as long as we can tie him up and get him back, it shouldn't be a big deal. At worst, we can just tie him up, and have the Lord lock him up in a dark cell for a few more days. Gulu, I think it's a punishment. And so, Edward lost, fleeing, suddenly found himself surrounded, 3 layers deep, by a swarm of octopus balls. He gradually stopped, looking at the squirming octopus balls piled up, like a small mountain in front of him. Then, with a calm glance behind him, the octopus balls chasing him hadn't given up on him, hopping around and closing the circle. Cold sweat dripped down Edward's back. He reached into his windbreaker, and grasped the revolver in his armpit holster. Damn it, is he going to die here tonight? Chapter 234. While the players in Amka Town were trying every possible way to capture Edward, and Edward was desperately trying to escape from the terrifying minions of the evil octopus god and be taken away by the adventurers, as both sides inexplicably engaged in a fight, MOU was methodically arranging all matters, big and small, within AMT City. To be honest, although Naya's attack came suddenly, the people of AMT City were surprisingly reliable, especially Fellows' performance, which surprised MOU even more. Fellows played an indispensable role in AMT City's calm and orderly survival of this crisis. It was precisely because Fellows and Father Polly had carefully arranged all matters within the city that MOU, upon returning from the illusion, did not have to deal with a devastated and flaming mess, but only needed to make simple decisions regarding a few accumulated matters. After successfully escaping the illusion, MOU first had Leah send a message to several allies to report their safety. He then immediately summoned the druids to examine and decontaminate the NPCs trapped in the illusion. The results were quite encouraging. Throughout the process, the druids periodically cleansed the NPCs, and none of the NPCs trapped in the illusion had any residual contamination. After confirming everyone was safe, MOU sent them back to rest, and the newly arrived underage elves were handed over to pharaohs, who had hurriedly arrived. Players who participated in the limited-time quest and cleared the illusion received generous rewards. In addition to military merit and regional reputation based on their mission contributions, they also receive favorability points with the NPCs trapped in the illusion. Favorability points are usually not easy to earn, especially with 35 NPCs handing them out this time. The players were absolutely delighted. Now, the only thing missing was the players in Arkham Town who hadn't emerged yet. However, considering this was a dungeon involving the Kingdom of Na, it wouldn't be easy for players to conquer. MOU decided to return to the Mage Tower for a night's rest. Those amusement parks and old dreams of silver dragons could be put aside for now. After spending so many days in the illusion, even with the players providing him with food, drink, and even a good night's sleep, MOU was exhausted. He just wanted to relax in the bathtub and have a good night's sleep. Upon hearing that the teacher had emerged safely from the illusion, DiCarlo came running over. With a cry of awe, he threw himself into a hug, just like when MOU first arrived in this world. MOU ruffled his silly apprentice's brown curls and wiped the tears from DiCarlo's face. "Don't worry, I'm fine, just a little tired. You need a good meal and some rest." DiCarlo sniffed. "I already prepared the food, the tub is hot, and the bed is remade." What a thoughtful disciple. MOU looked at DiCarlo with a doting, teachable look and ruffled his curls again. "Let's go home." He turned and called to Aelian. Though the knight himself was a little tired, a smile lingered on his face. "How's the seal?" MOU asked. "Nothing serious," Aelian replied. "Are we safe now?" "I don't think Niall will give up." MOU scratched his face, thinking. "But we did clear the triple illusion, and players are even working hard to clear it in his kingdom. I think the god of fun at least had a lot of fun. He definitely has some tricks up his sleeve, but right now, what's more important for us is a good rest. You've broken the seal once, so the damage to your body is considerable. You should come back to the Mage Tower with me and recuperate for a while." "Okay." Aelian readily followed MOU's lead, while the young disciple followed them, mumbling and rambling on about the events of the past few days. MOU listened, then stroked his chin thoughtfully. "What's wrong?" Aelian asked sensitively. "Aw, it's okay." MOU said, "I was just thinking that while Pharaoh's response this time was excellent, it would be best if the city also clarified its emergency response plan for similar incidents. That way, if something like this happens again, no one would be so flustered. But these things can be arranged slowly after we rested up and have more energy. Well, I have Leah edit the highlights of this limited time event dungeon and post some PVs later. If those players can successfully get Edward Lost back, they'd be able to open a new class. There's a lot to do. Speaking of which," Aelian frowned slightly. "I always felt that Edward Lost looked familiar." "Oh, do you know him?" MOU asked curiously. Aelian shook his head. "The Magic Federation and the Church of Light are at odds. I haven't had much contact with anyone from the Magic Federation, so I shouldn't know him. Perhaps we met at a previous joint meeting of the Magic Federation?" MOU speculated. "It doesn't matter if you can't remember him. Just bring him back and get to know him again. If you can't even get him back, then what does it matter whether you remember him or not?" "Yeah, that's true. Oh, by the way, after Silver Dragon's dream is settled, we probably have to go to the Magic Federation." MOU said, "We have to meet Moyowu's sister." Now with Moyowu and Silver Dragon, two retired individuals who have been rehired, and the memory book of Moyowu condensed by Silver Dragon, MOU felt more confident and no longer had to avoid Moyowu's former acquaintances. Although their power is flourishing, their allies are gradually increasing, while their enemies are also showing their fangs. Since they want to leverage the power of the Magic Federation, MOU believes that it is necessary to establish a good relationship with the Speaker of the Magic Federation. Then, let's have the Magic Federation's Bureau of Anomalous Affairs station some investigators in AMT County, allowing players to accept some investigative missions. Wouldn't that open up new gameplay and missions? Besides, the Magic Federation's Bureau of Anomalous Affairs investigator attrition rate must be quite high, right? They must also have a large backlog of cases, right? Their assets and budget must be quite substantial, right? Allowing players, who can resurrect infinitely to work as external investigators for the Bureau of Anomalous Affairs, solving strange incidents, would not only alleviate the Bureau's workload and staffing shortages, but also cultivate good relations with the Magic Federation officials. It would also provide a steady stream of new missions for the next phase of the new main storyline and gameplay, eliminating the need for MOU to frantically search for dungeons and missions for players. Maybe he could even snag some good equipment or items. After all, MOU's side is still pretty broke, and most of the rewards he gives players are just worthless points. If he could snag some artifacts or sealed items, it would really boost player activity. Besides, what's a Cthulhu-themed online game without classic investigator quests? This kind of win-win situation, where MOU can win multiple times, is too good to miss. If the players can successfully rescue Edward Lost, even better. That way, MOU could use the title of Savior to negotiate business with the Magic Federation, greatly increasing his influence. Wait, speaking of which, perhaps the Magic Academy Calcadora could also be developed. MOU was once a visiting professor there, so talking about a graduate recruitment program wouldn't be unreasonable, right? He's in dire need of help, especially those with bow strength and martial virtue. Besides, now that there were no more traveling merchants, they had to rely on themselves to recruit some talent. Thinking of the unfortunate traveling merchant, MOU suddenly remembered something. He pulled out his magic book and posted a quest in the back end, asking players to go to the south gate to search for the merchant's remains, planning a simple funeral tomorrow. This traveling merchant had tragically met his end because of their troubles. Not only had his earnings been swindled away by the Church of Light, but he had also lost his life. The best option would have been to collect the merchant's remains and return them to his family, but MOU suspected that Mahat, the traveling merchant's bodyguard, was in grave danger. Since he didn't know any of the merchant's family members, he could only do his best to have the druids purify his remains and bury him in peace. After so much thought along the way, even MOU, a king of roles with immense energy and a thirst for work, felt a little languid upon returning to the Mage Tower. Thankfully, his exceptionally thoughtful disciple had taken care of all the chores, leaving MOU with no need to worry at all. He could simply let his mind wander and enjoy the food and clothing that came his way. After a brisk hot bath, which washed away the bad luck and fatigue brought on by the dream world, MOU fell asleep almost the moment he buried himself in the soft, fragrant blanket. Aelian rubbed his temples and pulled out his phone to make a call. Aelian? Rama's puzzled voice came from the phone. Why don't you go rest? What do you want from me? You said before that you alchemists have your own connections. Aelian said, I need you to help me find someone. Name. Edward Lost. That unfortunate investigator trapped in the earthly kingdom? What are you trying to investigate? Are you jealous? Rama asked curiously, but he's Moiwa's student. He shouldn't be acquainted with your lord, right? Aelian, yes, I saw it earlier. The Eye of Analysis, you know. Isn't that the shattered soul beside the silver dragon the true Lord Moiwu? And our lord, presumably, is a soul of the same substance from another world. Those strange adventurers are also otherworldly souls, which is why they need to possess the bodies of zombies or alchemical puppets. Am I right? Chapter 235. Aelian fell silent. After hearing no response from the other end of the line for a long time, Rama asked in confusion, You should know all this, right? Aren't you already in that kind of relationship? That kind of relationship? What kind? However, Aelian did know MOU's identity. He just didn't expect Rama to guess it too. I know. Oh, you do know. That's fine. I wouldn't tell anyone about it anyway. I think the Lord is deliberately letting me discover and deduce the truth on my own. But in this kind of situation, it's best for both parties to know. Rama said, I ask about Edward's situation for you, but there's no telling what I find out. Okay. Aelian thought for a moment and said, Don't tell anyone about the Lord's affairs, not even the adventurers. Okay, I know my limits. Rama said, and hung up. Aelian rubbed his temple again, walked back to the room, and sighed silently as he looked at the sleeping Lord. Arkham Town. On the south bank of the Miskatonic River, a battle was about to begin. Edward, a revolver in each hand, looked warily at the octopus balls surrounding him. One of the octopus balls leaped forward, raised a tentacle toward him, as if to say something, and then made an incomprehensible noise from its mouth. Edward, Sea of Tranquility, damn, can't you talk to NPCs in octopus form? Immortal Transformation. No, we can talk to the alchemy doll if it's only in its lower body, but the octopuses don't have vocal organs, so we can only communicate with each other. Oh, the Lord seems to understand. Sea of Tranquility. So how can we talk to him if we're all octopuses? Immortal Transformation. Are any of the Kryptonian players or druids coming? Rainy today, on their way. We're heading over from the North Shore. Give us another 10 minutes. Sea of Tranquility. Too late. After a brief standoff with the octopuses, Edward, seeing that the octopuses didn't respond, they were actually in the group chat, took a puzzled step forward. He landed on his left leg, then lifted, extended, and kicked his long right leg, sending the octopus flying like a soccer ball. The foot felt surprisingly good. Sea of tranquility. Ah, my new wife kicked me away. La 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 la. Knock, knock, you can knock. Question mark, why do I feel like you're so happy? After kicking an octopus away, Edward took a step back in a cold sweat as he looked at the swarm of octopus swarming in front of him, their eyes flashing with mysterious green light and emitting strange roars. If he could understand the octopus's speech, he realized they were just making eerie hee-hee laughs and hissing gasps while yelling, "Wife, kick me." But this kind of talk was incredibly perverse. It was a real loss of confidence whether they understood it or not. But if you really had to say it, it was better not to understand, wasn't it? Even without understanding, Edward couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. Why did it feel like if I didn't fight them to death, I'd be devoured by these octopuses? But he had limited ammunition, and he couldn't use it all up right there. Edward hesitated for a moment, then decided to focus on physical skills and escape from these strange octopuses. However, as soon as he left, these strange octopuses began to chase him, waving their sticky tentacles. Edward gasped, spun around, and with a long kick, he sent several octopus balls flying. He then shot one in the head, then blasted several more with his gun. Be careful not to use spells that cause damage. I know. How can you hit your new wife when she's so beautiful? Wow. My new wife kicked me. Hee, touch my new wife's long legs. Why did I get shot in the head? Is there an ambulance? Hee, I'm different. I'm touching my new wife's face and making her smell nice. Wow. 110? There's a nasty octopus here. The octopus that had its tentacles grasping Edward's neck was torn free by him, thrown into the air, and shot dead. More octopuses crawled up his boots and onto his body, their suckers tightly wrapped around his long legs and waist, making it impossible to pull them off. Honestly, aren't you afraid of losing NPC favorability? Hee, I just checked the NPC favorability panel. My new wife hasn't joined the faction yet, and the favorability display isn't even on. She's not even neutral. In their eyes, we're probably just purely hostile followers of the evil god. Hey, I suddenly have a bold idea. Can't we exploit this period of low favorability and exploit a bug? Hee, I think I get it. Tentacle play? Pupils tremble. Doesn't this game give you, the troublemakers, too much freedom? Druids and big spenders, hold on. Don't come out. Got it. We're the good guys and the bad guys in this self-directed kidnapping play, right? Hey, can this game really survive the public beta? Don't worry, there's no way we let this game fail review, hee. After all, we're just some cute, slimy, but suffocating slime octopuses, hee. Damn it! Edward was practically buried by the tidal wave of octopus balls. Even shooting at them was useless. After killing one or two, more would surge forward, practically turning him into a human-shaped octopus mountain. Countless octopuses entangled his hands, feet, and body. The immense weight of these octopuses made even movement difficult. And they kept crawling towards his face, their slippery tentacles and balls blocking his mouth and nose. Even if he ripped one off, another would fill its place. Edward began to choke. He tried to raise his gun, but the octopuses were too close to his head, and he couldn't fire. Hey, new wife, cling. Hey, new wife, kiss. Watch the health bar and debuffs. Don't strangle the new wife. I know. Just knock her out. Hey, suffocation play. It's here. Suffocation debuff. Release as soon as he passes out. Don't suffocate him. Edward's mouth and nose were sealed tightly by the octopuses. He struggled to breathe, his lungs throbbing and aching, his vision throbbing with stars, and his legs and feet lost strength. Unable to hold on any longer, he slowly slid to the ground, his eyes rolled back, and he passed out. The revolver fell from his weakened fingers. All right. Let go! The octopuses scrambled away, and several druids, who had been hiding nearby, rushed over and wiped the mucus from Edward's mouth and nose, allowing him to breathe freely. Of course, they also summoned vines to bind his hands and feet, then delivered a series of healing and purification attacks. Finally, when they saw Edward's eyelids flutter as if he were about to wake up, they sprinkled another packet of amnesia powder on him. Hey, is this dosage safe? Don't confuse the NPC. DeCarlo eats this powder like a meal, so it shouldn't be a big problem. The worst that can happen is just DeCarlo, right? So, when they rushed over today when it rained, they saw a group of octopus balls, holding Edward, who was bound with vines, with their tentacles like ants carrying a large piece of food. His eyes and mouth were covered with cloth, and he seemed unconscious. Aside from a suspicious amount of purple slime on his clothes, his health bar and status were perfectly healthy, and he had no wounds. Next to him, an octopus ran with its tentacles wrapped around his revolver, wheezing. They didn't want to go to such lengths, but NPC weapons couldn't be stored in the system backpack. Great capture. Great. Now we can move on to the final puzzle. This time, no matter what he says, we won't let him go. Absolutely not. We take him back. Let's hide him somewhere safe first. While our octopus form won't attract monsters, druids and NPCs will. It's okay, hee. Just use enough octopuses to bury him, hee. There's even this trick. A bunch of tiny octopus balls crawled onto Edward, covering him, leaving only his head and face exposed. The surrounding monsters and evil spirit minions, ready to move, suddenly quieted, as if accepting the fact that this human had been captured by the octopus balls. The druids were able to operate in Arkham Town at night because they either summoned contracted monsters, stalked the alienated Krypton Go bosses, or carried a few tiny octopuses on their shoulders. By the way, has anyone found the rules for monsters and the evil spirits minions? Yes. We just met a friendly dog in Mithridates, and we can actually understand each other. The rules for monsters and the evil spirits minions are as follows. 1. When the bell representing night rings, reality and illusion reverse, and the demons parade at night. Creatures not from the other world become targets of the monsters. 2. Unless the other monsters agree, you may not attack targets already possessed by other monsters. 3. You may not attack targets that are out of your sight and detection range, or targets that have entered a safe zone. 4. In the other world, only targets permitted by the rules may be attacked, while in the outer world, only targets that have violated the law may be attacked. 5. When the bell representing day rings, reality and illusion reverse, and the outer world reappears. Monsters will once again transform into humans and follow human rules. Chapter 236. I suddenly have a bold idea. Me too. Hee. Don't you all think the same thing, ha. Time to bring out my favorite memes. Sir, can I spare a moment of your time? But if we want this to really work, don't we need some props? That night, a group of unknown evil god minions in the form of octopus balls rushed into the new commercial district, chasing a group of men and women in green clothes. They damaged many businesses in their attacks. The two most severely damaged were Mr. Walter's phonograph store and Mr. Monty's art supply store. A large number of goods disappeared in the minions' attacks, leaving no trace. 6 o'clock in the morning. The morning light filtered through the gray-brown clouds, illuminating the Miskatonic River. 6 resounding bells chimed on time, and the entire kingdom of God seemed to flip upside down in an instant. Monsters transformed back into humans, and the people opened their doors, greeting each other. It was another day of peace and harmony. At least, it should have been that way. But this morning, as the wealthy and the middle class opened their doors with their coffee, ready to breathe in the fresh air and grab their newspapers, they saw a purple octopus dango hopping on the lawn. It was a being that shouldn't be seen in the daytime. It had a phonograph strapped to its body, playing on loop. One tentacle waved a leaflet, and another politely waved a black top hat. Sir, may I have a moment of your time? I'd like to tell you about our great father and savior, Cthulhu. People's mouths dropped to the ground in stunned amazement. This scene unfolded in the streets of Arkham Town. Even stranger voices emanated from some phonographs. Sir, madam, could you spare a moment of your time? I'd like to tell you about our Lord of Mysteries, Klein Moretti the Fool. Sir, could you spare a moment of your time? I'd like to tell you about our latest milk tea. Sir, could you spare a moment of your time? I'd like to tell you about our latest octopus balls. Madam, could you spare a moment of your time? I'd like to tell you about our official CP, a slender, giant-strength humanoid weapon, a younger-aged knight, and a magic-using married woman, a lord. All sorts of octopuses filled the streets of Arkham Town. They carry unplugged, yet still capable, phonographs, actually connected to a solar panel stored in a druid's backpack, their tentacles swirling with colorful, garish flyers. They roam the streets, campuses, churches, lawns outside people's homes, and even rooftops. Their appearance is so eerie that it can drive one insane, yet vaguely endearing. They also vociferously promote the names of evil gods, alluring depravity, and forbidden love affairs. These octopus balls hop and hop, appearing from all directions, preaching strange teachings, and using their harmless appearance to lure people into following them. This cannot be tolerated. This behavior violates the rules of this town. The inhabitants of this divine kingdom followed the octopuses into the streets, gathering like a tide and pouring onto the banks of the Miskatonic River, protesting furiously. However, a female voice whispered, "But they aren't punished by the rules, are they?" The people were suddenly stunned. Yes, the rules of this world only stipulate that citizens will be hunted down by strange beings if they break them, but they don't say that strange beings will be hunted down if they break the rules. But the monsters of the other world are transformed into humans in the morning. The people looked up at the sky. It was not only daylight, but a bright and clear day. Yet, these creatures looked like octopus dumplings, the minions of some evil god from the other world. Perhaps, they don't belong in this world. We should open the gates of the divine kingdom and drive them away, so that they can never disturb our peace again. The female voice patiently guided the people to the answer they had in mind. Yes! Yes! Open the gate and drive them out! The crowd echoed in unison. With everyone's unanimous conviction, the kingdom of God shook, and a whirlpool-shaped gate appeared on the banks of the Miskatonic River. It's done! The players clenched their fists. The closest octopus dumpling was the first to jump through the gate. Not long after, a message of joy came over the chat. It's indeed the outside world. As soon as I emerged, the system notified me that the mission was successfully completed. Everyone, come out! The octopus dumplings, the druids, and the high-rolling players, who were responsible for kidnapping NPCs and not participating in the promotional activities, were the first to carry Edward Lost, bound and gagged, and occasionally given a dose of amnesia powder, through the gate. The remaining octopus dumplings abandoned their phonographs and flyers, slipped quickly through the crowd, and leaped into the whirlpool without looking back. After a full 100 or 200 octopuses were released into the gate, the shaky town of Arkham finally regained its composure. The swirling space-time portal slowly shrank and vanished. A tall, thin, dark-skinned figure, like Moses parting the sea, stomped through the dense crowd and crushed the ground with one foot, blasting the phonograph that was still relentlessly playing, "Our Great Father and Savior, Cthulhu." Hey Cthulhu, so they're your minions. The player system prompts. Congratulations on successfully completing, instance, the Vanished Investigator, and reaching, True Ending Route A, Our Great Father and Savior, Cthulhu. You have successfully rescued NPC Edward Lost. The instance's difficulty is hell. Your completion rating is A. It's a very thoughtful route, but Edward Lost disagrees with your approach. Your quest rewards have been issued and can be viewed on the system page. Hilarious. Edward Lost disagrees. Ha ha, an A-level hell difficulty clearance, I think. By the way, where are we now? The octopuses, druids, and high-paying players looked around and found themselves in a forest. The system map showed this area as Holden Forest Area, Central Mountain Range. Hey! Didn't the Lord give us a teleportation scroll before we entered the dungeon? Shouldn't we just tear it open and return to the city? That item should be enough to teleport a whole party of 10. Don't tear one per person, it's such a waste. Just tear one per team. Which team is unhappy? Take the NPC back. Hey! There are only 8 of us. Yuhua Dengxian immediately took possession of the bound Edward. Teleportation scrolls were torn apart one after another, and circles of ochre light enveloped the player team. Beyond the circles, an ochre whirlwind rose, completely surrounding them. The swirling sand obscured their vision. After a moment of weightlessness, the sand gradually dissipated, revealing the familiar walls of AMT City. Hey! It's the South Gate. The illusion's broken? Yeah, didn't you check the forums? Team 1 is much faster than us. But we're doing puzzles, and they're just fighting monsters. The content is completely different. I love this dungeon so much, ha ha ha. There's no level limit, it's all about the action. If it weren't for the constant dice rolling, it would really feel like a group game. Didn't the system prompt say that? A Dod's kingdom is tied to the authority they already earned. A Dod can't build a kingdom with authority they haven't earned. No matter how much they desire someone else's authority. I guess the authorities have given the power of the dice to the goddess of fate, so you can't roll dice to pass checks in Na's kingdom. Wow, so much detail. I feel like there's still a lot of detail to ponder in this dungeon. I wait and see the official summary animation and the expert strategy post. There should be a lot of interesting content to discover. By the way, who are we handing Edward Lost over to? Yuhua Dengxian asked. Edward Lost, still tied up like a dumpling on the ground, rolled his eyes. Hey, did the blindfold come loose when? Then Edward was knocked unconscious by another handful of drug powder. Why don't we go find the Overlord? Now that the illusion is over, They should be back. She and Yuitu checked the system time. It was exactly 8 a.m. in-game, and 5:59 a.m. in real time. Ah, we need to get ready to log off and get up. A group of office workers and student players said goodbye and logged off. Yuhua Dingxian didn't have classes today, so he wasn't in a hurry to get up. She and Yuitu wasn't in a hurry to log off either. The two of them decided to take on the task of delivering NPCs. Yuhua Dingxian even ran to the grocery store to borrow a tricycle. The two of them laboriously lifted the unconscious Edward onto the tricycle, and then pedaled it back to the Mage Tower. So, just as MOU woke up and washed up in the morning, he heard Leah's notification that the player had successfully completed the game. Are these players really that skilled? That's the hellish kingdom of Na? They cleared it in a single night? MOU's face was filled with disbelief. He peeked out the window of the Mage Tower and, sure enough, saw a few players swaying on a three-wheeled cart towards the tower. A heavily bound man was on the back of the cart. MOU, is this how you treat your future new class mentor? I wonder what this unfortunate kid Edward has been through. MOU, feeling both amused and annoyed, called Alien over, and together they went downstairs to wait for the players to deliver their goods. Chapter 237. Edward felt as if he had had a long and extremely bizarre dream. He dreamt that he had been kidnapped by a group of slime-like octopus dumplings, minions of an unknown evil god. In that bizarre dream, those ugly, slimy, and wet octopus dumplings, whose appearances could lead one to mistakenly believe they were cute, not only used their tentacles to manipulate him, leaving him a sticky mess, but also tied him up, sprayed him with an unknown drug, and moved him around, hitting his head more than once. Edward Lost groaned and slowly awoke from his dream, the contents of the dream rapidly fading from his consciousness. My head hurts. Edward frowned in pain. For some reason, his head ached so badly that it felt swollen to the touch. You're awake, a dark-skinned, black-haired boy with red lips and white teeth grinned at him. You're safe now. Here, drink this potion, it'd make you feel better. Edward, still groggy from regaining consciousness, took the still-smoking alchemical flask and drank it obediently. Ugh! The pungent smell of mustard brought tears to his eyes. EW. What the hell is this? A newly developed alchemical potion mixture. The boy said cheerfully, sitting down in a chair by the bed, and taking out a notepad and placing it on his lap. Come, let's test it out. Name. Edward Lost, he answered automatically. Identity. A-level investigator in the Magical Federation's Bureau of Anomalous Matters. Edward was already feeling something was off. He felt an urgent urge to spill everything. What did you just give me to drink? A mixture of a lucidity potion, a confession potion, an amnesia potion, and some healing potions. It will make you clear your mind, let you say everything you need to say, and then completely forget the whole thing and help heal your injuries. The young man smiled broadly. Great effect, isn't it? So let's move on. To whom do you pledge allegiance? The Magical Federation. Edward gritted his teeth. The black-haired boy leaned forward slightly, staring into Edward's eyes. Anything else? And his god. Like the god. But just as Edward thought of his god, his mind froze. His mind went blank. He opened his mouth, then closed it again, but no sound came out. His throat rumbled, as if he had fallen into a strange, chaotic state, caught between the effects of the drug and some unknown force. Strange. Rama leaned forward, lifted Edward's chin, and peered closely into his blue eyes, which shone faintly with gold. Oh, that's interesting. Rama sat back down in his chair. Well then, let me ask you another question. Do you know Ialian? Rama walked out of the room and pushed open the door to the next door. MOU and Ialian sat facing each other, occupying opposite sides of the room's single square table. Each holding a pair of identical animal ivory chopsticks, they shared a breakfast from a steamer. You called me to work so early in the morning, and you're all here enjoying breakfast, being affectionate with each other? Lama feigned a complaint, then walked over to the table and sat down, peering into the steamer's cute yet oddly thin-skinned dumplings. What are these? Soup dumplings. It took James a while to replicate it. MOU said, lifting the steamer and handing the untouched dumplings from the bottom layer to Lama. I made an extra portion for you too. Take small bites of the skin and blow on it before eating. Let it cool before sipping the soup. Be careful of the heat. Is this also a delicacy from another world? Rama skillfully took a pair of chopsticks and carefully transferred the soup dumplings onto a spoon. He followed MOU's instructions, enjoying the dish with an expression of enjoyment. This is delicious. How did the soup get into the dumplings? Wait, don't tell me, let me guess. He tilted his head, narrowed his eyes, and pondered for a moment. Ice? Almost. To be more precise, it's broth jelly. Mou showed no surprise at Rama's mention of an other world. Instead, he continued, what were your test results? Oh, Rama handed the notepad to Mou. Based solely on the answers, they seem normal. What? Mou flipped through the questions and answers. Usually statements like this are followed by a but, right? Rama smiled and nodded. Yes, there is a but. But my conclusion is that this person is not trustworthy. He turned to Ailian. I think your suspicions are correct. So what's the problem? Mou asked curiously. His mind seems to have been severely disrupted. Lama blew on his steamed bun and said, I see traces of divine magic. Yes, not magic, but divine magic. This is very rare. When outside forces try to inquire about or pry into his memories in some way, as long as they touch on relevant content, they will be blocked by this power, and he will show a blank expression of confusion. Mou nodded in understanding. It was like when an inspiration test fails in a group game. Even though nothing can be seen, the fact that it requires inspiration is enough to explain the problem. I guess only when no force is prying into his brain and memories, when he is alone, can he access the content blocked by divine magic. Oh, so what is this part of his memory? Mou continued eating a steamed bun and asked naturally. His master in matters related to Ailian, Rama replied. He also seems to harbor an inexplicable hatred for our knights. However, he showed no such abnormality when answering questions about our lord. He even seemed to harbor a faint admiration. He contentedly shoveled steamed buns into his mouth one after another. However, with this chaotic mindset, the investigator's mental state may also be affected. He might even become more attracted to the pleasure and pain of unspeakable and mysterious powers, even confusing the two. Similar to those fanatics. Well, then the truth is obvious. Edward Lost must be a member of the Church of Light, right? Mou pondered, considering his past experience studying at a magic academy and working for the Magic Federation. I think he's most likely a spy released by the Church of Light since childhood, like Black Widow. Rama and Ailian both looked curious. ? Oh, he's a character from a movie. By the way, you haven't seen the movie either. I still have it on my laptop. We can have a movie night when we have time to relax. Mou seemed quite relaxed in front of his two fully informed accomplices. So what's next? Should we get rid of this guy? Ailian asked. Not really. Mou stroked his chin, thinking. Even if we drive him away, Naya will continue to send people to our side. No, it might not just be Naya. As our power continues to grow, other gods will also send people here. Rather than constantly worrying about new people being sent here, why not just keep this already exposed Edward Lost? If necessary, we can have him deliver some irrelevant information to confuse Naya. Wouldn't it be great to force this Naya spy into becoming a double agent, transmitting intelligence for them? In fact, due to the uncontrollable presence of the fourth calamity, any news in the territory is easily spread from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100, making it impossible to keep it secret. But precisely because of this, the number of false rumors circulating wildly in this territory and among the players far outweighs the amount of true and valuable information. Mou, you would even venture to say that nearly 95% of the content on the player forums is useless rumors. The only secret he needed to conceal was the fact that he himself had traveled from another world and orchestrated this event. However, currently, apart from the world consciousness, the deceased Moiwu, and the Silver Dragon, the only people on the entire planet who knew this truth were Ailian and Rama. And after careful scrutiny, he felt he could trust these two. Ailian's loyalty was undeniable, but Rama Onisel's thirst for knowledge surpassed all otherworldly temptations. The endless supply of otherworldly knowledge, which only Mou and his players could bring, captivated his loyalty. This was why Mou made no attempt to conceal Rama's secrets, constantly dropping clues before him, like candy to lure a mouse into a cage. Using puzzles that would inevitably be completely penetrated by Rama's analytical eye, he kept the master alchemist firmly ensnared in his chariot. There didn't seem to be any need to hide anything else from Naya. In fact, Mou felt that if Naya focused solely on planting spies and studying these fun-loving players, the world would be much more peaceful. Mou was actually more worried that Naya would just go all out and drop a nuclear bomb, which would be the end of the game. But as a fun-loving person, Naya clearly preferred the traditional villain-building, hero-building route. Since Naya was willing to go to such lengths to play spy games, Mou was happy to play along. This way, he could also get an NPC mentor, a spy force to play both sides, and more interesting main storylines. Thanks to Naya's hard work, his playing workload had been significantly reduced. However, a double-edged sword must be handled with caution. It would be terrible if you accidentally stabbed yourself. Mou stroked his chin thoughtfully. Chapter 238. Edward felt as if he had had a long and extremely strange dream. He slowly opened his eyes, but he couldn't recall what kind of bizarre dream he had had. "Are you awake?" A voice, somewhat familiar yet strange, came. Edward turned his head and looked at the voice. The figure seemed to be sitting in the light, a thick magic book resting on his lap. The brilliance was so dazzling that it seemed to bring tears to his eyes. He carefully considered the figure before him for a long moment before reconciling it with the figure in his memory. "M.O., Professor Moiwu." "Long time no see, Edward." Mou smiled. "How long has it been since we last met at the Magic Academy in Calcadora?" "Over 100 years?" 125 years. Edward whispered. "Since you resigned from your visiting professorship at the Magic Academy, saying you were going to Nanzhou in search of dragons. You vanished from the world sight after that." "Ah, yes." Mou's eyes flickered with nostalgia, followed by a flicker of desolation. That was indeed a beautiful, poignant memory. Edward's heart trembled. "Professor." "No need to call me Professor." Mou's smile grew even warmer. "I'm no longer your professor. But in my heart, you will always be my teacher," Edward said. Mou smiled and shook his head. "Your quest this time seemed quite dangerous. My druids had a hard time rescuing you from the evil god's minions. Thankfully, you're not seriously injured. My adventurers have healed your injuries and the contamination you suffered. You're now in the mercenary welfare house in my territory. It's safe here, and you can rest well." He stood up and was about to leave, but suddenly, as if remembering something, he turned back and said, "When you're fully recovered, I send you back to the Magic Federation." Mou smiled soothingly, closed the door, and left. Edward then stood up and began to survey the room. The room was small and simply furnished, yet exuded a warm feeling. The bed was placed against the wall, next to a small nightstand, on which sat a steaming glass of water and a small basket of sandwiches. Mou had just sat in a chair at the small round table in the center of the room, which also held a vase of fresh blue irises. Through the swaying petals, he could see the bright glass window behind the round table. Green and yellow sunlight streamed into the room, as if his god was watching him. Edward shuddered. I had arrived at Teacher Mou's territory. The mission had arguably completed the most crucial step, but how could he stay? Moiwa's final words echoed in his ears, and Edward clutched his still aching head in distress. After ascending to heaven, Lin Yu bought breakfast and returned to his dorm, opening the player forum. It was already September, and university had already begun, but Lin Yu wasn't too busy with his studies yet. He had originally wanted to log in to see what was left of the quests, but this game was great in every way except the fact that it forced him to sleep the moment he played. It had both advantages and disadvantages. While his sleep quality had improved significantly, and gaming didn't interfere with his studies or other life tasks, logging in during the day was awkward. Not only was he likely to be disturbed by his roommates and the dorm supervisor checking on him, but he also had the added risk of losing control of his time and being kicked off by the anti-addiction system. After all, the game officials believe that sleeping too much can be harmful to health. That morning, he and Xian Yuitio went to the Lord to complete their quests and claim their rewards, then logged off. He had no idea what new developments would unfold. This game's main storyline offers a high degree of freedom, with each quest linked to the next, unlocking subsequent content as players progress. And unlike other online games where the actual main storyline remains fixed regardless of player choices, in this game, all events unfold in real time based on player actions, and are logically adjusted based on the player's favorability with relevant NPCs. Real-time main storyline calculations, real-time, lifelike NPC AI intelligence, and with such a significant investment, the official website is only charging half price for a monthly membership. What kind of amazing official website is this? If money wasn't a bit tight, Lin Yu would have actually topped up 188 to get an alchemist doll skin. Today's player forum was just as lively as he imagined. The server was even a little slow when he opened it. Lin Yu patiently waited for a while before the page finally loaded. Today's news from the continent of Osiria. Thanks to the hard work of all adventurers, the limited-time seasonal event quest, Naya's Challenge, Triple Illusion, has been successfully purified. Thanks to the outstanding performance of the adventurers, related main quests will be released soon. Players can watch a compilation of highlights from this quest series. Click to view the Horror Playground highlights. Click to view the Fireworks Festival. Click to view the Vanishing Investigator quest highlights. Coming soon. New permanent facility. The horror playground during the limited time event was a huge hit with players. Considering that many new players didn't get to enjoy the fun during the limited time event, the development team has decided to preserve it as a permanent fixture. Note: the specific facilities in the amusement park may differ from the beta version during the limited time event, and content will be continuously updated during subsequent operations. Silver Dragon Dream Resort Beach. This beach belongs to a great silver dragon who fought against the evil god Nyarlathotep for the future of this world, ultimately sacrificing his life. He was once a close friend of Lord Moiwu, who reclaimed the dragon's old dream from Nyarlathotep. If you're lucky, you might even see the silver dragon soaring through the sky with the great wizard Moiwu in his dream. Note: do not disturb the sleeping dragon. The silver dragon has absolute control over his dreams, and he hopes to witness the world's revival in his final dream. Adventurers can freely enter and exit the dream and enjoy the joy it brings, but please respect this hero and do not disturb his slumber. Note: players are requested to clean up their own debris upon leaving the beach. Enraging the silver dragon will result in your access to the dream being blocked. Clean fields. A larger scale clean fields are coming soon. Adventurers looking to switch to a druid class, get ready. The above locations will be completed after the main storyline progresses. New class coming soon. Sharpshooter. Utilizes a magical rifle and enchanted bullets in combat, dealing magical damage even with physical attacks. Mastering both gunfighting and sniping, this sharpshooter is unwaveringly accurate. In some cases, you can even kill enemies with a single shot from a distance. Gunsmith. A lifestyle class. Want to play with guns? First, you need to learn how to craft bullets. This quest is a prerequisite for the Sharpshooter series of quests. Related class quests are coming soon. Gunsmithing Research Institute. How can you craft magical guns without a workshop? Masons. Please build a Gunsmithing Research Institute. This quest is a prerequisite for the Gunsmithing series of quests. New enemy faction quests are coming soon. Players, keep up the good work and explore more rich and exciting game content. After reading the news in the pop-up window, Linyu closed it and began to browse the forum posts. The forum was abuzz with activity, but the reasons for the excitement varied. Subject: holy crap. Pink Quest. A collection of horror amusement park highlights. Stunning screenshots from the Ferris wheel. Subject: the sharpshooter class is out, but to learn it, you need to build a workshop and learn how to craft guns first. Haha. Tonight, we're all Masons. Subject: fast forward to the Prophet. Talking about the newest class mentors, and the potential for subsequent enemy faction quests. Subject: Fortune Teller Class Change Strategy Guide. You thought you were training to be a fortune teller? You're actually a magician. Shocking noise. Subject: Silver Dragon Dream. Does anyone know the story behind this dragon? How did a seemingly very powerful dragon suddenly appear? A perfect couple? Subject: highlights from the Vanishing Investigator Dungeon. A highlight for players. Mom, we're on TV. Subject: Arkham Town and Miskatonic University field trip. Holy crap, so many new posts. No wonder the forum is so clunky. Linyu's eyes gleamed, and he rubbed his hands together. Where do I even start? While Linyu was struggling and ascending to immortality, Xianyu, hundreds of kilometers away, clicked on the post. Subject: holy crap. Pink Mission. Collection of horror amusement park highlights. Stunning screenshots of the Ferris wheel, without hesitation. Original poster: Melissa Kubo. Content: everyone, go watch the official Horror Playground highlights compilation. There's treasure in there, pointing the way. 3 minutes and 33 seconds. Just a few seconds of footage. I finally managed to capture it. Can someone tell me these are those too? The footage is really blurry. Where did the official footage get that? Why is the camera so far away? And the quality is so poor? It's all CG animation. Can't they just shoot right up close? First poster: Niakikyu. Holy crap, what Lavenhook girl. Are you watching the video through a microscope? You can even capture such a blurry, fleeting moment like that for a second? Second poster: Gyul. The figure is somewhat similar, but it's too dark, too far away, and too blurry. I think the hair color does resemble a knight, since silver is brighter and easier to spot, but the Lord's figure is mostly obscured, so I can't really see what they're doing. Original poster: Melissa Kubo. I don't care. They were so close, it had to be a kiss. Chapter 239. Shianyuito suppressed his excitement and opened the official compilation of highlights from the Horror Playground. Because the game's map is so vast and many quests can only be completed once, most players are forced to play quests nearby or according to their preferences. So, After each major event or main quest, the official always releases a video compilation covering all aspects of the main storyline and plot, presenting the entire storyline from the perspectives of players, NPCs, and even a bird's-eye view. If that's not enough, you can search the forums for videos of players who participated in the quests and experience it again online. While some players complained about having to watch online videos of players playing the game even though they already won the lottery, from another perspective, if your character happened to make a significant contribution to the main storyline and be selected for the official summary, you could truly feel the sense of accomplishment of being part of a larger team and successfully contributing to the main storyline's advancement. If every adventurer in other online games follows the same main storyline and experiences the same repetitive plot as a savior hero, then in this game, players forge their own paths, making a variety of unique choices and expressing themselves to the fullest extent possible. While I, Xianyuitiao, also enjoy the fixed storylines in RPGs, I sometimes find it difficult to empathize with the preset heroes because they feel so different from my own personality. Of course, given the production costs of game companies, fixed storylines and mission personalities are understandable. However, this game offers a lot of freedom. Players can freely portray themselves. Even if their appearance is completely different from their real-life counterparts, Xianyuitiao can let loose in this game and become the true self she envisions, unconstrained by reality, without compromise or submission. The price of this completely free gameplay is that no one can complete the entire main storyline from beginning to end alone. Everyone is just a small piece in the vast puzzle, the only difference being that some pieces are larger, some are smaller. No one is a standalone hero, yet everyone is a hero. It is these eccentric, ordinary adventurers who come together, each fulfilling their own part, that drive the development of AMT County and propel the tide of history forward. They are cogs in a vast machine, at once ordinary and yet vital, ordinary yet unique, replaceable yet indispensable. This time, the official summary video is quite lengthy. Besides NPC perspectives, it also features numerous player highlights. From the player team rescuing the mercenaries, to the fortune teller dazzling the theater with a magic show, to the unfortunate characters wailing and weeping on the roller coaster. Everything is captured in detail. Of course, astrologer Xiangyang's card summons and fortune teller Tranquility's job change magic show, likely due to their inclusion in new classes, receive more screen time than others. This video also features a number of sweet NPC moments, like the knight guarding the lord, the mercenary boss who arrives without hesitation from beyond the illusion, and that destined Ferris wheel. As someone who witnessed some of this scene, Xianyuitiao, his nose snorting and eyes gleaming, dragged the progress bar repeatedly until he finally found the scene Melissa Kubo had described. This is actually the perspective of a player in a nearby bungee jumping game. As the bungee jumping machine reached its highest point, the small window in front of him swung open, revealing a panoramic view of the amusement park. This also included the massive Ferris wheel in front of him. The two attraction summits were nearly parallel, allowing this player to just see the Ferris wheel's cabin on the other side, which had reached its highest point. The image is blurry and small. This scene, which should have flashed by amidst the player's screams, was finally uncovered thanks to the dedicated efforts of the Leeuwenhoek girls, who scrutinized the video with a microscope. Xianyuitiao repeatedly scrolled through the progress bar to take screenshots, finally capturing the clearest possible image. In the elevator, a dark-haired figure in a familiar wizard's robes leaned against a seat, while the silver-haired figure opposite him leaned forward slightly. Their figures gradually overlapped. Like a lunar eclipse, the silver-haired figure's back completely obscuring the dark-haired figure. Xianyuitiao's eyes gleamed. They were so close, there's no other explanation. They must have kissed, right? Even if there were any other explanation, she wouldn't accept it. Niechio had just finished up some schoolwork and, in his spare time, logged into a gaming forum on his phone. Curiously, she clicked on a post titled, Subject, Silver Dragon Dream. Does anyone know the story behind this dragon? How did a character suddenly appear that seems like a perfect match? Speaking of which, she was genuinely curious about the Silver Dragon Dream's illusion. It wasn't that the sun, ocean, and beach scene weren't fun or the fireworks display wasn't beautiful, but she felt that the limited-time seasonal event dungeon didn't fit in with the 3 consecutive Nyakuza illusions. Well, to be honest, the first amusement park dungeon was also quite subtle, but it definitely had that Nyakuza-esque feel. The third dungeon was a completely Nyakuza-esque mainline dungeon, while the second illusion felt like a pure bonus for the players. And the Silver Dragon itself didn't seem to have appeared in either the main or side quests before. Suddenly throwing in a character that seemed like a perfect match for the Lord and a strange vacation spot, while she understood the official intention, It didn't seem like the usual rigorous official style. I have a feeling this is a big foreshadowing. Maybe the authorities are planning some big move. She muttered, carefully reading the post. OP, dragons are the best. Content. As a dragon fan, I was absolutely stunned when the shadow of a silver dragon appeared at the end of the fireworks display in the silver dragon's old dream. But why was it only a shadow? I'm so sad. I'm a new player who just started playing. I'm really curious. Do dragons really exist in this world? Have they been mentioned in the previous plot? How did this dragon appear in the Naya trilogy? Can anyone explain? By the way, while I was watching the fireworks display video, I caught a screenshot. Zooming in, I see a very small shadow of the Lord on the back of a silver dragon. What's their relationship? I always thought the Lord and his wife were an official couple, so why is there suddenly another dragon? Maybe I just have a really deep filter for dragons, but I think the Dragon X Lord looks delicious. Any veteran players out there have any food I can give them a try? Today's rain. This dragon seems to have appeared out of nowhere, but I wonder if it's related to the main storyline of the South Continent Plantation. Remember the announcement for the special fantasy quest, Rely a Mystery, which said, successfully completing this quest has a chance to advance to the subsequent quests related to the Earth Mother of all spirits and the South Continent map. The South Continent map hasn't been fully unlocked yet, but the detailed description was previously available in the official website's folder. It describes a tropical continent across the sea from our own continent. Key point, tropical seas. The island of Silver Dragon's old dream is clearly a tropical island, so it's a reasonable assumption that it's located in the Deldra Sea between South Continent and the Osirian continent. After all, this planet has few oceans. Besides South Continent, only North Continent has the Iris Sea, which is mostly frozen year-round. However, North Continent's geographical conditions are completely incompatible with this island. I suspect this vacation fantasy dungeon appeared because we successfully completed the Raya Maze dungeon and successfully initiated the subsequent questline. The description in the new announcement is also fascinating. The original text reads, "This beach belonged to a great silver dragon who fought against the evil god Nyarlathotep for the future of this world, ultimately sacrificing his life. He was once a close friend of Lord Moiwu, who reclaimed the dragon's old dream from Nyarlathotep. If you're lucky, you might even see the silver dragon soaring through the sky with the great magician Moiwu in his dream." I suspect the screenshot you captured of the silver dragon carrying the Lord is a reflection of the silver dragon's memories and old dreams. The silver dragon sacrificed his life in the battle against the evil god Nyarlathotep, and his old dream was wrested from Nyarlathotep by the Lord. I suspect there's some prequel storyline we haven't shown yet. Based on this information, I pieced together the following. The silver dragon was a close friend of the Overlord. They once shared a happy time on the island, but later died fighting Nyako, and the illusion fell into Naya's hands. During Naya's 3 consecutive illusions, Naya, perhaps to provoke the Overlord, retrieved the silver dragon's illusion. The Overlord reclaimed it, leading to the subsequent addition of permanent facilities. From this perspective, it seems likely that the Overlord also sees the amusement park. Awesome, Lord. So, is it possible that Arkham Town and the University of Michigan will have permanent installations in the future? OP, long is the best. As expected of today's rain, this analysis is amazing. Wow, how come my CP ended so badly right after their debut? My long. Salted fish. Oh, with that summary, I think this pairing is pretty good too. I can't control my fingers and imagination. Yetcho chuckled and typed out a reply on his phone. Nikukyu, hand me a pen, sir. Chapter 240. Linyu finally clicked on the post, subject, Profit Fast Forward. Let's talk about the latest class mentors, and the possibility of subsequent enemy faction quests. Original poster, Song Lin, content, Sharpshooter. Gunsmith. Mom, I finally found my destined class. Druids are nice, but my true love is definitely the magical rifle. Based on past experience, Gunsmith should be the starting base class for the Sharpshooter. You make your own guns and bullets, all in one go. The main quests for the Sharpshooter Mentor and the Magic Federation Investigator should both be related to Edward Lost, the Investigator. He's likely the class mentor, something many people have probably guessed. Frankly, Edward Lost is quite handsome. I heard many friends call him new wife. However, I just checked the official website's profile folder, and the character profile for Edward Lost is quite subtle. I feel like he's related to the new enemy faction quest mentioned in the announcement. Could anyone provide some insight? The following is Edward Lost's character profile, copied from the official website's profile folder. Edward Lost, A-rank investigator of the Magical Federation's Bureau of Anomalous Affairs. He was once an outstanding graduate of the Magic Academy Calcadora. In Lord Moiwu's memory, about 120 years ago, when Moiwu was a visiting professor of magical theory at the Magic Academy Calcadora, Edward Lost, this diligent and studious third-year student in the firearms department, would often come to him after class to ask him questions about academic matters. However, Edward Lost's past shrouds many mysteries. The people of the Magic Federation don't believe in gods, they are proud scholars who aspire to become gods themselves. But Edward Lost seems to harbor some kind of faith, perhaps a fanatical devotee of some evil deity. This time, he came to AMT Town, perhaps on a mission from some evil deity. Skills, gunfighting. Faction, unknown, to be unlocked. Beneath the post, a steady stream of players exclaimed, "Wow! Luzhou Laojiao." So, Edward Lost is a spy sent by the evil god of another faction. Ugh, the plot is getting interesting. Today's reign. I'm not sure how this enemy faction quest will play out, but if you don't mind, please allow me to boldly analyze it. The information is limited, so I can't guarantee accuracy. Song Lin, Boss Yoyu. The prophet is about to appear. Today's reign. I can't really call myself a prophet. The information I provided this time is really limited. Perhaps the officials will give more information about the upcoming quests. For now, I'm just sharing some inspiration with everyone. Yu Wat Dengxian, one inspiration, a huge success. Today's reign. Everyone remembers the CG animation when we first entered the game? Our characters are supposed to be adventurers summoned from another world by Lord Mayu, so we have a faction assigned by the system from the start. You can check it out by opening the system panel. Our factions are all world awareness factions, and the faction leader is the NPC Mayu. Judging from the character setting, I think this camp should not be able to be changed, because we are adventurers summoned by Moiwu, and the Lord is the great magician who maintains our bodies to be able to move in this world. If we change camps, it should be equivalent to being cut off from the summoning connection by Lord Moiwu equals your account is gone. Therefore, I feel that this so-called subsequent hostile faction quest doesn't mean players can switch to the enemy faction, as that would contradict the main questline of defeat the evil god and save the other world. However, we can't rule out the possibility of the official setting being added, or perhaps through some means, adding a hostile faction for players to switch to. After all, everything is speculation at this stage, so it's understandable if we're wrong. But I personally think that, given the official team's previous rigorous and reasonable approach, the possibility of a faction switch is relatively small. So, hostile faction quests should be quests related to NPCs of the enemy faction. Based on the descriptions on the character profile, Edward Lost is quite suspicious. His faction is the only one marked as unknown, to be unlocked, while other NPCs, such as our wife Aelian, are directly marked as world faction. Meanwhile, Pharaohs and Nabu Budamic, the new president of the Nazo-Budamic Chamber of Commerce, who appears after the Raya raid, both have their faction listed as allied. Smiley face. Salted fish. Huh? So, we have a class quest instructor from the opposing faction? Are the officials making such a big deal about it? That intense? Today's reign. I think it makes sense from a plot perspective. Edward is officially a member of the Magic Federation, and Lord Moi is also from the Magic Federation. The Magic Federation's main city is neutral towards us, so the Magic Federation isn't the opposing faction. Edward could secretly be from another faction, like the Church of Light that Nyako infiltrated and occupied, or the God of Raging Waves and Ice at the end of the 1.0 PV. But the God of Raging Waves and Ice should technically be the righteous deity of this world. If we're talking about a fanatic follower of an evil deity, I go with Nyako, since we kidnapped Edward from Nyako's kingdom after all. If you think about it more carefully, he was the only one left out of a team of 11 investigators. It feels like Nyarko gave him a backdoor. Let me hazard another guess. Maybe Nyarko's previous 3-stage attack was designed to drive this nail into our territory. That way, the limited time dungeon can be tied into the plot. Think about it, the Church of Light kidnapped the traveling merchant, deceiving him by promising to perform a diffusion that completely cleansed his contamination. Then, after receiving a large sum of money from him, they brought him to see Nyarko. Nyarko then gave the merchant 3 illusion cores, which led to the limited time dungeon Nyarko's 3-stage attack. Furthermore, Nyarko's initial target was our wife, Aelian. He demanded that the Lord hand her over, but the Lord categorically refused, which led to the unfolding of the 3-stage illusion. The first stage, the horror amusement park, is truly very Nyarko-esque. Many of the puzzles are bizarre and test one's own nature, perfectly fitting Nyarko's character, the god of fun, who craves entertainment and performance. The second illusion is supposedly the remains of the Lord's old friend, Silver Dragon, who tragically died in battle with Nyako, and which fell into Nyako's hands. For details, see my comments in the Silver Dragon thread next door. I won't repeat them here. From this perspective, this illusion isn't some happy beach vacation, but a poignant reminder of the Lord's painful loss of a close friend, suddenly struck by his own sword. The final, third illusion is neatly divided into 2 parts and 2 routes. The simple route is a standard quest for the player team to find the core of the illusion, while the second strategy route directly leads to the town of Arkham in Nyako's kingdom. So, hiding a spy investigator in the kingdom of God who's actually Nairuko's own fanatic, and then having unsuspecting adventurers rescue him. Wow, another terrifying plot. This smells right. I suspect the fantasy dungeons we adventurers are playing are just part of Nairuko's scheme. Part of the plot likely takes place on the Lord's side. I wonder if the official will release a full story PV later, or if other players have triggered the relevant quests. Or perhaps the Lord's story will be unlocked through quests later. In any case, the plot line we got so far seems incomplete. But if we follow this line of thought, Nairuko didn't set up these 3 consecutive dungeons with the intention of taking his wife, Aileen, away directly. He was probably just testing the waters. If he can take someone away, that's great. If not, let us bring back a spy. So the subsequent main storyline, or rather, the main storyline for the Church of Light related to Nyako, would likely be a spy war against Edward, who is controlled by Nyako. This is probably why the official sources gave so many obvious clues about Edward's true alignment from the beginning, for balance. Because Nyako is an evil god, our lord, while powerful, is far inferior to them in level. If Edward's spy identity hadn't been revealed initially, and the relevant details had been kept hidden, and the storyline had been played out as a normal career mentor, it's very likely that Edward's intelligence would have led to manipulation of the territory, resulting in Nyako's resounding victory. I don't think the game's official plot is directly killing us. Judging from the content of the previous expansion packs related to the Tide of Beasts, I think the official plot is guiding players towards a happy ending of saving the world. Evidence for this is that Aelian's wife was likely to die in the Tide of Beasts, but was successfully rescued by the lords and players, which led to the subsequent World Knight class. I feel that this new main storyline will likely follow a similar pattern, such as playing a spy game with Edward, knowing he is Nyarlathotep's spy, sabotaging his actions, feeding him false information and perceptions, and using him to deceive Nyarlathotep, brothers and sisters. This is a direct battle between players and the evil god. And it's a battle of wits. Everyone knows that in the Cthulhu mythos, Nyarlathotep always enjoys deceiving and seducing humans, and finds his greatest joy in plunging them into terror and despair, ultimately leading to insanity. This round's main plot involves us deceiving and seducing Naya's spy, tricking him into passing false information to Naya, or, even more daringly, turning this spy NPC against us. Isn't this using Naya's favorite tactic to conquer her? Song Lin, holy crap, amazing. Yu Hua Ding Xian, this line of reasoning is giving me goosebumps. If this is the real storyline, it's absolutely amazing. I don't know whether to give the official credit or to you. Anyway, thumbs up for now, and we see what happens next. Chapter 241. You walked out of the Mercenary Relief Institute with a smile that showed he was a master of planning. The pressure was already on Edward Lost. This Naya spy would likely rack his brains to persuade Moywood to let him stay in AMT County. No matter what world they were in, humans were a strange creature. When you offered them benefits and perks, they would look at you with suspicion. But if you initially denied them access to perks, then, when their curiosity was piqued, you offered them a small reward, and they would rush over to grab them. It's called playing hard to get, and hunger marketing. What you can't get is the best. What's even more exciting is when others get it while you don't. Merchants and scammers often use this tactic to arouse people's competitive spirit and desire. Mou, a master of marketing tactics, knew his strategy was successful the moment he saw Edward Lost's troubled look. He casually opened the magic book for him and glanced at it. When he saw the player's post, his face curved with delight. It's no wonder it's raining today. They found my clues so quickly. These veteran players have been trained to follow the official clues and deliver answers that meet my expectations. TSK, these players are truly hardworking. They log in at night to farm, complete dungeons, and complete quests. During the day, they slack off, analyzing clues to deduce the next chapter, writing guides and fan fiction, and even working part-time to earn their monthly membership fees. They pay me one salary, yet they work countless jobs for me. They're truly the most conscientious players in the gaming world. Moreover, players who find clues and answers on their own are more likely to be convinced of their conclusions, which is far more effective than direct official propaganda. The ideas of the several veteran players, who frequently appear on the forums writing guides, all align with the direction MOU has consistently advocated. With them leading by example, players are less likely to stray. Of course, as a free game, there will undoubtedly be unruly players. MOU's expectations of them are low. As long as they can stand on the right side on key issues, there won't be any problems. If they sincerely defect to the evil god, Leo will simply give them a "your account is gone" performance. Seeing that the players' thinking was gradually getting on track, MOU closed the forum and headed for the city council. There's no time to lose. I need to call a small meeting with the NPCs. When the players logged in on time that evening, the system was met with a series of ding-ding-ding notifications as soon as they logged in. Update announcement. Version 1.1 is coming soon. Due to players' outstanding performance in the limited-time dungeon limited-time seasonal event instance, Naya's challenge, Triple Illusion, including even breaking through the Hell difficulty Naya Kingdom dungeon and achieving True Ending Route A, Our Great Father and Savior, Cthulhu, the development team has decided to release version 1.1 after the main storyline, Funeral of the Merchant. Adventurers are now gradually becoming stronger and are beginning to experience the true nature of this world and the entanglements between the gods. Version 1.1 will usher in a major update to system functionality, resource library, relevant worldview, and god data will be continuously unlocked as adventurers progress. You can search online for unlocked lore and data related to this world's mysticism, gods, and factions in the resource library on the system page. This library utilizes an online sharing model. Once a player obtains relevant information, all players can share the unlocked information. However, some confidential information requires military merit and reputation to access. In addition, in version 1.1, the war between the gods will gradually emerge from the shadows. You will encounter greater challenges, more complex missions, and more opportunities for teamwork or solo adventures. This update introduces a new red name system. Red name system 1. Red name players. Players who violate the rules of the territory will be designated as red name players. Red name players can be attacked and arrested by other players, and can be restored after following the system's judgment and punishment according to the process. If a player repeatedly triggers red name, their account will be manually reviewed by staff. If violations are found during the review, the account will be banned in accordance with the relevant game regulations. 2. Red name NPCs. Red name NPCs are NPCs from the opposing faction, but they remain NPCs, not enemies. Players cannot attack them physically unless a plot triggers a change in their status. When a red-named NPC appears near you, please be mindful of your words and actions. Your actions and words may be observed and used as intelligence. Please do your utmost to protect all information regarding the territory, alliances, and your otherworldly origins. However, you may use useless, confusing, or false information to confuse the red-named NPC and hinder their investigation. Please monitor the actions of the red-named NPC as closely as possible, and quietly prevent them from sabotaging any facilities within the territory. Note: you can participate in red-named NPC-related quests based on your preferences and abilities. If you do not wish to participate, you can activate the red-named NPC defense mode in the system. After activating this mode, you will be unable to communicate directly or indirectly with the red-named NPC, and they will be unable to observe your every move and every word. However, please stay away from the red-named NPC and avoid alerting them to any abnormalities. Otherwise, you may be penalized for passive play by the system. Note: for more features and details, please see the system dashboard. After this update, story quests that can be triggered include, but are not limited to, More Clean Lands, Druid-related quest, NPC, Lord Moya, A New Caravan from the South, Business quest, NPC, Narcissus Budamic, Brain in a Vat NPC, Edward Lost, Gunsmith and Sharpshooter-related quests. Pending quest information will be updated after completing the prerequisite quests. New fixed facilities will be added after this update. This update is a story-based hotfix. Players do not need to log off. Simply progress through the main storyline to complete the update. More quests are available for players to explore on their own. Holy crap! All players exclaimed in unison. I'm tired of saying holy crap every time I log in, but this is seriously holy. I agree. Red name system. Data library. Brain in a vat. Holy crap, Master Yoyu's analysis is spot on. What's the brain in a vat meme? Can anyone explain it? Look at the forums. Some experts are already posting about it. Upon hearing this, the players all open the forums in unison. Subject: Brain in a Vat. This quest title seems to say it all. Original poster: Ascension to Immortality. Content: Holy crap! Did everyone see the latest update announcement? Holy crap! The official team is awesome. Brain in a Vat. This quest name is quite intriguing, but after some reflection, I think the official explanation is likely a metaphorical one, rather than a literal one. Anyway, let me first explain what this thing is. Talking about the brain in a vat requires mentioning a unique race in the Cthulhu mythos, the Migo. According to the Cthulhu source material, the Migo are crustacean-like fungal creatures from the planet Yuggoth. But don't underestimate these giant pink crab-like fungi with membranous wings and sea urchin heads. Their technology is incredibly advanced. Although I don't understand how a pink crab-like fungus could have a technological level hundreds of years ahead of humans. Anyway, the Migo possess highly advanced surgical techniques and medical knowledge, which is where the brain in a vat meme comes from. They can also create bioarmor, but that's another topic. The Migo can remove a human brain from its body and place it in a brain containment tube, while preserving its vitality and full functionality. The brain in a vat refers to these brain cylinders. They are designed to facilitate the Migo's ability to transport human brains across space. These brain cylinders are so powerful that they can safely preserve a brain in a vat for up to 1,000 years. Each cylinder is filled with a nutrient solution to nourish the brain. Inside the cylinders is a complex array of tiny sensor filaments that communicate detected brain activity to the outside world via specialized computer equipment. This computer also provides the brain with visual, auditory, and language capabilities through the sensory devices within the cylinders. When these sensory devices are disconnected or inactive, the brain in the cylinder falls into a near-insane slumber, immersed in bizarre dreams and hallucinations. And later, the brain in a vat evolved into a philosophical subject. Well, that's beside the point. The point is that all of this brain's cognition is instilled through the sensory devices on the cylinder, and the brain in the vat still believes it's alive, and well, like a normal person. It's like that old movie, The Truman Show, where the protagonist lives in a giant studio, and he's the only one unaware of it. I think this mission's title hints at something. Our city will become a giant vat, with Edward as the deceived brain, and us as the sensory devices constantly feeding it false information. Edward is Naya's eyes and ears, which essentially means Naya has become the brain trapped in the vat. I feel like this main storyline is suddenly getting interesting. So, is there anyone out there who can help? What kind of false information should we instill in Edward? Salted fish. Start spreading rumors. Bushy. Is this just my imagination? I always feel like there's something a little off about my new wife, making me want to bully her. Hee hee hee, I can't stop producing. Chapter 242. Melissa Kubo. Thanks to Master Yuhua for the information. You truly are a master of Cthulhu mysticism. Honestly, I was dazzled when I first saw this quest. Sea of Tranquility. Question mark in the anus, right? Nikukyu. Ah, don't say it, my eyes. My eyes. I need a pair of eyes that haven't read the replies above. Now I can't go back. Tangmen Buju. Hey everyone, I heard some new information about Edward from Rama. According to Rama, after we rescued Edward, the Lord had Rama administer a true serum to him. Rama then discovered that Edward's mind had been imprisoned by a certain evil deity using divine magic, blocking certain memories and commands. Rama's exact words were, when outside forces attempt to question or peer into Edward's memories, any relevant content will be blocked by divine magic, and he will display a blank expression. Having his mind scrambled by this evil deity may have affected this investigator's mental state. He might even seek out the pleasure and pain of unspeakable, mysterious powers, and even confuse the two. Just like those fanatics. Of course, this memory of Edward was also revealed by Rama using his legacy. The forgetfulness potion has worn off. Salted fish. Hiss, my mind is so messed up. I can't tell pleasure from pain. And I still crave this chaotic feeling. Hiss. What a delicious new wife. My XP is going up. Hiss, no matter how I look at my new wife, she's a bottom. I think Rama is a bottom too. They have the same stats, so there's no sense of a couple. So sad. Melissa Cupo. Hiss, shouldn't this be about Naya and Edward? Hiss. Brain play. The door to a new world I never imagined is slowly opening for me. Sea of Tranquility. So, we're now going to fight Naya and Edward's brain? Salted fish. Hiss. So exciting. Yuhua Dingxian. Why do I feel like the content of this post is completely distorted? And Edward is the villain, right? How did he become the new wife? Salted fish. But he's very good looking. And he has this aura of seeming abstinence, referring to the investigator's tightly wrapped clothes, but actually being a bit astringent and crazy, and unlike our first wife, Eileen, she possesses a sacred aura that no one should approach or desecrate. Only when she's with the Lord does she melt like a spring breeze. Usually, we only admire Eileen from afar, fearing she'd be struck by a giant sword or have a jealous lord wipe out your account. But the new wife is different. She's a villain, so she can do whatever she wants. Yuhua Dingxian. Damn! Today there's rain. By the way, I'm curious about what the red name system says. The red name NPC should currently be Edward, right? But the system also says that players who don't want to play the spy game can activate the red name NPC defense mode. Once this mode is activated, you can't communicate directly or indirectly with the red name NPC, and they won't be able to observe your every move or word. Does this mean that Rama or the Overlord has, through some means, manipulated Edward's brain or senses? When a player activates defense mode, Edward will simply ignore the player who activated it. Furthermore, the system adds a message. After activating this mode, please stay away from red-named NPCs and do not alert them to any abnormalities. Otherwise, you may be penalized for passive play. Does this mean that the player simply disappears from Edward's sight, but still physically exists? Therefore, if the player remains near Edward and doesn't move away, their interactions with the outside world will alert him. For example, Edward bumps into something even though he can't see anyone on the road, or sees someone talking to the air. Yuhua Dingxian. That makes sense. So, if you activate defense mode, you should be considered completely uninvolved in the spy game and shouldn't interfere with it. You need to leave Edward's area. If you continue to stay around Edward, or even deliberately hang around in front of him to test his reactions or interact with others, the system will interpret you as participating in the spy game while the defense mode is activated, engaging in passive gameplay. This will interfere with other players' strategies and result in system penalties. Today's rain. Yes, that's what I mean. So everyone take note. Either fully engage in spy mode, or simply activate defense mode and stay away from the mission location. Don't play the fence, or you'll be penalized by the system. I give it a try. I give it a try. I think the Lord is so awesome. How did he even think of using Veritaserum on Edward? Tangnan Buiju. Rumors from Rama say Alien approached Rama first, hoping to use Rama's connections with alchemists to investigate Edward's background. But when the Lord heard about this, he said it would be quicker to just ask directly, using medicine. So Rama excitedly pulled out his treasured collection of bottles and jars. Salted fish. Oh, I got this again out of nowhere. It's raining today. Alien was the first to notice something was wrong with Edward. That's even more proof that Edward is a member of Nyako / the Church of Light, which is why Alien was able to recognize him. Ah. Damn. I feel like the storyline on the player's side is so disjointed. Are there so many plot points we haven't uncovered yet from the NPCs? Is it because we're playing the game incorrectly? Nikyukyu, No, Tangmin Buiju. How could you dig out so much information from Rama? Tangmin Buiju, are you kidding? I'm Rama's chief disciple now. Don't you guys try to improve NPC favorability? To get plot clues from NPCs, you have to improve favorability first. Rama has a pretty funny personality. He's pretty open with everyone he knows, but he's completely uninterested and silent with those he doesn't have a favorable impression of. Rama loves all kinds of gossip. When I was experimenting with him, he constantly bring up all the news about Alien and the overlords on the forums. I told him the news, and he was listening with such gusto. His favorability rating is rising. Salted fish. What's going on? I suddenly feel like I'm going to die. Nikyukyu. Hilarious. Melissa Kubo. I feel like the rumors are spreading to the NPCs. If Rama tells Eileen. Salted fish. Hiss. My toes are digging into the ground. I'm going to dig out a castle. No, I'm going to turn to my concubine. Writing about Edward should be safe, right? Melissa Kubo. It's okay. I love them all. Yuhua Dengxian. Hey, everyone. Stop chatting on the forum. The main storyline is about to begin. Hurry up and head to South City to participate in the main storyline, the merchant's funeral. Ah! The main storyline is about to begin so soon. The players hurry to the South Gate, only to see a group of NPCs, all dressed in black, marching in a solemn formation toward the city's exit. Among them, a player clutched an urn, his face aching with despair, as he was carried forward by the group. This is hilarious. I feel like I'm a bit unlucky doing this quest. It's just a game. What RPG player hasn't stashed an NPC corpse in their backpack? Indeed. The players were noisy at first, But soon, drawn in by the solemnity of the NPCs, they gradually lowered their voices and followed the NPC group in unison. To the northeast of the city gate, a cemetery had suddenly appeared on the previously empty plain, about 2 kilometers away from AMT City. The NPC and player groups marched into the cemetery in a mighty and orderly procession, stopping beside a newly excavated grave. The NPCs formed orderly lines before the Lord, while the players formed an outer circle. Today, the Lord was also dressed in a solemn, black, British-style suit, looking perfectly suited for a funeral. Aelian, in a break from his usual style, was dressed entirely in black. His stern, cool expression made him even more strikingly handsome. Salted fish. Ah, Aelian will always be my wife. I'm devoted to her. Sea of tranquility. This is hilarious. You're devoted to every wife, right? Ahem. The Lord cleared his throat. He secretly disabled the player's voice chat, forcing them into CG Time, a player-only channel. We gather here today to mourn the tragic passing of a friend from AMT. Mustafa Rosel, a traveling merchant, has for years maintained the only supply line for the residents of AMT, the one they rely on for survival. Even though he reaped considerable profits from his journeys, he also took numerous risks and braved numerous hardships to provide for those on the trade route. The people brought the supplies they needed most. He brought powerful alchemists to AMT City. He also assisted us during the Beast Tide, helping us purchase a large amount of defensive supplies and recruiting mercenaries. AMT City will be forever grateful to this great friend. A gentleman loves wealth, but earns it in a proper way. This perfectly captures the character of this ordinary yet extraordinary traveling merchant. The Lord bowed his head and observed a moment of silence. This friend was murdered by our enemies. He was deceived and manipulated by the Church of Light, and even his final moments were forced to become an illusion. He was tragically dragged into the battlefield of the gods, becoming cannon fodder and a victim in the War of the Gods, and we in AMT County will one day avenge this friend. Chapter 243. The merchant Mustafa, corrupted by Nyakeo, became the core of the lower illusion, carrying the triple illusion, leaving no intact body behind. After the illusion dissipated, the players tasked with collecting the remains found only a skeleton and tattered clothing, the flesh and blood having dissipated along with the contamination. MOU had the druids purify Mustafa's remains and relics, then use fire magic to calcine the bones into ashes. The small urn now buried contained the last traces of Mustafa's life in the mortal realm. After MOU finished speaking, the merchant's urn was placed in the grave, and the players who had received the quest walked over to the grave and began filling it with soil. Finally, the druids caused flowers to bloom, adorning the grave. This time, MOU specifically instructed the druids not to use lilies of light. After all, the merchant had perished at the hands of the Church of Light, and Mustafa himself would likely not want to see this flower, which still represents the Church of Light, beside his grave. After the ceremony, the NPCs observed a brief moment of silence to commemorate the merchant who had helped AMT City, and then gradually left. MOU led the players to the north of the new AMT City. Between the original clean experimental fields and the Garden of the Tree of Life, there was still a lot of unpurified land. MOU planned to follow his original plan and purify 500 acres of land in one go. This would allow these clean areas to be connected into one piece, making it easier for the druids to cultivate. As of tonight, over 1,000 players had logged into the game. With the increase in Leah's anchor points, her core energy supply was more abundant and stable, allowing her to accomplish more. MOU pulled the amusement park illusion core from his system backpack and handed it to Leah. The tiny world spirit soared into the sky, covering the entire area with a silver-blue screen of light. Leah's dazzling white waves of light dispelled the pollution in the land, the air, and even deep underground. The black smoke was compressed and driven away, finally pouring into the illusion core in Leah's hand. The core seemed to be charged with energy, shimmering with a dark purple light. After the 500 acres of land were completely purified, Leah returned to the Lord's shoulder, holding the dark purple core crystal ball. MOU took the core and temporarily placed it in his backpack. The north of the city was where the pure land and the Tree of Life were located, so MOU had no intention of placing the illusion there. There was vacant land outside the southwest city walls, close to the player residential area, and perhaps even boosting player real estate sales. Who doesn't like a house close to an amusement park? The Silver Dragon's dreamland can be placed in the clean land closest to the Mage Tower. This ensures it's less susceptible to contamination and remains within easy reach of Moiwa's remains, which rests beneath the Mage Tower. This also makes it convenient even if MOU needs to rehire 2 retired consultants. By simply placing these 2 fixed facilities, there's no need to perform CG animations in front of the players. This time, MOU has placed the planting tasks for the clean land at the Adventurers Guild window in the City Hall. All druids and planting players can go to the magic puppet to accept planting tasks. MOU also had Rama install several display screens at the counter to connect directly to the magic puppet. Players can now freely select the plots of land they wish to contract on the map displayed on the screen. The amount of land available varies depending on a player's military merit level, with higher merit earning players larger plots. In addition to cultivating land individually, players can now form teams and contract it with a leader, or a single player can contract and then share the task with other players. The only difference between these three modes is how the rewards are distributed. This is primarily intended to improve land utilization and ease the ease of cultivation, allowing druid players to navigate the rich game content without becoming tied to their land or neglecting it due to distractions. Even if you don't initially farm with your friends, you can still recruit temporary workers through the system to complete tasks if you become too busy to attend to the fields. Regardless of how tasks are shared, they must be completed through the system. This ensures that all records are kept complete, rewards are distributed properly, and if the land becomes barren or the plants die, the responsible party can be accurately identified and punished. As for the types of plants to be planted on the land, the system evaluates the types and quantities of crops currently planted, the types and quantities of goods sold by caravans, and the needs of the population. It then calculates the most urgently needed plant types for the coming period. Players can choose from these system-recommended crops or ignore the system's recommendations and plant their own crops. The system's recommended crops are updated in real time. If a group of players immediately selects a crop with the highest demand, and the system calculates that this crop has reached supply and demand equilibrium, the recommended crops for the next group of players will change. Officials will prioritize repurchasing crops that have been planted. If a player plants a system-recommended crop and demand still exceeds supply after successful planting, officials will purchase it at a significantly higher price than the market. If a player plants a system-recommended crop, but after planting, most players also choose the same crop, resulting in an oversupply and a drop in price, officials will compare the current market price at the time of planting and the current market price at the time of successful planting, paying the higher price. In this case, while the player won't make a huge profit, at least they won't lose money. However, if a player plants non-recommended crops on their own, officials will purchase the crop based on actual demand and current market prices after planting, and the player will be responsible for any losses. If a player's crops are completely unusable by the official will not purchase them. Officials will only take a 10% to 20% cut of the crop yield as land occupation fees, but the player can sell any remaining produce. While it's possible that players might plant crops the system hadn't anticipated, crops that are actually in great demand in AMT County, MOU believes the probability is relatively low given the world consciousness's computing power. Even if this were to happen, MOU could easily repurchase them. If players choose to plant a crop at the counter, but change their mind and plant something else, they can always go back to the counter to change their selection. Registering a crop doesn't affect the actual plants grown on the land, but it does affect the official purchase decision. If a player doesn't change the crop variety at the counter before harvest, it might be purchased as a third, non-recommended crop. This should provide a broad guide for players' planting strategies, encouraging them to consciously cultivate the crops AMT County needs most. Furthermore, for players with a knack for research and a passion for specialized study, choosing the most scarce plants in AMT City to cultivate and profit from might be a valuable topic. After performing the cut scene and distributing the latest instructions for claiming the Cleansing Land quest, MOU watched with satisfaction as the players dispersed and enthusiastically began their work. He decided to add the Silver Dragon Resort Beach and the amusement park illusion to the pool of rewards redeemable for military merit. Although these are permanent facilities, purely recreational attractions like these always require a certain threshold. Otherwise, new players will immediately jump into the game and indulge in the beach and amusement park, leading to the tragic situation of a Baboon number 14 middle school instructor chasing apprentices around the amusement park to push the main quest. Players are here to work for MOU for free. These attractions can serve as rewards, but to gain access, they must earn enough time and play. Silver Dragon Beach is especially noteworthy, as 2 retired NPCs are residing there. MOU doesn't want too many noisy new players disturbing their post-death retirement. This way, players have another way to spend their accumulated military merit besides buying housing. Well, let's increase the number of merit points redeemed for beach admission tickets. The amusement park has many attractions, and it's a fantasy world. We can sell a variety of ticket types based on the price of different military merit points, such as single-entry tickets for a single attraction, single-entry tickets for 3 or 5 attractions, and the most expensive VIP tickets for unlimited access. With these rewards, both new and veteran players will be motivated to earn military merit. The Silver Dragon Dream doesn't occupy any actual external space. MOU chose an acre of clean land closest to the Mage Tower, and had Leah use spatial authority to isolate it. Then, under Leah's guidance, he planted the core of the Silver Dragon Dream within the soil. After Leah infused the core with core energy, a silver light blossomed from the earth. A silver plant sprouted from the soil, eventually condensing into a cluster of silver columnar crystals, resembling blooming crystals. At the center of these clusters of varying lengths stood a silver crystal pillar, nearly a man's height. Standing before it, one could vaguely see the beach and ocean shimmering past it. MOU attempted to touch the crystal pillar, but found his finger had passed through it. It turned out that this crystal pillar was the entrance to the Silver Dragon Dream. There was no need to disturb the Silver Dragon in Moyawan now, so MOU did not enter the Silver Dragon Dream. He stepped back and examined the crystal flower cluster at the entrance to the Dreamland, finding it quite beautiful even as a mere spectacle. Leah would use her spatial authority to isolate this single acre of land from the other ordinary fields, prohibiting even druids from entering. The entrance to this special, clean land faced the Mage Tower. Only MOU, Ialian, and players who had earned Silver Dragon Beach tickets through military merit were permitted entry. Chapter 244. After setting up the Silver Dragon Dream, MOU immediately returned to the Mage Tower. He grabbed his trumpet and, along with Ialian, arrived outside the southwest walls of AMT's city. Considering the potential inconveniences that would arise during the subsequent Brain in a Vat mission, MOU planned to complete the installation of all the new facilities, while Edward was still imprisoned in the Mercenary Relief Institute. After all, displaying these illusions, dreamscapes, stolen from Naya before Naya's eyes and ears seemed a bit too stimulating for a certain person. Unlike the Silver Dragon Dream, the amusement park illusion had a specific area, not to mention the massive amount of polluted energy it had just absorbed. MOU had Leah activate build mode within his field of view and locate the optimal placement, calculated by Leah. Placing the illusion core would be more complex than the Silver Dragon Dream. After absorbing a large amount of pollution, the core of the illusion enters an unstable state of rapid expansion. MOU used his trumpet to carry the core all the way to the designated location. After burying the core in the soil, the entire amusement park illusion instantly erupted again, completely engulfing the trumpet. MOU placed the alchemy puppet of the barbecued squid in the system space and skillfully logged off. Almost immediately, the Lord standing beside Ialian, who had closed his eyes in meditation, opened his eyes. "Let's flip this illusion around," MOU said. "Okay." Ialian deftly manipulated the virtual reality ring, flipping the entire terrifying amusement park into a more normal, ordinary amusement park. When MOU cut off the connection with the core of the illusion before, the foreign evil god's followers in the illusion fell into the next level of illusion, just like the NPCs, who entered the illusion. The only difference was that the NPCs entered the Silver Dragon illusion, while the evil god's followers were repelled by the Silver Dragon illusion and fell into the third level of illusion. Therefore, the amusement park now contained no external followers of evil gods, only the obsessions of the countless project managers, who formed the core of the illusion. After the Ring of Reality and illusion had reversed the inner and outer worlds, this amusement park illusion would theoretically become something similar to Valhalla. MOU also had Leah use his spatial authority to isolate the entire amusement park illusion. This would prevent NPCs from mistakenly entering the illusion and becoming trapped, and also prevent players, who hadn't yet redeemed amusement park tickets, with their military merit from entering and taking advantage of them. He then logged in again, using his secondary account, and re-entered the amusement park illusion to explore. Unlike the previous amusement park with its purple sky and dark, eerie horror, the sky inside this amusement park was identical to the outside world, and the attractions within appeared perfectly normal. Bungee jumping, roller coasters, Ferris wheels, rapids, haunted houses, theaters, all these attractions that players hadn't fully completed were retained. The influx of new pollution and some lingering obsessions had even combined to form new attractions. For example, the carousel in front of the grilled squid is likely a new attraction. While it's not yet clear how this amusement park will expand or shrink, the current offerings should be sufficient for players to enjoy. After the reversal of the inner and outer worlds, this amusement park world seems to have spontaneously formed a new set of rules. Playing these attractions still requires in-game currency, but instead of being earned by defeating monsters, currency can be earned by completing tasks related to facility maintenance issued by the amusement park's project managers. For example, cleaning the grounds and removing trash, serving as a temporary guide, performing in a puppet suit, or selling balloons. Players can earn in-game currency by taking on part-time jobs. Game coins can then be used to play items, creating a perfect cycle. Entering and exiting here is also simple. Whether players complete work tasks or items, they can be considered complete and exit the illusion smoothly. Once a player meets the conditions for a withdrawal, Leah can manipulate the anchor point to force a withdrawal, based on the level of the amusement park ticket they redeemed, after the player has used up the corresponding number of visits. The pollution here will also be consumed during the daily operation of the amusement park. If the number of visitors increases, and the pollution is depleted too quickly, you may need to consider periodically collecting pollution from other locations to replenish it. But this is a simple matter. After all, the thing this world currently lacks the most is pollution. Even if one desperately consumes it, it will take a very, very long time. The project managers, after the transformation, all have warm smiles and friendly attitudes, none of the eerie appearances they had in the previous horror amusement park. Furthermore, after the transformation, they are no longer plagued by obsessions, and there is no worry that players will completely play the items after completing the level. MOU drove around the park on his trumpet, and even helped clean the facilities, earning game coins for a tryout on the roller coaster. The entire experience was very user-friendly and smooth. Aside from the limited number of attractions and the small footprint, the individual rides were very similar to Disneyland and Huan-O Cinema in the Origin world. Although there aren't many attractions, it should be enough for now. Normally, it'd be used as a regular amusement park, but around Halloween, it can be transformed into a horror amusement park and reopened as a limited-time seasonal event. It would be best if we could collect some obsessions that could potentially lead to new projects and add them in later, expanding the facilities from time to time to keep people coming. MOU stroked his chin. Perhaps when I have time, I could discuss with MOU the theory of the illusionary realm he mentioned earlier. If illusions are interconnected at the level of illusion, perhaps we could connect Valhalla and the amusement park. That way, the former sons of God could play in the amusement park and act as NPCs for the players. After all, an amusement park wouldn't be the same without NPC-organized meet and greets, photo ops, and other themed activities. There's no rush for this sort of thing, though. For now, the former sons of God seem quite happy growing mercerized flax. The barbecue squid account successfully exited the amusement park illusion. MOU logged off again on his secondary account and opened his Lord's eyes. Everything went well. Aelian, who had been diligently guarding the Lord, finally breathed a sigh of relief and inquired. Yes, it went very well. MOU smiled and nodded. It fits perfectly with our plan. He also mentioned to Aelian his new idea of connecting Valhalla to the amusement park. After a moment's pause, Aelian gently curled his lips. It's indeed a great idea. Even for the dead, if they could experience this novel joy, it would be a great comfort to them. I just don't know if it's feasible. MOU said, don't get your hopes up. If it were you, I think it would work. Aelian seemed to have a strong impression of MOU. He smiled and said, although this is the first time I heard of this method of allowing obsessions to travel between different illusions. But if, according to MOU's theory of the virtual realm, one can connect to another, then perhaps, as long as the obsession isn't the foundation of the illusion, it's indeed possible to migrate within it. MOU had previously felt that the virtual realm MOU described was a kind of underworld, attached to this world but existing in a different dimension, capable of accommodating souls, obsessions, and that the illusion was like a home built within the virtual realm for these souls, obsessions. So, assuming the living conditions in the two illusions are similar, it seems possible for souls, obsessions, to occasionally visit each other. While discussing this, the two returned to the Mage Tower, their home in Anshin. MOU opened the system panel and added experience from the public experience pool to himself. Perhaps due to the significant increase in the number of players, or perhaps due to the recent completion of numerous main quests, the accumulated experience in the public experience pool was quite substantial, instantly raising MOU to a level of rank LV 90. This time, his level suddenly jumped by nearly 20. MOU's body was momentarily enveloped by the silver-blue glow of the world consciousness. When the light faded, he could clearly feel the improvement in his physical condition. His eyesight, hearing, and other five senses had all significantly improved, and his muscles had become much firmer, giving him greater strength. MOU walked to the bathroom mirror and took a look at himself. The man with black hair and dark eyes in the mirror stared back at him. He looked younger, and the dark circles under his eyes, which had previously resulted from frequent late nights, had faded considerably. His face hadn't changed much, but overall he looked thinner and firmer. While it was hard to pinpoint the specific changes, he was definitely more handsome. Mou lifted his robe and took a look. As his body fat percentage decreased, his six-pack abs became apparent. LV90 seems to be truly approaching the pinnacle of professional elites, about to surpass mortals. Mou pondered as he opened his spell library. Having leveled up 20 levels in a row, his spell library had expanded considerably. Invisibility LV75. This spell can cast an indistinguishable phantom upon yourself, blending in with the surroundings and making you invisible. Can be used to evade monsters, allowing you to escape combat even in combat, with a chance of failure. Maintaining invisibility requires continuous mental energy consumption, and will automatically end when all mental energy is depleted. Ding. System prompt. This invisibility state only creates an illusion for visual purposes, and does not eliminate traces such as scent, sound, and footprints. It is recommended to use it in conjunction with the Vanish skill, Vanish LV78. While in Vanish, you can eliminate your own aura, blocking out your scent and sound, and removing any traces you leave in the outside world. It can't be hidden. It's recommended to use it in conjunction with the Invisibility skill. Maintaining the Vanish state requires continuous mental energy consumption, and it will automatically be released once all mental energy is consumed. These two are clearly a combination skill, but this skill would be more useful for an assassin class rather than a mage skill, right? Perhaps an assassin class will be introduced later. Mou then looked down at the other skills. Chapter 245. Burning Ring LV82. Casting this skill expands a 5-meter diameter ring centered on the caster. Curse flames burn the outer ring, inflicting continuous curse and burning damage to enemies. While this skill is active, all skill casts cannot be interrupted by enemies. Reduces burn damage dealt to enemies by 300/3 seconds. Applies a curse debuff to enemies. Defense decreases by 20%, attack decreases by 20%, agility decreases by 20%. Magnetic Ring LV85. After casting this skill, a 5-meter diameter ring centered on the caster is created. A powerful magnetic field is generated at the outermost edge of the ring, attracting metal equipment affected by magnetism. This skill aggravates enemies wearing metal equipment affected by magnetism, and aggravates or disarms enemies wielding metal weapons affected by magnetism. Magic power is consumed while this skill is active. Upon releasing the magnetic ring, you can choose to release attracted metal equipment and weapons, or reverse the magnetic field to launch a repulsive ejection. This skill can be used in combination with other rings with different effects. However, this skill cannot distinguish between friend and foe, so be careful to avoid accidentally injuring friendly forces. Close range protection combined with a monster-killing artifact. This is it. Mou suddenly perked up. In most games, while casters enjoy the ranged attack benefits of magic, they inevitably encounter difficulties in close combat. If an enemy gets close, the cast is easily interrupted, and if interrupted, attacks become impossible, making it almost certain death. Being surrounded and attacked at close range is a death sentence. But as long as a teammate leads the fight, the mage can easily serve as a powerful standing turret. After finding a safe spot, they can cast their ultimate and unleash a variety of powerful attacks. In terms of skill power alone, the mage is a very powerful basic class, with high damage output and simple upgrades. It also doesn't have the complex class transition experience of other classes. Simply level up to a level where they can learn new skills, and then seek out Mou to learn new ones. However, in terms of character, mage characters tend to be somewhat introverted, aloof, and isolated. This class also has a noticeable preponderance of socially anxious players, forcing them to team up for their own safety when out hunting monsters. Although the Burning Ring skill, while only available at level 82 or higher, allows mage players to weaken enemies by applying debuffs and dealing significant continuous damage, even when they're in close proximity. Furthermore, the fact that the casting bar can't be interrupted gives the magician ample time to use their powerful firepower skills to crush the enemy before they even cover the last 5 meters. Even if they can't kill them in one go, they can always beat them half to death. Magnetic Field Ring isn't very effective, but it can almost negate all attacks from humanoid monsters and metal weapons. Besides, after activating Magnetic Field Ring, he's practically immune to metal bullets, and even deflects a wave of bullets when deactivated. The fact that it attracts allies seems a bit troublesome though. Mou rubbed his chin, walked out of the bathroom, and said to Aelian, who was sitting on the sofa polishing his greatsword, "Aelian, I just acquired a few new skills." Would you mind trying them out with me? The knight raised his eyebrows at this. Gladly. They ascended together to the magic training ground on the 6th floor of the Mage Tower. Mou had Ialian activate his Guardian Heart and change into his armor. Mou activated the field's protective shield spell to prevent any metal objects outside the field from being attracted. Then, he stood in the center of the training ground and activated the magnetic field ring. The knight remained motionless, unaffected by the magnetic field ring. Mou tilted his head slightly in confusion. Won't mithril be attracted by magnetism? No, mithril alloys are made of materials that are not affected by magnetism. Ialian stepped forward, drew his great sword, and shook it at the edge of the magnetic field ring. See, it doesn't affect me at all. There are only 2 small buckles on the greatsword's handle, and the corresponding part on the back of the armor. This force won't affect me. What about the orichalcum? Mou pondered for a moment and asked. High-level knight players are probably currently wearing armor crafted by the dwarves using ochre steel as the primary material. Pure ochre steel won't be attracted, but if it's the kind worn by adventurers, the dwarves must have added a lot of ordinary steel and other ores when crafting it, so it's likely to be attracted by magnetism. Ialian pondered for a moment and speculated. After all, the amount of ochre steel he'd given the dwarves alone was definitely not enough to sustain so many adventurers. It seems this skill has some limitations. For example, it affects allies as well, and it can't defend against attacks from weapons like mithril and pure ochre steel, which aren't affected by magnetism. This is a good thing though. If Ialian fights beside him, activating this defensive skill won't affect him. Mou quickly took notes, but for lone wolf players, who don't have to worry about friendly fire, this can still improve their defense. It's important to know what kind of weapon the enemy is using, otherwise you can easily get careless and take damage. Thinking you defended yourself only to have your skills completely ineffective is the most dangerous thing. It's best to remind players of this, otherwise it's easy to fail miserably. These 2 skills must be implemented for magician players, though at a higher level. However, leveling up is quite easy for players in the early stages, and this skill is perfect for players who want to go out and play solo after reaching level 80. After learning these 2 skills, a magician's independent combat capabilities will be greatly improved, and the lone wolf player's gaming experience will receive an epic upgrade. The next skill is Gravity LV90, can be used on a single or multiple targets, significantly increasing the gravity applied to them. While this spell is active, all skill casts are uninterrupted by targets affected by gravity. Dealing crushing damage to enemies 5 or more levels below your level, reduced by 700/3 seconds, with a chance to cause damage to internal organs and limbs. Applies a slow debuff to the enemy, defense reduced by 20%, attack reduced by 20%, agility reduced by 90%, and accuracy reduced by 90%. This is also a magician's life-saving skill. Pinning the enemy in place, wouldn't that keep you safe? Not to mention the continuous dot damage, and the potential for triggering damage to specific areas. The remaining 4 skills, based on the existing Fireball, Water Stream, Blizzard, and Thunderbolt, significantly increase their attack power and resistance to fire, water, ice, and thunder, upgrading the existing skills to Magic Fire, Torrent, Illusion Ice, and Mysterious Thunder. If used as life skills, while maintaining the original mana cost, both their effectiveness and controllability are significantly improved. Mou tried out all the new skills in the training ground. Skills that deal damage were naturally used on the training dummy in the training ground, while non-damaging ones, such as Invisibility and Vanish, were carefully tested on Ialian. Invisibility and Vanish consume relatively little mental energy, with Vanish consuming even less than Invisibility. When used together, they can truly achieve the effect of completely concealing one's form and traces. To the outside world, the caster will completely vanish, while to the caster themselves, they will appear translucent, unable to locate themselves. Mou also experimented with sneaking up on the unsuspecting Ialian, while activating both invisibility and vanishing. But even if he hadn't informed the knight of the intended technique, simply having him wait in the training ground while he cast his technique downstairs, and then returned in stealth, the knight would have been able to detect his movements from the outset. Mou inched forward slowly, his eyes fixed on Ialian's expression. The knight didn't attack him, but his brow furrowed slightly, his gaze fixed squarely on his position. To the knight, this place should have been completely empty. Unconvinced, Mou secretly summoned a tiny void fist, making a noise amidst the debris on the training ground. Taking advantage of the knight's distraction, he tiptoed up behind him and reached out. Snap! Ialian's hand grasped his wrist with precision. Got you, naughty lord. Aelian, who should have been blind, leaned close to MOU's ear and smiled. How did you find me? MOU, having released his invisibility and vanished, felt a touch of defeat. Invisible ghosts often appear in illusions. We've been trained since childhood to fight in completely dark, blind rooms, and our senses have been honed to the utmost. Aelian released MOU's hand and explained, this ability to discern is now more like an instinctual intuition. I can't explain exactly what gave you away, but I just know you're there. This is a good thing. I don't have to worry about higher-level players using this skill to sneak up on Aelian. It seems the combination of invisibility and vanishing is difficult to use against enemies trained in resistance. This needs to be incorporated into the class skill descriptions, otherwise players will easily fail when using these skills to lurk. Don't worry too much. Aelian's lip curled slightly, and he spoke confidently, there aren't many people on the continent who can do what I do. Most of the time, this skill combination perfectly conceals your form and traces. MOU. He didn't seem to be comforted, but rather felt rather shown off. Chapter 246. After testing the new skills, MOU began to think about future developments. The limited time Beast Tide expansion had boosted the player levels of the old beta players. New players after the public beta currently rely primarily on infrastructure quests, production quests, and monster farming at various leveling sites to level up, though the highest leveling site currently is the Snake Pit. Thanks to the series of dungeons set by Raging Waves, the god of ice and snow, and Nyako, many high-level old beta players have now reached level 70 and above. MOU should find them something to do. Besides Edward's inherent sharpshooter class, and the upcoming Brain in a VAC quest, MOU also plans to create some new leveling sites and dungeons for old players, and the Magic Federation is the perfect choice. The new main city also needs to be properly established and networked. Furthermore, now with Mayu's soul fragment, MOU feels confident enough to talk to Speaker Charlolia. If we could secure an alliance, that would be the best. If not, we should at least open up some privileges to adventurers. For example, we could allow players to serve as external investigators for the Anomalous Affairs Investigation Bureau, taking on tasks that have been piling up for years. For example, we could purchase some of the props and equipment the Bureau supplies its investigators at a fair price. Or perhaps, we could bring back another master tailor, or strengthen commercial cooperation. Player equipment and weapons have always been a headache for MOU. This is a real other world, after all, not a game world where MOU can just draw a design and set the equipment's attributes and implement it. Moreover, most dungeons here are illusory, making it difficult for players to obtain valuable loot. Leveling and monster-killing materials are mostly just basic materials. To craft equipment and weapons, players must either work on their own or seek out NPCs. With the arrival of Rama, elves, and dwarves, AMT County is now able to regularly supply high-level equipment to knights and hunters. Magic chefs have no special requirements for clothing and equipment, and can share equipment with any other class. Although dwarves can be somewhat eccentric in their personal lives, they are truly dedicated to mining and forging. The quality of their armor and metal weapons, even in the main cities, rivals that of renowned craftsmen. Elves, on the other hand, excel at crafting equipment made from trees and animal hides. Whether it's leather armor, vine armor, staffs, wooden shields, vine shields, wooden spears, or traps, they are all easily crafted. They are also skilled in crafting bows and arrows from a variety of materials. Elves' metal bows and arrows have their own merits compared to those of dwarves. Dwarven metal bows are heavy and rugged, not particularly attractive, but durable. They deliver powerful force, offer long range, and possess greater penetration. However, as the force increases, accuracy and precision naturally decline. Elf bows emphasize operational detail, resulting in higher accuracy and hit rates. While they are flexible and more easily damaged, they are also exceptionally exquisite, each piece a work of art. Hunters can choose to purchase bows from either dwarves or elves based on their preferences. Generally, players who prioritize aesthetics and low hit points and constitution will choose the elven side, while players who prioritize damage and range will purchase dwarven bows. Aside from these popular class equipment, Rama can basically satisfy all the strange equipment and weapon requests from other players, even successfully creating biomechas. However, only the most numerous magicians have their robes sewn by players themselves or made by Aunt Rosa, relying on adding various defensive arrays to enhance their stats. Overall, the appearance, quality, and various stats are mediocre and unsatisfactory. Simply put, they're usable, but far inferior to those of other classes. Even MOU's own clothes are made from MOU's legacy and player-made items, which shows the seriousness of the situation. This trip to the Magic Federation's main city is a must, as it can also be used to play hard to get and send Edward back. Due to Edward's previous prayer to Leah, Leah had successfully placed an anchor point in Edward's brain. This anchor point is different from those of other believers or players. As the world's consciousness, Leah can use this anchor point to locate Edward's position, blocking or altering his vision, hearing, and other senses, rendering him blind and deaf to certain players or other entities. This consumes a significant amount of world core energy. It's precisely because Leah can do all this that red-named NPC gameplay and the brain in a VAT mission are possible. After all, not all players want to participate in counterintelligence missions. Some find it too cumbersome to have to worry about them every day and not be able to speak freely. Therefore, they can activate red-named NPC defense mode and refuse to participate in the mission. This mode can be toggled on and off at any time, making it convenient for players with easily changing minds to participate in quests at any time. In this regard, MOU has always been a true believer in freedom. As long as there are people working, he doesn't mind some players following their hearts, letting go, and exploring other game content. If there truly isn't a single player willing to accept a quest, then there must be something wrong with the quest or reward setup. That's MOU's fault, and he take the blame. In a sense, Edward lost, used as a tool in the divine war by both sides, his mind manipulated by both the evil god and the world consciousness, is indeed a bit pitiful. But MOU himself adheres to the principle of I will not offend others unless they offend me, but if they intend to offend me, I must kill them beforehand. He is a cautious and protective person. If an opponent shows signs of being detrimental to his side, he doesn't mind treating them as enemies. As an orphan, he has suffered much since childhood and learned how to protect himself through hardship. His world has never been one of clear black and white, but rather a chaotic gray. MOU considers himself a deeply contradictory person. He is both utilitarian and self-reliant, maintaining his integrity and adherence to the law. He enjoys life, yet is willing to sacrifice himself for the pursuit of his dreams. He understands the darkness and schemes of the world, yet maintains a pure heart. He always wants to relax and slack off, yet he always unconsciously becomes a king of money. He works as an employee, yet he is capable of the immoral deeds of a capitalist. He has morals, but not much, just enough to avoid being morally blackmailed. He has kindness, but not much, just enough to protect his own people. He has malice, but only towards those who blindly cause trouble for him. He has reason, and a great deal of it, to the point of being a bit cold-hearted. Ultimately, he was just an ordinary person, full of contradictions. For a long time, he had been like a mirror, reflecting the attitudes of others. If someone showed him kindness, he would respond with kindness. If someone harbored malice, he would respond with equal malice. If someone immediately offered him their life to protect him, giving him everything, then he had no choice but to take responsibility and hold the kite string they handed him tightly, pulling them close to him, preventing them from easily crossing the sticks to the other side. Not to mention, this person's looks were quite impressive. MOU's gaze drifted again to the knight, who had changed back into ordinary clothes, and was beginning to polish and maintain his armor. Since he had promised at the enthronement ceremony to be the knight's strongest support, to hold his shield with him, to never let him down, never to betray him, and to protect Aelian under his wing, he would never give him up so easily. As long as Naya didn't unreasonably pin him to the ground, he wouldn't hesitate to fleece Naya. Edward Lost might have his own reasons, but since he had chosen to become Naya's pawn, he should bear the consequences of MOU and his men's counterattack. There's no such thing as an enemy who launches an attack and is defeated, then accuses the counterattacker of being too harsh and a bad person. However, even if Edward Lost was a spy, he was still a valuable resource. As MOU had said before, even if Edward was killed, it would only encourage Naya to continue to send more spies to his side, and the next time he sent someone, it might not be so easy to detect. Now that the fish has been hooked, it's more cost-effective to keep it as bait. He can also snatch up 2 professional mentors. The gunsmith and the sharpshooter unlock a series of subsequent God War missions, and plant a false intelligence line with Nyako. As long as he plays this hand well, you can easily let Nyako experience the circumstance of Zhou Lang's clever scheme to pacify the world, but lose both the wife and the army. MOU felt no guilt about the upcoming missions and main storyline. He even felt a little bit of anticipation, wondering what bizarre things the players would come up with under his guidance this time. Thinking of this, MOU couldn't help but curiously open the player forum, wondering what new plans and intentions the players had after this morning. Then, he was stunned by a fanfiction about Edward lost on the forum. MOU? ? No, what's wrong with you players? The last time something like this happened was when Alien pulled out a ring right after they met, right? How long has Edward Lost been around? How did he already have a couple? And what's with all this writing? How many Fujoshis are lurking among these players? Are you writing so fast? Tens of thousands of words an hour? Looking closely, MOU's pupils suddenly trembled. Octopus, rags, mind control, invisible people. Ugh, restricting viewers to 18 and over isn't enough. Shouldn't they at least set the age limit to 25? This forum can't be kept. If you keep this up, it's going to be shut down. Chapter 247. MOU naturally couldn't let the forum be shut down. After some thought, he created a special section on the forum that required identity verification. Only those with verified age and player status could enter. He also added a password-protected feature that prevented pages from being copied or screenshotted. While it wouldn't completely solve the problem, it should reduce the likelihood of the forum being shut down, right? After moving all the fan fiction and images that teetered on the edge of legality into the special section, MOU sighed softly. Goodness me, you guys are such a bunch of dirty little trains. Thanks to these sleazy players, the unnecessary workload had increased. While moving the posts, he took a quick look and realized that all the fan fiction about Edward Lost was, without exception, heavy-handed. Even the most commonplace pairings were with Nyakuza's evil god. Okay. MOU didn't understand, but he was deeply shocked. Compared to this, the fan fiction of Ialian X-Lord back then was all sweet, or sad, stories with a bit of a plot. We really have to thank the fans for their generosity. After finally finishing his forum quest, MOU looked up to see Ialian reclining on the sofa, deep in thought, staring at his right hand. MOU? ? He couldn't help but get nervous. What's wrong? Is the seal broken again, or is the wound hurting again? Ialian looked up blankly, a moment before coming to his senses and smiling. No, it's nothing. Just thinking about something. MOU breathed a sigh of relief and stood up. That's good. Then let's go to the Silver Dragon illusion. Since he planned to take advantage of sending Edward Lost back to the Magic Federation to meet with the speaker, he naturally had to find Moyawu to clarify everything that had happened. If Moyawu agreed, MOU felt that confessing directly to Speaker Saloria might be a better option. He didn't think that Saloria, as the Speaker of the Magic Federation, would be someone who wouldn't even recognize her own brother. From the information he had gathered so far from various sources, Saloria was a very capable and resourceful woman with exceptional wisdom and a decisive mind. Among the many arrogant magicians in the Magic Federation, it was no small feat for her to have served as Speaker of the Magic Federation for so many years, and even to have resisted the expansion of the Church of Light in the Eastern Continent, ensuring that the Magic Federation and the Church of Light shared the world. This world's political system was far more loose than that of the origin world. Non-human races generally lived only with their own kind. With the exception of elves, whose populations were large enough to be considered nations, the rest were merely small tribes. Because of their connection to the gods, churches gradually became a far more common form of government than states. No matter what kind of church it was, they all had strict institutions, orderly hierarchies, policies that were passed down from generation to generation, and true gods overseeing them. With transcendent beings acting as instruments of violence, they could levy taxes and redemptions on believers. Occupying a piece of land could naturally create a religious state. In this world of transcendental power, even the smallest god was powerful enough to overthrow a mortal kingdom. Thus, the king held absolutely no weight in this world. In the ancient dynasties of the origin world that MOU knew, kings or emperors seeking legitimate power often had to claim divine right of kings, son of heaven, and so on, ruling in the name of heaven and the gods. In this world, however, if a god favors someone, he can actually issue an oracle or even reveal his true form before the public. Thus, in this world, there are only alien tribes, theocrats formed by human churches, and the Magic Federation. True states like those in the origin world are almost non-existent. The Magic Federation's ability to exist as a loosely organized federation is entirely due to the fact that the magicians are a group of arrogant, godless individuals who aspire to become gods. They possess extraordinary strength and a wide variety of bizarre knowledge, possessing an endless supply of forbidden spells, and are all incredibly intelligent. Knowing they can't stand alone, they bind themselves together, forming clans and federations. Although there were frequent internal conflicts, and no one wanted to bother with each other during normal times, if anyone crossed the Magic Federation, the magicians would unite and attack. This was to safeguard the Magic Federation's status and the rights of all magicians. In this age of bullying, if one person is bullied, and the others remain silent, countless forces will then treat them all as vulnerable, and everyone will be bullied. Without a god to back them up, they can only support themselves. Sauria, who served as the speaker of this group of magicians, was undoubtedly not someone to be trifled with. In that case, rather than deceiving her right from the start, which would likely lead to failure, and arouse her resentment, it's better to be honest and seek cooperation from the start. It just so happens that I have something to ask the Silver Dragon, Aelian said. They quickly passed through the newly erected crystal pillars beneath the Mage Tower and returned to the beach. This area isn't officially open to players yet. This is mainly because veteran players have just completed the beach dungeon and aren't willing to spend the huge amount of military merit to play it again, while new players haven't accumulated enough military merit yet. As a result, the area is remarkably quiet. Sensing their presence, the Silver Dragon emerged from the cabin with little Moiwu to greet them. "You're here." Silver Dragon Iris nodded gently to them. "Do you two agree that settling here suits you?" Mou smiled. "The core energy provided by the world consciousness should be enough to stabilize this dream, right?" The Silver Dragon nodded. "This is a great place. Thank you for giving us a new place to rest." "I'm afraid I disturbed your sleep a little," Mou said. "Actually, I like to see Speaker Sharoria of the Magic Federation to discuss cooperation or an alliance. I might need your help." Little Mayu smiled wryly. "Come with me into the cabin to discuss." Mou took Little Mayu from the Silver Dragon, while Aelian stayed on the beach with the Silver Dragon. "You seem to have something you want to ask me, too." The Silver Dragon looked at Aelian. "Come, let's take a walk on the beach." Aelian followed the Silver Dragon Iris toward the seashore. He spoke carefully. "Power. What does it feel like to possess or touch power?" Silver Dragon lowered his head, pondering for a moment before replying, "There's no particular feeling. Honestly, it's just instinct." "Instinct," Aelian repeated subconsciously. "I possess spatial authority. This is because I possess the power to manipulate and travel through space since birth. I always thought it was a dragon's inherent power. I don't need language, incantations, or gestures. I can use it with a single thought." The Silver Dragon smiled. "Actually, it wasn't until I met Moiwu that I realized this power was granted to me by the world consciousness. Do you know why the world consciousness bestows authority upon those with the potential to become gods?" Aelian shook his head. "I don't know much." "Is it because of people's expectations?" The Silver Dragon smiled. "That's an oversimplification. Every world, every planet, at its birth, possesses a creative force that created everything from nothing. This force created the planet itself and all matter and non-matter, life and non-life upon it. Ozelia is an unfinished planet. Her creative force is not exhausted, and the benevolent planetary consciousness has granted this ability to all life on the planet, allowing them to freely use it. This is the power of will. Life with the power of creation can transform the world, making it a better place. And their consciousnesses, coalescing together, converge into a torrent, flowing into the ocean of consciousness, feeding back to the world consciousness, replenishing its energy, and giving it even more power of creation. This is how it should be. However, the beings of this world harbor evil thoughts, and the living environment is cruel. Under the pressure of the external environment, people's thoughts and actions often become selfish. The slightest dissatisfaction triggers a flood of evil thoughts, jealousy, greed, anger. These evil thoughts flow into the world consciousness, gradually polluting the sea of consciousness. It's not that the world consciousness cannot tolerate people's evil thoughts, but they make it increasingly irritable, and it dislikes this state of itself. The world consciousness began to realize that something was wrong. She believed that granting power to the beings of the world was not wrong, but that these beings lacked rules and guidance. She believed that some beings should be granted greater power and authority, allowing them to guide the people, embody their hopes, and guide them towards good. Thus, gods came into being. And gods would serve as a barrier between the world consciousness and all things in the world. The consciousness of living beings would be purified by faith before returning to the sea of consciousness, and the evil thoughts in the sea of consciousness would diminish. The consciousness of living beings will be guided toward good by the gods, while their evil thoughts will be eliminated, suppressed, or blocked by the gods, and will no longer directly flow into the world consciousness. Thus, in order to select and cultivate these candidates for godhood, the world consciousness allows these authorities to freely choose the most suitable candidates. Each authority has its own preferences, and will automatically select the candidate it likes most. The specific selection criteria used by the authorities are unknown, but those who aspire to become gods have come to some understanding after repeated research. The subjects chosen by the authorities have all had some experience with some aspect of authority, have used some of it, and understand its existence. Chapter 248. You touched authority, haven't you? Silver Dragon asked. Aelian nodded. I use both real and imaginary authority. Each son of God receives a thorn ring that allows them to wield a portion of authority. Since you're asking me what it felt like to touch authority, you must have sensed its presence, Silver Dragon said firmly. Yes, for a moment, I felt a surge of intuition. Aelian took a deep breath, recalling that unspoken feeling. At the time, he couldn't see the Lord, but he knew he was there. He instinctively reached out and grasped the Lord's wrist. At the time, I thought I was able to achieve this because of the special training the Church of Light had given us. But after calming down and carefully experiencing it, I feel that this intuition is more mysterious and more accurate than the effects of training. It's hard to describe the feeling in words. Aelian closed his eyes. Furthermore, seeing through the illusion of disguise falls squarely within the realm of authority over reality and illusion. Perhaps your feeling is not wrong. The Silver Dragon's gaze swept over Aelian. Do you know why the God of Light had to choose the Son of God for his incarnation? You know this too? Aelian asked in surprise. When you entered my illusion and viewed my memories from my perspective, I inevitably came into contact with your memories and your thoughts. The Silver Dragon said, Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. He continued, The God of Light selected the Son of God for his incarnation based on certain specific conditions, because the preferences of authority are specific. Authority currently rests with him, so he can only choose the next body based on the criteria that best resembles his own. Otherwise, if he loses his authority after the divine descent, the loss will outweigh the gain. Leah also said that authority will choose the most suitable host and test it. Only the host that passes the test can gain authority. Aelian pondered. Indeed, so when gods seek to expand their authority, they must subtly expand their concepts, triggering a shift in the cognition of their followers, thereby drawing authority closer to them. This is the most reliable method. It can lure new authority closer without losing the old one. The Silver Dragon continued, As for the virtual and real authority, the current God of Light is probably no longer the best choice. Therefore, not only are the God of Light and the evil god who usurped his power eager to search for the next body to consolidate their broken foundation, but more importantly, they are probably aware that their authority is gradually slipping out of their control. Aelian was stunned. He looked at his right hand. Is authority moving closer to me? You are the last Holy Son. You have wielded the power of reality and illusion. You meet the criteria chosen by the God of Light based on the preferences of the authority. You have already reached the secret insight level, and have even received my remains. Silver Dragon shrugged. Both in terms of preferences and abilities, you are more than qualified to receive the authority's favor. The authority you hold now is merely a test. If you truly wish to master it, you will likely need to undergo the authority's test and recognition. Faith, authority, concept, and foundation. Of these three, faith is the easiest to obtain. I can already see a faint glimmer of faith in you, but you haven't yet developed your own concept. If you can get your followers to connect you to a concept in the virtual and real realms, then it should accelerate the process of virtual and real authority reaching you. My followers? Aelian was filled with doubt. He didn't even know he had followers. That's up to you to confirm. The Silver Dragon shrugged again, looking up at the setting sun on the beach. But are you truly ready? Gaining authority isn't necessarily a better option. It could very well be your death warrant. I reached a point of no return. Aelian sighed. The God of Light and Na. I don't know their exact state right now, but one thing is certain, they want me. Not only am I the perfect vessel for divine descent, but I also have your remains. No matter what, I can fill the gap in their foundation. They won't let me go. But I want to live, no matter what. Now that virtual and real authority is approaching me, it's both a death warrant and my opportunity. If I truly could gain power, I could help the Overlord and the world consciousness, but I would also become an even greater target. The Silver Dragon turned and stared at Aelian. After a moment, he shook his head. Your faith isn't strong enough to withstand the challenge. If you accept the challenge with your current mentality, you will be completely defeated. Aelian was stunned. What do you mean? The mere determination to survive isn't enough. The Silver Dragon said, the God of Light's sole desire to become a god was to survive. He sacrificed everything, using every possible means to achieve godhood, even as a flawed god, to survive. In this respect, he far surpasses you. Authority will weigh the strengths and weaknesses of both of you and choose the one it desires most. Not only that, if the divine descent occurs, your body will become a battlefield, your consciousness your only weapon, and you will face two gods simultaneously as your enemies. Aelian fell silent. You must possess a strong enough desire. The silver dragon looked directly into Aelian's eyes and asked, "What is desire?" It's the intense longing to achieve a goal or attain something. The desire that stems from willpower, the obsession that stems from illusions, the yearning that stems from dreams. What do these foundations of power share? Longing, emotion, persistence. Desire. Authority is not a unilateral gift from the world consciousness. You must desire it, actively pursue it, and strive for it. Only then will it respond to your desire and draw closer to you. If you don't even want it, authority won't even consider you. Why does every god in this world constantly strive to expand their power, even at the critical moment of the world's fate? Because desire itself is the very premise of their existence. They don't seek to protect the world, they seek to be the world's supreme being. They desire to gain power greater than the world's consciousness, to slay other gods, and to become the sole creator god of this world. To achieve this, they will not hesitate to seek the help of a foreign evil god. You may think that the god of light was captured by the evil god's trap, but have you ever considered that the god of light might also want to devour that evil god? Why is the god of light's authority not light, but rather reality and spirit? Because the authority of reality is greater, encompassing both truth and falsehood, reality and illusion, and by extension, light and darkness. If I'm not mistaken, that evil god probably possesses attributes related to darkness. If the god of light devours the evil god, he will gain the concept of darkness, merging both light and darkness into the power of both reality and illusion, absorbing the authority of the dark goddess. He will no longer be the god of light, but a higher deity. The god of light desires more than light. He has always wanted something far greater than that. Your understanding of the gods is too shallow. Your will to survive is not enough to confront the god of light, and your desire to become a god is not enough to fight against both the god of light and the evil god. What in your heart can truly stand up to them? The silver dragon's slender fingers poked Aelian's left chest. You must find a desire strong enough to challenge them and attract power. Hold on to it firmly. It is your only hope. Aelian raised his right hand and pressed it against his left chest, feeling his heartbeat. He whispered, Before, in the Church of Light, I never wanted anything. Freedom, life, death. I longed for them to arrive quietly someday, yet I never pursued them at all costs. I numbly endured everything, watching my companions march toward death one after another, even vaguely envying their freedom to die so freely. Until I could no longer accept the reality of becoming the vessel for the god's descent and chose to become its vessel. That was the first time I felt I had my life back in my hands. The silver dragon frowned. The Church of Light trained you to become vessels for the god of light's descent. Naturally, they will do everything they can to erase your desires, so that the god of light can easily wipe out your consciousness and obtain a clean vessel when he descends. As far as I know, you're the only one who has successfully resisted. In your heart, a self has been born. Those without a self are nothing but empty shells. But a self alone is not enough. You must find the thing you desire most within your heart. Call it obsession, desire, longing, pursuit, or wish. You can use any word to describe it. But it must be the most important, the most powerful, the one that most inspires your willpower. No matter what your situation, no matter how exhausted and distressed you feel, and no matter how tempted to give up, the mere thought of it rekindles your passion and strength to fight. You can give everything for it, even if it means violating the most important principles in your life. You will still stop at nothing to obtain it. Only when you have this realization will you have the possibility of fighting the god of light and the god of evil. Aelian fell into deep thought. You don't need to answer me. You don't need to answer anyone else. The only one you need to face is yourself. This is your battle, and no one can help you except yourself. The silver dragon gazed at the darkening sky and sighed deeply. Back then, I didn't have the desire to become a god. All my desires were focused on one person. He turned back to the cabin, his eyes instantly filled with tenderness. But I realized it too late. Expecting eternity in a turbulent world is impossible. Even if we wish to isolate ourselves from the world, disaster will find us. To possess a treasure is to be punished. If you don't have the strength to protect your treasure, it will be taken away. The silver dragon chuckled self-deprecatingly. This is an ironclad precept ingrained in our dragon race. How could I have ignored it? I hope you will have the strength to protect each other. Chapter 249. In the cabin, Mou placed tiny Moyawa on the table and unfolded the notebook he had brought with him. So where should I begin? Moyawa glanced around, then moved a heavy tome over and used it as a chair to sit down. Let's start with your family, Mou said after a moment's thought. Moyawa nodded gently and slowly began to narrate. I should have told you all this when Moyawu and you first met, but at that time, Moyawu had already exhausted his remaining life in the otherworld summoning. Unexpectedly, his final consciousness could be reunited with me, a fragment, through this dream. Although I am only a part of Moyawu, for the sake of convenience, allow me to tell this long story as Moyawu. Mou nodded. He had already noticed, since his time in the Silver Dragon's illusion, that Moyawu must have been a very meticulous person. This tiny Moyawu, as his fragment, seemed to have inherited this rigor. He didn't consider himself the complete Moyawu, but rather a different person. Only when he was extremely emotional, and his memories and reactions completely overlapped with those of the previous Moyawu, did he identify Moyawu with himself. I come from a very old family of magicians. The Philizlok family. The Philizlok family has always held a high position in the Magic Federation, having wielded considerable influence for many years. This was no simple matter. For the Magic Federation was a nation formed by a group of eccentric and proud magicians. They are proud and arrogant, not considering themselves superior to others. Their gathering to form a nation is solely motivated by a desire for self-preservation and mutual support. Magicians are not followers of any gods, and therefore, receive no divine protection. For a long time, their only dream has been to stand out from the crowd and become a new god. Alas, the authority of the world consciousness does not favor them. Perhaps their efforts are misdirected, or perhaps the appropriate authority has already been vested. In short, over the long years, despite countless efforts, the authority of the world consciousness has never responded. Without divine protection, magicians are the most vulnerable group in the world, vulnerable to any force. Magicians' only means of self-preservation are forbidden arts, countless forbidden arts, and knowledge is their greatest strength. However, the destructive power of forbidden arts is immense, and magicians will not choose such a mutually destructive outcome unless it is the last resort. However, when pushed to their limits, people are forced to react. After countless battles, the magicians finally came together to form the Federation Alliance. All magicians, regardless of mutual dislike or years of confrontation, once they joined the Magic Federation, they formed the strongest possible alliance. No matter who was oppressed by forces outside the Magic Federation, all magicians would fight for him. This was the Magic Federation's code of conduct. Internal issues were discussed behind closed doors, but when dealing with the outside world, they must unite against the enemy. The Philizlok family has always served as the judge within the Magical Federation. When facing outsiders, we will do everything we can to protect our own people. Even if that person truly committed a heinous crime, the Magical Federation should punish them internally. Our family motto has always been, I will not offend anyone unless they offend me. If someone offends me, I will punish them, no matter how far away they are. For this reason, the Philizlok family is extremely strict in its discipline of its members. Those who violate family rules will be expelled. Mou smiled. I was the rebellious prodigal son who was expelled. I heard the Elf King mention that you almost became the head of the Philizlok family. Mou recalled. Yes, my father became the previous head of the Philizlok family 235 years ago, but unfortunately, he died while trying to resolve a magical unrest. Talking about this part of the past, Moyu's eyes were tinged with sadness. My father had 3 children, my sister, Charloria, me, and my brother, Hildrodius. According to the traditions of the Magic Federation, as the eldest son, I did have the first right of succession. But I wasn't the most suitable candidate. I wasn't good at socializing, networking, or handling various matters. My sister, Charloria, was more capable and suited to the position. In fact, as soon as I received the family's summons, I relinquished my right to inherit the position of head of the family, handing the responsibility over to my sister. At the time, I was still working on my forbidden research in the Mage Tower. However, this research soon led to a misunderstanding. Research? Mou repeated curiously. Yes. Mou smiled. At the time, I was conducting research on the anchor points and bodies of world consciousness. Have you ever wondered why my ultimate plan was to find players from other worlds to serve as anchor points? I really don't understand that part. Mou scratched his chin. Is it because we possess otherworldly thinking, technology, and a stable spirit from a higher dimension, unaffected by evil gods? Yes, Mou nodded. But I didn't realize this from the beginning. Initially, my idea was to add a stable anchor point to world consciousness. A stable anchor point requires a stable spirit, and the spirit is affected by the body. I initially believed that as long as people survive in this world, every breath they take, every time they eat contaminated food, they are ingesting pollution, and this accumulated pollution in their bodies will make them falling into madness. So, If we summon the dead from the sea of consciousness and have them attach themselves to inanimate objects like magic puppets, wouldn't it be possible to avoid the ingestion of pollution? But doesn't pollution start at the spiritual level? Yes. Moe smiled bitterly. It is the failure of this experiment that proves that pollution starts at the spiritual level. Even a magic puppet that requires no nutrients or air, even if it is originally unconscious, inanimate, and immune to pollution, changes its nature after being infused with a soul. After developing spirits and thoughts, possessing souls, cognition, and the ability to think, these magic puppets will spontaneously become polluted and begin to mutate. At most, due to the insensitivity of the magic puppet material to pollution, the mutation rate will be slower than that of human bodies. During this experiment, I discovered that all consciousness belonging to this world is slowly being polluted by the evil god. This invasion began long ago, and the world consciousness and the sea of consciousness are interconnected. At some point in the past, this polluted consciousness merged into the ocean, and every drop of water extracted from the ocean thereafter actually contains, to a greater or lesser degree, pollution. Even though the world consciousness has done its best to protect the remaining consciousness through its own cutting, it only takes one drop of polluted water to pollute a pool of water. But to purify the pollution brought by this drop of water requires the purification of the entire pool. At this point, I began to realize that the world consciousness could no longer save itself within this world. We needed outside help. Thus, souls from higher dimensions, unaffected by the evil god's contamination, became the most crucial component of this plan. Yes. However, this failed experiment had consequences. The mutated magic puppets spiraled out of control, transforming into awful creatures, something between beasts and humans. Since the souls placed within the puppets belonged to deceased individuals, their minds were inevitably overwhelmed by the desire to return home and see their loved ones. While I personally fully understood their desire, the escaped mutated puppets did cause me considerable trouble. This rebellion by the magic puppets also attracted the attention of the Magic Federation. This experiment, both summoning the spirits of the deceased and using them to imbue the magic puppets, employed necromancy, which is strictly prohibited by the Magic Federation. Moyu smiled wryly. At the time, Charloria not only had to deal with the affairs left by our father, but also, upon taking office, had to impartially address the troubles caused by my younger brother. Simply expelling me from the family and banishing me from the Magic Federation for 30 years was the maximum leniency she could offer within her authority. After receiving my punishment, I left the Magic Federation and explored various ruins, searching for clues to spatial authority while continuing my theoretical research on my salvation plan. Then, I found the silver dragon Iris in South Continent. I see. So Charloria and you have a good relationship? The three of us have a good relationship. Our mother tragically passed away during childbirth with my younger brother. My eldest sister was like a mother to us, a strict parent. However, our misbehavior since childhood caused her considerable trouble. When handling domestic affairs, she wasn't as protective of her children as she was of the Magic Federation's external affairs. She always made very rational judgments. If it was our fault, she would apologize and then come back and give us a good beating behind closed doors. If it wasn't our fault, she would stand up for us. She was a very reliable and responsible sister. My brother and I were raised by her from childhood, or rather, she was the one who beat us up from childhood. Moiwa's expression was lost in nostalgia. In my 30th year of being with Silver Dragon, when my exile was about to expire, I returned to the Magic Federation and told Charloria about our relationship. But she disapproved of my relationship with someone from another race, and even pointed her finger at me, and told me to get out. Chapter 250. Moyu remembered this scene. He had seen it in Moiwa's memories. So was it happening at this moment? I know her anger isn't genuine. She's simply worried I get hurt in this relationship. Moiwa sighed. She's worried that Iris and I will clash over the vast disparity between humans and dragons. After all, dragons and humans differ drastically in size, strength, lifespan, and mindset. But none of us could have imagined that before we encountered these conflicts, we would first be attacked by the evil god. Just a glance at him was a profound shock to my spirit. Pollution instantly consumed me. I heard whispers and whispers from another world. Before my eyes lay the madness and disorder of the universe. The beat of an evil drum pounded against my brain. I could feel my body sprouting scales, tentacles, and eyeballs that didn't belong to me. No, I can't recall everything from that time, or even my remaining pure consciousness would be tainted again. He shook his head, skipping over that part. The silver dragon teleported the evil god and his followers away. I couldn't find the silver dragon, Nor did I know where he had gone. My mind was in a trance, yet he left me with fragments of his world consciousness. I knew that was his farewell. At that time, I didn't even know the true name of the evil god who attacked us. I wanted revenge, but I couldn't find my target. He closed his eyes, steadying his thoughts. Then, I returned to the Magic Federation and sought help from Sharoria. When she saw me in such a state of disarray, she was startled, thinking the silver dragon had done something to me. After hearing the whole story, she fell silent for a long time. She could only use magic to calm me and restore some of my sanity. She believed the evil god's target was the silver dragon's bones, spatial authority, and fragments of world consciousness. Although the silver dragon had secretly left the fragments of world consciousness with me before teleporting, everything happened so quietly that the silver dragon would likely continue to pretend to the evil god that everything was still in his control. If the silver dragon could, before its untimely death, use spatial authority to hide everything the evil god desired somewhere the evil god knew but couldn't obtain, then I would be excluded from the evil god's target and remain safe. After all, in front of the evil god, I was nothing more than an ant they could crush with a flick of their hand. I lived in the main city for quite a while, under the protection of the Magic Federation. During this time, Sharoria worked hard to secure for me the largest, yet poorest, piece of territory in the Magic Federation, a territory no one else wanted to manage. She said that even though that piece of land was so trashy that no one wanted it, as long as I was the Lord of the Magic Federation, if anyone dared to attack me, the entire Magic Federation would rise up in vengeance on my behalf. This identity would be my best protection. I accepted this new identity, and this new land, but I remained in the main city until everything settled. The silver dragon's half of spatial authority, attached to its reverse scale, returned and appeared beside the fragment of world consciousness. For several months thereafter, all was quiet, and no one pursued me. Finally, carrying the scroll of appointment, I set out for AMT County. Moya was said, then, on the day I arrived in AMT County, I picked up a child on the road, DeCarlo. He was barely a baby then, as pitiful as a puppy. I thought, Silver Dragon and I had lost our future together, so perhaps this child was fate's final reward. I adopted him, and kept him with me as a disciple. We settled in the Mage Tower. But for me, AMT County was merely a last resort to protect me. I had no interest in managing its affairs. At most, when the people were short of food, I would conjure up some food through my willpower to keep them afloat. I poured all my energy into the plan to save the world. Saving world consciousness. This is the goal I always pursued, and now, it has become my only means of revenge against that unknown evil god. After Moyawu finished speaking, he and Moyu fell silent. After a while, Moyawu added, I'm very grateful to you. Saving this world isn't your responsibility. I dragged you from another world on my own accord, and after healing your body, I forced such a heavy burden upon you. It was my own willfulness. You accomplished all of this so well. World consciousness is gradually recovering, and AMT County is thriving. Everything is far more perfect than I could have imagined. If there's anything else I can do to help, please don't hesitate. After all, this is my responsibility. Oh, that's perfect. Moyu said, actually, I do need your help with something. I like to see Speaker Sharoria of the Magic Federation to discuss cooperation or an alliance, but I don't want to use your name to replace you. After all, your sister shouldn't be unable to tell the difference between us. Rather than starting a conflict with deception, I prefer an honest alliance. To do this, I probably need you to provide a video or memory, preferably one that can verify your identity using this world's magical means, to ensure Speaker Sharoria trusts me. That's easy enough, Moyawu said. Without further ado, let's get started. Oh, and that theory about the virtual realm. As Moyu left the cabin, Silver Dragon was leaning against the wall outside, his arms folded. Are you done? Yes. Moyu smiled at Silver Dragon. I learned a lot. That's good. The Silver Dragon nodded, then continued. Do you know why both world consciousness and gods in this world need anchors? New knowledge? Moyu pricked up his ears. In this world, the power of the mind determines everything, but the mind is like duckweed. Thoughts can soar thousands of miles in an instant, but the moment they look back, they forget their way back. Without an anchor, then both gods and world consciousness are merely lost vessels adrift on the sea of consciousness, the only difference being whether they are small boats or giant ships. An anchor is like the anchor a ship casts into the sea of consciousness. Once it firmly grasps the seabed, it connects the material world seabed with the spiritual ship floating on the surface. Thus, even the greatest storm on the sea of consciousness, the ship will not lose its way. Losing one's way in the sea of consciousness is a terrifying thing. If a person can no longer remember their own self, they will be replaced by someone else's self. An anchor can be faith, love, or longing. It's a two-way emotion. When you recall everything about a person in your mind, you become their anchor. For a god, when you remember them, you invisibly reinforce their image. Their presence will be felt by others, and they will also be aware of your presence. The more anchors there are, the more stable they are. The image of the being held by them will become more solid. Beings above the level of gods no longer possess physical bodies. The memories and understandings of them, by the anchors, are their foundation. You had a flash of inspiration. Wait a minute, what if we fabricate rumors about gods and spread them on a large scale? The silver dragon, who was trying to reason, suddenly paused. Suppose there's a god so powerful that we can't defeat him. If we widely publicize a weakness, making it known to everyone, then whenever we think of him, we think of that weakness. So, can we shake his foundation and anchor? The more Mou thought about it, the more it made sense. Silver dragon, what? Silver dragon's pupils trembled. No, what's your line of thought? But why does it seem to make some sense? No, wait, that's not what I'm talking about. But Mou, lost in thought, had already walked away with a brisk pace. The sun in Silver Dragon's dream had already set, and now only a few stars provided a hint of light on the beach. You cast a fluorescent spell and walked onto the beach, finding Aelian sitting on a rock by the sea, knees hugged, staring blankly at the dark sea. Sorry for the wait. He sat down next to Aelian. You seem to be worried? Aelian replied softly. The Silver Dragon has answered my questions, but it has also left me with more. I must find the answers myself. Oh, what are they? Mou asked curiously. Aelian opened his mouth, paused strangely, and said, desire, self. Oh, isn't this Freud's theory of personality structure? Mou thought it sounded very familiar. By the way, you don't have Freud here. Well, although some of this psychologist's theories are strange and difficult to understand, his theory of personality structure is widely accepted. He divides the human mind into three major parts. The ID, or subconscious, represents the desires that make us human. The ego is the conscious part of a person, influenced by reality and restraining their desires. The superego, on the other hand, is something higher than the individual, conscience or inner moral judgment, representing the external demands imposed by society, ethics, and values. Aelian looked at Mou blankly. Simply put, the ID is your subconscious desire, while the superego is everything noble you pursue, or what external thought leads you to pursue. The ID and superego are inherently conflicting and irreconcilable, and the ego acts as a mediator, seeking balance. Mou pondered for a moment. For example, the ID is your desire to survive, the superego is the sacrifices and contributions forced upon you by the Church of Light, and the ego is the choices you make within that context, the little tricks you use to deal with the Church. Of course, this is just an example, not to say that the superego itself is a bad thing. However, sometimes an overly strong sense of morality and a desire for perfection can suppress our ID, causing us to suffer. In these cases, the ego needs to regulate. Aelian pondered.